To refrain from competition and strife is to jeopardize one's very existence. The fifth prince, Qin Heng, devoid of power and connections, aspired to live as a carefree noble. However, in the tumultuous court filled with the intrigues of 9 sons contending for the throne, upon relinquishing his aspirations, he resigned himself to a fate of absolute lethargy, albeit in a coffin. A youth from the Blue Star, Qin Heng, a mere cog in the wheel, today he has fortuitously encountered a stroke of luck. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Heng was utterly astonished. Mountains were cleaved by blades, and formidable beings soared through the skies. With aristocratic clans proliferating and peril lurking in both court and underworld, Qin Heng was engulfed in despair. Ding! The binding of the Dynasty rivalry system is successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired. At that moment, Qin Heng comprehended fully. One must possess a background to navigate through life's challenges. Chapter 1. A Hellish Beginning. Your Highness, accompanied by a series of hushed calls, Qin Heng awoke, his eyes filled with confusion and fatigue. Upon gazing about, Qin Heng beheld a youth clad in peculiar ancient attire, with a pale complexion devoid of facial hair. Was this a theatrical performance? Qin Heng found himself momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, a torrent of vast memories surged into Qin Heng's mind. Tianyuan Continent, Central State, the imperial palace of the great Qin Dynasty. Fifth Prince Qin Heng. Thus, I have traversed worlds. He has leaped over the privileged offspring of wealth and power to become a royal heir. At that moment, Qin Heng nearly leaped with joy. Qin Heng, a lowly wage slave from the Blue Star, often daydreamed of a day when he could turn his fortunes around. Yet, to thrive, one must possess a substantial background, and thus, nearing 30, Qin Heng could only fantasize about a stroke of good fortune. Ultimately, on this very day at work, in his haste, Qin Heng failed to observe his surroundings and indeed collided with a stroke of luck. Fortunately, the outcome was not dire, for in this life, Qin Heng is a prince of remarkable stature, the fifth prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. The Great Qin Dynasty, a realm never before recorded in history. However, as Qin Heng organized his memories, he found himself in a state of shock. For this Great Qin Dynasty has endured for 3 millennia. The reason for such a prolonged dynasty is that it exists within a superlative martial world. The 3 teachings of the military, Buddhism, and Taoism, each sanctified sect possesses formidable beings watching over them. Millennia-old clans and ancient sacred lands abound. In this world, such titles are not mere honorifics. They indeed represent tangible entities. The Tianyuan continent is divided into 5 regions, with each cardinal direction housing a continent, alongside a central state that looms over them all. The Great Qin Dynasty resides within the central state and stands as one of its 5 paramount dynasties. Despite its 3,000-year legacy, the nation shows no signs of decline. Rather, it grows ever more powerful. The Great Qin Dynasty spans 30 million miles from east to west and 23 million miles from north to south, a true behemoth. Here, martial generals hone their skills, scholars cultivate knowledge, and military formations gather strength. Thus, this dynasty reigns as an authentic sovereign. Regardless of your millennia-old lineage or ancient sanctified abode, within the borders of the Great Qin Dynasty, one must comply and behave. Naturally, where there are people, there exists strife. This adage holds true universally. The demise of the previous incarnation serves as the most compelling evidence. Fifth Prince Qin Heng, the 5th son of the Great Yin's Emperor Qin Long, with his mother, concubine Rong, one of the 12 consorts in the harem, hails from the Liu family, one of the 24 medium-sized clans of the Great Qin. Thus, it can be said that he has humble origins and an unremarkable background. Certainly, his princely status is equally unremarkable, for as the sovereign of a high martial dynasty, Qin Long is a formidable being of the Saint realm, typically endowed with a lifespan extending over several millennia. Although the Great Qin royal family mandates that the emperor must abdicate every century to enter the royal ancestral grounds for seclusion and cultivation, Qin Long has only been on the throne for a little over 20 years. Moreover, perhaps due to the robust physique of cultivators, Emperor Qin Long has sired over 50 offspring. While most are still quite young, there are still 9 who are of a comparable age to Qin Heng. Among them are not only the legitimate sons of the empress, but also the progeny of the 4 esteemed consorts. Therefore, the environment in which Qin Heng currently resides can be succinctly summarized in one word: intense. It is a relentless competition, As for the original body, this individual, having reached the age of 14 and on the cusp of establishing his own principality, met with an untimely demise only after resigning himself to a state of hopelessness. Furthermore, in this realm of martial prowess, the longevity of the strong is remarkably extensive, leading to a diminished regard for familial bonds. The original body, possessing only mediocre martial talent, was nearly invisible within the royal family, and thus, following an unexpected illness, he departed from this world with little fanfare. Of course, none of this was known to others. Upon Qin Heng's arrival, he seamlessly merged with the original soul, resulting in his rebirth. This fusion, while leaving Qin Heng with unspoken burdens, also afforded him a profound sense of relief. In a world teeming with formidable experts and situated within the grand palace of the great Qin Empire, Qin Heng feared that a direct usurpation might draw the attention of those ancient beings. However, having undergone a fusion rebirth, he was finally able to find solace. Yet, just as he began to feel at ease, a wave of despair washed over him. Despite his resolve not to abandon the position like the original master, as a mere figure of the innate realm, he found himself at a loss. Who could possibly guide him on the path he ought to take? Chapter 2. The Dynasty Conquest System. Your Highness, Your Highness. Suddenly, as Qin Heng was lost in thought, the soft calls brought him back to reality. It was only at that moment that he realized there were others beside him. Adjusting his tone swiftly, Qin Heng's somewhat youthful voice rang out. Xiao Shunzi. You may leave now. After uttering this command, he disregarded any thoughts or feelings the young eunuch might have had and promptly closed his eyes once more. Understood. Although concern for the fifth prince's current situation lingered in his heart, the rigid hierarchy of the Qin dynasty dictated that a servant must know their place. As the personal eunuch of the fifth prince, he dared not defy Qin Heng's orders. Thus, the vast palace soon returned to its tranquil state. System? Grandpa? Golden Finger? Abruptly, a series of calls echoed in his mind as Qin Heng sought a way out. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, he knew that without some celestial intervention, his fate would surely be a death sentence. As a transmigrator, he understood that his only hope lay in the legendary benefits bestowed upon those who crossed over. However, after calling out for quite some time, his mind remained eerily quiet. Curse you heavens! Are you toying with me? Qin Heng fumed. Just then, a chime echoed, ding. Charging complete, the Dynasty Conquest System is now activating. 1299 ding. System successfully initiated. Accompanied by this notification, a transparent system panel materialized in the depths of Qin Heng's mind. Name: Qin Heng. Identity: Fifth Prince of the Qin Dynasty. Cultivation Technique: Imperial Extreme Astonishing Decision. First Level, Martial Skill: Imperial Extreme Sword Art Movement Technique. None summonable characters. None summonable forces. None summon opportunities. None. Upon seeing this, Qin Heng felt utterly disheartened. It appeared that the system had provided him with nothing but a panel. System, oh system, where are you? How is it that I have bound to a system yet received no benefits? Speak. Have you pocketed everything for yourself? In that moment, Qin Heng vocally questioned within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Heng decisively commanded. At present, the system was the authority, and he could only choose to seize this opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one character summoning opportunity, one force summoning opportunity, one cultivation technique drawing opportunity, and one treasure drawing opportunity. Is that all? Qin Heng inquired, still unwilling to accept such a meager reward. That is all, the system promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng hesitated to open the rewards just yet. He took a moment to collect his thoughts and posed the pressing question. System, how might I acquire more summoning opportunities? Ding. From the moment the host awakens in this world, every 3 months, you will receive one character summoning opportunity. Every year, you will gain one force summoning opportunity. Additional summoning opportunities will be awarded through tasks released by the system. If the host completes these tasks, various rewards will be granted. Ding. The characters and forces summoned by the host will be inherently loyal to the host. Furthermore, the system will adjust the strength of summoned characters based on the martial prowess of this world. Ding. The identities of the characters summoned by the host will be randomly assigned by the system, so there is no need for concern. Seemingly sensing Qin Heng's forthcoming inquiries, the system opted to reveal all pertinent information in one breath. Exhaling deeply, Qin Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him in this unfamiliar world. System, open a character summoning card. He ordered directly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained. Chapter 3. The Formation of Forces. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character oneself. What? I can summon characters from novels? Qin Heng immediately pressed for clarification. Ding. All characters known to the host from their previous life can be summoned. All right, you're impressive, Qin Heng replied, giving a mental thumbs up. He chose not to dwell on it further and instead declared, System, use all summoning opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of notifications chimed in succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the force of the Jinyi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine level cultivation technique, the divine concealment technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time opportunity for 50 years of cultivation to be bestowed upon you. At that moment, Qin Heng felt as if he could leap for joy. This beginner's gift package was simply too delightful. In one fell swoop, he had acquired talent, power, and strength. However, after momentarily suppressing his excitement, he quietly examined the system's description. Character, one Sanqian realm, mid-transcendent realm accompanying characters, the four ghosts of Zionzi, each possessing strength at the late transcendent realm. Together, they can contend with those at the early lawform realm. Force, Jinyi population, 100,000 liters. Qinglong, late celestial realm. Beihu, mid-celestial realm. Zuk, mid-celestial realm. Suyu, late celestial realm. The remaining Jinyi forces generally range from master to grandmaster levels. Cultivation technique, divine concealment technique. Note, a divine level concealment technique that can mask all of one's strength and aura. Cannot be seen through unless the observer is 2 realms above the user. 50 years of cultivation opportunity, a one-time item, enhances the host's strength based on personal aptitude and practice techniques. With no side effects. Upon reading this, Qin Heng felt invigorated. System, summon all characters and treasures. With a flash of white light, a voice immediately resonated within Qin Heng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. All character summons have been successfully executed and have entered the Da'in imperial capital under reasonable identities. Upon the host's exit from the palace, all characters will come to offer their allegiance. Naturally, Qin Heng was utterly satisfied with this outcome. In a world dominated by martial prowess, he did not wish for his nascent strength to be extinguished by the hidden monsters lurking within the palace. Moreover, he was on the verge of establishing his own domain, so there was no need for haste. System, instill the divine concealment technique and the 50 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the divine concealment technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 years of cultivation, elevating your strength to the early transcendent realm. In the next moment, Qin Heng's body began to undergo rigorous refinement and enhancement. 3 minutes later, when he opened his eyes again, he felt as if he could shatter a mountain 1,000 meters high. Moreover, to Qin Heng's delight, he realized that he could fly. In this world, once a martial artist reaches the transcendent realm, they can soar without any external assistance. With thousands of years of martial development, the martial arts here had far surpassed Qin Heng's previous comprehension. The levels of martial arts are as follows: postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, transcendent, lawform, celestial, sage, earthly immortal, and ultimately, the immortal realm. Scholars, talented individuals, successful candidates, Confucian scholars, esteemed Confucians, grand sages, gentlemen, Confucian saints, sages, and revered ancients. While there are numerous realms, the chasms between each realm are indeed 100 to 1,000-fold. Furthermore, the cultivation in this world is intrinsically linked to the very essence of its heavens and earth. Thus, aside from martial arts, which can swiftly elevate one's prowess through the utilization of rare treasures, the pursuit of Confucianism is devoid of any superficial embellishments. This fundamentally shattered Qin Heng's aspirations of merely becoming a copyist. Without a requisite level of strength, even if Qin Heng desired to flaunt the exquisite poetry of Huaxia, he would find himself utterly incapable. However, such matters held little significance for Qin Heng at this juncture, for he had now ascended to a position of influence. His sole ambition was fixed upon the exalted throne nestled deep within the imperial palace. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, a melodious voice resonated within Qin Heng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for attaining self-awareness. The first phase of your mission is now initiated. Title of King. The host must fully command a territory of their own. Mission rewards: 3 opportunities for character summoning, 1 opportunity for faction summoning, and 2 chances for treasure extraction. Chapter 4, Title of King. Ding. Temporary mission generated. Grievance must be settled. Investigate the cause of the original body's demise and obliterate the faction to which it belonged. Mission reward: 1 opportunity for character lottery. The death of the original body. Qin Heng gradually sank into contemplation. Strangely enough, despite the original body's apparent inadequacy, it was nonetheless a peak postnatal martial artist, possessing immense strength nearing 1,000 pounds. Yet, it perished in a moment of feverish delirium. This was precisely why Qin Heng had dismissed everyone at this moment. Before encountering the characters summoned by the system, he trusted no one. However, if there was a location most likely to harbor issues, a place involuntarily surfaced in Qin Heng's mind, the Great Compassion Temple outside the divine capital. This was also the sole place Qin Heng had ventured to after leaving the palace in recent years. Never mind. It's best to wait for the Jin Yi Wei to arrive. As the violent arm of the Ming Empire, these individuals were far more adept. With 100,000 personnel, the minimum standard being masters of their realm, one must realize that in this world, a master could establish a sect and create a minor faction. The mere thought of it sent a thrill coursing through Qin Heng's veins. Thus, time flowed swiftly, and 2 months later, Qin Heng finally reached his 14th birthday, marking his coming of age. Early that day, he was roused from slumber by his personal eunuch, Xiao Shan. After attending to his preparations, a handsome youth of remarkable stature was escorted by the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites into the grand and imposing martial virtue hall, the court's assembly hall. Upon entering, Qin Heng immediately sensed a palpable aura of oppression. Unconsciously, he grew more solemn. At that moment, seated upon a distant high platform, Emperor Qian, Qinlong, radiating an aura akin to that of a deity, directed a commanding gaze towards the chief eunuch, Gong Hong, beside him. The next instant, the emperor's longtime attendant spoke. Emperor, the fifth prince Qin Heng approaches to receive his title. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng, who had been waiting at the hall's entrance, straightened himself and entered with a demeanor both humble and dignified. Your son, Qin Heng, pays his respects to father. With that, he performed a deep bow. Rise. As the light, almost ethereal command echoed, Qin Heng felt an irresistible force lifting him. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? To Qin Heng, who had already transcended, the might emanating from Emperor Yin far exceeded what he understood as the initial stage of the Saint Realm. At that moment, Qin Heng recognized just how extraordinary his adoptive father truly was. As he stood, the chief eunuch, Gong Hong, spoke once more. Today, the emperor bestows upon the fifth Prince Hong, known for his exemplary character, the title of King of Qin, granting him the territory of Liao Prefecture in Jinchuan, and commands him to arrive at his fief before the age of 16. Thus decreed. Your son accepts the decree. Thank you, father. After bowing again, Qin Heng stood to the side. Yet, at this moment, a stir arose among the court officials, astonished that the previously overlooked fifth prince would be granted a fief and titled as king. Indeed, the often outspoken officials of the censorate wasted no time in voicing their dissent. Your Majesty, this reward contravenes ancestral traditions. We implore you to reconsider. But scarcely had he finished speaking when the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries exchanged glances of disbelief before swiftly averting their eyes. Remove him. Suddenly, Emperor Yin's direct command rang out, and he vanished from the dragon throne above. Along with him, Gong Hong also disappeared. In the next moment, the dissenting official was forcibly dragged out by several shadowy guards. Thus, Qin Heng's conferral ceremony concluded abruptly and without ceremony. Only then did Qin Heng hear the murmurs of the civil and military officials and the insincere congratulations of his 4 elder brothers. Smile now. There will surely come a day when you weep. A faint voice echoed in Qin Heng's mind. Chapter 5. In this life, I live solely for myself. Having composed himself, Qin Heng strode confidently towards the residence of his mother, the consort in the Ronghua Palace. Along the way, palace maids and eunuchs bowed before him, acknowledging that although the king was not favored, he was still not someone they could offend. To avoid revealing his cultivation level, Qin Heng took his time, walking for about half an hour before arriving at a serene and elegant luxurious palace. From a distance, he spotted a tall young woman clad in a light green dress, her features pure and serene, standing quietly with a sword before the palace. Seeing this, Qin Heng hurriedly approached her and smiled. Sister Qingyan, were you waiting for me? As he spoke, he playfully winked at her. Yes, follow me. Her melodious voice rang out, yet it bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. Although Qin Heng was aware from the original's memories that this girl possessed a cool demeanor, it was only upon interaction that he fully grasped it. Nevertheless, having come to this world, Qin Heng was determined to live vibrantly. Thus, he resolved to pursue this girl, for he was no longer the original's ineffectual self. As he followed the slender figure, Qin Heng found himself momentarily entranced. Bang! Suddenly, his forehead collided with something soft, and a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. Instantly, he snapped back to reality, only to find himself staring at a face tinged with embarrassment. The girl before him, strikingly beautiful, bore a faint blush upon her delicate features. Truly enchanting, Qin Heng silently marveled. However, he maintained his composure, not allowing any indication of his thoughts to surface. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At that moment, A gentle female voice unexpectedly emerged from within the palace, which had been closed off before them. King Yun, Heng, why haven't you both come in yet? The voice belonged unmistakably to Qin Heng's indulgent mother, Lu Rong. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng and King Yun promptly stepped inside. A cursory glance revealed that the palace of this world was indeed opulent. Although his mother was merely one of the 12 consorts, this palace was extraordinarily lavish. Within the expansive hall, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, a myriad of rare treasures adorned the space, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. Moreover, the hall was filled with an array of extraordinary flowers and plants, many of which belonged to the category of spiritual flora. A glimpse into this splendor offered a clear insight into the formidable strength of the great Qin dynasty. Thus, Qin Heng repeatedly reminded himself to remain grounded. Heng, is your elevation to the title of Prince Qin a reflection of discontent towards your father? Lu Rong's abrupt inquiry left Qin Heng momentarily bewildered. Prince Qin? Discontent? He had not contemplated such notions. However, since his mother posed the question, he decided to observe the situation quietly. After taking a few steps, he stood a short distance from her, bowing his head in silence. With a soft sigh, Lu Rong, though past 30, possessed features as delicate as a youthful maiden. Approached Qin Heng and gently ruffled his hair with her soft, jade-like hand. She then spoke softly, the reason your father has granted you a title without the support of any formidable allies is, in fact, a test of your abilities. Your father is in the prime of his life, and with you and your brothers vying for position, it may take some time. Thus, by only bestowing upon you land and a title, he wishes to see if you possess the capability to compete with your brothers. Should you choose to live as a carefree prince, he will ensure your safety for life. However, if you desire to contend, he will not hinder you. But you must strive on your own. This is also a form of protection for you. You must understand his intentions. In Qin Heng's perspective, Lu Rong's words were indeed heartfelt, yet he suspected that his father, Qin Long, was far more complex. Moreover, having been granted a second chance at life, Qin Heng was reluctant to surrender his fate to others. Nevertheless, as his mother genuinely cared for him, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 6. Gratitude for Mother's generosity. Noticing his silence, Lu Rong, as a mother, could easily discern her son's choice. After casting a knowing glance at her reticent son, she returned to her seat. Subsequently, she busily retrieved a stack of gold notes and a small black ring from a box on the table, presenting them to Qin Heng. What are you waiting for? Take them, she said, shooting a mock glare at Qin Heng. Stunned for a moment by the warm smile and exasperated expression of Lu Rong, Qin Heng quickly stepped forward and took her arm, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, mother." Witnessing his childlike demeanor, Lu Rong managed to suppress her lingering worries for the time being. You've truly grown up. Why don't you speak to me directly about your concerns? I am your mother. If you wish to compete, I will not stand in your way, but I must inform you that the powers behind your brothers far exceed the Lu family. Once you embark on this path, you will have to rely on yourself. Lu Rong's tone was earnest, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Heng. In the face of such a mother, Qin Heng remained remarkably composed. He had always relied on his own system, so the absence of a powerful backing was, in fact, advantageous for him. After all, everyone harbors their own selfish motives. He believed that if he could endure these initial years with the help of his system, he could potentially establish a new, formidable dynasty. Thus, his aspirations were already directed towards unifying this continent. However, seizing the opportunity, Qin Heng's attention shifted back to the gifts bestowed by his mother. Lu Rong continued, This is 1,000,000 taels in gold notes, along with a storage ring and 1,000 spiritual stones. This represents the limited assistance I can offer as your mother. Although I hail from the Lu family, you know that as a noble family, we cannot place all our burdens upon you. At this stage, this is all we can provide." As she spoke, Lu Rong pulled King Yun, who had been standing quietly by, closer to Qin Heng. This girl has grown up by my side. Now that you are 14, let her serve you. But don't treat her merely as a maid. She possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Allow her to manage the affairs of your residence." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Thank you, mother." However, to avoid appearing overly eager, he simply bowed respectfully to her. "All right, you may leave now." With the matters discussed, Lu Rong stifled a yawn and waved them off. As her son grew, she preferred not to interfere too much in his affairs. Meanwhile, Qin Heng was already contemplating his eagerly awaited subordinates. After bowing once more, he swiftly departed the palace with his charming new attendant. In another part of the Grand Palace, the emperor of the great Qin Dynasty, Qin Long, unusually refrained from reviewing memorials, instead staring blankly in the direction of the imperial city. Observing this, the ever-attentive eunuch Hong approached respectfully. "Your Majesty, would you like to take a rest?" Qin Long merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to withdraw. Eunuch Hong complied respectfully, exiting the great hall along with all the attending eunuchs and palace maids. After a long silence, the emperor finally spoke. Do you think my actions are too heartless? At the moment his words fell, a shadow began to materialize in the otherwise empty hall. Unlike Eunuch Hong, this figure, cloaked in black, merely bowed slightly before addressing Qin Long. The great Qin is yours to command. There was no trace of subservience or fear in the tone. Yet, Qin Long exhibited no signs of anger. Chapter 7. Efficiency. After a prolonged silence, just as the cloaked figure was about to take their leave, Qin Long finally spoke. Send someone to notify the true Buddha Zen Temple, the leader of the Buddhist sect in the Great Qin territory, to dispatch 10 arhats of the Dharma form and 5 bodhisattvas of the celestial realm to serve in my Great Qin's offering institute for 100 years, or face the consequences of plotting against the prince and exterminating their clan. Understood. The cloaked figure vanished instantly upon receiving the emperor's orders. Once the figure had departed, Qin Long lifted his head once more, his eyes gleaming with ambition and authority. Do not blame your father, Hunger, in the face of great endeavors. I can only ask you to endure. Meanwhile, within the palace, Qin Heng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Eagerly, he entered the Qin Wangfu located on the east street of the imperial city, riding in his exclusive prince's carriage. After instructing King Yun to escort all the servants from the rear courtyard away, Qin Heng sat in the grand hall of his bedroom and spoke with an air of authority. Step forward. With the sound of his command, 5 figures materialized in the once empty hall. Your subordinates, Qin Long, Beihu, Zuck, Sun Yu, and Wan Xingqian, pay their respects to the Lord. Arise. Qin Heng responded indifferently. As a figure of authority, he maintained a demeanor that was anything but frivolous. Yes, they replied in unison, promptly taking their positions at the side. Now, speak of your findings over the past 2 months. Furthermore, you may refer to me as your highness from now on. Although he had not directly aided them, Qin Heng trusted that these individuals would not be devoid of accomplishments during this period. Upon hearing his inquiry, Qin Long was the first to step forward. Your highness, the Jinyue has successfully established its foothold in the capital. We have infiltrated several major powers with our spies, and we have directly taken control of some medium and small factions to secure resources. As a result, many of our Jinyue members have achieved breakthroughs, and our influence is beginning to radiate outward from the capital. Surprised by the efficiency of Qin Long and his comrades, Qin Heng marveled at the realization that professional matters are best left to professionals. However, he refrained from expressing his astonishment immediately, instead shifting his gaze towards Wan Xingqian. Your Highness, over the past 2 months, I have utilized a portion of my own funds to generate a considerable amount of startup capital in the capital. However, in consideration of your lack of directives, I have refrained from establishing a merchant association directly. Nevertheless, I strongly recommend that we expedite the formation of our own trading company. With this, Wan Xingqian stepped aside, hands at his side. Excellent. Qin Heng commended both parties wholeheartedly. He was genuinely pleased with the substantial gains made by his subordinates in such a short period. Adjusting his robes, Qin Heng promptly began outlining the next course of action. Zuck, you shall remain by my side for protection during this time. As for you, Qin Long, confer with your companions and dispatch some of your men to develop our influence in Liaozhou, particularly in Jinchuan Prefecture. After all, it is my fief, and it is likely that our main base will be established there in the near future. I have but one requirement. Before I visit my fief, it must be completely under my control. I will continue to send skilled individuals to assist you. Wan Xingqian, I want you to establish the Juzhu Merchant Association, initially focusing on development within the capital. However, I hope that soon, both the Juzhu Merchant Association and the Jinyue will extend their reach throughout the entire Dan, across the central continent, and even across the land. Yes, the 5 responded in unison. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Great Compassion Temple. Once all matters had been addressed, Qin Heng gestured for the others to withdraw. However, just as they were about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and promptly halted them. Qin Long, I entrust you with a task concerning the Jinyue. Investigate the Great Compassion Temple. I suspect they have previously acted against me. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed across King Long's stern expression. Yet, he refrained from saying more, respectfully replying to Qin Heng, as you command. With that, the solemn youth departed with the remaining 3. Qin Heng then turned his attention to Zuck. Clad in black, Zuck stood tall, her features striking and imbued with a sense of valor, akin to a gallant female general. In response to Qin Heng's gaze, a faint blush crept across her face. However, perhaps due to her character and profession, she met his scrutiny without flinching. The reason for retaining Zuck was simple. As his personal bodyguard, Qin Heng had no desire to appoint a man for the role. Moreover, Possessing a summoning system provided him with this privilege. Nonetheless, Qin Heng was not one to indulge recklessly. This was not the time for such distractions. Thus, in the following days, he diligently devoted himself to cultivation. For external possessions are ultimately transient, and personal strength remains essential at all times. Time passed in serene tranquility. 3 days later, in the evening, just as Qin Heng concluded his training and prepared to rest, he sensed a slight movement in his ears. "Come forth," he commanded directly. In an instant, a shadow darted forward, and Qin Long appeared before him. "Have you uncovered the truth?" Qin Heng inquired directly. "Your Highness, my investigations have revealed that you indeed fell victim to a treacherous plot at the Great Compassion Temple. They possess a soul curse technique that allows them to strike directly at a person's soul, though it cannot kill outright. The afflicted will find their physical strength and vitality severely diminished, an insidious method. This information was obtained through a soul search of an elder monk within the temple, and it is absolutely credible. Moreover, after your unconsciousness, the Great Compassion Temple sent several individuals to the True Buddha Zen Temple under the pretext of exchanging Buddhist teachings. Yet, inexplicably, these individuals returned to the Great Compassion Temple at noon today. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's expression turned complex. He had just identified his adversary, only to discover they had formidable backing. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether his vengeance should target solely the Great Compassion Temple or also include the True Buddha Zen Temple. Should it be the latter? "System, may I inquire whether my mission target encompasses the True Buddha Zen Temple?" Beep. The host's enemies are currently all within the Great Compassion Temple. Upon receiving this response, Qin Heng smiled. Although he did not know who had emboldened these assassins to return to the Great Compassion Temple, he was resolute. Those who provoke him would not escape unscathed. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Qin Heng solemnly asked, "Qin Long, have you ascertained the specific strength of the Great Compassion Temple?" "Reporting to your Highness, I have determined that the Great Compassion Temple is currently under the protection of an elder monk at the initial stage of the law manifestation realm. Given its proximity to the Dayan capital, the Buddhist and Daoist forces dare not establish a formidable presence here." Qin Long responded directly. "Very well, Qin Long, tonight, take the Jinyiwei and send these monks to meet their Buddha." Qin Heng declared with a calm demeanor. He would not show mercy to his enemies. In the dead of night, the once bustling Great Compassion Temple fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, just beyond the Grand Temple, a contingent of over 1,000 cloaked figures appeared. First, second, third, and 400 households immediately seal off the surroundings. "The rest, follow me in for the kill. Remember, leave no survivors," Qin Long commanded. Originally, it was unnecessary for the commander to take matters into his own hands when dealing with such forces. However, since these monks dared to attempt the assassination of the prince, Qin Long resolved not to allow any of them to escape. Thus he chose to personally oversee the situation. Within the uppermost loft of the Sutra repository at the Great Compassion Temple, an elderly monk, with a white beard and a face etched with wrinkles, was quietly meditating. Suddenly, his ears twitched. "Who?" Yet before he could open his eyes, a gleaming spring knife swiftly cut across his neck. With a thud, the old monk's head abruptly rolled onto the floor. The one who struck was none other than Qin Long. Retrieving the spring knife, Qin Long stood silently in the loft, listening to the sounds of combat and anguished cries emanating from below. 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared before Qin Long, respectfully proclaiming, "My lord, there are no living beings left in the Great Compassion Temple." Upon hearing this, Qin Long slowly raised his head and uttered, "Take all these valuables away. As for the temple, set it ablaze." With this simple command, the temple that had stood for centuries outside the capital vanished from the world. Chapter 9, The Stir. At the very moment the Great Compassion Temple was engulfed in flames, various forces within the great capital of Dayan were thrown into chaos. Although the Great Compassion Temple was merely a branch of the True Buddha Zen Temple and not particularly significant in this land of hidden talents, the True Buddha Zen Temple itself held considerable influence throughout Central Plains and the entire Tianyan continent. Moreover, it was rumored that within the temple's 10,000 Buddha cave, there resided ancient beings of terrestrial immortality, though such claims had yet to be substantiated. In the imperial palace of Dayan, Emperor Qian, seated in the Qianda Hall and engrossed in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, two beams of imposing light radiated from the gaze of this man, who commanded vast realms. "Enter," Qian commanded abruptly into the air. Whoosh! A figure immediately knelt within the hall. "Speak," Qian stated, devoid of any expression, his voice calm, yet authoritative. "Your Majesty, the Great Compassion Temple beyond the capital has been annihilated." The cloaked figure buried his head in the ground and reported respectfully. At this moment, the emperor, who usually concealed his joy, slightly furrowed his brow. "Who did this?" he inquired, his tone matter-of-fact. This, I do not know, the cloaked figure answered tremulously. Remove the hidden dragon commander's position, and go receive your punishment. The emperor declared coldly. Yes, thank you, your majesty. The cloaked figure once more bowed before vanishing from the hall. As an elder who had accompanied the emperor throughout his journey, he was acutely aware of the emperor's methods. Strangely enough, he felt a sense of relief regarding his punishment. Meanwhile, the emperor rose and approached the window of the hall, standing quietly. Fool. After only a few years as the hidden dragon commander, you have become so foolish. I am not yet old. To choose sides so soon and dare to reach towards me, were it not for your long-standing loyalty, at this point. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the emperor's eyes. After a moment's pause, he regained his composure and returned to the center of the hall. Who do you suspect is behind this? I do not know, but it may have something to do with your sons. It could also be the machinations of those old geezers in the court. A mysterious figure who had previously been sent by the emperor to the true Buddha Zen temple remarked. What of the monks who attacked? The emperor inquired. They are dead. However, I suspect they met their end through sheer stupidity. The mysterious figure's tone bore an unusual hint of agitation. Oh, pray tell. The emperor's interest was piqued. These individuals, after negotiating terms with the old man from the true Buddha Zen temple, immediately chose to return to the Great Compassion Temple. And precisely half an hour after they stepped foot into the temple, it was obliterated. Tell me, were they not exceedingly foolish? Haha, those monks. Truly, their incessant chanting has dulled their wits. They dared to assassinate a prince, yet instead of hiding away in the true Buddha Zen temple until their demise, they returned. Believing the temple's agreement was made for their benefit? Upon finishing, the usually stern-faced emperor chuckled and shook his head. However, you allege it was my son's doing. Do you possess any evidence? The emperor inquired once more. None, but I suspect it was them. Indeed, I hope it is so. With that, the cloaked figure vanished once again. Indeed, I too hope it is them. At the same moment, within the residences of the various princes and all high-ranking officials in the capital, as well as among the diverse populace, discussions of the same matter ensued. However, these were merely discussions. Any notion of investigation was utterly out of the question. To offend the existence of the true Buddha Zen temple was beyond their capacity to withstand. Chapter 10. The Call to Action. If one were to ponder who in the capital slept the most soundly that night, it would undoubtedly be Qin Heng. He held absolute confidence in King Long's abilities, regarding the modest Great Compassion Temple as inconsequential. With a languid stretch, he rose from his slumber and, under the attentive care of the maid King Yun, comfortably prepared himself. Only then did Qin Heng swagger out of his chamber. What a wretched feudal society, he mused, expressing his sentiments. Afterward, Zuck approached Qin Heng's side. King Yun, you may retire for now, Qin Heng instructed nonchalantly. As a time traveler, Qin Heng held a profound belief in the summoning of figures. Has there been any news from Qinglong? Casually sipping his tea, he inquired. Your Highness, Qinglong has reported that last night they successfully eradicated the Great Compassion Temple, leaving no survivors, and they acquired a vast wealth of resources. He seeks your guidance on how to proceed with these spoils, Zuck respectfully conveyed. Let them discover the Jinyi way, Qin Heng declared, rapping his fingers on the table. Understood. Zuck bowed in response. Also, have Qinglong arrange for some Jinyi to serve as maids and attendants. Qin Heng continued to instruct. He wished to avoid a royal residence riddled with holes. Managing such a mess would be too troublesome. After not receiving any further commands from Qin Heng, Zuck withdrew. I still require more personnel, Qin Heng mused, stroking his chin. System, I recall completing the revenge task. Does that not grant me a summoning reward? He directly inquired. Ding. Yes, the host currently possesses one opportunity for character summoning. Would you like to utilize it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the valiant Dian Wei. What? Qin Heng was instantly elated. After all, this was a formidable bodyguard. System, when will Dian Wei arrive? Qin Heng asked impatiently. Ding. Shortly. The system then displayed Dian Wei's basic information. Name, Dian Wei. Cultivation, pinnacle of the celestial realm. Characters involved, 3,000 Tiger Guards, early Grandmaster. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Qin Heng inhaled sharply. This dog system is surprisingly generous this time. With such a task and reward, Qin Heng can't help but wonder, is there more? Not to mention the peak of the human realm, Dian Wei, but it even bestowed upon him 3,000 Grand Master level Tiger Guards. With these powerful guards, well-versed in military formations, Qin Heng felt a surge of exhilaration. Ding. The host is overthinking. This task was primarily issued to facilitate the host's swift rise. Future tasks will not be so simple. This dog system, Qin Heng could only mutter under his breath. However, even though my royal mansion has the capacity for 3,000 guards, isn't it a bit ostentatious to have 3,000 Grandmaster level guards? Forget it. I shan't dwell on it. As a prince, as long as I do not rebel, there shouldn't be significant issues. As for whether my good brothers will feel a sense of crisis, that is of no concern to me. In the royal family, valuing familial bonds seems to Qin Heng a foolish endeavor. In the days that followed, numerous robust men began to arrive at Qin Huangfu, seeking employment as guards. Of course, there were also locals trying to join, but Qin Heng dismissed them for various reasons. With the system at his disposal, he had no intention of engaging in the humble approach of valuing the worthy. Once his power grew, many would naturally come to him, and only then would he consider these local talents. His father, Emperor Yingxuan, was still quite young. Quarreling over power now was utterly pointless. Moreover, being a prince for decades, Qin Heng felt he could not care less. Chapter 11. 2 years later. Thus, the days passed in Qin Heng's cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. At this moment, Qin Heng had reached the age of 16, the day he truly came of age in this foreign land. During these days, Qin Heng had been akin to a refined young lady, not stepping beyond the threshold of his home. Not only had he failed to engage the court officials to build his influence, but he hadn't even greeted the leaders of those significant factions. Consequently, rumors began to circulate throughout the capital, portraying this prince as a frivolous playboy, lacking ambition or drive. In response, Qin Heng made no effort to refute these claims. Meanwhile, within the East Street Qin Huangfu, Qin Heng was surrounded by a large group, feasting on hot pot. Rows of maidens and servants continuously placed platters of fresh vegetables and exotic beast meat upon the dining table, while jars of fine wine were also brought forth. Among those gathered around Qin Heng were the individuals he had summoned, along with the sole local, King Yun. However, the assembly was far from limited to just Qin Long and a few others. Observing the joviality around him, Qin Heng opened his system panel. Name, Qin Heng. Age, 16. Realm, initial law form. Cultivation method, Imperial Astral Wonder Technique, 6th layer. Martial skill, Imperial Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Body technique, Flickering Light, minor accomplishment. Spear technique, Scorching 100 Strikes, entry level. Summon characters, Wan Sanqian, initial law form. Qinglong, mid-saint realm. Beihu, initial saint realm. Suyu, mid-saint realm. Zuck, initial saint realm. Dianwei, late saint realm. Jiasu, half-step Confucian sage. Li Si, mid-Confucian sage. Qingong, peak gentleman. Lu Bu, initial earth immortal. Summoned forces, Imperial Guards, 100,000. Grandmaster to Transcendent. Tiger Guards, 3,000. Transcendent. Illusion Sound Workshop, 200,000. Innate to law form. Summon count, 3 times. Force summon count, once. Thus, the current Qin Heng commanded an impressive array of talents. Although, since that incident with Jianwei, the dog system had ceased to grant him the ability to summon characters or armies. After 2 years of discrete development, Qin Heng now possessed the confidence to turn the tables. Nevertheless, he was not foolish. Over the past 2 years, he had thoroughly understood this world through the intelligence of the Imperial Guards, encapsulated in a single phrase: there are schemers everywhere. After summoning Li Si and Lu Bu, he had tasked them with investigating the Divine Capital and the Imperial Palace. The results left Qin Heng astounded. Firstly, within the Divine Capital, Li Si reported that he sensed over 20 auras comparable to his own, primarily emanating from the headquarters of major organizations and the residences of high-ranking officials. Furthermore, after exploring the depths of the Da'in Imperial Palace, Lu Bu revealed the existence of a formidable hidden formation, within which he detected 5 formidable presences. While both Li Si and Lu Bu had made considerable breakthroughs, Qin Heng did not consider them invincible. Therefore, over these 2 years, Qin Heng focused on expanding his influence. In this brief span of 2 years, the Imperial Guards had thoroughly established themselves within the Da'in dynasty, with some even infiltrating neighboring kingdoms. Moreover, the Juzhu Merchant Guild, through Wan Sanqian stratagems, had successfully positioned itself among the 3 major merchant guilds of the Da'in dynasty. Of course, Qin Heng had played a significant role in these endeavors. After all, this is a world of martial prowess. As for the summoning of the Illusion Sound Workshop, it stirred both excitement and regret within Qin Heng. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this faction comprised enchanting women skilled in musical arts, equal to the Juzhu Merchant Guild in intelligence gathering and resource acquisition. However, the only disappointment was that the leader of this faction was not the Empress Li Mujin, but rather Ji Rugju. While she was indeed beautiful, in Qin Heng's view, Li Mujin presented a better value proposition. Chapter 12, The Plan. Your Highness, why are you not eating? Noticing Qin Heng lost in thought, King Yun, who was attending to him, hurriedly inquired. Oh, I am indeed eating. Interrupted from his reverie, Qin Heng smiled at the increasingly beautiful King Yun before him. 2 years had passed, and while King Yun's delicate features remained unchanged, She exuded an aura of radiant grace. Of course, her innate air of pure aloofness had not diminished in the slightest, yet in front of Qin Heng, that chilliness was nowhere to be found. Seeing such a beauty, it would be disingenuous for Qin Heng not to feel stirred. Moreover, after 2 years, they had become inseparable in each other's hearts. However, considering his age, Qin Heng suppressed that desire. After all, the meat in the pot wouldn't run away, perhaps due to the intensity of Qin Heng's gaze. After pouring him a cup of wine, King Yin swiftly fled. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the gathered literati and warriors. After the laughter subsided, Jiasu suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, now that you have come of age, may I inquire about your plans? Upon hearing this, the literati and warriors present fell silent. Even Dian Wei and Lu Bu, who had been drinking heartily, ceased their revelry. What does this mean? I am the Prince of Qin. Should I not be going to my fief now that I am of age? This was agreed upon by everyone. Qin Heng replied directly, unexpectedly, as he spoke. Jiasu chuckled and shook his head. Your Highness, I was referring to the matter of establishing a princess before you head to your fief. Jiasu remarked with a smile. A princess? To be honest, Qin Heng had not given this any thought. However, since Jiasu mentioned it, he surmised that there might be some unforeseen developments involved. Isn't it customary for the emperor to arrange marriages for the princesses directly? Could it be that something has gone awry in my case? Qin Heng questioned calmly. Upon hearing his words, everyone present perked up their ears. Do not be anxious. Your Highness, it is still uncertain. However, recent rumors suggest that the eldest daughter of the King of the West, Qian Mingxiu, has led the 30,000 Minghuang army to a resounding victory over the esteemed General Gongsun Long and his million-strong army of the Daqian Dynasty. She has now been summoned to the capital by Emperor Yin for a conferment of titles, Jiasu explained, before indulging in another bite of lamb. This left Qin Heng momentarily taken aback. What connection could the daughter of the King of the West, who had achieved such great merit, have with him? A prince of little significance. Observing his astonishment, Jiasu continued, Your Highness, as a prince of the Daqian, you must know that the titles conferred by the Daqian Empire are categorized into civil and military ranks. The King of the West, being one of the 4 great military kings of Daqian, commands a formidable force of 300,000 elite troops, known as the West Iron Army. Given the treaty established at the founding of Daqian, which dictates the shared governance of the realm between the 4 kings and the imperial family, it is currently impractical for the Daqian imperial court to place formidable figures among the 4 kings, while the Daqian royal family indeed exerts considerable influence. Do you believe that the current emperor would permit such a situation to persist? Listening to Jiasu's detailed analysis, a serious expression began to surface on Qin Heng's face. Presently, the Daqian Empire boasted 24 civil lords and military lords, with 4 civil and 4 military kings, and notably, the 4 esteemed concubines in the imperial harem hail from these 8 royal factions. It is evident how powerful these factions are. In Qin Heng's view, the emperor's actions indeed hinted at an intention to act against the king of the West's house. After all, the current king of the West has only 2 daughters. However, this doesn't add up. My 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers, as well as my 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers, who are all of similar age, have not yet been conferred marriages. Why would it fall to me? Qin Heng remained skeptical. Upon hearing this, Jiasu smiled. The reason is quite simple. You are currently the first prince preparing to head to your fief. Boom. At that moment, a loud realization struck Qin Heng. His ambitious brothers had all chosen to remain in the capital, showing no intention of heading to their fiefs. Qin Heng felt a headache coming on. However, noticing the various officials and warriors around him, he reminded himself not to rely on marriage to consolidate power. After all, it was merely a matter of marrying someone beautiful. Seeing Qin Heng's tension ease, Jiasu smiled as well. He merely intended to prepare Qin Heng for what was to come. Soon after, the group began to toast and indulge in a lavish feast. In stark contrast, news of the war goddess Qian Mingxiu's arrival in the capital had sent shockwaves through the city. Chapter 13. The storm approaches. Have you heard? The war goddess is coming to the capital, reportedly to receive her title. In a towering tavern that loomed over 100 meters, numerous martial artists from all corners of the realm had gathered. The speaker was a student of the Imperial Academy, dressed in a light green robe and a scholar's cap. Hey, Lu Wenzhao, did you sneak off to indulge in debauchery again? Where did you hear that from? Have you even seen the war goddess? Besides, our Daqian has many female generals. You wouldn't know their names, so stop babbling, retorted a tall youth clad in martial attire, his physique rippling with muscle. As soon as he spoke, waves of laughter erupted from the 7-story tavern, for in the Daqian Empire, where martial prowess thrived, it was common for those of respectable lineage to possess considerable skills. Thus, the dispute between the two on the first floor was akin to a live broadcast for the entire tavern. You. Lu Wenzhao, who usually quoted Confucian classics, was rendered speechless with rage. What do you mean you? Frankly, you should stop reading altogether, after all these years. All you've managed to do is compose a few lewd verses in brothels. Have you cultivated any righteous spirit? More like a mere scent of cosmetics. Ha ha. The tall youth's words ignited further laughter among the patrons. At that moment, a younger man sporting a full beard chimed in, Lu Wenzhao. I heard that during your last visit to Kinglan Yamen, you claimed you would redeem the girl Chior inside. Yet, the last time I spotted you, you were still entertaining customers. Surely, you weren't trying to deceive her, were you? How shameless. Exactly. The conversation swiftly turned into a critique of Lu Wenzhao. You, Li Ronghao, Cheng Tsang, you two brash warriors, what nonsense are you spouting? As a scholar who studies Confucian classics, how could I possibly frequent such places or associate with such women? Lu Wenzhao, now thoroughly incensed, spoke without restraint. Yet, he failed to realize that in this world, where martial prowess prevailed, the majority of the martial artists belonged to the realm of martial cultivation. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted, and the mental pressure from a strong presence in the tavern descended upon Lu Wenzhao. Instantly, his face turned pale, and he hastily closed his mouth. Had it not been for the fact that they were in the Deccan capital and this tavern possessed considerable strength, he would have likely been silenced by some hot-tempered martial artist. Hey, Chung brother, don't let this fool anger you. Let us go find that poor girl Chior for a drink. What do you say? With a smile, the burly youth Li Ronghao pulled the bearded youth Cheng Tsang toward the tavern's entrance. Both hailed from distinguished martial families, and as descendants of the 24 military lords, they were reluctant to pass up the opportunity to belittle Lu Wenzhao, a scion of the 24 civil lords. However, they were also aware that causing too much of a commotion in the capital could lead to unwanted consequences. Thus, after accomplishing their goal, they made a swift exit. Meanwhile, the commotion at the tavern and the news of the King of the West's daughter entering the capital spread like wildfire throughout the vast city. The various factions entrenched in the Deccan capital responded with a spectrum of reactions, some dismissive, some grave, some anxious, and others reveling in misfortune. Yet, if one were to consider the impact of this event, it was undoubtedly felt most acutely by Qin Heng's brothers. Chapter 14, The Chess Player. When he. Do share your thoughts on this matter. Pushing aside the dossier sent by the Jinyue regarding various incidents occurring in the capital during this period, Qin Heng inquired lightly while sipping tea before Jiasu. Your Highness, are you inquiring about the conflict between the civil and military factions, or the matter concerning the daughter of the King of the West entering the capital? Ignoring the documents Qin Heng had set aside, Jiasu asked with a faint smile. What do you think? Observing the demeanor of this cunning old fox, Qin Heng shot him an annoyed glance. To him, the squabbles among the aristocracy and the offspring of military generals were merely childish games. What relevance do they hold for him? Your Highness, you are curious about the individuals orchestrating this wave of public opinion, are you not? With a shift from his previous ease, Jiasu now spoke with gravity. Indeed. Qin Heng replied softly. Your Highness, my conjecture aligns with yours. It is likely the handiwork of that individual. However, it appears his targets are merely the King of the West and the various princes. The ancient elites of those noble families have lived far too long to fall for such tricks easily. Yet, to maintain appearances for that individual, they can only send forth some younger members to join the fray. Look, it has been so long, and not even a single transcendent has intervened. These noble families are still so miserly. Jiasu resumed his previous air of lightheartedness. My father is merely toying with children, isn't he? Qin Heng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your Highness, this is an open scheme. Apart from yourself, they have no choice but to engage. For what if they could gain the support of one of the four kings, the King of the West? Thus, they are all gambling, and they must gamble. Jiasu shook his head with a weary smile. Indeed, without sufficient power, one is fated to become a mere pawn in this world. Qin Heng lamented from the depths of his heart. However, none of this pertains to your Highness, for you have long transcended this game. Jiasu let out a laughter reminiscent of a cunning old fox. This made Qin Heng shudder slightly. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of allowing those strategists, who lacked martial prowess in his past life, to enter this world. Fortunately, these individuals were loyal to Qin Heng. Otherwise, he doubted he could outmaneuver them. At this moment, in stark contrast to Qin Heng's detachment, his brothers had already commenced their actions. In the capital, the eldest prince, Qin Yun, the legitimate son of Emperor Yin, had convened all his advisors within his prince's residence. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts regarding the sudden arrival of Qian Mingxiu in the capital? The eldest prince, Qin Yun, having participated in state affairs alongside Emperor Yin for years, had gradually developed an aura distinct to those in power. Upon uttering these words, an immediate sense of pressure enveloped the room. Ahem. Your Highness, do not rush. In my humble opinion, it would be best for you to remain uninvolved in this matter. Even if we consider the need for alliances, it would not fall upon you. At this juncture, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, yet full of vigor, spoke up. This man, Qin Heng, a veteran minister through 3 dynasties, logically should not have chosen sides so early. However, due to his unique status as the mentor to the legitimate son of the emperor, he had no choice but to stand beside the eldest prince. Thus, it was reasonable for him to persuade the eldest prince at this moment. Master, is there truly nothing we can do? Qin Heng, still unwilling to concede, pressed on. A martial king with real power, along with 300,000 elite troops of the dynasty, Qin Heng felt a sense of unwillingness. There is no way. Your consort is the daughter of the Right Chancellor. Thus you cannot act. Should you take action, you would completely offend the Right Chancellor's residence and the King of the West. For the daughter of the King of the West cannot be a concubine unless you ascend to that position, Qin Heng stated with unwavering conviction. Very well, I understand. However, hearing the tone of the other, Qin Heng, a minister with over 300 years of political experience, found himself momentarily perplexed. Was choosing him truly the right decision? Meanwhile, the discussions at the other princes' residences were far more intense than those at the eldest prince's. Haha, my opportunity has arrived. Ever since the eldest married the Right Chancellor's daughter, I sought to marry into other noble families, yet my father always dismissed me with various excuses. Were it not for his direct appointment of my elder brother as the crown prince, I might have given up. However, now that I am unmarried and the eldest prince is the oldest among us, surely my father cannot refuse this time. Unlike the eldest prince, who was devoted to scholarly pursuits, the second prince, Qin Wu, had always preferred the life of a military camp. Thus his temperament and habits leaned towards that of a warrior. Your Highness, observing Qin Wu's impatience, several advisors from the second prince's residence attempted to offer counsel, only to be cut off by an overly excited Qin Wu. Enough. I am aware. I shall enter the palace to see my father and request a marriage. You needn't say more. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving the civil and military advisors behind as he headed straight for the Qin Hall. Should we not intercept the second prince? A young strategist hesitantly voiced. Yet, as soon as he uttered this, he looked toward the already vanished figure of the second prince and could only smile awkwardly. Very well, it has come to this. Let the second prince try. Perhaps it will succeed, for ultimately, the decision lies with His Majesty. An old strategist interjected, bringing the discussion to a halt. To be sure, the second prince, Qin Wu's direct approach bore considerable fruit. The discussions among the third prince, Qin Shuang, and the fourth prince, Qin Yu, about how to secure this alliance were abruptly disrupted by the second prince's bold maneuver. Without further hesitation, both of them promptly chose to approach Emperor Yin around the same time as Qin Wu. However, the outcome was disappointing. They knelt, yet did not even catch a glimpse of Emperor Yin, instead being dismissed by the palace attendants on the grounds that the emperor was in seclusion. Meanwhile, within the Qin Hall, Emperor Yin, Qin Long, unusually had not reviewed any memorials today, but was seated at a side table sipping tea. Beside him, the Grand Steward, Qin Heng, respectfully attended to him. At that moment, while sipping his tea, the emperor let out an ambiguous chuckle and remarked, "My second prince. He has truly amused me. One must wait for the lady to arrive before proposing, yet he rushes to seek marriage as soon as a hint of news arises. Is the daughter of that old fellow, Qianzhan, truly so exceptional?" At this juncture, Qin Heng chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, the second prince has been accustomed to the rough men of the military since childhood, so it is only natural for him to act impulsively. Please do not take offense. You old rascal are still as shrewd as ever. Yet, aren't you afraid those brutes will come seeking trouble with you?" The emperor, in a clearly good mood, jest with Qin Heng, "Your Majesty, spare this old servant. Otherwise, this old servant would inevitably worry about the day when those assassins might ensnare him in a sack." Instantly, Eunuch Hong knelt down, pleading for mercy. "Oh, rise. You have served me for so long within the palace. What is there to fear?" Upon saying this, he gave a kick to the kneeling Eunuch Hong. "Yes, this old servant is profoundly grateful to your Majesty." After bowing once more, Eunuch Hong finally stood up. Having served this emperor for such an extended period, he was somewhat familiar with his temperament. Thus, despite holding the esteemed position of Grand Eunuch, he dared not entertain even a hint of arrogance due to his favoritism. Chapter 16. Kai and Bela. By the way, what movements have the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th princes made recently? Seemingly recalling something, Emperor Yin spoke softly. The 5th prince is, as before, engaged in literary and martial training, while the 6th, 7th, 8th, and even the youngest 9th prince are discussing the entry of the West Town King's eldest daughter into the capital. Oh, the 9th prince is involved as well? Emperor Yin inquired calmly. "Indeed, your Majesty. However, Their discussions are not about forming alliances, but rather about how to thwart the second, third, fourth, and even the eldest prince's potential alliances. Eunuch Hong answered dutifully. Is there nothing concerning the fifth prince? Suddenly, Emperor Yin asked with curiosity, replying to your majesty. There is nothing at the moment. All right, you may leave for now, Emperor Yin stated indifferently. Yes. Eunuch Hong promptly turned and respectfully withdrew from the room. What are your thoughts on this fifth prince of mine? Emperor Yin's calm voice resonated within the grand hall. Me? I merely observe. With this teasing remark, a figure cloaked in black materialized instantly. Have you uncovered any links to the incident at the Dacian temple from 2 years ago concerning the fifth prince? Emperor Yin continued. At present, there is no evidence linking this matter to the fifth prince, and I do not believe that such an event could transpire without leaving any traces. After all, my spies are not inept. Understood. In that case, let it be. For now, direct your attention towards that girl's arrival in the capital. After all, that old fellow Qian Zhan is notoriously doting on his daughter, and I do not wish to provide him with an opportunity to unleash his fury. Emperor Yin maintained his tranquil tone. Yes. After responding, he swiftly vanished from the scene. Have you found any evidence? Emperor Yin unexpectedly spoke again. This time a strange shadow appeared. Your Majesty, I humbly beg your pardon. The shadows have failed this time. The shadow replied respectfully. Understood, you may leave. Emperor Yin said quietly. Ah, fifth prince. While I am uncertain of your hidden cards, the absence of evidence can sometimes serve as evidence itself, he murmured softly, choosing not to speak further. At this moment, within the Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng remained in the company of Jia Su. The reason was simple. Li Si and Chen Gong had been dispatched by Qin Heng to Jin Xuanfu to handle matters, leaving only the literate Jia Su and the muscular warriors Dian Wei and Lu Bu in the palace. Naturally, Qin Heng would not seek to drink tea with such men without purpose. Drinking with them was quite rare. Your Highness, are you certain you do not wish to take a stroll? The capital is bustling with activity. Jia Su remarked lightly. I shall not go. It is merely a bunch of young rascals vying for attention. I have no interest. Wait, you old fellow, have you received some news? Qin Heng immediately pressed for an answer. Indeed, a secret report from the Jinyiwei indicates that the female war god does not appear to be among the 3,000 troops and may have arrived in the capital. Furthermore, tonight, Cayenne Belu's branch in Dayan is hosting a grand auction, and invitations have already reached the Wangfu. I believe, Your Highness, it would be prudent to take a look. Jia Su stated calmly. Very well, then let us go for a stroll. These fellows are quite perceptive. The capital has just attracted significant attention due to the entry of the West Town Marquis's daughter, and they are eager to make a substantial profit, even targeting me. This invisible prince. How amusing. Qin Heng chuckled lightly. Your Highness, you are indeed correct. Cayenne Belu in Zhongzhou, Feiqi Tower in Dongzhou, and Wanhua Tower in Bizhu are reputed as the 3 great treasure towers of the Tianyuan continent. These 3 factions have established their presence throughout the continent for over 50,000 years, with unfathomable depth. Currently, our Huanyan workshop and Jinyiwei still lag significantly behind in comparison. Jia Su responded with a grave expression. Enough. They have been around for millennia, while we have only existed for 2 or 3 years. Why the urgency? Besides, considering your current age and lifespan, you should take it easy. Qin Heng quickly reassured him. Haha, Your Highness, when he and Lixia have made a note of that. But I shall not wait for so long. In a few decades at most, I will ensure our forces completely surpass them. Jia Su vowed. Good, I trust you. However, for now let us set off. I anticipate that tonight's auction will prove to be exceedingly intriguing. Qin Heng urged. Chapter 17. Interesting individuals riding in the carriage of the Qin Wangfu. Qin Heng and Jia Su soon arrived at the street where Cayenne Belu was situated. The capital, bustling with a large population, had various factions categorized for management purposes by the royal authority of Dayan. These classifications included commerce, escort agencies, martial arts schools, sects, and gangs, among others. Naturally, Cayenne Belu found itself positioned in one of the most vibrant commercial districts. Although it was already evening, the area was still teeming with crowds. However, for Qin Heng, this was hardly a concern. With the formidable presence of Dian Wei and the accompanying tiger guards, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Qin Heng was somewhat taken aback by the prosperity surrounding him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the splendor here rivaled that of the international metropolises he had known in his previous life. Countless taverns and painted boats flourished, their lights illuminating the entire area. Warriors, merchants, officials, and young ladies of noble families mingled freely on the streets, prompting Qin Heng to observe for a moment longer. Young master, what do you think? Isn't this place magnificent? Jia Su suddenly inquired. Although unsure of the old man's intentions, Qin Heng instinctively nodded. So, young master, just imagine how splendid it would be to have all of this. this very prosperity, yield to you. It would be far more entertaining than being cooped up in the Qin Huangfu all day, wouldn't it? With that, Jiasu fell silent. Ah, you old rascal. My ambitions have never wavered, and I have already discreetly laid many plans. It is not as you imagine, so do not beat around the bush with your reminders. Qin Heng retorted, leading the way towards Cayenne Bailu. Hearing this, Jiasu did not take offense. Rather, he displayed a look of satisfaction. Though these individuals were utterly loyal to Qin Heng, they also hoped their lord could harbor grand ambitions. As Qin Heng arrived at the entrance of Cayenne Bailu Tower, he was greeted by a throng of dignitaries and aloof figures from the martial world. Among them, Qin Heng naturally spotted several of his brothers. Although the divine capital was currently under the firm grip of Emperor Qin, and the struggle for the throne among the princes had just commenced, Qin Heng had already meticulously charted his ascent to power and thus sought to avoid any entanglement with them. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. The princes, well aware of Qin Heng's intention to depart the divine capital in the near future, refrained from engaging excessively with this fifth prince, who had no desire for the throne. Having arrived later than most, and without any urgency, Qin Heng leisurely made his way into Cayenne Bailu Tower. Suddenly, a flash of crimson caught his eye, and he was taken aback to discern that the figure, though veiled, emanated an aura of remarkable vitality, indicative of extraordinary cultivation. Despite the veil obscuring her features, Qin Heng could ascertain that her age was likely not far removed from his own. It was well known that the path of martial arts became increasingly arduous in its later stages. Among his siblings, only his eldest brother, bolstered by the Emperor's patronage and the support of the Prime Minister's household, had managed to reach the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm, while the others were still meandering around the master and grandmaster levels. Moreover, the fact that this figure was a woman added to Qin Heng's astonishment, for in this world, despite the absence of the ancient prejudices against women prevalent in Huaxia, exceptional female talents were indeed scarce among the prodigies nurtured by the major powers. It seemed that the divine capital was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Shaking his head with amusement, Qin Heng stepped inside. Although Cayenne Bailu Tower appeared quite grand from the outside, he felt a sense of the superficiality of his initial impression as soon as he crossed the threshold. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast hall spanning an area of 100,000 square meters, undeniably peculiar. At that moment, Jiasu's voice echoed in his mind. Your Highness, this is a formation, a superspatial array integrating offense and defense, and with my current strength, I cannot breach it. Jiasu spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, the ancient powers were not to be underestimated, and Qin Heng felt enlightened by the experience. However, as they were merely participants in an auction, he did not dwell excessively on these matters. After presenting his invitation, Qin Heng was escorted by a graceful maid to a private room on the 5th floor. While curiosity piqued about the illuminated 6th-floor chambers and their occupants, he understood that the mere fact of being granted a room on the 5th floor was a courtesy extended due to his status as a prince. Thus, he settled down patiently in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Qin Heng's intuition proved correct. At that very moment, within a concealed chamber of Cayenne Bailu Tower, a fair-skinned girl with a slightly cherubic face was in animated conversation with a graceful young woman whose beauty was captivating to the core. Miss, why did you take that 5th prince to the 5th floor? Aren't the other princes and princesses on the 4th floor? Just moments ago, her mistress had inexplicably instructed her to bring the seemingly inconsequential 5th prince, who bore little distinction apart from his handsome appearance, to the 5th floor. It was common knowledge that Cayenne Bailu Tower had 7 levels, with the 7th reserved for the Emperor of the Great Qin, while the 6th was designated for land deities and the ancestors of significant factions. The 5th floor, in contrast, was exclusively for those who had attained the Saint Realm or were leaders of ancient holy sites. She could hardly fathom why even the eldest prince was confined to a room on the 4th floor, while this individual had been granted access to the 5th. Surely it was not merely due to his looks that her mistress had taken a liking to him. Miss, you should give up. The tower master will never agree. The young girl, Qingling, bit her lip and suddenly interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Her mistress, Huangfu Qingyu, was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I meant miss. You seem to have taken a fancy to the 5th prince, granting him special access. Qingling boldly declared. Impudent girl, what are you blathering about? Your mistress has encountered countless men. How could I let one man disrupt the rules of Cayenne Bailu Tower? Huangfu Qingyu finally grasped the situation. With a sharp rap on the head of the increasingly unruly girl, she continued, You misunderstand. The reason I brought him to the 5th floor is that he genuinely possesses the requisite strength. Moreover, had I been more familiar with his character, you would have escorted him to the 6th floor today. What? Qingling exclaimed in astonishment. The 6th floor? How can that be? Observing the girl's shocked expression, Huangfu Qingyu elaborated. That fifth prince is accompanied by a martial general at the Saint Realm, whose vigor is akin to a ferocious beast, unquestionably of land deity caliber. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a prodigy on the verge of transcending into a sage, whose presence already exceeds the threshold of a half-step sage. Were it not for the fact that this Qianbao tower was imbued with a piece of spiritual jade during its construction, I would never have anticipated that this fifth prince, who has remained so inconspicuous, would possess such formidable strength. Huangfu Qingyu's demeanor turned serious. The young girl, Qingling, was left utterly speechless. Suddenly, a soft radiance illuminated the auction stage from above the 7th floor of Qianbao Tower, signaling the commencement of the auction. In the next moment, amidst the eager gazes of the audience, a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, whose features and form were mesmerizing, gracefully ascended the auction platform. I am Ling Mei, the auctioneer for this event. Simultaneously, within the private room where Qin Heng resided, he too beheld the unfolding scene on the auction stage. As an ethereal projection materialized before him, he marveled at the enchanting Ling Mei, whose beauty was as striking as in reality. What advanced technology is this? This world is truly extraordinary. Qin Heng mused as he sipped his tea. Welcome, everyone, to the auction held at Qianbao Tower. Without further ado, let us unveil the first item for bidding, the transformation pill. As she spoke, a maid presented a delicate jade vial. Ling Mei's enchanting voice resonated once more. The transformation pill, a top-tier 5th-grade elixir, is valued even beyond many 6th-grade pills. It can elevate a peak grandmaster directly into the extraordinary realm, granting them a lifespan of 500 years. Let the bidding commence at 100,000 gold, with each increment not less than 10,000. The atmosphere erupted into excitement as the bidding began. The Tianyun continent, vast and boundless, teems with countless beings, yet warriors remain a rarity, appearing only once in 100. Do not look here. In this realm, innate masters are as common as dogs, and grandmasters abound. This is because we are in the divine capital of the great Qin Dynasty, one of the 5 hegemons of the central continent, Zhongzhou. In some ordinary cities, innate masters are often revered as local ancestors. Thus, an extraordinary martial artist is enough to compel a faction to exhaust its resources to cultivate them. 200,000 taels, 300,000 taels, 1 million taels. As the bidding escalated to these figures, some private rooms on the 4th floor began to make their bids. 1,200,000 taels, 3 million taels. At this point, the voices of bidding began to thin out. As for the person who called out this bid, Qin Heng felt a sense of familiarity. Elder brother. Qin Heng was somewhat taken aback. His elder brother is on the 4th floor? Qin Heng furrowed his brow slightly. The first prince? This revelation caused Jia Su to express a hint of surprise. After scrutinizing the Qianbao building once more, Jia Su discreetly conveyed, Your Highness. It seems that experts within the Qianbao building have detected our cultivation levels. Over the past 2 years, the Jinyue have gathered some information about the Qianbao building. They are well aware that the private rooms here have their distinctions. However, today, both Jia Su and Jianwei were visiting for the first time, having concealed their identities and cultivation levels, yet they were unexpectedly discovered. Your Highness, should I go and speak to their person in charge? Jia Su inquired. Forget it. They are unaware of our intentions. Let us continue to observe. Qin Heng interjected, as he did not wish to be seen as a perpetual underdog. As he was about to leave, Qin Heng felt there was no need to be overly anxious. 5 million. Suddenly, another voice rang out. The crowd fell silent. Elder brother. At that moment, Qin Heng found it somewhat amusing. His elder brothers seemed to be enduring quite a bit of hardship, as a mere transformation pill was enough to warrant such extravagant bids from them. Little did Qin Heng know, as newly matured princes, their influence was still in its infancy, and every formidable warrior was essential to their consolidation of power. Moreover, the emperor forbade their factions from intervening excessively, hence they would seize every opportunity to enhance their strength. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the guests in the second private room on the 4th floor for acquiring this transformation pill. Now, we shall commence the auction for the second item. Chapter 20, Unexpected Delight. One by one, treasures were auctioned off by Ling Mei, and the atmosphere of the auction reached a pinnacle. It was unclear whether it was due to Ling Mei's enchanting presence or the electric atmosphere, but the prices of the treasures often exceeded their market value. Ling Mei, if placed in the previous life, would undoubtedly eclipse all sales champions. She is truly a professional talent. Qin Heng chuckled lightly and shook his head. These items held little allure for Qin Heng, and thus, he refrained from bidding throughout the auction, which was drawing to a close. In fact, it was not just him. Those on the 5th and 6th floors had also remained silent. However, at that moment, the appearance of the next auction item piqued Qin Heng's interest. Before him, A cage draped in black cloth was slowly brought forth on the auction stage. As the black cloth was drawn back, it revealed a figure, bound and sealed by restraints. More precisely, a striking beauty with flowing ice-blue hair, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. What captivated Qin Heng's attention was not her beauty, but the alert that the system had just provided him. Ding! A fated individual has been detected. Details as follows. Name, Bing Qingyu. Realm, mid-stage law manifestation, sealed, current strength at the peak of Grandmaster. Age, 18. Identity, unknown, insufficient host permissions. This was the reason Qin Heng was so intrigued by this woman at that moment. Your Highness, should we bid for this woman? I have discerned some extraordinary attributes in her fate, and her constitution would be beneficial for your cultivation. Jiasu remarked. Of course, but do not speak carelessly. I am bidding for her exceptional cultivation, not for personal gain. Qin Heng cautioned Jiasu. Oh, is that so? Jiasu replied, shaking his feather fan and falling silent. Never mind, Qin Heng thought, for the true reason he intended to bid was the unknown identity indicated by the system. The fact that the system displayed unknown at this stage led Qin Heng to harbor a faint suspicion. Esteemed guests, please allow me to explain. Our Kaienbao building typically does not engage in the auctioning of individuals. However, the young lady before you was directly brought to us by a senior of the Earth Immortal realm, and our experts have verified that she is a peak Grandmaster. Furthermore, there will be no major powers entangled with her in the future. Thus, we are making an exception to auction her today. Now, let the bidding commence. Starting at 100 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 50 spirit stones. Let the auction begin. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. A full minute passed. Yet no one dared to bid. The scattered cultivators on the first floor lacked the strength to participate, while the minor powers on the second and third floors found themselves unable to compete. As for those on the fourth and fifth floors, upon hearing about the young lady's connection to an Earth Immortal, they hesitated to bid. Although it was claimed that the Earth Immortal was her adversary, one would be foolish to believe that there were no consequences for such entanglements. Thus, the usually vibrant auction suddenly fell into silence. It sounds appealing. But the only reason they are auctioning this young lady is due to the power of the Earth Immortal. Qin Heng scoffed, viewing the Kaienbao building with disdain. 500 spirit stones. However, this did not deter Qin Heng from participating. Noticing the silence, he gestured for Jia Su to place a bid. Meanwhile, within a mysterious private room, Huangfu Qingyu spoke coldly. Ling Ling, find out who secured this auction item and expel them from the Kaienbao building. Yes. It was precisely because of this auction item that the atmosphere carefully cultivated by Ling Mei was abruptly disrupted, almost resulting in an unsold item. Although Huangfu Qingyu was not keen on managing affairs, this was not a matter that could be concealed from her regarding the illicit auctioning of individuals. 600 spirit stones. Qin Heng had initially thought that 500 spirit stones would be sufficient, but a melodious female voice suddenly echoed from a private room on the fourth floor. 1,000 spirit stones. Qin Heng remained unfazed. Bidding is a contest of value. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,500 spirit stones. Thus, amidst the gazes of all the martial artists present, these two individuals in the respective private rooms began to compete in their bids. At that moment, in a private room on the fourth floor, an elder, a young woman in a fiery red dress, and a maid in a pale yellow dress were seated together. Seeing that the maid was about to speak, the elder could no longer contain himself. Miss, we cannot bid any higher. Do not forget our purpose this time. We must not waste too many spirit stones here. Very well. The young woman in the red dress, after furrowing her brows, chose not to speak further. However, after that, she fixated her gaze on the private room where Qin Heng resided for quite some time. 1,500 spirit stones for the first time. 1,500 spirit stones for the second time. 1,500 spirit stones for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in private room 3 on the 5th floor for acquiring this item. Chapter 21, Foundation. After the auction of the ice-cleared dance, the atmosphere in Qin Heng's private room 3 returned to tranquility once more. During this interval, Kaienbao Tower auctioned off a multitude of rare treasures. Yet for those above the human realm, they were nearly of little value. Next, we present the piece de resistance of Kaienbao Tower, the low-grade spirit rice. The violet corn spirit seed. As she spoke, Ling Mei brought forth a gray beast hide bag. However, this time, she refrained from making any alluring gestures. 4. At that moment, an elderly man with completely white hair had appeared beside her unbeknownst to anyone. The instant he manifested, a subtle aura of pressure enveloped the entire Kaienbao Tower. Your Highness, this individual is a consummate saint, yet he harnesses the power of the grand formation here. Sufficient to rival an ordinary Earth Immortal, Jiasu remarked, having put away his feather fan, his tone calm. Qin Heng merely responded nonchalantly. Presently, he still possessed 3 summoning opportunities and was unperturbed by any potential danger. Were it not for the understanding that the stronger his own power became, the mightier the summoned individuals would be, Qin Heng would undoubtedly command an even more formidable force at this moment. Your Highness, shall we not acquire this spirit rice? Jiasu directly shifted the topic. No need. Qin Heng outright rejected the notion. With his current strength, such low-grade spirit rice held little significance. And given the powerful and utterly loyal talents he could summon, there was no necessity to squander too much effort cultivating local prodigies at this juncture. Yet, Qin Heng's indifference did not extend to the other influential factions present, who were eagerly bidding. 10,000 spirit stones, 20,000 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones. On the 6th floor, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson python robe, his countenance darkened, was teetering on the brink of fury as he observed the fervent bidding. Damn it! These transcendent forces consistently produce contraband items to plunder the foundation of my dynasty. It's absolutely infuriating. Witnessing his ire, the officials accompanying him dared not even breathe audibly. After a prolonged silence, one official cautiously inquired, "My lord, shall we participate in the bidding?" "Bid away." With that statement, the middle-aged man wearily closed his eyes. As the uncle of the current emperor, he was acutely aware of the challenges facing the Great Qin dynasty. The Great Qin, having been established in the shortest time, initially petitioned numerous clans to rapidly expand its territory, yet now, as the dynasty sought development, these clans obstructed progress for their own interests. Otherwise, why would the Qin royal family reduce the emperor's reign to merely a century, if not to allow him ample time for cultivation post-abdication, thereby hastening the accumulation of their foundation? 200,000 spirit stones, 500,000 spirit stones. Listening to the impending bidding that would breach 1,000,000 spirit stones, Qin Heng nearly drooled. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate a few sects and clans. They truly have an abundance of wealth. Qin Heng exclaimed openly before Jiasu and Jianwei in the private room. Upon hearing this, Jianwei merely chuckled innocently, while Jiasu appeared deep in thought. As the price reached this point, the bidding from the 4th floor had ceased. The remaining contenders in the hall were primarily from the 6th and 5th floors. In a private room on the 4th floor, a young girl garbed in red appeared somewhat despondent, having faced defeat in both rounds of bidding. She suddenly grasped the helplessness her father must have felt when confronting the dynasty. Chapter 22, Sword Saint. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a hoarse female voice echoed from a private room on the 6th floor. The atmosphere in Qin Tower fell silent in the face of this commanding intervention. 1,000,000 for the first time, 1,000,000 for the second time, 1,000,000 for the third time. Sold. At that moment, in private room 1 on the 6th floor, a woman with a flawless figure and adorned with a phoenix mask reclined languidly upon a grand seat, having just uttered that astonishing bid. "Princess, are we truly not going to conceal ourselves?" A female general clad in armor queried, her tone somewhat rigid. "Hong Ying, you ought to smile more. I am not vying for that position, so what are you worried about?" The languid woman shot a disapproving glance at the female warrior. She was not keen on witnessing chaos erupt in this realm so swiftly, and being in such a position, she did not wish to see the dynasty, which bore her bloodline, being manipulated in this manner. Thus, she intervened. "Jiasu, do you know the factions within those private rooms on the 6th floor?" Qin Heng suddenly inquired. Although the auction had concluded, he remained astonished by the stature of those who had just made such grand bids. "Your Highness, we can ascertain that, but it may expose our own position." Jiasu replied affirmatively. Then forget it. They had not provoked him, and presently, there was no necessity to confront them. Adorning his mask, Qin Heng led Jiasu and the others to complete the transaction of the auction items with Qin Tower. At this moment, Qin Heng truly came into close contact with the girl whose icy demeanor ran deep, though still bound by restrictions. Qin Tower had removed her from the iron cage and provided her with a new outfit. This was not a place for conversation. While Qin Heng was captivated by her ethereal presence, she uttered nothing and simply turned to depart. "Wait, young master. Our Qin Tower's manager wishes to meet with you to discuss matters. Moreover, she instructed me to remind you that the Earth Immortal who auctioned this girl has not departed the estate. Should you require assistance, Qin Tower is willing to intervene." "No need." Qin Heng interjected, cutting off the attendant, and exited with his companions. There are no free lunches in this world. Merchants prioritize profit. And Qin Heng naturally held no trust in them. Within the secret chamber of Qin Tower, Huang Fuqingyu listened to Qin Heng's response. Yet her face revealed not a hint of anger. She understood that the auctioning of martial artists might leave a less than favorable impression of Qin Tower before this young prince. As the group exited Qin Tower, Qin Heng and his companions made no effort to conceal their presence. He was intent on discovering the strength of the Earth Immortal who had auctioned the ice-clear dance. However, for safety's sake, he activated the summoning system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sword Saint Gainia. Simultaneously, a brief message materialized before Qin Heng's eyes. Character: Gainia. Realm: Late Earth Immortal. 100 steps of flying sword can slay a consummate Earth Immortal. Upon reading this, Qin Heng nearly erupted in laughter. The system was exceedingly generous. With such an entity at his disposal, Qin Heng could now stride confidently across the Tianyun continent. Chapter 23. Has the earthly immortal perished? The Sword Saint, shrouded in the void, strikes at the crucial moment. With sufficient confidence, Qin Heng was determined to eliminate any unstable elements surrounding him. Therefore, he decided not to spare the earthly immortal who had intentions towards Bing Qingyu. Indeed, once aboard the carriage, Qin Heng found himself seated beside Bing Qingyu, one on either side. Frankly speaking, her beauty was unparalleled among all the women he had encountered. Even his mother, the renowned Rong Fei, paled in comparison. With elegantly arched willow leaf brows, eyes that sparkled like stars, a physique perfectly proportioned to an exquisite degree, and skin so flawless it seemed devoid of pores. Complemented by her flowing blue hair, Qin Heng felt an unexpected stirring within him. In his previous life, he had been a virgin, yet here he was, in such close proximity to the stunning Bing Qingyu. If he were not moved, that would indeed be peculiar. Suddenly, the usually reticent Bing Qingyu broke her silence. You are doomed. Huh, what does that mean? Qin Heng was still perplexed when he heard the voice of Gainia beside him. Your Highness, an earthly immortal in the late stage is concealed in the void ahead. Qin Heng was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the danger-sensing ability of the fated child? After casting a profound glance at the now silent Bing Qingyu, he spoke calmly. Gainia, eliminate him. Then, you shall traverse the world under the guise of a guest elder from the Zhu Merchants Association. Given Gainia's prowess, he would likely face no significant danger in the Tianyun continent. Thus Qin Heng saw no need to have him conceal himself as a bodyguard. Meanwhile, the Zhu Merchants Association, with its current lack of formidable figures to suppress threats, had found itself at a developmental impasse. Gainia's emergence would serve as a warning to the various forces in the realm. Understood. In a void ahead of Qin Heng's carriage, the Snow Clan's patriarch, Shui Wuyu, found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had intended to lure the remnants of the Bing clan onto the auction stage to provoke the ancient figure of the Bing clan to eliminate the hidden dangers to his family. However, now, this plan had been disrupted by a prince who had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, in the capital of the Great Qin, he was utterly frustrated. Just as he hesitated, the space before him suddenly fractured. In a fleeting moment, he discerned the shape of a sword. And the patriarch who had lived for millennia was impaled in the void. Even in the final second before his soul dissipated, an expression of profound terror lingered in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. As the capital of the Great Qin, the explosive spatial fluctuations caused by the death of this earthly immortal drew the attention of numerous forces. In just a few breaths, several elders had gathered around the lifeless body of Shui Wuyu. However, upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent in the area, none dared to approach. Ultimately, it was Qin Tian, the venerable ancestor of this dynasty, who reluctantly stepped forward. Great Qin's Qin Tian, I request the honor of your presence. Though he held the esteemed status of an earthly immortal, he could sense that the deceased Shui Wuyu was of the same caliber, hence his words bore no accusatory tone. Swish. The void rippled, and Gainia emerged gracefully. What? So young? Upon first sight, Gainia's ethereal appearance in white startled all the powerful figures present. Sir, the Tianyun Accord stipulates that those above the earthly immortal realm must not act recklessly. Is this truly appropriate? Qin Tian's tone carried a hint of anger. And what of it? This man has provoked the Zhu Merchants Association. Thus, he has sealed his own fate. Gainia showed no regard for Qin Tian or the other powerful figures, his voice laced with murderous intent. Chapter 24. The sky is falling. Above the capital of the Great Qin, the previously serene sky had transformed into a tumultuous storm. Enormous bolts of lightning began to brew within the thick clouds, the cause of which was the standoff between Qin Tian and Gainia. Earthly immortals had long integrated their martial arts into their very beings. Therefore, any conflict between them would result in catastrophic devastation at a citywide scale. At that moment, the millions of inhabitants within the capital were already terrified and had sought refuge. Those with strength, upon discovering the unfolding events, swiftly hid away. It was no laughing matter to witness the clash of earthly immortals. However, despite being far removed from the scene, discussions surrounding Gainia quickly spread throughout the capital and beyond, reaching various corners of the Tianyun continent. Notably, the Zhu Merchants Association, previously only of minor renown, was suddenly recognized as a formidable force. Enough, Qin Tian. Stand down. As no civilians have been harmed, allow him to depart. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated in Qin Tian's mind. Upon hearing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was not a person known for their temper. Yet, having made a decision, Qin Tian no longer insisted. Sir, you may leave, but for the sake of the people, I beseech you not to act recklessly. Seeing the other party relent, Guy Nye sheathed his murderous intent. Aware of his master's relationship with the Great Qin, he did not intend to engage in combat here. After casting a glance towards a certain area within the palace, he departed directly. He was not a citizen of the Tianyun continent, and thus had no obligation to adhere to the Tianyun Accord. Witnessing Guy Nye's swift exit, the earthly immortals from powerful families felt a twinge of disappointment. They had hoped to gauge the strength of the Great Qin royal family through this encounter. But it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Meanwhile, upon receiving news that Guy Nye had completed his mission and departed from the capital, Qin Heng exhibited little reaction. However, after safely arriving at the Qin Wangfu, Bing Qingyu found herself increasingly restless. She had distinctly sensed a trace of his aura. Why had he still not appeared? Naturally, Qin Heng, seated beside her, observed her restlessness. Could it be that her earlier warning stemmed from her awareness of the earthly immortal's presence? System. What exactly is Bing Qingyu's identity? Qin Heng could no longer contain his curiosity. Ding. Host permissions insufficient. The system responded rather bluntly. When will I obtain access? Qin Heng pressed on. Ding. Host must break through to the earthly immortal realm for the system to upgrade. Fine. Qin Heng resigned himself to the situation. However, judging by her current strength, he felt little cause for concern. Thus, after escorting her into the grand hall of the Qin Wangfu, Bing Qingyu fixated her gaze on Qin Heng. Initially, he took pleasure in the attention of such a beautiful woman, but gradually, he began to feel the weight of her stare. Smack! A resounding slap on the cheek of the infatuated maiden elicited a sensation unlike any he had experienced before. Yet, noticing her increasingly frigid demeanor, Qin Heng swiftly moved beside Bing Qingyu and whispered softly in her ear, "If you wish to know why, then become my woman." Although Qin Heng felt a tinge of shamelessness, having been granted a second chance at life, he was resolute that since he had taken a liking to this maiden, she must belong to him. Thus, there was no escaping the clutches of Bing Qingyu. As she sensed Qin Heng's movements and heard his frivolous tone, Bing Qingyu felt as though she might explode with indignation. After all, he was the esteemed Ice Emperor. Despite his current misfortunes, he was not a man of no cultivation to be trifled with. In Chapter 25, the setting is within the chambers of the Qin Wangfu, where Bing Qingyu was glaring at Qin Heng, who wore a mischievous grin. She could hardly fathom that a youth who appeared so refined and noble would suddenly act in such a manner. Now, tell me, what is your background? Qin Heng smiled benignly at the coldly beautiful girl before him. What? You lay chair. Bing Qingyu had no fondness for Qin Heng at present, and her tone reflected her disdain. Are you certain? Do not forget, you are currently my slave. Should I? At that moment, Qin Heng's gaze turned dangerously sharp. I speak. I am the legitimate daughter of the Bing family, one of the 10 great families of the North State. Recently, the Shui family from the North State suddenly turned against us, seemingly in search of some treasure. However, after devastating my family, they appear to have been unsuccessful. They have taken me to observe whether the ancestors of my family would come to my rescue. And that is why I have been brought here to the Tianyun continent for auction, to lure them in. Therefore, you must let me go. Otherwise, they will come for you as well. As she spoke, a rare glimmer of tears threatened to spill from her exquisite features, truly a beauty weeping. Oh, is that so? Qin Heng's eyes remained fixed on the woman before him, his skepticism unwavering. Not only did the system cast doubt on her identity, but her words were riddled with inconsistencies. Indeed, my lord, they have sent a terrestrial immortal to watch over me. They will likely come for you soon. So please release me. Though she sensed that Qin Heng lacked cultivation, she could not shake the feeling that he could see through her very soul. However, upon reflection, it seemed there had never been a figure known as the Qin Wang among the powerful of the Tianyun continent in her past life. Shaking her head, Bing Qingyu dismissed her memories of Qin Heng. This lifetime had altered her fate significantly, rendering her past experiences less relevant. Thus, silence enveloped the room once more. How long until you can break the seal upon you? Suddenly, Qin Heng posed the question without preamble. A hint of amusement danced in the corners of his eyes. What? She gasped, astonished that he had uncovered her secret, for even terrestrial immortals should not have been able to perceive it. At that moment, Bing Qingyu nearly leapt up in surprise, demanding, "How did you know?" Yet, at the last moment, she restrained herself. Nevertheless, Qin Heng caught the fleeting astonishment in her gaze. "Very well, we shall conclude our discussion for today. You shall serve as my maid henceforth, attending to my needs. But under no circumstances are you to leave the estate without my command," Qin Heng declared nonchalantly. "What? A maid? Bing King Yu was on the brink of rage upon hearing this pronouncement. Do you wish to become my concubine instead? That could be arranged. Qin Heng continued to tease the icy beauty. You. The word escaped Bing King Yu's lips through gritted teeth, and as she uttered it, the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. You wretched man, just you wait. To think I would serve as your maid. Let's see if your life is resilient enough. Yet, knowing she was still within the capital of the Great Qin, where this man was a prince, she reasoned that they would likely not dare to act recklessly against him. Strengthening her abilities was of utmost importance. With this thought, she resumed her aloof and proud demeanor. Very well. As she acquiesced, a subtle smile crept across Qin Heng's lips. Although this woman would never truly submit in her heart, in a realm where power reigned supreme. And with the backing of the conquest system, Qin Heng held little doubt that she could stir any significant trouble for him. In Chapter 26, titled The Grand Morning Assembly, the following day, Qin Heng, under the fiery gaze of Bing King Yu, finally roused himself after considerable delay. Do not misunderstand. Qin Heng had not yet won her over. Today marked the first day of Qin Heng's ascension to adulthood, and thus he had a significant matter to attend to, his attendance at the morning assembly. It was rather absurd. Any prince of the Great Qin could freely participate in the morning assembly upon attaining their royal status, yet Qin Heng had never attended even once. Consequently, his standing in the hierarchy of the Great Qin court could not be described as anything but precarious. However, perhaps this was the very reason he had been able to survive in the divine capital for 2 years without issue. Thus, today, Qin Heng intended to make a request for a royal title. Meanwhile, since the battle involving terrestrial immortals in the divine capital, the area had been placed under strict martial law. The young scions of nobility were utterly flabbergasted, finding themselves either confined to their homes to study or compelled to practice martial arts. The heads of these noble families were not fools. They were well aware of the caliber of their offspring. With the recent turmoil and the influx of royal families, sects, and various factions into the divine capital, they would not permit these wayward youths to stir up trouble. Moreover, a significant event loomed on the horizon. The daughter of the King of the West was set to arrive in the divine capital, signaling the commencement of political maneuvering within the court. In the year 108, for 51 of the Tianyan calendar, the 29th year of the reign of Emperor Qian of the Great Qin, on the morning of September 20th, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the imperial palace, nearly 1,000 officials of all ranks stood within the Great Qin court. Unlike any previous assembly, this day saw the presence of an additional individual alongside the 8 royal princes. Consequently, many officials began to murmur amongst themselves. Who could this be? Is there yet another prince receiving a title, and why has there been no announcement? A 5th-rank civil official inquired of a nearby colleague. What are you thinking? Granting a title is a matter of great import. How could the court not announce it to the world? It is likely another royal of the Qin family. The official speculated in a hushed tone. However, before he could finish, a light chuckle reached his ears. My dear Gao, it seems you have grown quite muddled. Look closely. That is the 4-clawed, golden-patterned python robe, a garment reserved solely for the direct descendants of the current emperor. Are you not foolish? Li Mingjun. Caught off guard by this official's retort, Gao's face flushed with indignation. Yet, being in the court, he dared not retaliate overtly, leaving him no choice but to glare at the Li official in silence. As for the others, while they may not have been as vocal as these two, whispers of speculation continued to circulate throughout the assembly. Some were initially taken aback, but then chose to remain silent. At this moment, the Grand Prince Qin Yun unexpectedly shifted closer to Qin Heng, seemingly poised to utter something. However, just as he was about to speak, the emperor arrived for the morning court session. It was naturally the voice of Eunuch Hong that announced this, and as his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of officials. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the formidable figure of Emperor Qin gradually materialized upon the lofty dragon throne. He casually surveyed the gathered ministers, and upon catching sight of Qin Heng, Emperor Qin momentarily hesitated but refrained from further comment. With a faint glance at Eunuch Hong beside him, the latter's sharp voice rang out. The ministers shall convene. In the blink of an eye, the Right Chancellor Su Lin was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, urgent news from the northern frontier. The demon clan in the North Sea is in revolt. The King of the North requests to raise another 100,000 troops to combat the demons. Unacceptable. The northern borders are already fortified with 500,000 troops. There is no need for additional recruitment. We must merely defend the northern pass. Without a moment's contemplation, the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, dismissed the King of the North's plea. None of the officials present dared to voice dissent. They were not foolish. If the northern front truly faced such peril, why hadn't the King of the North directly sought aid? Once the Right Chancellor withdrew, another official stepped forward. Your Majesty, for the next half hour, The ministers deliberated on the myriad pressing issues confronting this grand dynasty. Qin Heng, however, remained unperturbed, quietly standing to the side. After half an hour, as the din subsided, he prepared to voice his own request. Yet, the emperor on the dragon throne interjected with a smile. Very well, let us conclude today's court session. Next, let our valiant General Mingxiu, Princess Qin Mingxiu, approach to receive her title. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Had she already arrived in the capital? Announce, Princess Qin Mingxiu enters the hall to receive her title. With that declaration, a striking figure clad in resplendent red armor strode confidently forward, exuding an aura of heroism. Upon witnessing this silhouette, Qin Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was she. Chapter 27, An Additional Fiance. This young woman was none other than the fiery figure Qin Heng had caught a glimpse of at the entrance of Qinbao Tower. Upon her arrival in the Grand Hall, Emperor Yin Long erupted into hearty laughter. Little Mingxiu, you have triumphed over that old scoundrel Gong Sun Long. What a feat! Your father, Qinzhan, has indeed trained you well. Speak, what reward do you desire? I shall grant it directly. As he spoke, the emperor's tone and demeanor resembled that of a benevolent father. However, though the emperor was courteous, Qin Mingxiu was no fool. After hearing his words, she promptly bowed deeply before responding, Your Majesty, I have reached the age of 18, yet I find myself lacking in suitable suitors. However, upon my return to the capital, I have heard tales of the fifth prince's humility and grace, as well as his handsome visage. Thus, I beseech your majesty to grant me the honor of marrying the fifth prince Qin Heng in light of my military accomplishments. With this, Qin Mingxiu bowed once more. Silence. An utter stillness enveloped the hall. At this moment, both Qin Heng and the assembly of civil and military officials were rendered speechless by Qin Mingxiu's audacious declaration. A woman proposing marriage for herself? The emperor was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, he burst into laughter. Haha, what nonsense are you spouting, my girl? Your beauty and status are far above my fifth prince. It would be a blessing for him to have you. Thus, let it be known, I hereby appoint you as the general of the north. Conveniently, Heng Er's fief lies in Liaozhou, and you shall command your 30,000 Minghuang legion there. As for the king of the north's claims of unrest from the demon clan, you shall oversee the defense of Liaozhou. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the title of Princess Consort of Qin, with the wedding set for 1 month hence. This proclamation from the emperor was delivered rapidly amidst the bewilderment of the gathered officials. Throughout the entire exchange, he had not sought Qin Heng's opinion at all. Such is the nature of royal indifference. Given the circumstances, Qin Heng had no choice but to acquiesce. As for whether he was willing, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Qin Mingxiu was undeniably stunning, her figure and beauty comparable to that of Bing Qingyu, and clad in her fiery red armor, she was even more striking. With this matter settled, Qin Heng stepped forward amidst the complex gazes of his brothers and bowed respectfully. Father, I request permission to proceed to my fief immediately, so I may protect the people there. As for the wedding date, might it be set after my arrival at the fief? Qin Heng tentatively suggested. Nonsense. Such a momentous occasion as marriage is no trifling matter. It cannot be left to your whims. The princess's parents are currently stationed at the Western Front. This marriage must be formalized with the presence of your mother and me. Thus, you shall proceed to your fief first, and only after the wedding arrangements are finalized shall you depart. The emperor decisively concluded. Understood, I shall comply. At that moment, in Qin Long's eyes, he was a father with affection, albeit measured. An hour later, as the court session concluded, the bewildered ministers, still reeling from the emperor's and Qin Mingxiu's bombshell announcements, exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, Qin Heng was requested by the emperor to take his fiancée, Qin Mingxiu, on a leisurely exploration of the capital. To this, Qin Heng harbored no objections. Now that he had a fiancée, nurturing their relationship seemed only fitting. As for the complex expressions of his half-brothers, Qin Heng had long since chosen to ignore them, relishing the indulgence of a coveted treat for himself. Chapter 28, The Grand Wedding, Part 1. Upon exiting the imperial palace, the two of them tacitly opted to stroll towards the city of the capital on foot. So tell me, Minghuang General, why did you choose me? Qin Heng inquired directly. Perhaps it is because you are quite handsome. Qin Mingxiu replied with a smile. Qin Heng's expression darkened. Speak the truth. Well, my family, the king of the West, wishes to remain uninvolved in the royal power struggle, and I have a desire to lead troops. Upon hearing this, a serious expression overtook Qin Mingxiu's countenance. Is there no other motive? Qin Heng regarded the enchanting lady beside him with a half-smile. None. She met his gaze directly, speaking earnestly. Do not be anxious. We are already wed in essence, so there is no need for such gravity. A hint of endearment graced Qin Heng's visage as he spoke lightly. Though he naturally did not fully believe her words, They had only recently met, and he had no intention of probing further. Moreover, in this intricate game, while others were ensnared at the surface, Qin Heng was operating at a higher altitude. Thus, the two, each harboring their own thoughts, strolled as if they were a pair of perfect companions for quite some time. Eventually, Qin Heng escorted Qian Mingxiu to the residence of the King of the West before returning to the Qin Huangfu. Of course, this referred specifically to the royal residence in the capital. In the days that followed, Qin Heng found himself ensnared in a state of lethargy. During this time, Qian Mingxiu visited the Qin Huangfu on several occasions, and Qin Heng introduced her to the members of the residence, who would soon be welcoming her as their mistress. In this life, Qin Heng had chosen a path of dominance and power, and considering that they might share a lifetime together, there was no necessity for him to conceal matters from his partner. However, regarding the strength of the crowd, Qin Heng chose to remain reticent. For it was indeed quite astonishing. As the date of his wedding drew near, Qian Mingxiu had been taken by Qin Heng's mother, Lu Rong, to her chambers, purportedly to instruct Qian Mingxiu on the proprieties of the wedding day. Observing that Qian Mingxiu did not voice any objections, Qin Heng acquiesced to this arrangement. In the 29th year of the Dynasty Dynasty, on the 17th of October, with merely 3 days remaining until Qin Heng's nuptials, the capital was already abuzz with excitement. Streets and palaces were adorned with vibrant decorations, and even the thoroughfare from the Prince of the West's mansion to the Prince of Qin's residence was enveloped in a splendid display of festive red. Furthermore, the Imperial Guard and the Feathered Forest troops had already been deployed throughout the capital to maintain order. The scale of Qin Heng's wedding was nearly comparable to that of the Crown Prince's own marriage, perhaps even surpassing it. From this day forward, Qin Heng found himself embroiled in a series of wedding rehearsals orchestrated by the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Dear Sir Li, might I suggest we forego this meticulous arrangement? I am but a prince, and this seems excessively detailed. Qin Heng lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the officials' insistence on the minutiae of the ceremony, such as whether to step with the left foot or the right. Your Highness, please reconsider. The Emperor has commanded a national celebration for your wedding. All the influential factions are likely to attend, and should any mistakes occur, it would be my head on the line. Li Junming replied, nearly in tears. Caught between his own safety and the welfare of the fifth prince, he felt utterly trapped. Very well, let us proceed then. Qin Heng resigned himself to the task. Thus, after 3 days of bustling activity, the day of Qin Heng's grand wedding finally arrived. Chapter 29. The Wedding, Part 2. On the morning of October 20th, as dawn broke, Qin Heng prepared himself under the urging of the Ministry of Rites officials. Just as he stepped outside, an idea struck him, and he promptly instructed Dian Wei, go summon Mr. Jia to come here at once. Understood. After a brief half-tease time, Jia Su arrived in a flurry, his demeanor devoid of the previous nonchalance. Today, we must also call upon some members of the Imperial Guards and the female disciples of the Illusionary Sound Pavilion. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents on the day of my wedding. Qin Heng stated with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, Your Highness. The vermilion bird has already entered the residence, and both Dian Wei and General Lu Bu will refrain from drinking during these days. Jia Su replied with a smile. Known for his meticulousness, Jia Su was a rare strategist from the Three Kingdoms who enjoyed a tranquil retirement while safeguarding his descendants. Had he not transferred Li Si and Chun Gong to their fiefs early on, he would likely have been enjoying a peaceful old age. To avoid complications, Qin Heng was determined to fully immerse himself in the celebrations without mishap on his wedding day. Unlike the common folk, Qin Heng's wedding procession was exceedingly extravagant. Leading the way were 500 imposing golden armored guards, followed by 16 magnificent dragon blood horses pulling the carriage. In the midst of the procession, nearly 1,000 dancers sang and danced, all arranged by the heavenly sacred princess, allowing Qin Heng to simply indulge in the experience. Naturally, the dowry was substantial. Aside from the 500 carriages of treasures bestowed by the emperor for reasons unknown, Qin Heng's Juzhu Chamber of Commerce also contributed over 1,000 carriages filled with various precious items. The procession, stretching 10 miles, traversed the broad avenues of the capital, capturing the attention of nearly everyone along the way. At that moment, many factions truly witnessed the wealth possessed by the Prince of Qin. Moreover, after a careful grooming, Qin Heng, seated atop the dragon spirit horse, appeared particularly handsome, garnering the admiration of numerous noble young ladies. Alas, though I yearn for you, my heart is already pledged elsewhere. Atop the towering Qianbao Tower, dressed in white, Huangfu Qingyu quietly observed the unfolding spectacle from a distance. After a considerable pause, a soft voice suddenly broke the silence. Qingling, go present a grand gift to our esteemed Prince Qin. However, after a significant time had passed, Huangfu Qingyu received no response. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of sparkling eyes gazing intently at her. Upon recognizing the visitor, She swiftly tapped the girl's head. You silly girl. You nearly branded the word gossip on your forehead. Hurry up. Huangfu Qingyu commanded sternly. Miss, I act only for your benefit. Very well, I shall go, replied the girl before hastily departing, leaving Huangfu Qingyu to ponder alone. In the capital, at the Grand Princess's residence, a woman of impeccable beauty commanded softly, distinct from the youthful charm exuded by Huangfu Qingyu and Qian Mingxiu, instead radiating a matured allure. Yes, my lady. A shadow flitted past, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the palace. Oh, dear brother, if you wish for me to temper your sons, do not blame me for being ruthless as their aunt. Simultaneously, in the depths of the Minghai Forest, in the vast expanse of Julai, on Yunlei Peak, and within the Chongqing Alliance, numerous factions sent forth lavish gifts. Though merely a political marriage, the influence of the Prince of the West and the Qin Dynasty compelled nearly every significant faction to participate, rendering this wedding unprecedentedly grand. Chapter 30. The Wedding, Part 3. As the wedding procession consisted entirely of martial artists, their pace was brisk. Within half an hour, Qin Heng arrived at the Prince of the West's residence. Although the Princess of the West was absent, Qin Heng's mother awaited him there. Upon entering the estate, Qin Heng naturally proceeded to Qian Mingxiu's boudoir. At that moment, Qian Mingxiu sat quietly on her grand bed, guided there by Qin Heng's mother. While her features remained obscured, the sight of Qian Mingxiu clad in her resplendent crimson wedding attire revealed an exquisitely perfect curve. As a prince, Qin Heng dared not allow any disruptions during the wedding. Thus, under his mother's repeated admonitions, he hastened to lead his bride away. Upon stepping outside, Qin Heng found himself momentarily dazed, expecting the procession to have dwindled upon his return. However, to his astonishment, he discovered an additional 3,000 soldiers clad in blood-red uniforms lining the street. My lord, these are my dowry, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards. It is a gift from my father, Qian Mingxiu explained. After a brief moment of speechlessness, all Qin Heng could muster was, our father is indeed generous. There was no denying the truth. 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards were a formidable force, rivaling the golden armored guards of the capital. Meanwhile, Qin Heng's own father had only lent him a ceremonial escort of 500 men, highlighting the disparity. As anticipated, the journey back garnered even more attention for Qin Heng. After all, he was marrying a princess and had effortlessly acquired such a magnificent dowry, truly epitomizing the union of wealth and beauty. After a day filled with busyness, having dispatched the avatar of his inexpensive father, the emperor, Qin Heng finally returned to his chambers. However, halfway there, he was astonished to encounter the elusive Bing Qingyu, who had been avoiding him for an entire month. She gazed at him with a complex expression, seemingly searching for something within him. What could it possibly be? Bing Qingyu murmured softly. What? Qin Heng inquired directly. In response, this maidservant, devoid of any sense of her role, turned on her heel and returned to her own courtyard. What a nuisance! Qin Heng cursed under his breath as he entered his bedroom. Meanwhile, Qin Heng remained oblivious to the fact that his impending marriage had nearly sent Bing Qingyu's CPU into overdrive. Upon learning that his betrothed was the daughter of the king of Jiangxi, Qian Mingxiu, he was taken aback. After all, he distinctly recalled that in his previous life, Qian Mingxiu had never wed. The reason for her notoriety was apparent. She was destined to become the Grand Marshal of the great Qin Dynasty's forces, and would ascend the throne immediately after the empress's demise. Yet now, Qin Heng was proclaiming that he was to marry this legendary general. How could she not be astonished? Forget it. I shall focus on enhancing my own strength. Bing Qingyu felt a renewed yearning for power after her rebirth, sensing that Qin Heng harbored great secrets. On the other side, after dismissing the bothersome Yunyu, Qin Heng approached Qian Mingxiu. My lady, come and have something to eat, he said, removing her veil without hesitation. During the day, with guests aplenty, Qin Heng had to adhere to decorum, but now that night had fallen, he felt no such compunction. Besides, the Qin Wangfu belonged to him and his people. Well, Bing Qingyu counted as half of that. Despite knowing that Qian Mingxiu was beautiful, the moment he unveiled her, Qin Heng was momentarily entranced. Adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing gown, her eyes held the allure of autumn, and her oval face bore only a gentle smile. This smile, devoid of excessive shyness, radiated a comforting elegance. Unconsciously, Qin Heng found himself stealing a few more glances. My lady, the etiquette of the palace has not been in vain over the past month, he teased with a smile. Humph, who do you think I did it for? Rising from her seat, Qian Mingxiu playfully kicked Qin Heng. Their natural rapport intrigued Qin Heng, especially considering they had known each other for less than 2 months. Nonetheless, he felt quite at ease. My lady, if there is anything you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak, Qin Heng said calmly. Qin Heng, can you agree to a few requests of mine? Qian Mingxiu stated directly. Firstly, I would prefer to consummate our marriage after we have spent some time together. Secondly, I wish to continue leading the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards and the 300,000 Ming Phoenix Legion in battles in Liaozhou. Thirdly, I desire to maintain a portion of my own influence, but I assure you, it will only be for our children. After articulating her wishes, Qin Mingxiu looked up at Qin Heng. Regarding what you have said, I cannot acquiesce to the first request, but I agree to the rest without hesitation. Qin Heng replied almost instantaneously. What? Qin Mingxiu's eyes widened in surprise, yet at that moment, Qin Heng had already scooped her up before she could react and strode towards his grand bed. Just then, a series of loud thuds and cries erupted unexpectedly. Qin Heng's expression darkened, and Qin Mingxiu began to struggle in his embrace. You, put me down, I need to see what's happening, she insisted. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Qin Heng playfully smacked her ample backside, causing her to quiet down. Of course, her compliance was futile. She soon realized she could not escape Qin Heng's hold. Her husband possessed formidable powers, and they were certainly not insignificant. At that moment, Qin Heng's icy voice rang out. Capture them. After interrogation, feed them to the beasts. For the first time, Qin Heng was utterly furious. Understood. With a flash of crimson light, the courtyard fell silent once more. Are you not going to check? Qin Mingxiu asked with concern. A sudden pain shot through her backside as she felt the softness of the bed beneath her. Before she could rise, Qin Heng's lips met hers. On the night of their marriage, with such a stunning beauty as his partner, Qin Heng felt an overwhelming warmth coursing through him. With a tearing sound, the fabric gave way, followed by the girl's gasps. Qin Heng, you don't, A night of passion ensued, and Qin Heng finally experienced the exquisite delight that had eluded him for 2 years. Qin Mingxiu, a legendary general, possessed an undeniable physical prowess. However, the acrobatic feats Qin Heng had learned in his past life were thoroughly tested that night. The following morning, Qin Mingxiu found herself unable to rise from the bed. The next day, Qin Heng groggily rubbed a soft substance, unable to resist the urge to squeeze it, feeling a jelly-like texture. As he rolled over, a faint milky fragrance wafted into his nose, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sight of pure white. Are you done staring? A somewhat frosty voice broke the silence. Not at all, Qin Heng replied, feigning innocence. You, hurry and get up, we have to get ready. Qin Mingxiu, somewhat exasperated by his childish demeanor, urged him on. Half an hour later, with Qin Heng's assistance, Qin Mingxiu finally donned her garments, and they stepped outside together. Upon exiting, Qin Heng noticed Zuck standing at the door. Have you gathered the information? He inquired nonchalantly. Yes, I have, Zuck replied. Just as Qin Heng was about to ask further, he observed Zuck cast a troubled glance at Qin Mingxiu. Speak freely. It's nothing to worry about, Qin Heng instructed. I have ascertained, Your Highness, that the forces are from Bizhu, dispatched by the Shui, Mu, and Wiang families. Their intentions are, that's enough. You don't need to concern yourself with that right now, Qin Heng commanded decisively. Meanwhile, Qin Mingxiu was taken aback. Qin Heng just referred to Bizhu, not Bijing. It appears my inexpensive husband is not as simple as he seems. Yet, she pondered, if he desired power, why had he acquiesced to my second and third requests yesterday? At that moment, Qin Mingxiu found herself perplexed by this younger man, who was 2 years her junior. If Qin Heng were aware of her thoughts, he would simply respond with 3 words, not interested. Indeed, I hold a certain disdain for her armies. While they may be deemed elite within the great Qin dynasty, they pale in comparison to the forces summoned by Qin Heng. Setting aside the disparity in talent, Qin Heng harbors a measure of distrust regarding their loyalty. In the 9 provinces, military forces are categorized into 4 tiers: the ordinary army, the soul army, the Dao warriors, and finally, the royal warriors. This classification primarily adheres to the standards of hegemonic dynasties. The Ming Phoenix Army, led by Qin Mingxiu, is classified as a soul army, while the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards barely reach the level of Dao warriors. In contrast, Qin Heng's Tiger Guards stand at the pinnacle of Dao warriors. After sharing breakfast with the princess Qin Mingxiu, Qin Heng retreated to his chamber. The previous night, amidst the throes of battle, a prompt from the system had reached him. However, having just entered the fray, he had not paid it any heed until now. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming a man. As a reward, you are granted 1 opportunity to draw a technique, 1 faction summoning card, and 1 character bond card, limited to characters summoned by the host. Curse it. New rewards have emerged. The bond card, if utilized wisely, could be nearly equivalent to a half-faction summoning card. Thus, at this moment, Qin Heng felt compelled to express to the dog system, the rewards are commendable, but please be more considerate in your phrasing next time. Becoming a man? Is this even a proper way to phrase it? Qin Heng has lived 2 lifetimes. In which of them was he not a true gentleman? The system, reflecting on the events of the morning, drew Qin Heng's gaze towards the faction summoning card. Ah, still 2 uses remaining. In light of this system, I shall use 1 faction summoning card and commence the summoning now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired. Chapter 33, Layout for Northern State. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tang sect. Upon seeing this faction, Qin Heng's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. For this faction had appeared frequently in the films and novels of his previous life. Furthermore, the strength of this faction varied significantly, which left him feeling somewhat uncertain about this summoning. System, please provide an introduction to the Tang sect. Ding. Faction, Tang sect. Sect leader, Tang Lianyu, early phase of land immortal. Personnel, sect leader Tang Lian, great perfection of entry to saint. 3,000 disciples of the Tang sect, Grand Master to early phase of entry to saint. At this juncture, Qin Heng nearly leaped in surprise. He had not anticipated that this summoned Tang sect would be the one from this world. Contemplating the martial prowess of that world, he felt a surge of excitement. The Tang sect is not renowned for brute strength, but rather for its expertise in hidden weapons and poison crafting. The 10 major families of Northern State. Originally, Qin Heng had no intention of intervening in affairs beyond his immediate realm, as he had yet to fully comprehend the great Qin dynasty he resided in. However, since they were courting death and he had summoned the Tang sect, he felt no hesitation in proceeding. You extinguished the Bing family. So I shall introduce you to the Tang family, manifested by the Tang sect. May you enjoy the experience. With this thought, Qin Heng couldn't help but smile mischievously. This was also a preemptive strategy for Northern State. After all, his reputation was still rather modest. And laying the groundwork for a faction at this juncture would also serve to conceal his true intentions. This time, Qin Heng chose not to summon Tang Lian and others directly, but instead summoned them to the outskirts of the great Qin imperial capital and communicated his arrangements through the Genie Way. As his influence continued to grow, Qin Heng realized he need not involve himself in every matter personally. Moreover, this would enhance his air of mystery. At this moment, having just summoned the Tang sect, Qin Heng was in high spirits. Yet, unexpectedly, his good mood was swiftly overshadowed by the arrival of another matter. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the 5th son possesses exceptional abilities and has already wed. He is henceforth commanded to escort Princess Qian Mingxiu and his retinue of generals to Liao State in 3 days to assume office, as decreed. As Eunuch Hong read the imperial edict word by word, Qin Heng eagerly accepted it and instructed Jia Su to convey his sentiments. After turning away, however, he regarded the edict with a tranquil expression. My dear father, could you not wait a moment? Qin Heng murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Jia Su promptly approached Qin Heng's side and spoke, Your Highness. Enough. I am not a child. This is merely a transaction of interests. What vexes me is that old coot, who, while using me to balance the Northern King, is so miserly that he hasn't even sent a single troop my way. Should I not be incensed? Upon hearing this, Jia Su, who had initially intended to offer words of comfort, couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness, the 30,000 Ming Phoenix army led by the princess is not an army bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Moreover, I suspect the Emperor is somewhat displeased with your formation of the 3,000 top-tier Dao warrior-level Qin King's Tiger Guards and wishes to teach you a lesson. Jia Su said with a smile, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Chapter 34, Ambition. To be candid, Jia Su acknowledged the Emperor's ambition since his ascension. He has been tirelessly preparing for expansion. Yet, employing such a strategy against his own son caused Jia Su to regard him with a measure of scorn. Just then, Qin Heng regained his composure. Truth be told, since the Emperor issued the decree for Qian Mingxiu to lead the 30,000 Ming Phoenix army to Liao State, he had realized that the Emperor's intention in providing him with such a backing was clear, to utilize him as a pawn to incite discord between the Western and Northern kings. It is worth noting that Liao State lies adjacent to the territory of the Northern King. By placing Qin Heng and Qian Mingxiu here, the Emperor was unmistakably signaling his dissatisfaction with the Northern King. What left Qin Heng speechless, however, was that neither he, nor Qian Mingxiu, nor even the Western King could voice any opposition to this arrangement. After all, the Emperor's maneuver was a blatant display of power. This was also the reason why his so-called father-in-law and the Western King had not attended his wedding. The 4 border kings were all branches of the same tree, none wishing to sever ties openly. Turning around, Qin Heng naturally invited Jia Su into his courtyard to discuss the upcoming conferment matters. As for Princess Qian Mingxiu, she had set off early in the morning to join her Ming Phoenix army. Meanwhile, Eunuch Hong was respectfully presenting 10,000 taels of gold notes to the Emperor, meticulously reporting Qin Heng's expressions and actions. Your Majesty, the 5th prince has exhibited these behaviors. After half an hour, Eunuch Hong finally concluded with, "Very well. No need for such detailed accounts. As for that sum of money, keep it as a small pension from me." The emperor spoke indifferently. "Yes. The servant thanks your majesty for the generous gift." Upon saying this, he prepared to kneel, but the emperor interrupted him. "Enough, you old dog, at your age. Still kneeling at every opportunity? Very well, you may leave." "Yes." At this, Eunuch Hong obediently withdrew. At this moment, the Emperor Yinzao had arrived before the windows of the Wuyud Hall, softly murmuring to himself, "Henger, do not hold it against your father. As a royal heir, regardless of whether you genuinely aspire to be a carefree prince, you must possess your own worth. Among the numerous imperial sons, only you and the eldest are bound by my decree of strong alliances. It is imperative to maintain a balance among the various factions within the court. And as for you, naturally, you must also balance the local powers of our great Da'in. Moreover, there are perhaps too many dynasties in the Central Plains." As evening fell, Qin Heng finally awaited the return of his beloved princess consort. After they shared a meal, Qin Heng promptly led her into their chamber, causing the seasoned female general's cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. She shyly stammered, "My lord, is it not a bit too early for this?" "What?" Qin Heng, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted, momentarily taken aback by his wife's words. However, he soon caught sight of her flustered demeanor. "Haha, princess, were you too eager to discuss the matter of our titles?" Qin Heng teased with a grin. "Humph, what is there to discuss about titles? The prince decides." After saying this, Qian Mingxiu angrily turned her head away. "My lady, it is indeed a matter to discuss. I am currently just a solitary prince, with only your great army under my command. You know I have always been frugal. I merely wish to confer with you about requesting more provisions from the emperor. Would that not be wise?" Upon finishing, he winked playfully at Qian Mingxiu. "Uft, you are truly a filial son." Qian Mingxiu laughed, yet before her laughter could fade, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, and moments later, she was tossed onto the bed. The culprit, meanwhile, cried out in excitement, "Schwerer, who do you think I am doing this for, you ungrateful little one? Just watch how I deal with you." Following this, the bedroom of the prince's residence erupted with indescribable sounds. No. Chapter 35, The Titles. 3 days later, in the capital of Da'in, as discussions about Qin Heng's grand wedding filled the air, news unexpectedly broke that the 5th Prince Qin Heng would depart for his fief today. This news sent shockwaves through the martial world, the common folk, officials, and royal princes alike. Was this favored 5th Prince not recently bestowed an unprecedentedly lavish wedding by His Majesty? How could he be hastily dispatched to his fief so soon? In comparison to the flourishing capital of Da'in, the other provinces were viewed as impoverished backwaters, making the fief seem akin to a mere exile. This left the residents of the capital perplexed. Da'in is divided into 13 provinces, 172 prefectures, 3642 counties, and 15264 districts. Admittedly, the number of county-level units fluctuates, and even the Da'in court has only maintained its count from a decade ago. The reason for this is the incessant strife. The Da'in dynasty is vast, with nearly every prefecture comparable in size to that of the former Blue Star. This does not even account for the larger prefectures. Thus, aside from top-tier experts, many seeking to travel must rely on the large teleportation formations connecting provinces, which only facilitate travel between major cities, leaving other regions to depend on individual abilities. Consequently, it was speculated that Qin Heng's banishment stemmed from this reason. Among those who rejoiced at this turn of events were likely Qin Heng's close brothers. Early in the morning, before Qin Heng had even risen, they arrived to bid him farewell. At the entrance of the Qin royal residence, he was surrounded by his brothers, the 1st Prince Qin Yun, the 2nd Prince Qin Wu, the 3rd Prince Qin Shuang, the 4th Prince Qin Yu, and several younger siblings. "5th brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave the capital? We were hoping to gather and celebrate after your grand wedding," one exclaimed. "Indeed, 5th brother," the chorus echoed, resembling a flock of sparrows. Qin Heng, weary of their antics, swiftly took his leave, citing the long journey ahead. As he stepped into the carriage, Qin Heng immediately signaled Jia Su to set up a small formation, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "What's with your demeanor when your brothers came to see you off?" At this moment, the carriage contained only Qin Heng, Qian Mingxiu, and the ever-present Ice King Yu, who served as a light-hearted distraction. It was Qian Mingxiu who teased him next. Though their marriage was politically motivated, they unexpectedly found their interactions to be remarkably harmonious, resembling that of an ordinary couple. This pleasantness granted Qin Heng, who had ventured into this unfamiliar world, a sense of belonging, prompting them to share light-hearted banter. "Brother, haha. My brothers do not share your sentiments. They are likely overjoyed at the thought of your departure." Qin Heng chuckled lightly. "Then are you truly willing to let it go? Without your presence in the court, you'll have no opportunity to cultivate your own influence. In a few years, I fear the court officials will forget you ever existed as the fifth prince, Qin Mingxiu remarked. Her gaze filled with complexity as she regarded the man who brought her comfort. Haha, it matters not. I have no desire for that position. Nor do I wish to expend my efforts to curry favor with those old geezers. Having you is enough for me. After saying this, he affectionately tousled Qin Mingxiu's hair. Upon hearing this, even the battle-hardened female general felt her cheeks flush, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, little girl, trying to test me? This is hardly the time. Qin Heng grinned, reveling in his triumph. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Ice Kingu, who had been suddenly inundated with romantic gestures, could not help but roll her eyes. You don't want to vie for power, yet you have so many exceptionally talented followers. Spare me the charade. Chapter 36, Cooperation. In her past life, as an emperor-level expert, Ice Kingu's current strength may be lacking, yet her discernment surpassed many. During her time at the royal residence, she was astonished to discover that the strong individuals within the Qin household were all under a century old, with many barely in their 30s or 40s. It was known that achieving extraordinary status before 30 was a remarkable feat for ordinary individuals, yet in the Qin household, there were even those around 30 who had attained the saint realm. She could hardly fathom why this individual had remained unnoticed in her previous life. Ignoring Ice Kingu's musings, Qin Heng's carriage departed the grand capital of Da'in under the escort of 3,000 Blood Phoenix troops and 3,000 Tiger Guards. As they exited the city, Qin Heng instinctively glanced back at the majestic city, then withdrew his gaze. Next time, I shall return as its master, he silently vowed. The carriage journeyed northward, heading towards the Ming Phoenix army that had set out several days prior. Da'in consists of 13 provinces, the 2 northern provinces of Beijiang, Liao Province, and Han Province, the 2 western provinces of Shuo Province and Liang Province, the 2 eastern provinces of Yin Province and Hai Province, the 4 southern provinces of Qing Province, Ling Province, Yin Province, and Ping Province, as well as the provinces of Yun Province, Shen Province, and Jian Province, where the dynasty resides. Among these, Han Province borders the North Undersea, Liang Province adjoins the Daiqian Dynasty, Hai Province meets the Endless Sea, and Ping Province borders the vast 10,000 mountains. The purpose of Qin Heng's journey was to venture beyond the divine capital, traverse the Sword Continent, and eventually reach the Liao Continent. It is important to note that the divine capital, being the royal city of the Great Yin, does not serve as the capital of the divine continent. Therefore, to utilize the intercontinental teleportation array, Qin Heng must first depart from here and head towards the capital of the divine continent, Tianjing. The complexity of this journey arises because the teleportation array within the divine capital is only operational during wartime. Consequently, Qin Heng had no choice but to choose Tianjing, where Qin Mingxiu's Minghuang army was also advancing. After traveling 100 miles out of the city, Qin Heng grew weary of the scenery and decided to rest his head upon Qin Mingxiu's thigh. The fragrant aroma and silky smoothness evoked the notion of the saying from his previous life, to be intoxicated while nestled upon a beautiful woman's knee. As for why he did not allow the icy King Yu to perform this task, it was simply because she was too frigid. The moment he leaned closer, she would recoil. Moreover, it was perplexing how this icy maiden had managed to win over Qin Mingxiu, becoming such a close confidant to the princess, devoid of any demeanor befitting a servant. This thought made Qin Heng chuckle, as it reminded him of a saying from his past life: beware of fire, theft, and close friends. However, he pondered whether such a saying could still hold weight in this foreign land, where one could have multiple wives. Here, the term women referred specifically to powerful female warriors. Suddenly, as Qin Heng began to feel drowsy, the procession halted for an unknown reason. Shortly thereafter, Dianwei approached Qin Heng's carriage with large strides and whispered, "There are individuals blocking the way at the pavilion ahead, claiming to represent Qianbelu, seeking to discuss matters with your highness." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's drowsiness dissipated. Although he had the Juzhu Chamber of Commerce, its foundation was still relatively shallow, making the acquisition of rare resources quite challenging. Thus, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding the unexpected approach from Qianbelu. "Your Highness, you may go alone. I shall wait here," Qin Mingxiu said with a smile. "Very well," Qin Heng replied before disembarking. Why doesn't Sister Mingxiu go take a look? I've heard that the owner of Qianbelu is an exceptionally rare beauty," King Yu remarked, her expression as frigid as ever. King Yu had held a grudge against being auctioned by Qianbelu, even though it was not the owner's fault. After all, she, the Ice Empress, was a woman too. Meanwhile, as Qin Heng stepped away from the group, he spotted a delicate woman clad in pure white, preparing tea at a nearby pavilion, with another woman assisting her. Without hesitation, he seated himself across from the white-clad lady. Frankly, she was indeed beautiful, rivaling both King Yu and Qin Mingxiu. Yet Qin Heng chose to remain silent. Noticing his silence, the woman in white finally spoke. Your Highness, I am Huangfu Qingyu, the owner of Qin Beilu. It was inappropriate of me to intercept you like this. The reason for my visit is to propose a collaboration. I would like to request your permission to establish a branch of Qin Beilu in Jinchuan Prefecture for the sake of our cooperation. Huangfu Qingyu was quite direct, succinctly outlining her intentions and plans, which led Qin Heng to regard her with newfound respect. Collaboration? But this is a remote area with few who can afford the priceless treasures of Qin Beilu. Qin Heng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Qingyu chuckled and shook her head. Your Highness, you jest. While others may not afford it, you may well be the exception. With that, she attentively poured Qin Heng a cup of tea. Her words caused Qin Heng, who had been somewhat indifferent, to narrow his eyes slightly. Ah, Qin Beilu indeed lives up to its reputation. Qin Heng mused. Your Highness, you flatter me. It's merely a small tactic. However, I do hope you will give my earlier suggestion further consideration. Huangfu Qingyu curtsied lightly, gently tapping the table. Qin Heng closed his eyes for a moment. After some time, he declared, Qin Beilu may establish a branch in Jinchuan Prefecture. But the treasures provided must not be of lesser quality than those from the Divine Capital branch. Furthermore, you must refrain from involving yourselves in the power struggles of Jinchuan Prefecture and provide resources amounting to 100 million gold and 30 million spirit stones annually to promote the development of Jinchuan Prefecture. Qin Heng was rather audacious in his demands. Agreed. To his surprise, Huangfu Qingyu readily accepted. Do you not wish to reconsider? Perhaps consult with your headquarters in the Divine Capital? Qin Heng suggested. Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter is well within my authority, Huangfu Qingyu confidently stated. Qin Heng silently contemplated the significance of her position within Qin Beilu. Though this was merely their first tentative engagement, it was clear that she possessed sufficient confidence, hinting at forthcoming excitement in Jinchuan Prefecture. Half an hour later, as Qin Heng and Jiasu sat in a carriage, Jiasu remarked with a smile, Your Highness, are you seeking to bolster the martial prowess of Jinchuan Prefecture? Their previous conversation had been transparent, and Jiasu had quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, the high-level resources of Tianyan continent are largely monopolized by those formidable factions. Thus, to cultivate sufficient mid-tier combatants, I must ensure an adequate population. Qin Heng replied with a smile. However, Your Highness, while we possess enough strong figures to safeguard Jinchuan Prefecture, we must ensure they remain concealed. Jiasu expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng merely smiled mysteriously. You worry too much. I possess other means. However, he refrained from elaborating on what those means were. As a figure of authority, maintaining an air of mystery before his subordinates was essential, even though they were all fiercely loyal. Meanwhile, as they observed Qin Heng's caravan moving further away, the young maid Qingling could no longer contain herself. Miss, is it not inappropriate to agree so readily? That Qin Heng only raises demands without offering any commitments in return. Why did you acquiesce? As she listened to her maid's incessant chatter, Huangfu Qingyu narrowed her eyes. In that moment, Qingling felt as though an immense weight had been placed upon her, nearly overwhelming her. In Tianyan continent, the distinction between master and servant was stark. Previously, Huangfu Qingyu had afforded Qingling certain privileges due to their shared upbringing, but questioning her master's decisions could lead to dire consequences. Qingling returned to the Divine Capital. Huangfu Qingyu stated calmly, observing the flicker of fear across Qingling's face. Yes. As Qingling departed, Huangfu Qingyu then spoke softly, King Ai, with a sudden ripple of spatial energy. A beautiful woman clad in azure appeared before her. However, in stark contrast to her smooth, supple, and voluptuous figure, she possessed a pair of eyes that had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. It was evident that her age was far from youthful. Miss. Upon the appearance of the elegant woman in green, she immediately bowed before Huangfu Qingyu. King Ai, please investigate Qingling. With that, Huangfu Qingyu helplessly closed her eyes. Human nature. It truly cannot withstand the test. In that moment, Huangfu Qingyu profoundly grasped this truth. Indeed. Thus, Huangfu Qingyu sat quietly, sipping her tea. Half an hour later, the previously vanished, beautiful young woman reappeared before Huangfu Qingyu, softly reporting, Miss, I have discovered that the crown prince of the Zhou dynasty has sent Qingling to infiltrate your side under the guise of a concubine, with the intention of driving away the young men around you. King Ai relayed the findings of the investigation to Huangfu Qingyu in detail. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Qingyu fell silent. In truth, ever since the auction, she had sensed that this girl was testing her. Yet, she had been reluctant to investigate this childhood friend. But the outcome still left her heartbroken. After a moment, Huangfu Qingyu spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Fools will always be fools. She merely sought out a miserable bone and rushed towards it. All those years of study were in vain, for she is nothing of substance. In that moment, The young lady of Kyanbilu exuded a unique aura of authority. It was clear that she had made a self-adjustment. Perhaps her father was indeed correct. Being too kind to servants sometimes only leads them to folly. And what of Qingling? King Ai inquired softly. Send her to the crown prince's bed. I shall fulfill her dream of becoming a concubine. Huangfu Qingyu replied indifferently. Understood. King Ai complied and took her leave, though at that moment, her perception of this amiable young lady had shifted. Sending that foolish girl to the crown prince's bed would likely lead her to her own ruin. And what about the Prince of Qin? No need. I trust him. The crown prince of Zhou is merely a simpleton, and Zhou is a nation rotting to its core, incapable of contending with us. Huangfu Qingyu said with a smile. Observing her mistress in such a state, King Ai felt a twinge of concern. Sensing that her young lady might be led astray, yet she was but a servant. What could she do? Meanwhile, in the carriage, Qin Heng lay somewhat helplessly on Qian Mingxiu's delicate legs, refusing to let her leave. The reason was simple. This girl intended to lead his 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. How could that be? With a princess in his life, wouldn't he be rather bored on this journey? Had he known, he would not have sent Sister Qingyun to the Jinchuan prince's residence. Qin Heng felt a hint of regret. Seeing him like this, Qian Mingxiu felt somewhat troubled. While Bing Qingyu, after muttering a curse at the rogue, turned her head away. The princess wishes for the Blood Phoenix guards to grow stronger. Qin Heng suddenly interjected. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Qian Mingxiu's fair face flushed crimson, for when Qin Heng spoke, a warm breath brushed against her abdomen, stirring her shyness. Having already tasted the forbidden fruit of intimacy. Nevertheless, recalling Qin Heng's question, she suppressed her physical reactions and replied softly. However, she gently turned Qin Heng's head away. Deprived of the fragrance at her nose, Qin Heng opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Slowly he sat up. Lu Bu, go and assume the position of commander of the princess's 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. Your Highness? Seeing Qian Mingxiu's conflicted expression, Qin Heng lay back down casually. Fear not. Princess, General Lu will manage splendidly. With that, he closed his eyes again. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Fifth Prince. Outside the carriage, Lu Bu accepted his orders. But at that moment, Qian Mingxiu felt somewhat uneasy. The Blood Phoenix guards were fierce warriors, each unruly. And she worried whether this General Lu Bu could effectively command such a force. On the other side, Lu Bu, mounted on his steed, rode forth to confront the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. Though he did not speak, the very presence of the red hare he rode exuded an aura befitting a demon king, unsettling the fierce horses of the Blood Phoenix guards. Observing this, although unsure of what the general under Prince Qin intended, the vice commander of the Blood Phoenix guards promptly ordered the troops to form the Blood Phoenix formation and summoned a colossal illusory figure of the Blood Phoenix, which began to confront Lu Bu. All this transpired before the watchful eyes of Qian Mingxiu in the carriage. Just as she intended to rise and intervene, a sharp sound echoed within the carriage. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, causing Qian Mingxiu to pause, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she glared at the rogue who had just spanked her. Meanwhile, Qin Heng, having committed the misdeed, kept his eyes shut, carelessly kneading the curves of his wife's figure before lazily stating, Trust in Lu Bu. He will lead your Blood Phoenix guards to unprecedented heights. 2 flowers, each with its own branch. Seeing the Blood Phoenix guards forming their formation, Lu Bu chuckled and shook his head. Merely a facade. With that thought, Lu Bu ceased his concealment, slowly rising into the air. Behind him, a colossal figure wielding a great halberd, radiating an aura of demonic might, began to materialize, towering over the illusory Blood Phoenix conjured by the 3,000 guards. As if that were not enough, at that moment, without any discernible action from Lu Bu, the divine presence behind him, resembling a true deity, suddenly opened its eyes. Instantly, the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards were plunged into a sea of blood and corpses. The path of slaughter, a land immortal. These words echoed from within the carriage, spoken by the 2 women inside. Although they were aware that Qin Heng's subordinates were anything but ordinary, it was astonishing that he could so easily summon a general who comprehended the rules of slaughter. This Prince Qin was truly remarkable. This sentiment resonated in the minds of both women. Just then, Qin Heng's voice drifted lazily from outside. So, Princess, allowing Lu Bu to command the Blood Phoenix guards is not a waste, is it? At the sound of Qin Heng's words, Qian Mingxiu felt a flush rise to her face, yet she respectfully replied, I shall hand over the talismans of the Blood Phoenix guards to General Lu Bu. From now on, they shall be under his command. Qian Mingxiu stated earnestly. Oh no, Princess. General Lu has his own army. I have mentioned that these are all part of your dowry. I have no intentions to meddle. I merely wish for you to spend more time with me. With that, Qin Heng lay back down. Meanwhile, as Qin Heng conversed with Qian Mingxiu, The 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards had already fallen from their mounts under the influence of Lu Bu's rules of slaughter. Observing this, Lu Bu furrowed his brow, retracting his imposing presence and returning to the red hair. You have 2 minutes to adjust your vigor. After that, you shall be under my command until we reach the Jin Chuan residence. Lu Bu commanded directly. Understood. The 3,000 soldiers responded in unison. Seeing this, Lu Bu's expression softened slightly as he gradually made his way toward Qin Heng. As Lu Bu rode past the 3,000 tiger guards led by Dian Wei, he seemed to recall something and steered his horse towards Dian Wei. Chapter 40. The initial unveiling of the conspiracy. Old Dian, my brother, I have matters to discuss with you, Lu Bu declared as he approached the front of the tiger guard formations. As fellow warriors united in the same cause in this lifetime, the bond between these two fond of wine was naturally amicable. Upon hearing Lu Bu's booming voice, Dian Wei galloped over. However, before Lu Bu could speak, Dian Wei chuckled. Old Lu, I've heard you've also taken command of a troop. Congratulations. Dian Wei wore a simple, jovial smile. Enough with your idle chatter. This is the princess's army. I am merely leading them temporarily. Besides, these troops pale in comparison to my Bingzhou wolf riders and your tiger guards. I have no interest in them. Lu Bu responded, his face brimming with pride. Brother, mind your words. We only need to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by His Highness, Dian Wei reminded him promptly. Qin Heng was their sovereign, and Qian Mingxiu was their lady. Dian Wei feared that Lu Bu's arrogance might lead him to folly. Upon hearing Dian Wei's caution, Lu Bu immediately adopted a serious demeanor and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Brother Dian, I am aware. I have come to request a favor from you. We shall handle the bandits along the way. I would trouble you to ensure the safety of His Highness. With that, Lu Bu bowed once more. At this, Dian Wei finally laughed heartily. Lu brother, you may act freely. With Dian here, you need not worry. Satisfied with Dian Wei's agreement, Lu Bu felt at ease to go and confer with Qin Heng. Meanwhile, watching Lu Bu's departing figure, Dian Wei murmured, Fengxian. In this lifetime our sovereign possesses a far greater vision than the chancellor. I hope you can truly maintain a heart of reverence as you just expressed. Otherwise, your fate may not differ much from your previous life. After taking his leave from Qin Heng, Lu Bu led the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards away from the main force, proactively commencing the eradication of evil forces and bandits along their path. Just then, a voice echoed in Qin Heng's ear. It was Gainia. Your Majesty, the scouts who witnessed General Dian in action have all been dealt with. Very well. Continue to remain hidden. Qin Heng instructed directly. In truth, recalling Gainia from his quest for the sword outside the capital was also Jia Su's suggestion. The vast expanse of Tianyuan continent made it imperative for them, as vassals, to ensure that Qin Heng faced no mishaps. Understanding that this was for his own good, Qin Heng naturally acquiesced. Do not blame me. To flush out a few rats, I have no choice but to act this way, Qin Heng murmured. He knew that some of those scouts might have been sent to protect him, but for the sake of his ambitions, he could only sacrifice them. Furthermore, this could serve as a warning to those individuals. Regardless of intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, he had no need for either. As Qin Heng journeyed towards the capital of Shenzhou, far in the northern borders, within the city of Fengxiu, a group of tall and imposing figures, both civil and martial, had gathered in a palace to deliberate on his affairs. Father, shall we not take any action? A young man, with a somewhat shadowy gaze and striking features, addressed a middle-aged man clad in a 5-clawed python robe and a black cloak. Upon hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man barked sharply, silence. In the military tent, there is only rank, not father-son. And who informed you that we are to confront the king of Qin? Get out of here, you disgraceful wretch. At his outburst, the hall fell instantly silent. Father, the young man cried out again, kneeling. Leave. The command was accompanied by an overwhelming aura that sent the young man flying. His complexion turned ashen as he exited the premises. This individual was none other than Biming Potion, one of the 4 great martial kings of the Great Yin. Half an hour later, within a secret chamber of the Biming Palace, a man in a python robe stood quietly before a map. It was indeed Biming Potion. What has transpired? Who is behind this? He inquired blandly. Suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged. There are many reasons. First, the 3rd young master is enamored with Qian Mingxiu. Second, the 1st and 3rd young masters are sowing discord. Third, the Jianghu forces in Liao Prefecture are subtly instigating. Fourth, certain individuals in the Great Yin capital wish to use our hands to commit murder. Fifth, someone may be seeking an excuse and might have acted in secret, but we have yet to capture them. Sixth, the Biming Demon clan recently sent a batch of foxwomen servants to the 2nd young master. After delivering this information, the shadowy figure came to a halt. Meanwhile, Biming Potion's countenance had darkened considerably. Fools. A bunch of imbeciles. With their ranks crumbling, they still think of women. Why don't they just perish? After venting his frustration, Beiming Potion finally spoke. Inform the top forces in Liao Prefecture and the demon clan of the King of Qin's route, and then mobilize 100,000 underworld god army to find an opportunity to eliminate the King of Qin. Remember, it must be a decisive strike. Beiming Potion immediately dispatched the orders, known for his extreme caution in his dealings. He would exert all his strength against any enemy who dared to challenge him. The offspring of the Qin Emperor seeks to constrain me in Liao Prefecture. They are not worthy of such ambitions. Chapter 41. The Weary Ice King Yu. After strolling intermittently for over 3 months, when Qin Heng arrived at the Shenzhou capital, Tianjin, the time had quietly slipped into the spring of the 30th year of Emperor Xian's reign. Though Shenzhou lay in the heart of the Great Qin, the weather still bore a hint of chill. However, this mattered little to Qin Heng. The 3,000 Blood Phoenix troops and 3,000 Tiger Guards marched forth like a moving sun, their formidable vitality casting a warm wave across 100 miles. Moreover, following countless skirmishes over the past 3 months, Qian Mingxiu's 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards had finally developed an aura unique to elite troops. This evolution led Qin Heng's wife, Qian Mingxiu, into a spiral of self-doubt. Having entered the battlefield at the tender age of 15 and engaged in countless battles over 3 years, even leading her forces to a significant victory against one of the great Qian's renowned generals, Gongsun Long, she had become the youngest legendary female general of the Great Qin by the time she turned 18. Yet, witnessing the Blood Phoenix Guards, who had only fought under Lu Bu for 3 months, already resembling a nascent elite force, how could she not feel disheartened? King Yu, do you think I should truly withdraw from the battlefield and content myself with being that man's consort? On the outskirts of Tianjin, as Qian Mingxiu gazed at the recently returned 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards, she gently inquired of her companion, Bing King Yu. Upon hearing this, Bing King Yu, equally engulfed in doubt, nearly gasped in horror. No, my sister. You are the Grand Marshal of the Great Qin's military in your previous life. How can you entertain such a dangerous thought of fleeing the battlefield? No, as one of your earlier goals in life, you must not allow yourself to fall into despair. Your Highness, how can you think this way? You are a warrior. If you withdraw from military service now, you will have to face the intrigues of the inner court daily. Just imagine how despairing that would be. Moreover, if you relinquish control over Ming Huang and Blood Phoenix now, wouldn't that merely benefit Qin Heng? You represent the Wang Fu of Zhengzi. If you falter, given Qin Heng's capabilities, should the 4th prince engage in battle with the Great Qin, you would find yourself utterly incapable of navigating the ensuing turmoil. At this moment, Bing King Yu, akin to a millennium of frost, has transformed into a top-tier strategist, meticulously devising strategies to steer the course of this life closer to that of her previous existence, lest her rebirth offer her no advantages whatsoever. Alas, one cannot help but wonder if, in this life, they will still execute that deed at the same time as in the last. Contemplating this, Bing King Yu felt a throbbing headache. All of this was due to the variable known as Qin Heng. Now, even she, the Empress, finds herself ensnared in this predicament. Moreover, he seems to have recruited subordinates of extraordinary caliber from unknown origins. The very thought sends a wave of frustration coursing through her. Meanwhile, Qin Heng, having arrived at the city gates of Tianjin alongside Lu Bu, found himself bemused by the intelligence relayed to him by his covert operatives stationed near Bing King Yu. Were it not for her concerns regarding her identity as a reborn individual and the potential contingency plan she harbors, she would have dealt with her adversaries long ago. Maintaining an icy demeanor, her underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes are quite a surprise. It seems he must find some tasks to occupy her time. With a contemplative stroke of his chin, a peculiar smile graced Qin Heng's lips. As a prince, he noticed that the officials of Tianjin City, along with those from Jianzhou and Liaozhou, deliberately avoided contact with him upon his arrival. Consequently, within merely 3 days, Qin Heng and his companions successfully reached the outskirts of Tiankai City in Liaozhou via the teleportation array. As he felt the biting cold winds from the North Sea, a smile finally emerged on Qin Heng's lips. Have you arrived? I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Chapter 42. The March of 100,000 Ironclad Soldiers into Liaozhou. At this moment, Qin Heng's consciousness delved deep into his mind. System, what range of characters will the previous bond card summon? He inquired, having recently learned a secret from Qian Mingxiu. It turns out that on this continent of Tianyan, an unwritten rule has circulated for quite some time. The powerful must refrain from large-scale slaughter of lower-tier warriors, lest they be collectively hunted down by the top factions across the 5 continents. Although the reasons remain obscure, countless lives have attested to the existence of this rule over the past several 100,000 years. The most renowned incident pertains to the cataclysmic upheaval between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin a millennium ago. A millennium ago, The martial emperor of the Great Zhou, Wu Ling Tian, with his extraordinary talents, forcibly shattered the shackles of immortality, ascending to the realm of unparalleled strength. However, at that moment, this formidable ruler made a grave error. In his haste to unify Tianyun, he brazenly chose to strike against the imperial family of the Great Qin. On that fateful day, the depths of the Great Qin's power were unleashed, and numerous ancestors perished within the imperial capital. Despite this, the Great Qin refused to surrender in a fit of madness. The martial emperor turned his wrath upon the commoners of the Great Qin, intending to intimidate the imperial family. Yet, as he slaughtered 1,000,000 innocent civilians, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes appeared, sudden and overwhelming. Within mere moments, Wu Ling Tian's cultivation was obliterated above the capital. Subsequently, these figures retaliated against the Great Zhou royal family, issuing a decree that forbade the large-scale massacre of civilians across the Tianyun continent. This decree is a principal reason for the current dominance of imperial dynasties in Zhongzhou, as military conflicts between armies are not prohibited. Although Qin Heng found this revelation intriguing, he had no intention of provoking anyone just yet. Thus, he turned his gaze back to the system. Beep. Host. The bond card is exceedingly precious, and its function is to summon characters associated with the host. The specific rules state that military generals may summon their subordinates and troops, while civil officials can summon friends or disciples, depending on the individual's circumstances. The system coldly elucidated. Upon receiving this information, Qin Heng could only silently light a candle for the guests who would soon arrive. System, initiate the bond summon for Lu Bu. Qin Heng commanded directly. The scope of the power card was vast. Qin Heng's objective was to thoroughly dismantle the intertwined web of the Liaozhou underworld. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach, trampling through the realm. Beep. Congratulations, host. Summon successful. Military generals, Gao Shun, early stage of sainthood, Zhang Liao, late stage of sainthood. Troops, Wang Bing, 800 trapped cavalry, Dharma aspect. Dao troops, 100,000 Bingzhou wolf riders, great master to early stage of sainthood. Gasp. At this revelation, Qin Heng inhaled sharply. In a single bond summon, Lu Bu had virtually brought his entire former entourage into the fold. 100,000 Dao troops. Qin Heng surmised that even his esteemed father-in-law, the Wang of Jingzi, could not muster such a force. At this moment, Qin Heng envisioned the entire Liaozhou underworld trembling beneath his feet. Lu Bu, your old friends await you 100 miles away. Go forth and lead them to bury the 100,000 rats from a distance. Qin Heng spoke with a calm demeanor. Understood. As soon as Qin Heng's words fell, Lu Bu, like an arrow released from its bow, galloped forth into the void. Chapter 43, The First Strike. Your Highness, what has transpired? Why does General Lu seem so exhilarated? Just as Qin Heng was lost in thought, gazing at Lu Bu's departing figure, Qian Mingxiu, who had approached without him noticing, inquired softly. Upon hearing her question, Qin Heng chose not to conceal anything. Instead, he gently handed her the secret message from the Jinyue and remarked, Princess, from this moment forth, you shall command the 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards and the previous 300,000 Ming Phoenix Army to make their rounds before the prominent gates of Liaozhou. Oh, and the 3,000 Tiger Guards led by Jia Su and Jian Wei will also be entrusted to you. Furthermore, bring Bing Qingyu along. She has ruined enough of my garments during this time, Qin Heng stated with a smile. However, at that moment, Qian Mingxiu had little inclination to heed his words. After perusing the contents of the message in her hands, a chill enveloped her entire being. What had she just seen? The Wang of Jinbei had laid an ambush of 100,000 Dao troops in the depths of the Oblivion Valley, concealed beneath their formations. While the 10 major factions of Liaozhou had established 10 blockade points between Tiankai City and the Jinchuan Prefecture, the underworld assassin factions dispatched 10 celestial-level assassins to silently lurk behind the 100,000-strong army of the Wang of Jinbei. At that moment, as Qian Mingxiu gazed at the young man who had been clinging to her for nearly 3 months, a wave of astonishment and curiosity surged from the depths of her heart. Simultaneously, she felt a deep-seated concern for the 4 great Wangfu. Her intuition warned her that should the 4 great Wangfu stand against this young man, only annihilation awaited them. With this thought, Qian Mingxiu wasted no time and promptly accepted her orders. Meanwhile, Qin Heng murmured as he observed the armored figure of the elder, Shuer, I have granted you the opportunity, and the Wangfu of Jingzi is now yours. Qin Heng is not the reigning emperor Yin. He harbors no desire to co-govern the world with the 4 great martial kings. Though the great Yin is vast, it only requires the voice of one. In the depths of the Oblivion Valley, within the grand tent of the 100,000 Dao troops, the commander of the Dao troops, Ming Yi, wore a grim expression as he regarded the black-robed man within his tent and calmly spoke. I apologize. I cannot acquiesce to your request. and I must ask you to leave this place immediately." As he uttered these words, a chilling coldness filled Ming Yi's eyes. At that moment, he longed to personally rend the traitor responsible for disseminating the news of his divine army's demise into 1,000 pieces. Where was this place? And who had they slain this time? How could this debauched second son demand that he capture the king of Qin and deliver him for his own disposal? Furthermore, he even intended to secretly imprison Qin Mingxiu within his estate. There were times when he truly doubted whether this second son was a spy sent by another faction. The king of Qin, after all, was a figure far more noble than the king of the north, a member of the imperial bloodline of the Great Qin Dynasty. Were it not for the need to avoid interfering with the grand strategy of the prince would not have provoked the other party. Yet this second son dared to capture and torment such a person. It was tantamount to courting death. For this reason, he had already been negotiating with the other party for half an hour. Ming Yi, you. Noticing Ming Yi's unyielding demeanor, Bei Mingrong was also incensed. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of insults upon Ming Yi's ancestors, a subtle tremor abruptly surged from beneath his feet. As he stood there in bewilderment, Ming Yi, who stood beside him, suddenly changed countenance. "Gather, everyone, form ranks, and prepare to face the enemy." A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, and in an instant, his figure had already darted away. As one of the battle commanders under the King of the North, he was certainly no imbecile like Bei Mingrong, who possessed nothing but a surname. In the vast expanse of the extinguished valley, a sudden tremor could only mean one thing. Iron cavalry was approaching. Chapter 44, The Butcher. Lushendi. However, upon fully exiting, Ming Yi found himself in a dire situation. In the southwestern direction of the extinguished valley, tens of thousands of wolf cavalry had, unbeknownst to him, charged within 100 miles of his divine army. These wolf cavalry were indeed formidable, towering figures clad in black armor, currently mounted upon abyssal demon wolves that measured 3 zhang in height and over 10 zhang in length, executing a synchronized charge. Above them, a black cloud enveloped in crimson lightning loomed ominously, bearing down upon them. Divine Army formed the Divine Army formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Yi began to arrange the battle lines of the 10,000 semi-sage soldiers. As one of the legacies accumulated over thousands of years by the Prince of the North's estate, these Divine Army soldiers, after a brief moment of chaos, completed their formation in less than 10 breaths under Ming Yi's command. Instantaneously, a shadow of a black demon, towering thousands of zhang, began to coalesce in the sky. Though it did not reach the level of true sages, the manifestation of the Divine Army, formed by 10,000 semi-sage soldiers, subtly surpassed the Blood Phoenix soldiers initially gathered by the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards. Nonetheless, to the approaching Lu Bu, all of this seemed utterly insignificant. Binzhou Wolf Cavalry formed the Wolf Cavalry formation. With a fierce roar from Lu Bu, the 10,000 Binzhou Wolf Cavalry began to charge, while simultaneously conjuring an enormous, resplendent black demon wolf. At the moment the demon wolf took shape, it let out a howl that shattered space itself. In the next instant, the massive wolf broke free from the constraints of its own formation, lunging directly towards the Divine Army. Compared to the agility of the demon wolf, the manifestation of the Divine Army was far less impressive. Under the demon wolf's onslaught, it was shattered with a single blow. With a sickening sound, the soldiers at the bottom of the extinguished valley collectively spewed blood. The formation immediately dissipated. Royal soldiers. 10,000 royal soldiers. At that moment, Ming Yi, who had risen from the ground, his orifices bleeding, shouted in madness. It was not that he had lost composure, but rather that the shock brought by the 10,000 royal soldiers was overwhelming. Despite intelligence suggesting that this king of Qin was not favored, how could there be 10,000 royal soldiers? Split the forces. Wolf cavalry formation, flanked from both sides. Seeing the demon wolf manifestation succeed, Lu Bu immediately began to shift tactics for a surprise attack. His commanding shout jolted the dazed Ming Yi back to reality. As if struck by a realization, Ming Yi began directing the Divine Army to defend while rushing into the military tent, urging Bei Mingrong to leave. Upon entering the tent, he saw the second son being escorted by an elder, preparing to traverse space and escape. Although he looked down on this scene, he quickly urged, "Elder Ling, hurry and take the young master away. The Divine Army cannot hold. Moreover, the King of Qin commands 10,000 royal soldiers. We must flee." Having said that, he dashed back outside, while Bei Mingrong, at that moment, was far too terrified by the wolf cavalry led by Lu Bu to heed his words, incessantly urging Elder Ling to set up the teleportation array. After all, his faction was far too weak, and if Elder Ling attempted to traverse the void with him, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Elder Ling, hearing his urgings, quickened his pace. He certainly did not wish to meet a swift demise. On the other side, when the beleaguered commander of the Divine Army finally emerged outside, He was met with despairing realization. His 10,000 divine army soldiers were now completely surrounded by the enemy formation. Not far from him, Lu Bu sat upon a massive, blood-red steed, quietly observing him. Since you have come, then die? Lu Bu had refrained from attacking earlier solely to wait for the opposing commander. His Benzo wolf cavalry would not waste their time slaughtering ants without a leader. Charge! At Lu Bu's thunderous command, countless giant wolf phantoms surged forth, plunging into the ranks of the divine army. Kill! Kill! In an instant, the valley erupted with clouds of blood mist, and Lu Bu, witnessing this, wore a faintly devilish smile. Having received intelligence from the Jinyiwei, Lu Bu understood that this was a death squad, thus he had no intention of taking prisoners. And so, half an hour later, a sea of crimson bathed the small valley. Yet amidst the carnage, Ming Yi, battered and bloodied, had somehow survived. At this moment, he stood amidst the corpses, his face smeared with blood, his armor shattered, gazing at the lifeless bodies around him, completely numb. Then, Lu Bu slowly approached, quietly observing him, and remarked with a smile, Ming Yi, do you submit? I will not submit. 10,000 royal soldiers. You slaughtered my 10,000 sage soldiers. Your victory is unworthy. Ming Yi roared. No, you are mistaken. It was 10,000 sage soldiers who slaughtered your 10,000 semi-sage soldiers. You overestimate yourselves. With 10,000 royal soldiers at my command, I could have already shattered the southern pass and bloodied the prince of the North's estate. Lu Bu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lu Bu's words, Ming Yi's pupils contracted, yet he quickly fell silent. It seems you are quite loyal. Then I shall grant you a gift. With that, a loud bang echoed, and two figures suddenly fell near Ming Yi. Immediately, a terrified scream pierced the air. No, you are a devil. The butcher. Chapter 45, Transformation. Young master, should we not wait for the princess and General Lu? On a road in the Lingquan prefecture of the great Yinliao province, an elderly man dressed in coarse linen, with a missing tooth, urged a cart while inquiring of the young man inside. No need. They are all busy now. What? Old man, are you trying to slack off again? Qin Heng replied, casting a skeptical glance at the old man. Hee. Young master, it's not that I, old Huang, wish to be lazy. I am simply concerned that those old fogies might shamelessly ambush you. If anything happens to you, it would be a grave sin for me. Old Huang continued to plead. It's all right, I have faith in you. Lao Huang. Indeed, this venerable elder is Jianjiu Huang, summoned by Qin Heng when he found himself short on manpower, utilizing a character summoning card. Name, Jianjiu Huang. Realm, perfected Earth Immortal, achieved through Jian Ba's self-creation. Capable of battling half-step immortals at full strength, while Jianjiu has the potential to enter the immortal realm. It was upon witnessing Lao Huang's astonishing attributes that Qin Heng garnered the audacity to venture alone to Jinchuan Prefecture. Regarding his young master's stubbornness, Lao Huang had no recourse but to silently assume the role of a charioteer and bodyguard. It appears that Jianjiu must hasten his creation, otherwise, this old fellow will find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate all enemies on behalf of the young master. After speaking, Lao Huang resumed his work and reflections in silence. Meanwhile, on the blood-soaked battlefield where Lu Bu resided, the air was filled with the harrowing cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. My lord, I beseech you, spare me. My father is the king of the north. You can demand anything from him. Just please, spare my life. At this moment, the second son of the king of the north, Bei Ming Rong, was desperately prostrate on the ground, pleading earnestly. Beside him, the previously composed elder Ling now gazed at Lu Bu, who seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, trembling in fear as if he were a monster. He muttered incoherently, Earth Immortal, you are indeed an Earth Immortal. Lu Bu, indifferent to the pitiful sight of these two, merely cast a sardonic smile at the despondent Ming Yi, who was confronted with the disgrace of his young master and the terrified cries of the venerable elder Ling. Ming Yi acknowledged feeling a sense of disgust and contempt, yet as a loyal warrior of the king of the north, he refused to engage in treachery for personal gain. You may kill me. I will never betray the prince. Threatening me with them is futile. Ming Yi resolutely rejected the two who gazed at him with desperate longing. Unexpectedly, his declaration invoked a furious rebuke from Bei Ming Rong. Ming Yi, you wretched creature, do not forget you are merely a dog of my father. I command you to surrender to this general at once, or I shall annihilate your entire lineage. As Bei Ming Rong's words rang out, Ming Yi merely turned his head away in disdain. Enough, Bei Ming Rong. Who instructed you to persuade Ming Yi on my behalf? I only wished for you to deliver this letter to your father in front of Ming Yi. Lu Bu interjected sharply. My lord, you say it, I shall write it. Upon hearing Lu Bu relent, Bei Ming Rong immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing to Lu Bu. All right. You shall write. Commander Ming Yi of the Underworld Army has secretly conspired with the Qin King, leading 100,000 underworld troops into the grand formation laid by the Qin King, all of whom have been eradicated and are now awaiting interception by Elder Ling, prepared to take him captive. Remember, write with your own blood. As for the specifics, surely I need not instruct you. Upon hearing Lu Bu's command, Gao Shan, a pure soldier, felt compelled to speak out, believing Lu Bu's actions to be excessively ruthless. However, just as he intended to voice his concerns, Zhang Liao swiftly grasped his arm and shook his head. In his view, having been granted a second chance at life, Lu Bu's maneuvers showcased that their former general had matured into a brilliant leader. On the other side, the secretly prepared Ming Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. "You despicable fiend, you are unworthy of being a soldier." After uttering these words, Ming Yi began to gasp for breath in agony. Moments later, he closed his eyes in profound suffering and murmured, "I surrender. I surrender. Is that not enough?" Yet, in response to his piteous pleas, Lu Bu merely laughed, drawing forth a long blade and hurling it towards Bei Ming Rong. At that moment, Bei Ming Rong, who was fervently writing, nearly soiled his trousers. Collapsing to the ground in terror, Lu Bu's devilish voice echoed again, "Seize the blade and slay Ming Yi, and you may live." After delivering his command, he turned away. In this life, Lu Bu sought only to be a commander, thus his focus remained solely on the prince. Anyone who posed a threat to the prince would meet their end. Half an hour later, a contingent of 100,000 soldiers, dragging Bei Ming Rong bound to a warhorse, departed from the scene, leaving behind 2 severed heads glaring in fury. Chapter 46. The Forces of Liao Prefecture. As the morning sun ascended, a thunderous sound of hooves pounding the earth resonated along the official road of Liao Prefecture, within the territory of Diin. This sudden commotion startled the traveling merchants and various figures from the martial world. Instinctively, they halted in their tracks. In that instant, a vast expanse of crimson figures surged forth from the horizon like a tidal wave. As the red tide drew near, an overwhelming weight pressed down upon their backs, prompting one individual to bellow, "Ah, what is happening? My lightness skill has inexplicably failed." His exclamation acted as a signal, igniting a chorus of similar cries among the martial artists present. At that moment, a middle-aged man, brandishing a long sword adorned with a fiery sun emblem, stepped forward and commanded, "Everyone, do not panic. This is the military's pressure. Quickly retreat to the sides of the road, lest you be crushed beneath this force." Upon hearing these words, all present seemed to find their anchor, promptly vacating the area. Just as they made their escape, a torrent of fiery cavalry thundered past them. Prominently displayed in the midst of this assembly was a large blood-red banner emblazoned with 1,000 characters. After half an hour, the 30,000 iron cavalry of Qin Ming Shui galloped forth like wild horses racing into the distance. Among the departing ranks, the poised Bing Qing Wu, clad in blue battle armor, approached Qin Ming Shui's steed with a serious demeanor, softly inquiring, "General, that individual is a disciple of the sunsetting sect, should we?" As she spoke, she made a gesture across her neck, mimicking the act of slitting it. "Enough, Qing Wu. We are merely here to teach them a lesson, not to annihilate their clan. Curb your murderous intent." Qin Ming Shui replied with a smile. "By the way, how much longer until we reach the sunsetting sect?" 3,000 miles. We will arrive within 2 days." Bing Qing Wu, serving as Qin Ming Shui's deputy, answered almost without thought. "Then let us set forth." Qin Ming Shui commanded decisively. In the vast domain of Diin's 13 prefectures, the martial forces varied greatly across each region. Liao Prefecture, in particular, was governed by the 10 dominant forces birthed from its 10 cities. The 10 cities of Liao Prefecture are Zhou City, Tianqi City. The 10 houses, Tianwu House, Tianning House, Luchuan House, Wudu House, Wuan House, Shuntian House, Linchuan House, Luoyun House, Jinchuan House, Tianlin House. The 10 dominant forces include the Tianwu Academy of Tianwu House. In the Tianning Prefecture, the Ningyu Escort Agency thrives. In the Lechuan Prefecture, the illustrious Li family has stood for a millennium. The Wudu Prefecture is home to the assassin organization known as the Underworld. The Wuan Prefecture is dominated by the Dark Knight Alliance. The Shuntian Prefecture is infamous for the thieving band, Thunder Tiger Stronghold. The Linquan Prefecture boasts maritime power through the Sahai Alliance. The Lian Prefecture is represented by the Sunsetting Sect. The Jinchuan Prefecture is known for the Splendid Pavilion. And the Tianlin Prefecture houses the commercial power of the Tongyun Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, there are 200,000 provincial troops stationed across the various prefectures, alongside another 200,000 sky-treading legions based in Jinan City and Sword Gate. In the vast expanse of Liaozhou, nearly all benefits ultimately flow into their coffers. The mission of Qianming Shui on this journey is to exert pressure on the 10 major forces of Jianghu in Liaozhou and to facilitate the redistribution of its interests. Chapter 47. A ferocious dragon crosses the river, Part 1. 2 days later, within the mountain gates of the sunsetting sect in Liyun Prefecture, the incessant tolling of bells suddenly reverberated. At this moment, disciples, elders, stewards, and even the sect leader of the sunsetting sect, Luo Xing, were summoned by the unexpected sound. In the great hall of the sect, Luo Xing, with a stormy expression, fixated his gaze on the disciple who had rushed in, demanding, "What is the matter? Why has the great bell of the sunsetting sect been rung?" Although everyone present could perceive that Luo Xing was on the brink of fury, the gatekeeper disciple, albeit nervously, shouted, "Sect leader, there are 300,000 iron cavalry surrounding the sunsetting mountains, demanding an explanation from our sect, or else." The disciple faltered momentarily. "Speak," Luo Xing commanded again, "or they will trample our mountain gates." The disciple gritted his teeth and stated. Following this revelation, he immediately bowed his head and prostrated on the ground. "What? This is preposterous. How dare they?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere exploded into chaos before Luo Xing could utter another word. As high-ranking members of the sunsetting sect, they were accustomed to their elevated status in Liaozhou and found such affronts intolerable. Observing the uproar in the hall, Luo Xing's anger reached its zenith. "Enough! Silence! Elder, please share your perspective." As he spoke, Luo Xing's oppressive aura enveloped the hall. "Sect leader, I suspect that the matter we previously discussed has been exposed. These must be troops from the Great Yin Court," Elder Kaiyun whispered. Upon hearing this, Luo Xing narrowed his eyes. If indeed these were imperial forces, the situation would become precarious. Yet, as the sect leader, despite his inner turmoil, his demeanor remained relatively unchanged. After a long contemplation, Luo Xing finally spoke with a composed tone. "Everyone, follow me to the mountain gates to confront these unwelcome guests." Meanwhile, 10 miles away from the mountain gates of the sunsetting sect, 3,000 Tiger Guards, 3,000 Blood Phoenix Guards, and 300,000 Ming Phoenix troops stood in a silent formation. "General, how long has it been?" At this moment, Qianming Shui, clad in crimson armor, inquired calmly. Reporting, "General, it has been over a cup of tea's time," came the deep voice of Dian Wei. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Qianming Shui's beautiful eyes. "Convey my orders, Dian Wei, lead the 3,000 Tiger Guards to breach the gates," Qianming Shui commanded coldly. "Understood." Dian Wei clasped his fist in salute, a fierce smile appearing on his rugged face. "Tiger's Fury battle formation, charge with me. Kill, kill, kill." As Dian Wei's command echoed, the 3,000 Tiger Guards immediately formed a battle array and surged toward the mountain gates of the sunsetting sect. Simultaneously, a gigantic black tiger leapt from above, hurtling towards the gates. Manifest the spirit of the law, summoned the king's battle formation. Witnessing this scene, Qianming Shui was momentarily taken aback. What extraordinary charisma did her mysterious husband possess to train such a formidable army? Faced with this sudden upheaval, Qianming Shui gasped as the sunsetting sect was plunged into terror. Boom! With a resounding crash, the protective grand formation that had been meticulously refined over millennia began to tremble under the impact. Simultaneously, the entire Liyun mountain range quaked. Boulders cracked, and earth cascaded down like rain. In that fleeting moment, the sunsetting sect's elegant structures began to collapse. Chapter 48. A ferocious dragon crosses the river, Part 2. Stop. Just then, streaks of light rushed from the distance, and voices clamored for attention. However, Dian Wei merely grinned, and with a swift motion, he drew the king's battle tiger into his grasp, then unleashed his renowned technique, the flying dagger. In the next instant, a pitch-black small dagger, accompanied by the bloodthirsty battle tiger, struck fiercely against the mountain gates. The following moment, under the astonished gazes of Luo Xing and his companions, the grand formation that had enveloped the sunsetting sect for a millennium shattered like fragile glass. With a thunderous crash, the grand formation lay in ruins. Simultaneously, the elders and disciples responsible for maintaining the formation spewed forth blood, while several thousand disciples of lesser cultivation disintegrated into a mist of blood. "No, you will pay for this." In that moment, Luo Xing descended into madness, roaring as he recklessly charged toward the Tiger Guards. "Come on." Witnessing this, Dian Wei felt a surge of joy. In order to avoid the impression of overwhelming their opponent, he chose to step out of the Tiger Guards formation, wielding 2 short daggers as he drew Luo Xing into the void. "Military advisor, is everything all right?" From a distance, Qianming Shui quietly asked Jia Su, who stood beside her, as she watched Dian Wei's retreating figure. "Fear not, Princess," Jia Su replied with a smile, his tone exuding absolute assurance. "General Dian has entered the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Slaying him is akin to slaughtering a dog." As expected, within mere 3 breaths, Luo Xing's body fell to the ground like a broken sack before the eyes of the sunsetting sect. Sect leader. Sect leader. At this, the high-ranking members of the sunsetting sect were thrown into utter panic. However, considering the previous instructions from Qin Heng, Dianwei refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing Luo Xing to retain a breath of life. Witnessing this, Elder Qin approached Dianwei, adopting a conciliatory tone. General Yu, stop. Interrupting the elder, Dianwei declared firmly. No more nonsense. Your sunsetting sect orchestrated an ambush against His Highness, the Qin King. Thus, the sunsetting sect must surrender half of its scriptures and resources or face annihilation. With that, Dianwei returned to the ranks of the Tiger Guards. Elder, what shall we do? Faced with Dianwei's overwhelming assertiveness, the high-ranking members of the sunsetting sect turned to Elder Qiyun for guidance. You all stay vigilant. I will head to the back mountain. Yet before he could make a move, a resounding thud echoed, and suddenly, a figure, stooped and marred with injuries, appeared before them. As the visage of this individual came into focus, the Grand Elder of the Sunset Sect suddenly gasped, and then, to everyone's astonishment, knelt down. Elder, what ails you? Cough, cough. Uffed. Perhaps hearing the calls of Grand Elder Qiyun and others, the half-conscious elder coughed violently before finally rousing himself. Upon recognizing Qiyun, he uttered but a single phrase, heed their commands. Following this, the elder succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, before the grand entrance of the Sunset Sect, amidst the fall of thousands of disciples and the severe injuries sustained by both the sect master and the elder, the throng of tens of thousands from the Falling Cloud sect stood in stunned silence, rendered utterly at a loss. Witnessing this scene, Grand Elder Qiyun of the Falling Cloud sect sighed deeply before gradually approaching Dianwei, initiating a brief, yet significant dialogue. On the high platform where the army's commander stood, Qian Mingxiu and Bing Qingyu were equally startled by the unexpected turn of events. Military advisor, who is that? Qian Mingxiu inquired, a trace of bewilderment in her voice. Merely the elder of the Sunset Sect, a decrepit old man, not even a terrestrial immortal. As for his appearance, it must have been orchestrated by His Highness. With that, Jia Su fell silent. Thus, 10 minutes later, Dianwei, accompanied by a retinue, slowly departed, bearing several storage rings offered by the Sunset Sect. In addition to agreeing to previous terms, the Sunset Sect was also compelled to dispatch disciples to maintain the stability of the Falling Cloud Manor. No one had anticipated that the Sunset Sect, a dominant power in Liao Province, would today be thoroughly stripped of its ambition to dominate the martial world. Chapter 49, 300,000 Iron Cavalry stun Liao Province. The Sunset Sect sealed its mountain for 5 years. All core disciples returned to the mountain gate, while external disciples were henceforth assigned to the Qin Wangfu. All inner and outer disciples descended the mountain to assist the court in reorganizing the Falling Cloud Manor's influence. In Tianning Prefecture, situated several million miles away from Jinchuan Prefecture, Qin Heng sat within a carriage, holding the latest intelligence from the Falling Cloud Manor's Imperial Guards, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Old Huang's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Your Highness, there are 2 roads ahead, one leading to Luchuan Prefecture and the other to Shuntian Prefecture. Which shall we take? Surprised by this question, Qin Heng retorted. Old Huang, I instructed you to follow Lu Bu. Why have you moved so swiftly? He expressed his displeasure. There was no urgency for him. Qin Heng, to hasten his journey, why was Old Huang in such a hurry? Your Highness, I am wronged. I was indeed following General Lu Bu's army, but he is already 100,000 miles ahead. What can I do? Old Huang replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. Cough, what do you mean? Lu Bu is so fast. Did not those factions set up numerous ambush lines? How can Lu Bu advance with such swift speed? Your Highness, you have been preoccupied with the affairs concerning the princess lately. How could you have time to monitor General Lu's battle reports? Old Huang's tone carried a teasing undertone. Cough. Old Huang, do not speak nonsense. I am merely concerned about the top 10 factions and their potential underhanded tactics, fearing for the princess's safety. Moreover, I have complete faith in General Lu's capabilities, thus I have paid less attention. Old Huang, refrain from saying such things. Qin Heng issued a warning. Your Highness, you speak the truth. Very well, Old Huang, let us proceed to Shuntian Prefecture. I have resided in the capital for 16 years and wish to behold the grand landscapes of our great Yin. Understood. As the gentle breeze flowed, the carriage, which had been moving forward, abruptly turned, speeding towards a direction farther from Jinchuan Prefecture. Meanwhile, as Qin Heng and Old Huang frolicked through the mountains and rivers, Liao Province, even the town North King's Manor, and the great Qin Dynasty were thrown into a frenzy. The cause of this turmoil was simple. Within this brief span of time, Princess Qian Mingxiu led 30,000 Iron Cavalry, virtually plowing through the entirety of Liao province and greeting the headquarters of the top 10 factions. The reasoning behind this was straightforward. The Qin Huang had encountered an ambush by the 10 factions within Liao province, and his life or death remained uncertain. Thus, she suspected that the Qin Huang had been clandestinely hidden away by certain factions. This was not the end. It was reported that General Lu Bu of the Qin Huang few had annihilated all those who were stationed to ambush the Qin Huang, even bringing their severed heads to the top 10 factions. Astonishingly, those individuals who had been ordered to retreat and conceal themselves were also hunted down and eliminated by Lu Bu. At this moment, these factions comprehended that the Qin Huang might have already laid plans within Liao province. But it was far too late. Most importantly, the act of the Qin Huang's consort trampling upon the gates of the top 10 factions had escalated this minor assassination attempt into a major incident, leaving even those behind the factions too intimidated to intervene. Outside Tianning Prefecture, beyond the Tianwu Academy, gazing at the magnificent departure of the 30,000 Iron Cavalry, the Academy's president, Mo Yin, slowly closed his eyes. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice finally emerged. Everyone, select suitable disciples to serve in Liao province. Upon hearing this, the esteemed scholars present erupted in protest. President, that cannot be. Our Tianwu Academy is a bastion of Confucianism. How can we be influenced by mundane affairs? Moreover, our disciples span the realm. How dare the Qin Huang breach our gates? Once this sentiment was voiced, the attendees immediately nodded in agreement. Foolish. Do you even know where the Qin Huang is? Moreover, do you think our legacy can be preserved without the need for his iron cavalry to trample our gates? Did you not see that middle-aged man? He is not yet 50, yet already a sage of our time. In but 5 years, when he calls upon the scholars of Liao province, they will surely flock to the Qin Huang's side. At that time, who will believe in our Tianwu Academy's orthodoxy? The last two words, who will believe, were shouted by Mo Yin in frustration. He was utterly disappointed in these individuals for not informing him and recklessly proceeding with the assassination of a prince. Now, with 30,000 iron cavalry blocking the gates, did he truly intend to risk the entirety of Tianwu Academy's students? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the old president felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, realizing that the tides in Liao province had irrevocably shifted. Chapter 50, Dian Wei, I Desire Blood. Ignoring the petty squabbles of the Tianwu Academy, Dian Wei, having just organized the military, approached Qian Mingxiu and Jia Su with a look of helplessness. General, military advisor. Why do we so casually let them go? Was our formation set up in vain? At the very least, allow me to slay a few. At this moment, Qian Mingxiu, standing before the mounted troops, also felt a headache coming on. Their cavalry's purpose was not to kill, but to swiftly bring order to chaos, serving as a stern warning to the factions in Liao province, facilitating the future development of the Qin Huang few, and swiftly integrating mid-level talents to bolster Jinchuan Prefecture and Liao province. However, faced with Dian Wei's earnestness, she found it difficult to explain. Thus, Qian Mingxiu could only respond with resignation. General Dian, which of these factions did not require your intervention? Even the netherworld was extinguished at the hands of your tiger guards. You claim you have not been allowed to fight. How am I to respond to your grievances? Understanding Dian Wei's unwavering loyalty to Qin Heng, Qian Mingxiu chose not to impose her authority as the Qin Huang's consort, but rather to reason with him. However, General, which one among the Tianwu Academy, the Li Clan, the Ningyu Escort Agency, the Knight Alliance, and the Four Seas Alliance is not aware of my mere warning? I hardly made a move, yet in the case of the underworld, when I led my men inside, all those formidable Tian and D-ranked assassins, along with their ancestors, had already perished. The ones I eliminated were merely insignificant pawns, hardly satisfying. Upon finishing this proclamation, Dian Wei turned his head away, still brimming with discontent. At that moment, while Qian Mingxiu felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to respond, Jia Su approached them with a smile. Do not be hasty, General Dian. Your moment of glory with the Iron Cavalry shall soon arrive. Really, strategist? You mustn't deceive me. Hearing of impending battle, Dian Wei's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation, and he eagerly pressed on. Strategist, who are we to fight, and to what extent? Upon hearing Dian Wei's inquiry, Qian Mingxiu, as the commanding officer, also perked up. We shall assault the Thunder Tiger stronghold. Moreover, we aim to annihilate their entire clan and obliterate their home. As Jia Su spoke these words, the smile in his eyes was replaced by a chilling intensity. Excellent, Dian Wei bellowed, and immediately retreated to his tiger guard. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxiu, having heard Dian Wei's words, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Observing her reaction, Jia Su merely smiled faintly and handed over an intelligence report from the Jinyi. Though somewhat perplexed, Qian Mingxiu accepted the document and opened it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Good. Good, good. Finally, at a certain moment, an almost palpable aura of killing intent erupted from Qian Mingxiu, and she gritted her teeth, uttering 3 emphatic good words. At that instant, she raised her Blood Phoenix war spear and exclaimed, Ming Phoenix Army, Tiger Guard, Blood Phoenix Guard, heed my command. Our target is the Thunder Tiger stronghold. Follow me into battle. Instantly, nearly all martial artists in Liaozhou witnessed a colossal phantom of a blood phoenix soaring towards the Shuntian prefecture, with no one daring to approach within 100 miles of its path. Chapter 51, Thunder Tiger Stronghold. Naturally, Qian Mingxiu's brazen advance could not escape the watchful eyes of the Thunder Tiger stronghold, which had evaded detection for over 1,000 years. Indeed, even before Qian Mingxiu had covered a distance of 100,000 miles to Shuntian prefecture, a small bandit leader within the stronghold rushed in, panic-stricken, and reported. Reporting to the stronghold master, according to reports from our brothers below, the Qin princess has led 300,000 iron cavalry towards our Thunder Tiger stronghold, and they are advancing at an accelerated pace, while in formation. I urge the stronghold master to make a prompt decision. After delivering this message, the small leader bowed his head before Thunder Tiger, the stronghold master, who sat upon a chair crafted from the hide of an elite demon king, and then quickly exited. At this moment, the hall of the Thunder Tiger stronghold was not occupied by Thunder Tiger alone. The 10 stronghold leaders and 3 commanders had been summoned. Speak. How shall our Thunder Tiger stronghold respond to this situation? Thunder Tiger spoke with a calm demeanor. Although this inquiry was directed at everyone present, his gaze primarily lingered on 3 individuals clad in scholarly attire. Lu Hui, Xiang Tianyun, and Ku Wanlin, the 3 chief strategists of the Thunder Tiger stronghold. Sensing Thunder Tiger's gaze, the 3 men trembled, aware that they were hardly distinguished talents, but rather coerced into their positions by the bandits of Thunder Tiger stronghold. Yet, they understood that failing to provide reasonable counsel could lead to their demise. After exchanging glances, Lu Hui, the one with the most time spent within the stronghold, stepped forward and said, Stronghold Master, have you made contact with them regarding the current situation? He gestured towards the heavens. Upon hearing his question, Thunder Tiger's expression darkened ominously. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hui quickly added, in that case, I suggest we immediately contact all the bandit factions in the Qin mountain range and have them fortify our Thunder Tiger stronghold. However, before his words could settle, the second in command of the Thunder Tiger stronghold, Lei Sha, bellowed with disdain, Bah, are you out of your mind, scholar? Do you think the plight we face can be resolved by those insignificant rabble? Are you mocking us? Upon hearing this, the remaining stronghold leaders quickly echoed Lei Sha's sentiments, and chaos erupted within the Thunder Tiger stronghold. Witnessing this turmoil, Thunder Tiger's anger could no longer be contained, and he roared, Enough! Let the strategists speak. With the command given, Lu Hui wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Leaders and stronghold masters, my suggestion is to allow the bandit factions to take refuge in our Thunder Tiger stronghold, while we conceal our elite troops within the various strongholds throughout the Qin mountain range, thereby defusing this crisis. After laying out his plan, Lu Hui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. All right. With Thunder Tiger's loud affirmation, Lu Hui's heart finally settled. In that moment, he realized he had survived. In the following days, the other factions within the Qin mountain range erupted into chaos, with curses, skirmishes, and cries of despair resonating throughout. Many merchants fled in terror to distant lands. Little did they know that their maneuvers had long been laid bare to the eyes of the Jiniwei of the Qin Wangfu. After all, among the 10 major forces of Liaozhou, the Thunder Tiger stronghold, composed of bandits, undoubtedly ranked at the top in terms of infiltration by the Jiniwei. Half a month later, upon arriving at the Qin mountain range, Qian Mingxiu cast her gaze upon the recent troop deployment map handed to her by Jiasu, her eyes involuntarily twitching at the sheer detail of the intelligence. The map meticulously marked the Thunder Tiger stronghold and the hundreds of thousands of bandits in the Qin mountain range. In that instant, she gained a newfound appreciation for the capabilities of the intelligence network of the Qin Wangfu. Sound the drums and assemble the generals. Chapter 52, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. In the vicinity of Shuntian Prefecture, within a vast military tent, Dian Wei, Jiasu, Bing Qingyu, and all mid-level and high-ranking officers of the Tiger Guard, Blood Phoenix Guard, and Ming Phoenix Army gathered, silently gazing at a map solidified by true qi. At that moment, the commanding officer, Qian Mingxiu, spoke up. Everyone, this is the situation of the Qin mountain range. My objective is singular, to uproot the Qin mountain range entirely. Now, listen closely. I command that the Tiger Guard, led by General Dian Wei, advance westward across the Qin mountain range, while I shall lead the Blood Phoenix Guard eastward in a parallel push. Ultimately, our forces shall converge at Thunder Tiger Mountain. where the Ming Phoenix army shall remain on standby. You are tasked with forming 10 teams to firmly hold the Qin mountain range. In this battle, I seek no captives. All human beings within the Qin mountain range must be exterminated. Is that understood? Qian Mingxiu declared with a piercing voice. Understood. In the next moment, a unified roar echoed from the assembled generals. 10 minutes later, within the grand tent, only Qian Mingxiu, Bing Qingyu, and Jiasu remained. Having meticulously arranged the tasks for the entire army, Qian Mingxiu finally exhaled a long breath of relief. The remarkable woman, who had just been commanding with great authority, turned to the silent Jiasu, who sat there without uttering a word, and spoke softly. Military strategist, why do you not prevent me from leading the troops in a battle? In response, Jiasu merely smiled faintly. General, here you are the commander. Once an order is given, it must not be disobeyed. Moreover, the princess may act as she sees fit. The prince has assured that he will bear all responsibilities for you. With that, Jiasu slowly exited the grand tent, his figure gradually fading into the camp. Upon witnessing this, a radiant smile, like the sun, broke through Qian Mingxiu's previously calm demeanor. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking sounds, the entire Qian Dao mountain range was enveloped by a layer of crimson mist, which steadily advanced inward. Amidst this, two colossal, beastly apparitions were slowly advancing towards each other. As they traversed their path, everything, humans, demonic beasts, mountains, and rivers, was crushed beneath their feet. Gradually, the atmosphere above the Qian Dao mountain range became thick with a stench of blood. Meanwhile, within the Lei Hu stronghold, the high-ranking officials had gathered once more. But this time their faces were etched with despair. They had never anticipated that the forces of the Qin royal residence would be so ruthless, intent on reducing the Lei Hu stronghold and the entire Qian Dao mountain range to ruins. Enough. Everyone, heed my command. The Lei Hu stronghold shall fight to the bitter end. We will send our death warriors through the shadows to beseech those powerful figures for aid. If they refuse, we will expose our collaborations with them and have some individuals disguise themselves as commoners to spread word of the Qin prince's actions in the Qian Dao mountain range, forcing them to retreat. After delivering this proclamation, the leader of the Qian Dao mountain range began to activate all the contingencies laid out for the Lei Hu stronghold, clearly prepared to fight to the death against the Qin army. On the other side, the Ming Huang army, Blood Phoenix Guard, and Tiger Guard had descended into a frenzy of slaughter. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, gradually. The great rivers flowing from the Qian Dao mountain range became saturated with a deep crimson hue. The thick blood mist and resentment formed a blood-red thundercloud that began to expand outward. Soon, various forces from Liao Prefecture and beyond arrived at the scene. But each attempt to enter the Qian Dao mountain range was thwarted by the Ming Huang army, arranged by Qian Mingxiu. Moreover, a group of powerful figures cloaked in black had silently sealed off this void. In an instant, this place became the focal point for all of Liao Prefecture. However, unbeknownst to them, a splendid confrontation was unfolding at the edge of Liao Prefecture. Chapter 53. The chaos of Liao Prefecture is at my command. On the outskirts of Linquan Prefecture in Liao Prefecture, within a horse-drawn carriage, Qin Heng, who had been cultivating for an entire day, was about to step outside for some exercise when he suddenly sensed a ripple in the space around him. Outside the carriage, the old man, Lao Huang, immediately drew his sword, adopting a stance ready for action. Just then, Qin Heng's voice came through. Let her in. She's one of us. With the utterance of these words, a figure draped in a black robe materialized. Your Highness, the Nine Heavens Holy Lady has just relayed intelligence that a force outside Liao Prefecture wishes to intervene in the Qian Dao mountain conflict. But they have already been thwarted by the combined efforts of her and the esteemed Jin Yue. What should we do next, Your Highness? After delivering this message, the black-clad figure bowed deeply. Ji Rugju, come aboard. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Qin Heng's calm voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the old man sitting in the carriage revealed a knowing smile, before promptly excusing himself to indulge in some wine. Observing the old man's antics, Qin Heng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, calling him a late chair. After all, he was not a stallion, and although Ji Rugyu was indeed tall, elegant, and perfectly proportioned, he had no intention of pursuing anything further. If he were to summon the Star Cloud baby in the future, he would need to explain himself. Ding. Congratulations, host. The present Ji Rugyu is the one before meeting Li Xingyun. You need not worry. Enough. Depart. Have I inquired about your input? Qin Heng chided, finding the system's behavior utterly inappropriate. A few minutes later, Ji Rugyu, with cascading hair like a waterfall, sat across from Qin Heng, detailing the developments of the Qin royal residence's influence over the past 2 years. Your Highness, thanks to your strategic planning and the schemes of the two gentlemen, we have essentially taken control of Jinchuan Prefecture, which includes 200,000 local soldiers. Moreover, due to our resource allocation over these 2 years, these soldiers have surpassed the elite troops of the dynasty, reaching the threshold of a half-step military soul army. However, according to the two gentlemen, they lack a top-tier general. Otherwise, transformation is impossible. Additionally, we have confirmed that the Jinxiu building in Jinchuan Prefecture is under the influence of a royal faction from the capital. But the specifics are currently under investigation by the Jinyiwei and Huanyan Workshop. After sharing this, Ji Rugju produced a large dossier containing detailed intelligence on the various factions within Jinchuan Prefecture. However, Qin Heng declined to take it. I shall not review it. Let the two gentlemen handle it. As for the Jinxiu building, we will attend to it after we resolve the situation in Liao Prefecture. In this lifetime, Qin Heng possessed the unparalleled summoning system as a golden finger. Thus he focused on steering the grand direction while leaving the particulars to the talented individuals he summoned, and informed the Jinyiwei that whether Liao Prefecture is in chaos or not is at my discretion. If they dare to interfere again, I shall have their claws severed. For reasons unknown, as Ji Rugju gazed at the princely figure across from her, casually uttering such words, she felt as though a radiant aura enveloped him. Yet, she also recognized that this was not the moment for fanciful thoughts. Understood. After respectfully bowing, she vanished from within the carriage. Chapter 54. Everyone, please depart. At the foot of the Jianmen Pass in the great Liao Prefecture, several figures donned in various robes shot forth simultaneously. Their destination unified, the blood-soaked mill of the Qin Dao mountain range. At this moment, the battle in Liao Prefecture had escalated dramatically, with diverse individuals entering the region daily, including many from the central 3 prefectures. Yet, just as these figures had ventured 1,000 miles away, the leaders suddenly bellowed, "Which rat dares to show themselves?" As he spoke, an enigmatic aura radiated outward. The strength of this individual was now revealed, a powerful figure at the Saint Realm. A full minute passed, and just as the others in the group began to doubt this individual's perception, 3 figures clad in flying fish attire, with embroidered spring knives at their waists, appeared before the dozen or so people in the blink of an eye. They were none other than the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, and the White Tiger. However, at that moment, the trio wore expressions of disappointment. They had been guarding the sword gate for several days, yet all they encountered were a few insignificant mice, which truly failed to pique their interest. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, duty remained. The White Tiger declared, "We shall strip them of 2 levels of cultivation and relay a message to those behind us. The Liao province has an owner now. Let them cease their foolish imaginings." After speaking, the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise vanished. Yet, the individuals before them were thoroughly stunned. "Surely, you cannot assign tasks while avoiding us. Moreover, did you hear that? Stripping 2 levels of cultivation so casually. One must realize that with insufficient lifespan, this could truly lead to death. Flee." With a loud cry from one of the front, the group of over 10 immediately scattered in all directions. These mysterious figures, upon seeing that their side had a saint-level master present, did not regard them as worthy opponents. Moreover, they were strangers to one another and thus had no intention of covering for each other. However, reality is often more substantial than one's expectations. The crowd could only hear a cold snort from the mysterious figures above, and then, with despair, they discovered they could no longer move. "This is a terrestrial deity." This exclamation echoed with a tone of despair from everyone present, as they felt the entire realm was rejecting them, leading to an unspoken acknowledgement among the fallen that their adversaries were indeed terrestrial deities. "Proceed," the White Tiger stated blandly. At this point, those who had resigned themselves to their fate no longer hesitated. They took matters into their own hands and willingly relinquished their cultivation levels. "Begone," commanded the White Tiger, his tone indifferent. "Yes, my lord." With that, the group of over 10 showed no signs of hesitation, immediately complying with the White Tiger's directive. Just then, the previously departed Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise swiftly returned to stand beside the White Tiger. "What is the situation?" inquired the Azure Dragon. "I have arranged for someone to track them, but I sense that there may still be their strong forces within the sword gate," replied the White Tiger with a smile. "No worries, this is merely a lesson. Our current goal with the Jinyiwei is to rise swiftly, not to waste time dealing with them," the Azure Dragon remarked coolly. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by him. The forces within the Liao province were complex and intertwined, hence, he opted for a method akin to letting the tiger return to the mountain to directly probe which factions conspired with the Liao province. Once His Highness's strength had accumulated sufficiently, he would lead the Jinyiwei to eradicate these shadowy masterminds. Chapter 55. The Cold Moon of December. In the northern part of Liao province, at the southern city, under the moonlit night, a great door at the southern city gate slowly opened. Suddenly, 6 shadowy figures dashed swiftly toward the south. However, At that moment, petals mysteriously appeared beneath the hazy moonlight. Caution! A soft warning came from a figure dressed in black, donning a half-moon mask. Immediately, the 6 individuals brandished their daggers and formed a protective circle. Just then, the melodious laughter of women, accompanied by the sound of pipa music, unexpectedly filled the air. The masked figures soon realized that the scenery before them had inexplicably transformed. They found themselves within a fragrant pavilion, where 9 alluring beauties, clad in revealing attire, danced gracefully. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed, and aside from the man with the half-moon mask, who trembled slightly, the rest of the group stood entranced, moving toward the enchanting dancers as if under a spell. Enough of this play. We have other tasks to attend to, proclaimed Zuck, adorned in flying fish attire. Although the illusory sound workshop and the Geniwei maintained a non-interference policy, the cautious Azure Dragon had still dispatched Zuck to assist in the battle. However, this time, his arrangement proved somewhat superfluous. While the 9 Heavens Saintess had a fearsome reputation, her prowess was rather lackluster. Nevertheless, the 9 of them, united in casting the 9 Heavens illusory array, had no difficulty dealing with martial artists beneath the terrestrial deity level. Understood, sister. Upon hearing Zuck's command, the dancers exhibited utmost obedience, for Zuck was a woman who had served alongside their master. And what of this one in the array? Inquired the Saintess Miaoqing. Eliminate them. Their identities are all the same. They are merely the intelligence organization of the Northtown Prince, the Cold Moon. The Geniwei has already gathered intelligence on them, Zuck stated, her expression devoid of any fluctuation. Very well. 10 minutes later, Miaoqing approached Zuck with a look of disdain, bowing as she spoke. Sister, I have clarified their identities. They are the intelligence organization Cold Moon from the Northtown Prince's Manor, consisting of January, May, July, September, October, and November. They came to seek out the debauched young master Biming, and I cannot fathom why the Northtown Prince would expose such an organization so easily for a worthless individual. The Saintess Miaoqing expressed her disdain. Enough. Do not underestimate them. They are merely the pawns of those great powers. Do not forget our master's instructions. Zuck warned. Understood. Seeing that her words had been heeded, Zuck continued. As for the southern city, the cloud-treading army is utterly inept and is nearly falling into the hands of the Northtown Prince. Ensure these individuals are delivered to the commander's quarters of the cloud-treading army here. Furthermore, you must prepare to infiltrate the southern city with all your might, to facilitate His Highness's future control of this place. This is the command of our master. After imparting these instructions, Zuck departed with the interrogation materials in hand. The loss of 1 terrestrial deity and 5 perfected celestial beings would likely ensure a period of tranquility for the Northtown Princess Manor. Although the recent interception in the north and south was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to the ongoing battle in the Qiandao Mountains. At that moment, in a military camp situated 1,000 miles away from Leihu Mountain in the Qiandao Mountains, Qian Mingxiu and her companions had finally arrived after nearly half a month of relentless combat. Yet, within this brief span of time, each of them bore a hint of blood red in their eyes, particularly Jianwei and Qian Mingxiu. The 2 generals, who had led the royal and Dao soldiers into battle, exuded a palpable bloodthirst. Even from a distance, their aura of slaughter was unmistakable. Their armor bore numerous scars from blades. Observing this, the usually composed Jia Su could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 56, The Annihilation of the Qiandao Mountains. Princess, in the forthcoming battle, you should refrain from leading the Blood Phoenix Guard into combat. Leave that to General Bing. Jia Su's voice was firm and unequivocal. Oh, what is the reason for this, strategist? Qian Mingxiu felt a pang of confusion. At present, the various strongholds of the Qiandao mountain range had been sealed off within a 1,000-mile radius. Annihilating them was merely a matter of a charge. However, she never anticipated that Jia Su would emerge at this moment to impede her. Your Highness, the Qin Huang cares for you deeply. He harbors affection for you. Yet he has no heir. The accumulation of your murderous power, while it can indeed aid the Blood Phoenix Guard in its swift growth, will adversely affect the birth of your bloodline in the future. Thus, I implore you, Your Highness, to lead the entire army, while leaving the slaughter to these generals. Upon finishing, Jia Su bowed deeply. In truth, given Jia Su's nature, he would never have uttered such words unless he possessed absolute loyalty to Qin Heng. Listening to Jia Su, Qian Mingxiu was taken aback. He spoke the truth, although her union with Qin Heng was influenced by the machinations of powerful factions. Through their time spent together, they had indeed developed genuine feelings. Therefore, she would not oppose the idea of bearing a bloodline. And her own peculiar condition indicated that it was indeed time for her to pause. With this in mind, Qian Mingxiu turned and tossed the Blood Phoenix Guard's military token to the side, to Bing Qingyu. Military strategist, I must trouble you to exert yourself further. I fear that any delay may place undue pressure on the Wanjai, she said with a gentle smile. Your Highness, do not worry. The sky will not fall in Liao Prefecture. The Qiandao mountain range shall surely be obliterated. 2 days passed, and now Qian Mingxiu's command tent had reached the foot of Thunder Tiger Mountain. At this moment, the Qiandao mountain range, stretching for 10,000 miles, was left with only the solitary peak of Thunder Tiger Mountain standing tall against the earth. The rest had long been crushed beneath the hooves of 300,000 iron cavalry. General, the remaining 100,000 mountain bandits of Qiandao mountain range have all been cornered here. Please give the order, attack the mountain, said Dian Wei, his face brimming with murderous intent. Please give the order to attack. Please give the order to attack. Dian Wei's words acted like a fuse, and as his voice fell, nearly all the generals present knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. Very well, convey my orders, attack the mountain. Mobilize all 300,000 troops to trample Thunder Tiger Mountain. Understood. Boom, boom. After 2 days, the immense Black Tiger manifestation and the Blood-Red Phoenix manifestation once again emitted their distinct roars. The bandits within the Qiandao mountain range were nearly paralyzed with fear at this sight. In previous battles, they had witnessed these two colossal beasts slaughtering their companions and even their leaders. Had they not known that the army below spared no captives, they would have surely surrendered long ago. Do not panic. Activate the mountain defense formation, the fierce-faced Thunder Tiger commanded. Swish. Thunder Tiger Village had existed for countless years, and naturally, it possessed a protective formation. Upon seeing the luminous barrier enveloping the entire mountain peak, the bandits revealed faint smiles. At that moment, under the leadership of Bing Qingyu, the Blood Phoenix Guard's Phoenix manifestation charged directly at the barrier. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous tremor, Thunder Tiger Mountain surprisingly stabilized. Clearly, Bing Qingyu's assault had failed. Witnessing this, her face darkened. She was the esteemed Ice Empress reborn, yet she was thwarted by a mere bandit stronghold. However, she soon recalled that she had been summoned in a moment of crisis, likely due to insufficient coordination with the Blood Phoenix Guard. If Qin Heng were here, he would likely have quipped, "My dear, practice makes perfect." Though the Blood Phoenix Guard's attack had faltered, one must not forget the Wangbing Tiger Guard still stood ready. Arrayed 10 miles away, the 3,000 Tiger Guards unleashed a colossal tiger that charged fiercely at the mountain defense formation, striking with a powerful claw. Clearly, compared to the singular assault of the Phoenix manifestation, this Black Tiger manifestation exhibited far greater agility. Observing this scene, Qian Mingxiu immediately focused her attention. The Wangbing was the embodiment of a royal dynasty's heritage. Despite being the daughter of the Zhengzi Wang, it was her first time witnessing such prowess. Bang! At that moment, the barrier that had just withstood the assault of the Blood Phoenix Guard began to flicker. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, the protective formation of Thunder Tiger Village shattered. In truth, it was not solely due to the fragility of the Thunder Tiger Village's defense. After all, this formation was capable of withstanding early-stage terrestrial immortals. And in the Great Qin Dynasty, nearly a millennium had passed without a conflict among terrestrial immortals. Of course, the actions of Qin Heng's forces did not count in this regard. With the destruction of the protective formation, one of the 10 great powers of Liao Prefecture, Thunder Tiger Village, was thus obliterated, leaving only 8 of the 10 great powers remaining. Naturally, at this moment, this event remained unknown, for the Qiandao mountain range was still shrouded in the terrifying bloodlust emanating from 300,000 iron cavalry. Chapter 57. By the side of the bed. How can one allow others to sleep soundly? The northern winds gently swept across the vast expanse of Liao Prefecture, gradually imparting a hint of coolness to the increasingly warm central plains. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in Liao Prefecture began to radiate outward like this refreshing breeze, reaching various locales within the Great Qin Dynasty. At this moment, in the capital of the Great Qin Dynasty, Emperor Xian of the Great Qin, Qin Long, stood slowly upon a pavilion, devoid of any attendants by his side. So, have those old fellows made their move? Suddenly, a faint inquiry pierced the silence. The subordinates responsible for monitoring reported, indeed, powerful auras have flashed momentarily in those regions, but they were suppressed almost instantaneously. At this moment, a masked figure slowly spoke. As expected, they remain as cautious as ever. Qin Long sighed softly. Very well, you may leave. The emperor quickly regained his composure. Understood. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure respectfully retreated. You know, has Xiao Wu acted a bit too hastily? Look, he's not caught a single fish. Qin Long murmured softly. You must be mad. How can you blame your own son? The voice belonged to the black-cloaked figure who had previously sought justice for Qin Heng, but now it carried a hint of anger. Clearly aware of the earlier events. Perhaps so. However, that brat has killed quite a few of my people as well. I haven't rushed him, have I? He said this while a tinge of embarrassment crossed his face. That's your affair. After uttering this, the figure in black vanished from sight. With his departure, the Emperor's face no longer bore the earlier awkwardness, replaced instead by a contemplative expression that flickered with uncertainty. He murmured, As a member of my great Qin royal family, whether you can seize that slim chance of survival depends on your own efforts. Then he commanded, summon the scribes. Draft a decree. 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch. In the chambers of Bei Mingfeng, one of the 2 deputy generals of the southern city, a robust figure with a full beard appeared, his expression a mix of anger and trepidation as he found a piece of parchment mysteriously on his bedside. Although he was merely a messenger this time, the thought that his very life was perpetually at the mercy of others made him yearn to tear the letter to shreds. However, upon seeing the blood-red characters inscribed upon it, he hesitated. The message read, Withdraw from Jinan Pass, and Biming Rong may live. Let this matter be resolved. After much contemplation, the hot-tempered general from the Biming royal family reluctantly chose to act as a courier. After all, Biming Rong was, after all, the legitimate second son of the Biming family, and he dared not conceal anything regarding his fate. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, within the study of the Northern King's residence in Hanzhou town, Biming Potion, the Northern King, darkly crushed the letter in his hand, which he had received that morning from Jinan Pass. Taking a long, deep breath, Biming Potion finally spoke, summoned the gentleman Lu Xian and Yin Qing to the Qingshui Pavilion, and let the messenger depart forthwith. Ensure his family is generously rewarded. Chapter 58. Father, this is what you instructed me to obtain. Meanwhile, in the city of Jinchuan, within Jinyan City, Qin Heng, dressed as a scion of a noble family, strolled leisurely alongside a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, whose expression was marked by profound respect. As one of the 10 major cities in Liaozhou, Jinyan City, though not as prosperous as the capital, still radiated a vibrant energy of hope for the future among its inhabitants. Qin Heng felt greatly satisfied. Just a few days prior, having stabilized his position, Qin Heng finally utilized the skill extraction card and acquired his unique martial art, the Imperial Cannon. After several days of intensive training, he discovered an additional ability, the art of Qi observation. This technique not only significantly enhanced Qin Heng's fortune, but also allowed him to harness the faith of his subjects to accelerate his cultivation, which explained why he had not been sequestered in meditation recently. With this newfound method, the traditional approach of secluded training had lost much of its significance. Instead, maintaining a tranquil state of mind became paramount. This was evident after Old Huang accompanied him on his travels through Liaozhou, and now he was preparing to break through in his cultivation. Returning to the topic at hand, after a leisurely tour of the city with Li Si, Qin Heng had returned to the royal residence. Li Si, your governance skills are truly remarkable. In just 2 short years, you have broadened my horizons. Qin Heng beamed, patting the shoulder of the former prime minister of the Great Qin. Your Highness, you flatter me. Li Si quickly rose to perform a formal bow, seemingly apprehensive that his previous life's actions might displease Qin Heng. As a result, he exhibited a meticulousness that surpassed even that of the venerable Jia Su, leaving Qin Heng somewhat speechless. In his previous life, there were many outstanding individuals, yet none were flawless. To Qin Heng, it sufficed for them to showcase their strengths. Especially with the system's assurance, he had no fear of their ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, for he was the master, and even the most exceptional talents were merely his subordinates. Li Si, do you think it wise for me to directly demand control of Jinan Pass? Qin Heng inquired nonchalantly. In the absence of Jia Su, the only person with whom he could discuss matters was this former prime minister of the Great Qin. Your Highness, in my view, not only is it correct to demand Jinan Pass, but we should expedite the process. After all, possessing it would provide us with absolute leverage. Moreover, do you not think it a misuse of General Lu Bu's 100,000 royal troops to merely defend the insignificant Jinchuan city? Li Si responded with a solemn expression. But ultimately, that decision requires the nod of approval from the higher authorities, Qin Heng replied, feeling a twinge of frustration. As a prince of the Great Qin, he could not wage war against his own family's territory, especially with over 200,000 troops stationed at Jinan Pass. Your Highness, these are not matters for us to deliberate. Do not forget your current status. You represent the Great Qin court in Liaozhou. Who does not know of the imperial support behind you? At present, with the imperial decree on the horizon, you are akin to a celestial being in this realm. Furthermore, do not forget the purpose of your visit to Jiaozhou. That individual is likely eager to see Jinan Pass firmly in our grasp. As he spoke, Qin Heng perceived a glimpse of the former prime minister's brilliance in Li Si's demeanor. Truly, it was no surprise that this man had been the first chancellor appointed by the first emperor. His grasp of imperial intent surpassed even that of Jia Su. With such a guarantor in place, Qin Heng felt emboldened. By my side, how can I allow others to slumber in comfort? Let it be decreed that Lu Bu immediately proceed to Jinan Pass to serve as its commander. Additionally, inform the Northern King, after all, the prince's mental state is somewhat precarious, and I fear he may utter something that jeopardizes the stability of our great Yin. Both Qin Heng and Li Si chuckled simultaneously. Chapter 59, Lu Xian. Meanwhile, in the Northern King's study, after hearing the Northern King's account, both Lu Xian and Yin Qing simultaneously voiced their existential inquiries. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just heard? However, upon glancing at the Northern King, who was teetering on the edge of fury, Lu Xian, a once celebrated scholar who had achieved the top 3 positions in the Great Yin's literary examinations thrice only to be usurped, stepped forward to remind, Your Highness, the current situation places us at a distinct disadvantage. It seems we cannot preserve Jinan Pass. Are you saying there is no hope left for us? Bombing Potion asked, a flicker of defiance in his voice. The defenses of Jinan Pass had been established over 20 years ago with the assistance of this very man, who had faced despair during his repeated failures in the examinations. Yet, after 2 decades of relentless effort, aside from a handful of diehard loyalists to the Great Yin, nearly all others had been compromised. This pass was a vital choke point for halting the advancement of Hanzhou, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian shook his head in resignation. Your Highness, there is no other option. If it were solely about the Ming God army, we could still find a way out. However, with the prince captured, we have lost all avenues for rebuttal. Moreover, the other 3 kings will likely take this opportunity to strike us down. After all, our Northern King's residence has seen rapid growth over the past few decades, and do you think those nobles in the capital will show us mercy? We must seek reconciliation with the imperial family and quietly suppress this matter. Only when the prince returns can we regain the confidence to speak. As he spoke, Lu Xian's expression was one of profound helplessness. His fortunes had turned ill-timed, coinciding with the power transition between the Great Yin's Suindi and his predecessor. Having failed to make his mark after 3 years of examinations, he had grown disheartened and left the capital, embarking on a journey through the various states of the Great Yin. It was during this time that he was discovered by the current Northern King, Bombing Potion, and joined his ranks. He was grateful for this, for as a scholar of humble origins, joining a royal power was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. To this end, it is suggested to take advantage of the instability of the Daiyin royal family, leveraging the possibility of the Sea Demon clan from the North Sea infiltrating the mainland, to petition the court for the establishment of the Northern King's influence in the southern gateways of Han and Liao prefectures. Coincidentally, the other 3 princes at the time also wished to test the court's intentions, thus they readily assisted, resulting in the royal family suffering a silent loss. Ultimately, he successfully gained substantial support from the Northern King's residents. However, what left him somewhat despondent was that in the following year, during the civil examination, an astonishing scandal erupted. The Minister of Personnel was revealed to be involved in cheating. This incident prompted the venerable sage of the Imperial Academy to personally oversee that year's civil examination, leading to an expected uproar. It turned out that this minister had facilitated the elite families and scholars, manipulating the examination results for several years. The sky seemed to collapse. As a paragon of Confucian integrity, the sage employed forbidden Confucian techniques to unearth all the incriminating evidence against this literary scoundrel, personally executing numerous degenerate Confucian disciples and officials. Naturally, the truth regarding the tampered examination results also surfaced. Consequently, Lu Xian became a household name, as it was revealed that he had secured first place in those 3 examinations, and the court subsequently announced to all of Da'in that he was the top scholar in the history of Da'in's civil examinations, granting him direct entry into the cultural hall of Da'in. That very night, he secluded himself in his chamber for an entire night. Ultimately, with a profound sigh of fate, he completely entered the Northern King's residence, specifically the Inquan Pavilion, where he remained for nearly 3 decades. Chapter 60, 30 Years of Scheming. One morning's loss, seizing the southern gateway. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, the Northern King, who had locked himself in seclusion for 3 days, finally emerged from his retreat. His face once again bore a faint smile. However, during these 3 days, a significant event transpired in the city of Han Prefecture. The Wei family, one of the 3 top-tier powers in Northern City, was annihilated by a mysterious force, with all 3,000 members of the family brutally slaughtered by the demon cult. Additionally, the perpetrators had laid out the 9 nether blood-melting scheme, leaving behind only traces of blood when the other powers of Northern City discovered the massacre. As a result of this calamity, Wei Fei, the Northern King's consort, descended into madness and hanged herself in her quarters. This upheaval nearly caused the Northern King's eldest and 3rd sons to burst into laughter. Yet, at that moment, Another piece of news arrived. The Northern King's eldest and third sons were to immediately enter Northern City to defend against the Demon Clan, without fail. This development swiftly garnered considerable public support for the Northern King's residents. Of course, Qin Heng was oblivious to all of this. At that moment, he wore a grim expression as he held the imperial decree in his hand. Is there any further command from my father? Qin Heng inquired expressionlessly. The eunuch, witnessing his demeanor, immediately knelt and replied, Your Highness, I can stake my life on it. His Majesty has only bestowed upon me this decree, nothing else. Observing this scene, Qin Heng remained silent, merely gazing at the eunuch. After a long pause, he sighed, Very well, you may leave. As you command. With that, the eunuch, as if granted a reprieve, promptly exited the Northern King's residence. The reason for his trepidation was undoubtedly due to the deathly glare of the legendary warrior, Dian Wei. However, little did the eunuch anticipate that the moment he departed the gates of the Northern King's residence, uproarious laughter erupted within. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have completely secured the southern gateway. Liao Prefecture is now safe. Jia Su, Li Si, and Chun Gong spoke in unison. Haha, congratulations indeed. However, my father is truly quite frugal. Qin Heng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the others struggled to suppress their laughter. At this moment, Jia Su stepped forward and said, Your Highness, this is precisely what we need. At the very least, with General Liu taking command of the southern gateway, the Northern King has withdrawn 100,000 troops. Now, with the remaining 100,000 Tanyan Legion late to complete their integration at Jiamen Pass, the current southern city has freed up a total of 190,000 military slots. To safeguard Liao Prefecture, should we not recruit soldiers? As he spoke, Jia Su revealed a sinister smile. Are you suggesting that I use the pretext of defending against the Demon Clan to recruit soldiers in Liao Prefecture? Qin Heng, having spent considerable time with Jia Su, grasped the tacit understanding. However, he hesitated, but, the decree only allows for General Liu's 100,000 royal troops to station at the southern gateway. Is it truly wise for us to recruit soldiers so openly? Upon hearing this, Jia Su chuckled and pointed to the decree in Qin Heng's hand. Your Highness, does it stipulate that the garrison at the southern gateway is limited to only 100,000? Jia Su inquired nonchalantly. Before Qin Heng could respond, Jia Su continued. Your Highness, currently, His Majesty possesses little insight into our strength. To him, our Northern King's residence supporting a troop of 100,000 royal soldiers is already the limit. Now, with the addition of the 30,000 Minghuang troops from the princess, His Majesty and the entire court will never suspect that we possess the strength to wholly secure the southern gateway. Therefore, Your Highness, do you not think it is time to expand our military? Jia Su coaxed persuasively. Indeed, then this matter shall be entrusted to you gentlemen. As for the choice of commander, I shall make the arrangements myself. As a man of valor, Qin Heng naturally yearned for a force of 1,000,000 soldiers. Thus, at this moment, he was ready to initiate a recruitment round. However, before proceeding, he inquired of Chun Gong. Are the resources and finances of the Northern King's residence sufficient? Upon receiving an affirmative response, the Northern King's residence commenced the recruitment efforts throughout Liao Prefecture. Just then, an ancient-looking carriage arrived at the gates of the Northern King's residence. Halt! No entry for the idol within the Northern King's residence. A sharp command rang out as several soldiers from the Tiger Guards swiftly drew their weapons, blocking the entrance. At that moment, the elderly woman driving the carriage narrowed her eyes. Military formation. Royal troops. Simultaneously, her discovery reached the ears of a young lady clad in a white silk gown sitting inside the carriage. Miss, the Northern King's residence has gathered royal troops. Should I summon more personnel? The elderly woman suggested. Hearing this, the young lady's voice, somewhat delicate and charming, responded, Enough, Qing Yi. We have come to discuss cooperation. Moreover, with this fellow's influence, even if I were to summon the Da'in branch of Qianbeilu, I doubt they could force their way in here. At this moment, Lu Qing, who had grown up alongside Huangfu Qingyu, after a brief moment of shock, could only let out a resigned sigh. Huangfu Qingyu was indeed correct. Yet, observing her young mistress's weary appearance from their journey, Lu Qing had an unsettling feeling that something unfortunate was about to unfold. But she could find no evidence to substantiate her intuition. Chapter 61, Hidden Mission. Half a tea session later, within a pavilion in the Qin King's residence, Qin Heng looked at the enchanting young lady before him with a smile and spoke softly. Well then, what is your perspective? Can Qianbeilu fulfill this order? Upon hearing these words, the typically composed and graceful Huangfu Qingyu furrowed her brow. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke in a measured tone. Your Highness, are you not concerned about the potential wrath of Emperor Yin over such a massive procurement of military resources? To this, Qin Heng merely rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, Miss Huangfu, that is my father. You are not my consort, so why trouble yourself with such matters? You. This time, the placid demeanor of Huangfu Qingyu faltered, her chest rising and falling dramatically. However, recognizing the inappropriateness of her reaction, she managed to suppress her anger and coolly stated, Your Highness, Cayenne Belu has accepted this order, but I must inquire whether you are capable of settling the payment. After all, nearly 2 million military expenses is no trifling sum, especially with the costs of elixirs and beast mounts. I trust you are aware of their prices? Transitioning seamlessly into her role as a businesswoman, Huangfu Qingyu quickly calculated the total expenses of the transaction and presented the figures to Qin Heng. Expecting him to be taken aback by the staggering amount, she was surprised when he simply handed the list over to King Yun, who was standing nearby, and casually remarked, Take this to Master Qingong. With that, he resumed sipping his tea. In truth, Qin Heng's nonchalance about the price stemmed from a previous delightful surprise from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden mission, treading the Jianghu. Note, for every faction you subdue or recruit, you will receive a lottery chance, with prizes including character cards, legion cards, mount cards, resource cards, etc. All depends on your luck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for annihilating the faction Thunder Tiger stronghold and earning a lottery chance. Curious about this new lottery feature. Qin Heng, after settling down for a couple of days, decided to try his luck. To his delight, the outcome was beyond his expectations. A single lottery draw yielded a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones, which explained his earlier display of affluence. Naturally, he inquired why there was no reward for dismantling the assassination organization Mingfu. The system frustratingly responded that Liazu Mingfu was merely a branch of the organization, hence no reward was granted. Qin Heng could hardly feel disappointed, as he had merely eliminated Mingfu as a matter of convenience. Having concluded the business discussion, Qin Heng prepared to depart. But Huangfu Qingyu unexpectedly engaged him in conversation about events in Liaozhou, particularly the recent upheavals among the local factions. She repeatedly mentioned the Northern King in a seemingly probing manner. However, Qin Heng paid little heed. Although the Northern King's estate was formidable, he harbored no fear. Engaging in such discussions with a beautiful woman failed to pique his interest, and ultimately, after some idle chatter, Huangfu Qingyu left with an expression of resignation. Simultaneously, a profound sense of defeat began to gnaw at this proud daughter of heaven, casting doubt upon her own allure. Chapter 62, The Secret of Bing Qingyu. After bidding farewell to the scheming young lady Huangfu Qingyu, Qin Heng intended to seize the opportunity, while Qian Mingxiu was absent, to visit the Jingxiu building in Jinyan City. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Lao Huang, ravenously gnawing on a chicken leg, his face smeared with grease. Alarmed, Qin Heng seized Lao Huang's greasy hands and asked, Lao Huang, have you successfully broken through? Are you now at the immortal realm? Understanding the extraordinary potential of summoning characters, Qin Heng believed that failure in such breakthroughs was simply not an option for them. To his dismay, Lao Huang, still awkwardly chewing, replied, Cough. Young master, I failed in my breakthrough. I am currently only at half a step into immortality. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's brows knitted together, and the relaxation he had just felt evaporated. Lao Huang, explain the situation, he urged as he led Lao Huang to a secluded chamber. Young master, I am perplexed. My cultivation and comprehension seem sufficient, yet I could not break through. It feels as though there is a suppression from the heavens and earth. Qin Heng provided an immediate answer. Indeed, it is a cosmic suppression. Upon hearing this, Lao Huang slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, it is the suppression of the world. At this point, Qin Heng felt disheartened. He had initially hoped to unleash a portion of his forces while withholding others, and once he had consolidated his own strength, summon a legion of immortals to dominate the world. However, it now seemed that such aspirations were futile. Yet, as he recalled a certain individual, his brow unfurled once more. Lao Huang, go to the military camp outside the city and bring Bing Qingyu to see me. Ignoring Lao Huang's teasing gaze, Qin Heng gazed thoughtfully at the sky. In a short while, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching and called out, Please, have a seat. Now that you are here, let us converse. He gestured toward the stone table, offering her a cup of tea. Seeing this, Bing Qingyu displayed no gratitude. Her cold and beautiful eyes filled with disdain. State your business. You have a complete sword master of the earthly realm accompanying me. And now you send a half-step immortal who is oppressed by the will of the world to bring me here. How exceedingly cautious of you. With that, a fragrant breeze wafted through as Bing Qingyu's increasingly stunning figure appeared before him. In that moment, observing her disdainful expression, Qin Heng felt a sudden flutter in his heart. After a period apart, he realized his resistance to beauty had notably weakened. Cough. Now that you are aware of Lao Huang's situation, do you have any solutions? Qin Heng asked directly. Upon hearing his question, Bing Qingyu leaned forward, nearly pressing her body against his, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes, as if striving to peer into his very soul. Yet, after a long pause without uncovering any secrets, she eventually relented, letting out a long sigh of relief. It appeared that he was not some ancient monster reincarnated. However, as this thought crossed her mind, her eyes darted playfully, and she spoke in a gentle tone. I do not possess a solution, but I do know the reason. However, you must allow me to leave this place. At that moment, Bing Qingyu seemed to have seized upon Qin Heng's weakness, boldly presenting her demands. Lao Huang, seal her cultivation and confine her. Qin Heng would not indulge her. Having deduced her identity, he was not foolish enough to release such a troublesome individual. Hey, wait. Then tell me, what do you propose? Bing Qingyu immediately interjected in protest. You jest. In these times, being sealed by a half-step immortal who nearly broke the restrictions means that any subsequent opportunities will have nothing to do with me. What of her vengeance? Chapter 63, An Unprecedented Transformation. With a fiery gaze sweeping around the room, Qin Heng finally fixed his vigilant attention on Bing Qingyu and spoke slowly. First, reveal your secret. I assure you, within my domain, you shall have the freedom to roam. Second, I can provide you with resources to expedite your rise in power. Third, when I am capable, I can offer you manpower, including formidable allies for support or protection. That is all, nothing more. Bing Qingyu, visibly displeased, pouted and pressed further. Is that truly all? However, should you agree to become my royal consort, then the might of my Qin Wangfu can serve as your backing. Aware of his intentions towards her, Qin Heng chose not to adopt the demeanor of a gentleman, but rather expressed his desires candidly. Don't even think about it. I have no interest in you men and your schemes. You should pursue your Ming Shui instead. Bing Qingyu flatly rejected him. It seemed she feared inciting Qin Heng's wrath. As she quickly added, regarding the suppression of the heavens and earth, I can share that information, but you must not disclose it to anyone else. I have no desire to attract unwanted attention from those individuals. Very well, I agree. Though puzzled by her trepidation, Qin Heng's interest in her secrets was evidently piqued. In truth, the pressure you felt was not a decree of heaven, but a contrivance of man. Yet, the actions of those individuals have, in fact, received tacit approval from the heavens. The Tianyan continent is merely a small world on the cusp of ascension. However, such an elevation is no trivial matter, often requiring hundreds of thousands of years. Those individuals have devised a method of despair for the world, utilizing a counter-heavenly array to lock the source power of the Tianyan continent, preventing any loss. You must understand, the world source is essential for a martial artist to break through to the immortal realm, which is precisely why no immortal forces tread upon the mortal plane. Nevertheless, you need not fret. The time until the array shatters and the world ascends is not far off. However, this also indicates that numerous factions will soon emerge, which is not a favorable development for rulers such as yourselves. Upon finishing, she fixed her gaze intently on Qin Heng, seemingly eager to witness his astonishment and fear. To her surprise, however, Qin Heng responded with an unruffled smile. An ascension of the world is not necessarily a blessing. With that, he disregarded her astonished expression and left with an air of nonchalance. Now that he was aware of the future trajectory of the world, he naturally had to make his own arrangements. As for Bing Qingyu, the duck simmering in his pot would not be allowed to fly away. Nevertheless, contemplating his forthcoming actions, Qin Heng resolved to summon a wave of power first. Retreating to his secluded chamber, his consciousness transitioned into his system. System, check my remaining summoning opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, host. You currently possess 3 character summoning opportunities and 2 faction summoning opportunities, having already utilized 2 faction summoning chances. Qin Heng understood the significance of the additional opportunity. It was a reward for completing 3 years in this world. With this realization, he rubbed his hands together. Excitement evident in his voice. System, initiate summoning. Chapter 64, A Surge in Power. Ding. System prompt. Please select your summoning target. Let us begin with 3 character summons. Qin Heng replied, brimming with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Zhao Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Dongfang Bubi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Meng Tian. Qin Heng smiled, a genuine expression of joy illuminating his face. With this round of summoning, he had gathered the primary figures necessary for his plans in Liaozhou. However, after his moment of elation, Qin Heng did not forget to open their character panels. Ding. Character, Zhao Yun. Cultivation, Late Earth Immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Dongfang Bubi. Cultivation, Peak Earth Immortal, Half Step to Immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Meng Tian. Cultivation, late Earth immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Upon reviewing the system panel, Qin Heng was quite satisfied with their cultivation levels. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction at the empty accompanying characters section. Although he recognized the futility of such thoughts, he still voiced, System. Initiate the 2 faction summons. Seizing the day's good fortune, Qin Heng decided not to postpone his long-awaited faction summons any longer. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the faction Suiyu City. Ding. Faction name, Suiyu City. Leader, Li Changsheng, sealed in the immortal realm. Deputy leader, Luo Shui, sealed in the immortal realm. Main city lord, Bailey Dongjun, sealed in the immortal realm. Second city lord, Li Hanyi, sealed in the immortal realm. Third city lord, Sikong Changfeng, sealed in the immortal realm. Additional characters, Yin Loxia, Yi Ruyi, Luo Mingxian, and 30,000 disciples of Suiyu City, Earth Immortal to Grandmaster. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the faction Wudang. Leader, Zhang Sanfan. Rank. Faction characters, Zhang Wuji, half-step to immortal. The 7 heroes of Wudang, Earth Immortal to Sage Realm. Additional characters, 3,000 disciples of Wudang, varying from Extraordinary Realm to Celestial Realm. Wow! Qin Heng exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated such a powerful summoning that would significantly bolster his high-end combat strength. The configuration of Suiyu City was astonishingly robust. With 5 immortals alone, Qin Heng now possessed the confidence to confront the impending monumental changes. However, a question lingered in his mind. System. Why are all the experts in Suiyu City classified as immortals? You cannot be suggesting that Li Changxing and Sikong Changfeng possess the same level of strength, can you? Ding. Host is overthinking. There are several stages within the immortal realm, but due to the current situation on the Tianyan continent, the system has not provided detailed classifications. Oh, I see. Qin Heng finally felt reassured. However, upon examining the Wudang panel, he felt a slight headache. Wudang was certainly the most intriguing faction he had summoned. With an exceedingly high ceiling, yet its mid-tier strength was disheartening, particularly the 7 heroes of Wudang. He estimated that among the Earth Immortals he had summoned, the 7 heroes of Wudang would undoubtedly rank among the weakest. Aside from Zhang Sanfan, the steadfast anchor of the sect, it seemed that only Zhang Qiushan and his son Zhang Wuji held any promise. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Qin Heng, as his primary focus on Wudang remained on the extraordinary figure of Zhang Sanfan. System, why is Zhang Sanfan's strength not displayed? Qin Heng inquired eagerly. Ding. Zhang Sanfan's power is too formidable. Given the current state of the Tianyan continent, his strength could easily place him at the pinnacle of the world. Thus it cannot be displayed. Understanding dawned upon Qin Heng. Zhang Sanfan was akin to a nuclear-level figure from his past life. With him, Qin Heng would possess the authority to engage in dialogue with the individuals Bing Qingyu had mentioned. At this moment, Qin Heng felt a surge of impatience. System. Summon Zhao Yun and the 2 ancestors of Suiyu City, along with the 3 city lords and the renowned Zhang Sanfan and Zhang Wuji of Wudang, directly to my residence. Now that he had arrived in Liaozhou, Qin Heng was no longer hesitant about summoning figures as he had been previously. With a swift motion, as soon as his words fell, 10 figures materialized out of thin air. Although he instantly recognized several of them, Qin Heng deemed it appropriate to allow them to introduce themselves to one another. Just then, an elderly Daoist with a head of white hair and a radiant complexion stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness. These young friends possess extraordinary strength and have seemingly attracted the attention of some old-timers. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements first, otherwise it may lead to considerable trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated those individuals to be so perceptive, discovering Li Hanyi and the others so swiftly. He had initially planned to bestow them with the concealment technique to hide their strengths. Then please proceed, Qin Heng replied, foregoing further pleasantries. Zhang Sanfan, upon receiving Qin Heng's consent, immediately closed his eyes. The next moment, Qin Heng felt a gentle sound resonate in his mind, followed by the realization that his Qin Wangfu seemed to be enveloped in a strange aura. At that moment, Zhang Sanfan opened his eyes, a look of helplessness adorning his face. Your Highness, my power is severely constrained. I can only obscure their ability to probe the Qin Wangfu. As for other locations, I am unable to assist. After speaking, he offered a respectful gesture toward Qin Heng. In response, Qin Heng merely smiled and retrieved a tome of martial arts from his spatial storage. Chapter 65, continuing as the 6th, each performing their duties. Within the grand hall of the Qin Wangfu, the atmosphere was indeed brimming with talent. At the head of the hall, clad in fiery red armor, Qian Mingxiu sat beside Qin Heng, while beside her, dressed in ice blue armor, Bing Qingyu was also seated. Qin Heng held his tongue, as this arrangement was orchestrated by his consort, Qian Mingxiu. Below the main seat, 2 rows of chairs flanked the hall. These seats were now filled to capacity. Yet the individuals occupying them were of a more distinguished caliber. Starting with the right row, from front to back, the occupants included Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Qing Long, Beihu, Zuck, Su Yu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Meng Tian, and Zhao Yun. It was evident that these individuals hailed from martial backgrounds, and Qin Heng surmised that their camaraderie was likely fostered by the fine wines present on the right row. Conversely, the opposite row was occupied by a more refined assembly. The individuals there were quietly sipping their tea, sitting with decorum. Their order was as follows: Jia Su, Li Si, Chen Gong, Gai Nye, Ji Rugu, Zhang Sanfan, Zhang Wuji, Li Changsheng, Luo Shui, Bailey Dongjun, Li Hanyi, and Sikong Changfeng. In a mere span of 3 years, Qin Heng had successfully established the preliminary foundation of his power. Thanks to the system, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that if he chose to approach the emperor of the great Qin dynasty now, the throne would likely be his by the following day. However, Qin Heng was far too astute to engage in such a foolish endeavor. The great Qin Sundi was in the prime of his life, and Qin Heng was not so naive as to aspire to the role of a prince for 70 or 80 years. Moreover, considering the life expectancy in this realm, he estimated that many of his ancestors were still alive. To seize the throne now would only serve to limit his authority. Additionally, Bing Qingyu had warned him of the impending dangers, leading him to decide it prudent to remain in the shadows for the time being. He had faith that his father could hold the fort for a few more years. Unbeknownst to Qin Heng, however, Bing Qingyu, standing beside Qian Mingxiu, was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Just yesterday, she had informed Qin Heng that during this era of strife, formidable powers would intervene. Yet, merely a day later, what did she witness? 5 truly immortal beings suppressed by the world's will, and 1 supreme being subtly rejected by the will of this realm. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been deceived by Qin Heng. How could a mere prince command such prodigies beneath him? Ignoring the self-doubt plaguing Bing Qingyu, Qin Heng spoke with calm authority. Lu Bu, I hereby appoint you as the general of the northern expedition, commanding 100,000 wolf riders. With Zhang Liao as your deputy, your station will be at the southern pass, where you shall train diligently, for I have set my sights on Han Prefecture. As he spoke, Qin Heng fixed his gaze firmly upon Lu Bu, revealing his ambitious designs. Understood. With a resounding clang of armor, Lu Bu knelt on one knee and declared loudly, Meng Tian, I appoint you as the colonel of the southern pass. Moreover, I shall entrust you with the recruitment of 200,000 new troops from the southern pass, with the hope that you will forge an invincible iron-blooded army capable of conquering nations. Additionally, General Gao Shun shall serve as your deputy. At this moment, Qin Heng's focus shifted to Meng Tian. At your command. In contrast to Lu Bu's fierce demeanor, Meng Tian appeared markedly composed. Observing this, Qin Heng nodded appreciatively, aware that Meng Tian was only granted the title of colonel without any notable accolades. Yet, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, knowing that Lu Bu had already revealed his prowess and commanded an army of 10,000. Thus, for now, the position of General of the Southern Pass could only be conferred upon Lu Bu. However, within the confines of the Qin Huangfu, these forces were all assembled by Qin Heng himself. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for an unknown figure like Meng Tian to command 200,000 troops right from the outset. Chapter 66. Establishing a Jianghu faction. In the hall of the Qin Huangfu, just as Meng Tian's appointment concluded, the now commanding Qin Heng did not pause for a moment and continued, Zhao Yun, I appoint you as the colonel of Jinchuan Prefecture, tasking you with swiftly organizing the 20,000 troops of Jinchuan Prefecture to elevate their combat capabilities to that of soldiers in a short time. As the guardian force of Qin Heng's foundational territory, he did not wish for the Jinchuan troops to remain idle, hence directly assigning Zhao Yun to the task. Understood. Zhao Yun immediately saluted in acceptance. Thus, all military divisions under the Qin Huangfu were allocated. Next, Qin Heng prepared to impose additional responsibilities upon his Jianghu factions and civil officials. At that moment, however, Consort Qian Mingxiu spoke up slowly, Your Highness, my Phoenix Army and Blood Phoenix Guard lack suitable commanders. I hope you will assign capable leaders. Upon hearing her words, Qin Heng merely chuckled softly. Consort, have you forgotten? I have previously stated that the Phoenix Army and Blood Phoenix Guard are the private troops of the Huangfu, and their general shall always be you, regardless of the time. As he spoke, Qin Heng gently patted her jade hand. But now that the Huangfu is established, is it appropriate for me, as the mistress of the Huangfu, to remain in the military camp? Qian Mingxiu expressed her concerns. At her words, Qin Heng nearly burst into laughter. Who could have imagined that a woman who could effortlessly slay millions would express such sentiments? Truthfully, Qin Heng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. As for the nature of that achievement, he dared not voice it. Thus, in order to appease his great-aunt, Qin Heng issued his command. By the decree of this prince, I hereby appoint the princess consort, Qian Mingxiu, as the general of the Jingyun city garrison, commanding 300,000 Mingwang troops and 3,000 Suihuang guards to defend Jingyun city. Furthermore, I designate Bing Qingyu as her deputy to lead the Suihuang guards. Qin Heng provided an official rationale for the princess consort to remain in the military camp. With a swish, even as a general commanding an army of 300,000, Qian Mingxiu's delicate face flushed with warmth at the moment. It was no jest. 300,000 elite troops and 3,000 soldiers defending a mere city was a feat that even the current Emperor Xian would not dare to attempt. Yet, Qin Heng was unfazed. Qian Mingxiu, who preferred martial prowess over feminine adornments, now had no immediate battles to engage in. What harm was there in indulging his beloved wife? Ignoring the peculiar glances from those around him, Qin Heng continued. Currently, the forces of the Jianghu in Liao Prefecture have been somewhat subdued due to the iron-fisted suppression by the princess consort and General Liu. However, this prince does not intend to let them off easily. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Zhang Daozhong to lead the disciples of Wudang to select a picturesque location in Liao Prefecture to establish a Wudang sect, thereby exerting control over the Jianghu. Qin Heng issued his orders directly. The incessant battles among Jianghu warriors cannot be completely eradicated. Hence, Qin Heng planned to have Zhang Sanfen, a paragon of martial arts from a previous life, step forward to create his own Jianghu in Liao Prefecture. The old Daoist accepts the command. Zhang Sanfen had long attained a state of detachment, and thus was quite pleased with Qin Heng's arrangements. Do not rush, Daozhong. With your venerable presence at Wudang, it suffices. Therefore, I have decided to send your disciple, Zhang Wuji, into the world to secretly scout and cultivate some talented martial artists on behalf of my Qin royal household. I hope you will grant your approval. Naturally, Qin Heng would not overlook a top-tier expert like Zhang Wuji, and thus spoke openly. Haha, your highness jest. Although this old Daoist's disciple possesses remarkable strength, he lacks a certain understanding of the Tao. Thus, even without your prompting, I have intended for him to venture forth and undergo some trials. Now, since your highness requires him, I shall send him directly to you. With that, Zhang Sanfen turned to a handsome young man beside him and said, Wuji, do you have any objections to Master's arrangement? In response to Master, Wuji has no objections. In this life, thanks to the system's assistance, Zhang Wuji enjoyed a complete family background. Thus he possessed a greater fervor than in his previous life. Witnessing this scene, Qin Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Without the burdensome sentiments of a useless saint, Zhang Wuji seemed far more suited to the harsh and expansive realm of Tianyuan continent. Chapter 67. Aiming at the Northern King's manor. After arranging matters concerning Wudang, Qin Heng turned his attention to the people of Suiyu City. Mr. Changsheng, I wish for you to lead Suiyu City to establish a presence in Hanzhou under the pretext of preparing against the demon race from the Northern Sea. What do you think? Unlike Zhang Sanfen, who was devoid of desires, Li Changsheng lived solely for himself. Therefore, Qin Heng sought to hear his thoughts on this arrangement. Your Highness, Li Changsheng interjected as soon as Qin Heng spoke, respectfully cupping his hands. I have long grown weary of the Jianghu strife, and thus, I must regretfully decline the heavy responsibilities placed upon me. However, the trio of Bailey, Hanyi, and Changfeng are willing to serve your highness. So let them take charge of Hanzhou Suiyu City. Upon finishing, Li Changsheng performed a deep bow to Qin Heng. Seeing this, Qin Heng quickly assisted him up, smiling. Since Mr. Changsheng wishes to retire, that is perfectly fine. I shall establish a shrine at the Qin Royal Manor, and you may take residence here with Miss Lishi. Agreed. Having previously declined Qin Heng's invitation, Li Changsheng would not hesitate to accept this time, responding with great alacrity. Observing Li Changsheng's decision, Qin Heng then turned his gaze to Bailey Dongjun and the other two, speaking with a gentle smile. Bailey, Hanyi, Changfeng. I initially intended to send you to Jianzhou to establish a sect. However, considering the current situation in the northern border and my conflict with the Northern King's manor, I will instead assign you to Hanzhou. This serves to weaken the influence of the Northern King's manor within the Jianghu, and I hope that you will help me defend the northern gate of our great Yin. Of course, in the short term, your task is to discover your own strengths and refrain from exposing too much of your power. Understood. The three lords of Suiyu City had no objections to Qin Heng's arrangements, for they were indeed experts in establishing a city capable of subduing the Jianghu. Seeing this, Qin Heng could not help but smile. The Northern King's manor had previously attempted to hinder him, and thus he had no qualms about returning the favor. Moreover, as a force suddenly summoned by the system, Qin Heng felt no concern that the Northern King's manor could uncover even the slightest trace of their actions. With this, Qin Heng had largely completed his arrangements regarding the forces. As for the three advisors, he was not in a rush. Jingchuan Prefecture was too small, and Qin Heng did not wish to assign them any official positions there. After all, Jingchuan Prefecture was his fief, and assigning them roles here would merely squander his resources. In truth, the three were well aware of Qin Heng's intentions, hence they remained silent throughout the entirety of today's royal manor meeting. Thus, the internal power distribution within the Qin royal household was successfully concluded. However, with these arrangements in place, Qin Heng was indifferent to the extent of the impending changes in the Jianghu of the Great Yin. 3 months swiftly passed. By this time, the fervor generated by the Qin royal household in Liao Prefecture had already subsided. Observing this, Qin Heng concluded his training and began to focus on the previously untouched Jingxiu, one of the top 10 powers in Liao Prefecture. Although Qin Heng held no aversion to such ancient cultures, he would not allow these individuals to exploit resources on his territory without consequence. Chapter 68, Yudang. The following morning, Qin Heng quietly left the gates of the Qin royal manor with Lao Huang and began to stroll through Jingyan City. Although Liao Prefecture was smaller compared to other regions of the Great Yin, as one of the 5 major populations exceeding 1 trillion in the central continent, Jingyan City, the capital of Jingchuan Prefecture, was home to over 10 million inhabitants. Moreover, being close to the border, some of the scenery in Jingchuan Prefecture was unfamiliar even to Qin Heng, who resided in the divine capital. Among the most striking sights were the beastmen, who walked the streets with peculiar tails trailing behind them. While they were adversaries of the demon race from the northern sea, their presence in this border city was not uncommon. This world, albeit inhabited by demons and monsters, remained a realm of martial arts. Thus, as a race, they too needed to survive. With Liao Prefecture serving as the rear base for Hanzhou, they had settled here for quite some time. To be honest, Qin Heng found these peculiar races intriguing, likening them to a form of cosplay. However, that fascination was limited. Having been surrounded daily by the exquisite beauty of figures like Qian Mingxiu and Bing Qingyu, he held little interest in them. As Qin Heng continued his leisurely stroll through the streets, a group of young men and women clad in white garments wielding long swords caught his attention. Their chests bore the intricate embroidery of a mysterious Taiji symbol. Is this Yudang? Qin Heng found himself momentarily stunned, but soon a group of martial artists nearby provided answers. Brother, who were those people that just passed by? They seemed quite formidable. A youth wielding a large saber nudged a companion beside him, inquiring softly. In response, the companion shot him an annoyed glance. Lu Ming told you to refrain from visiting brothels so often, yet you wouldn't listen. Now you don't even know who they are. Let me enlighten you. They are disciples of the newly emerged Wudang sect from Liaozhou, and this Wudang is no ordinary faction. Oh, pray tell, brother, I hail from Jianzhou, yet I have never heard of this force. Is it not true that Liaozhou only has the 10 major factions? This inquiry came from a young gentleman holding a long sword, who, during his speech, handed a piece of gold to the other. The earlier speaker, seeing this unexpected gain, quickly replied with a smile, My lord, you are unaware that the 10 major factions are now a thing of the past. Just 3 months ago, our Prince Qin from Jinchuan Prefecture swept through the martial world, obliterating 2 of the 10 factions and forcing the remaining 8 into submission. Oh, is that so? Then what of this Wudang? The young noble pressed eagerly. Brother, do not rush. I was just about to elaborate. The Wudang was actually founded less than 3 months ago, specifically atop the Zhuiying Mountain in Liaozhou, which has now been renamed Wudang Mountain. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Hey, brother. Zhuiying Mountain is one of the 10 tallest peaks of Dayan, nearly 50,000 zhang high, and it is surrounded by sheer cliffs. Who could possibly establish a sect there? Indeed. Indeed. Others chimed in, igniting a fervent discussion. To this, the previous speaker remained unperturbed and continued, Gentlemen, do not underestimate the Wudang. Despite its lofty mountain, the disciples of the Wudang sect possess formidable power. All outer disciples are grandmasters, while the inner disciples are nearly all extraordinary. Do you think they fear the height of the mountain? Moreover, the Wudang sect boasts 7 highly skilled disciples, each akin to celestial beings, who have already established a floating array on the mountain's main path, using their immense powers. And you may not know this, but it is rumored that the Wudang sect has a true immortal ancestor, who has transformed Wudang Mountain into a genuine paradise of the divine. Having uttered these words, the young man stealthily slipped away. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted, and soon martial artists began forming groups, eager to seek out the celestial beings of Wudang Mountain. Qin Heng, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, chuckled softly and discreetly transmitted to Lao Huang beside him. The Qinglong team is performing admirably. Additionally, have them assist the Suiyu city of Hanzhou. Understood. Chapter 69 My lord, is that truly appropriate? After the excitement subsided, Qin Heng departed with Lao Huang. Half an hour later, they arrived at the renowned brothel, the Jingxiu, known throughout Jinyun City and Liaozhou as a haven of indulgence. Initially, Qin Heng assumed it only operated during the night, but after making inquiries along the way, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. In Jinyun City, Jingxiu enjoys certain privileges, operating both day and night. The reason is simple. Their business is so thriving that opening solely at night would not accommodate the sheer number of patrons. This revelation only heightened Qin Heng's interest. After all, he was the owner of Huanyan Fong and was keen to observe the methods of this rival establishment that wielded such influence in Liaozhou. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Jingxiu, Qin Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lao Huang, why don't you return to the royal palace? I can manage on my own, Qin Heng suggested, delicately urging him. No way, my lord. I must ensure your safety. I cannot leave. Besides, rest assured my lips are sealed. I won't breathe a word to the princess about your visit to a brothel. With that, Lao Huang winked mischievously at Qin Heng. No, that's not what I meant. Qin Heng nearly wanted to curse aloud. Do you not have any awareness of your own appearance? Wearing a patched hemp robe for ages, sporting yellowed teeth, and your face is so wrinkled it could trap flies. Bringing you to a brothel, they might just throw you out. Yet soon, Qin Heng realized that he had misjudged the situation. He wasn't visiting Jingxiu merely for frivolity. Having Lao Huang accompany him might actually help probe the limits of Jingxiu's operations, providing an opportunity for some mischief. With this thought in mind, the previously hesitant Qin Heng waved his folding fan decisively. Come on, Lao Huang. Today, this young master will treat you to some indulgence. It must be said, Jingxiu truly deserved its reputation as a formidable player among the 10 major factions of Liaozhou. Upon arriving at this opulent establishment, adorned with dragon carvings and phoenix motifs, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, several attendants promptly approached to provide hospitality. Even Lao Huang, that old rascal, found himself surrounded by a few charming women who began to fuss over him. Given the outstanding service quality, Qin Heng surmised that this place surely attracted many repeat customers. My lord, you must be newcomers. Would you like me to introduce you to our offerings? Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and as Qin Heng turned, he found that the previous girls had retreated, leaving behind a stunning beauty draped in a light veil. Her perfect figure accentuated by long legs that seemed to dance in the air, a slender waist, and a captivating allure that was impossible to ignore. Once Qin Heng regained his composure, he meticulously appraised the enchanting figure before speaking nonchalantly. Very well. As this is my first visit, I hope you will enlighten me further. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly wrapped his arms around the exquisite beauty, only to feel her body stiffen momentarily before she playfully exclaimed, My lord, do not be so hasty. Jingxiu is unlike other establishments. Our ladies rely on their talents. Why not take a look? Very well, Qin Heng replied, squeezing her alluring form once more. My lord. The lady's face lit up, but just as she was about to continue, Qin Heng's somewhat lecherous voice interjected. As for the more refined offerings, I can handle those myself. As for my old servant here, why not find him a few companions to indulge with? After all, I am not short on gold. At this statement, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then, a moment later, Lao Huang's hesitant voice broke the stillness. My lord, this may not be appropriate. Good heavens, Lao Huang, do you not realize that I was intentionally stirring trouble? Qin Heng thought, exasperated. How could he respond to such a comment? At that moment, he even sensed a flicker of anger from the beauty in his arms, along with a subtle surge of energy emanating from her. Now, Qin Heng found himself unfazed. It appeared that she could no longer suppress her urge to retaliate. As time gradually passed the minute mark, the enchanting woman in his embrace exhaled softly. Very well. You lot, ensure that you provide ample company to this esteemed gentleman tonight. After saying this, she sweetly continued, My lord, may I accompany you now? Qin Heng observed as the old Huang was effortlessly escorted away by several women. And internally, he could only think a single expletive, uncertain whether it was appropriate to voice it. What rendered him even more speechless was that the captivating lady in his arms delivered another blow. My lord, this esteemed elder possesses formidable strength. Thus, for your safety, we at the Jingxiu have selected 16 young ladies to attend to your needs according to the elder's preferences. Therefore, my lord, you ought to prepare a considerable sum of wealth. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the beauty cradled in his arms. What is your name? I am called Daiwu. My lord, do you have any instructions? None whatsoever. I merely believe that it would be more fitting for you to be addressed as the matron. After resolving matters concerning old Huang, Qin Heng finally stepped into this den of indulgence. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a sense of awe. The Jingxiu was immense, comprising 7 levels. Although it lacked the grand spatial formations found in the Qianbao building, The protective formations and numerous small teleportation arrays facilitating the movement of servants and patrons were astonishing in number. Just imagine the experience of witnessing a lavishly dressed, voluptuous beauty fluttering before you. Moreover, the Jinxielu implemented a stratified service system. For instance, on the first level, one would find various martial factions and some rough-and-tumble wanderers. The ladies serving here were primarily low-tier martial artists and ordinary women, yet their beauty surpassed that of many commonplace establishments. Their role was to engage these rugged men in light-hearted banter and amuse them, though intimate services were, of course, absent, as the Jinxielu was an upscale venue. Upon reaching the second level, Qin Heng noticed a distinct change in atmosphere. The entire floor was adorned with poetry and artwork, and the patrons consisted of affluent young scions and illegitimate offspring of noble families. Occasionally, he would overhear some rather absurd yet eloquent verses that left him feeling somewhat nauseated. "Let us depart, Miss Dai Wu. I find myself ill-suited for this place." He had no desire to linger. Seeing his disinterest, Dai Wu made no objection, but instead relaxed in his embrace, waving her small hand. In the blink of an eye, the environment transformed once more, and Qin Heng recognized that he had ascended to the third level. Here, he was taken aback, as it resembled a scene from a theater in his past life. The spacious hall was filled with seats, and at the front, a group of martial artists wielding various weapons was engaged in a performance of combat. The audience, packed to capacity, erupted in gasps and showered the performers with generous rewards. "Miss Dai Wu, what is this?" Qin Heng inquired, his skepticism piqued. "Is there a theater in this world?" "My lord, these are performers specially trained by our Jinxielu. They reenact significant events and amusing tales from the martial world. After all, the vastness of the martial realm makes it difficult for warriors to stay informed. Thus, we invest in acquiring such intel and present it for profit." Qin Heng found himself impressed by the cleverness of it all. At the same time, a new idea began to take shape in his mind. Should he summon the Empress? It seemed that Ji Rugju's capabilities were somewhat lacking. In the subsequent period, Qin Heng remained silent as Dai Wu guided him through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, which were designated for individuals of higher status. However, he had little interest in these private chambers, being a prince himself. Just then, Qin Heng sensed something amiss. Drawing Dai Wu closer, he spoke with playful intent. "My lady, you have been escorting me about, yet you have not suggested any expenditures. Where do you intend to take me?" As his words hung in the air, a powerful aura flickered momentarily, causing Dai Wu to startle, realizing that her soul and true energy had been momentarily restrained. This prince is indeed extraordinary. Yet, she did not panic. After gently rearranging her disheveled hair, she whispered in his ear, "My lord, there is no need for haste. I am here at the behest of a venerable elder, seeking to invite you to the 7th floor. "An elder? Is there someone of my lineage in Jinchuan Prefecture?" Qin Heng questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. At that moment, he suddenly felt the surroundings shift, as if ensnared by a formation. Just as he contemplated action, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. "Xiao Wu, do not be alarmed. I am your aunt." Taken aback, Qin Heng paused. "Aunt." However, before he could ponder further, a curtain slowly descended before him. He beheld a voluptuous woman adorned with a purple hairpin, her skin subtly glowing, exuding an aura of regal sophistication as she regarded him intently. To his astonishment, a swirling purple mist radiated from her, instilling within him a sense of compulsion to submit. Could it be the imperial purple aura? Is she truly the embodiment of destiny in this realm? His mind swirled with conflicting thoughts, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Yet, in the next instant, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, restoring clarity to his thoughts, evidently another intervention by the system. His reactions did not escape the notice of the woman across from him, who watched with keen interest. Undeterred by his swift recovery from her influence, she leaned back against the grand chair, her body subtly shifting. "Oh, since you do not recognize me, pray tell, how can you be so certain I am not deceiving you? How could I possibly take offense?" Qin Heng thought, feeling a flush rise within him at her unabashed demeanor. However, considering her identity as his aunt, he could only lament the unfortunate circumstance. It appears that upon realizing her own thoughts, a chime resonates, indicating that the system has detected no blood relation between the woman before him and the host, alleviating any concerns. Concerns? Why would I be worried about such trivialities? Wait a minute, if there is no blood relation, then that implies my grandfather has been unfaithful. Chapter 72, The Generous Qin Huang. At that moment, Qin Heng felt invigorated. However, considering the ambiguous intentions of the individual before him, he refrained from exhibiting any overt emotional response. Instead, he began to ponder the true identity of this aunt. The royal family of Dyin, though not as populous as other dynasties, boasted a considerable number of princesses. Among them, The most renowned is undoubtedly the youngest daughter of the late emperor, Princess Zi Huang. Qin Huang. Despite her youth among the emperor's numerous daughters, she was the most favored. Following Qin Long's ascension to the throne, she was elevated to the status of Grand Princess, even granted the authority to establish her own court. Her status was on par with that of the current princes. With this in mind, Qin Heng surmised the identity of the woman before him. "Nephew, I greet you, Aunt Huang." He bowed respectfully. This time, his enchanting aunt smiled and helped him rise, taking his hand and guiding him to sit beside her, suddenly enveloped by her delicate, almost ethereal hands. Qin Heng felt his heart race. The allure of his aunt was overwhelming. Such a simple gesture could stir one's innermost thoughts. At that moment, Qin Huanger's melodious voice broke the silence once more. "Are you perhaps upset with your father?" The topic shifted abruptly. Though slightly bewildered, Qin Heng hastily replied, "Aunt, I harbor no such feelings. My journey to Liao Prefecture was entirely of my own volition. Currently, my several imperial brothers are assisting our father, so I am at ease. However, I perceive that the military forces along the borders are becoming overly assertive. Thus, I have come here to issue a warning in my capacity as a prince, urging them to temper their ambitions. As for other matters, I am powerless to intervene." Qin Heng's words were a mixture of truth and pretense. After all, the intense imperial aura radiating from her suggested she was not merely a decorative figure. She likely possessed formidable capabilities akin to those of Wu Zetian, if not surpassing them. In the realm of Dain's martial prowess, her ability to garner the favor of 2 successive emperors while concealing her ambitions indicated that her level of cunning far exceeded that of his still immature imperial brothers. Even though Qin Heng's response was heartfelt, Qin Huanger chose not to engage further. Instead, she continued to console him. "Little 5, your father is in a difficult position. While the Dain royal family is indeed flourishing, much like other long-established dynasties, it currently finds itself mired in stagnation. The noble families are vying for power, and the border forces are becoming increasingly assertive. They await the moment when our Dain is utterly weakened. However, we cannot allow them that opportunity. The unification of Central Continent is the grand aspiration of our ancestors, and thus, the descendants of the Dain royal family endure great hardships. Nevertheless, it is precisely because of this that I find true solace in your choices. What brings you here, Aunt?" Observing her attempt to play the emotional card, Qin Heng's patience waned. He was no mere child. In the struggle for power, there was no absolute right or wrong, nor was there room for self-sacrifice. He was not so noble. Furthermore, as a prince himself, aided by the system, he felt lecturing him was unwarranted. Seemingly taken aback by Qin Heng's lack of deference, Qin Huanger paused for a moment but soon smiled and said, "Little 5, I have come to bestow upon you the Jinxiu. As for anything else, there is nothing more." With that, she playfully tapped Qin Heng before vanishing from the room. At this point, Qin Heng felt somewhat shaken. Was his aunt truly so generous? Just then, Dai Wu entered, holding a jade tablet. Before Qin Heng could speak, she immediately knelt and reported, "Master, this is the binding contract of all the sisters of Jinxilu. From this day forth, everything belonging to Jinxilu is yours." With that, she rose and nestled into Qin Heng's embrace. Yet he stopped her, for he was contemplating the true purpose behind the actions of this ambitious aunt. Chapter 73, Concealed Depths. "Alas, my strength is still insufficient." Qin Heng sighed in exasperation. "What is it, master? Do you have any instructions?" Dai Wu, noticing Qin Heng's shift in demeanor, immediately inquired with a bow. No, but do bring out old Huang. Honestly, this is my territory now. I cannot allow that old fellow to take advantage." As he spoke, Qin Heng mischievously pinched Dai Wu's pert figure. Master, you are truly wicked." After a playful rebuke, Dai Wu swayed her slender form and exited the room. After a considerable time, Qin Heng finally laid eyes on old Huang, who was now adorned with a face full of lipstick and rouge. Qin Heng's expression darkened. He had yet to indulge, while this old fellow was reveling in excess. He beckoned Dai Wu closer and calmly instructed, "Dai Wu, from now on, when this old man visits, ensure you charge him the usual fees. After all, running Jinxielu is no simple task." Upon finishing, without allowing old Huang a word, Qin Heng led him toward the exit. Just before stepping into the teleportation array, he turned and issued a final command: "Make sure everything at Jinxielu operates normally. Should any unsavory individuals attempt to stir trouble, send them to the Qin Wangfu to seek me. As for all else, let it be. Oh, and remember to deliver Jinxielu's monthly earnings to the Qin Wangfu on time, handing them to Qin Gong." Understood. After approximately the time it takes for half a tea light to burn, as Qin Heng's figure vanished into the crowd, Dai Wu, who had previously displayed a charming smile and obedience, now approached a door adorned with peculiar patterns, her demeanor serious as she gently knocked 3 times. "Enter." A somewhat ethereal voice resonated, and as a burst of brilliant light erupted, the door opened gently. Without hesitation, Daiwu stepped inside and immediately lowered her head to report. Princess, the fifth prince has departed. With that, she bowed her head once more. The reason for her demeanor was that not far from her, upon a crimson bed, Qin Heng lay languidly, her figure partially veiled by delicate silk, her alluring gaze captivating. Her porcelain legs were unreservedly exposed to the air. Even Daiwu, though a woman herself, dared not gaze too long at such a sight. Sensing Daiwu's embarrassment, Qin Heng called for a cloak embroidered with fiery gold phoenixes, draping it gracefully over her enchanting form. Subsequently, she finally spoke up. Pray tell, how is my dear nephew? As she spoke, Qin Heng conjured a jade slip in her hand and began to toy with it casually. Your Highness, the elder of the Qin Wang, although possessing some strength, is rather stop. It seems you have lingered here for too long, absorbing the incompetence of those fools. Had I known you were such a simpleton, I would never have risked revealing my identity to rescue you. At that moment, the languor that once enveloped Qin Heng vanished. Her phoenix eyes transformed into sharp blades, fixating intently on Daiwu before her. Without a moment's hesitation, Daiwu, sensing the murderous intent of her master, immediately bowed her head to the ground and trembled as she uttered, I acknowledge my fault. Acknowledge your fault? I see you still do not grasp where you have erred. Upon finishing her words, Qin Heng flicked her wrist, sending the jade slip crashing directly onto Daiwu. With a thud, in that instant, it seemed Daiwu had been struck with a heavy blow. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Look at how nearly you were toyed with by others. After saying this, Qin Heng closed her eyes, while Daiwu hastily picked up the jade slip from the ground and pressed it to her forehead. Moments later, after 10 minutes had passed, Daiwu, having perused the jade slip, fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Her attire, drenched in cold sweat, clung tightly to her delicate form. Now, speak of my nephew and share your thoughts. Master, I am deserving of death. Without a trace of hesitation, Daiwu pressed her forehead firmly to the ground. Very well, considering you are among the first to choose to follow me, I shall let this pass. Also, remember to remove your veil when reporting to the fifth prince. Do not forget, this is Yin. Begone. I am weary. As Daiwu, visibly shaken, retreated, Qin Heng's enchanting voice echoed once more. Fengyi. With a swish, a figure cloaked in black gradually emerged, immediately kneeling before Qin Heng. Rise. This time, you have performed admirably for the Gui Su, but do refrain from infiltrating the Qin Wangfu's influence further. Additionally, temper your strategies in Liaozhou. From now on, you shall be responsible for intelligence work in Liaozhou. As for Jin Xiaolu, pay it no heed. A bunch of fools, always perched high above. Were it not for, however, it seemed she recalled something, and did not continue. Instead, she shifted the topic with a charming laugh. Find a way for that useless Daiwu to spread word of the Qin Wang's visit to Jin Xiaolu. After all, I am her aunt and have a duty to educate him. Consider this a small interest I am gifting her from Jin Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Qin Heng was still ambling through the streets of Jinyun City with Lao Huang, unaware that the two women within the Wangfu had been awaiting him for some time. Chapter 74, Seeking Death? Then let us kill. What? The Wangfi has ordered me to sleep in the study tonight. Upon entering the backyard of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Heng was halted by the disdainful Ice Qing Wu, who delivered such dreadful news. Surely, you did not speak ill of me before the Wangfi again, you wretched girl. Qin Heng gazed incredulously at Ice Qing Wu. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act improperly. You know what you have done. Must I remind you? After saying this, without waiting for Qin Heng to respond, she slammed the door of the Wangfu's backyard shut. Although the maidservants and lower-ranking attendants in the Qin Wangfu were summoned by him, the security of the backyard was overseen by Ice Qing Wu, a duty appointed by Wangfi Qian Mingxiu. Initially, Qin Heng had suspected that Ice Qing Wu, being a reborn individual, had chosen to remain in the Qin Wangfu due to some fortuitous connection with his Wangfi. Yet, after witnessing the almost palpable aura of fortune emanating from Qin Heng today, he began to doubt her intentions. However, for the moment, in light of his blissful life, Qin Heng opted to set aside his suspicions and turned to leave with a grim expression. Juke? Investigate who leaked my whereabouts. Qin Heng had not intended to keep his visit to the pleasure house a secret for long, but the news had reached the Wangfi before he even returned to the Wangfu, and he was certain foul play was afoot. Understood. As night fell gradually, just as Qin Heng was about to brazenly enter Qian Mingxiu's chambers, Zhu Kei's figure suddenly materialized. Upon witnessing this, Qin Heng sat back down, stating flatly, "What is it? Speak plainly." Your Highness, the Jinyue reports that the initial news was spread by the Black Tiger Gang, the Chao Gang, and the Hongshun gambling house within Jinyun City, all pointing towards Jin Xiaolu. Daiwu. Qin Heng furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the table. Send orders. Let Huan Fong take action. Tomorrow, Jin Xiu Lu shall operate as usual. Furthermore, instruct the Hu Wei to cleanse the various factions within Jinyan City. One must have a sense of reverence. Those daring to meddle in the power struggles of great forces are not worthy. Understood. At that moment, Zhu Kei trembled slightly at Qin Heng's cold demeanor. But she recognized that the Jinyi Wei had indeed fallen short this time, and thus did not dare to oppose his orders. Watching Zhu Kei leave, Qin Heng rubbed his temples in exasperation. The Jinyi Wei and Huan Fong are still too thin on the ground. He sighed, feeling helpless. The legacies of the major powers here were far too entrenched. Some spies had been planted beside him for countless years. Therefore, he did not place too much blame on the Jinyi Wei for today's events. Indeed, it is much easier to command the forces I summoned. Daiwu. I was just considering recruiting some local powers, and you have delivered such a grand surprise. After a long sigh, Qin Heng strode towards Qian Mingxiu's chamber. He was not in a good mood today. Half an hour later, Qin Heng glared in exasperation at Ice Qing Wu before him, clearly displeased as he exclaimed, "You wretched girl, do you not know that when a couple quarrels, they often reconcile by the end of the bed? By blocking my path. Do you wish to serve me as well?" This time, Qin Heng spoke without restraint. "What if you are a reborn girl? In my presence, you must yield. You." At this, Ice Qing Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. Having lived 2 lives, she was still an untouched maiden. How could she have ever heard such brazen words? The atmosphere grew instantly quiet. "All right, Qing Wu, you may take your leave." "Humph. If I must, I shall go." With the avenue for retreat provided, Ice Qing Wu left in a huff. Chapter 75. The Jealous Qian Mingxiu. Half an hour later, Qin Heng, with a mischievous grin, gazed at the indifferent Qian Mingxiu before him and remarked, "My lady, why do you appear so discontent? Who has wronged you?" After speaking, he playfully nudged closer to her side. "Humph. Your Highness, were you not enjoying yourself at the splendid pavilion? I have heard that the ladies there are all delicate and charming, far more entertaining than this rough-and-tumble martial husband," she retorted, her voice laced with envy. For reasons unbeknownst to her, after spending time with Qin Heng, she had come to appreciate the dynamic of their banter, a delightful exchange of affection. Yet, upon learning that he had ventured to the splendid pavilion in her absence, a knot of unease twisted within her heart. Observing the fierce General Qian Mingxiu display such a demeanor, Qin Heng instinctively suppressed his laughter and drew her into his embrace. For he recognized the hint of grievance in her eyes. "Fear not, my lady. I indulged in naught at the splendid pavilion. As for those ladies you mentioned, they are likely beyond recognition by now." With this revelation, Qin Heng felt her body stiffen in his arms, and he soon realized he was holding a piece of warm, delicate jade. After a moment, a muffled voice emerged from within his embrace. "Really?" At that instant, Qin Heng chuckled softly, playfully pinching the soft spot on her forehead, and said, "It seems I have indeed upset my lady, so tonight." "Ah, you don't." As the moonlight gradually slipped behind the clouds, the iron-willed general had melted into a puddle of spring water. Just as Qin Heng was about to rest after soothing his beloved, he heard her slightly hoarse voice. "My lord, if you desire, why not take in Qing Wu?" Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Qin Heng, now in a sage-like state, heard her clearly. However, he chose to remain silent. "My lord, as a military woman, I possess no talent in serving others, and my husband is currently." "Enough, let us sleep. I, Qin Heng, am a man, not a beast. Mingxiu, your dedication to the military is for my sake, and given the current tumultuous state of affairs, I have no intention of taking a concubine. However, you might consider bearing me an heir." With that, Qin Heng rolled over, engaging in playful antics. Truth be told, had he been given such a choice in his past life, he would have amassed a harem by now. Yet in this life, blessed with martial prowess and the presence of a beauty like Qian Mingxiu, he had no intention of establishing a harem, at least, not for the present. This was evident as he had not once lifted the veil of the enchanting dancers at the splendid pavilion. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the blossoming romance within Qin Heng's chamber, the city of Jinyun was steeped in a miasma of bloodshed. The citizens trembled in their homes, quaking in fear. Atop the splendid pavilion, Qin Huang gazed calmly at the blaze engulfing Jinyun city, her voice steady as she declared, "Let us depart. If we linger any longer, my dear nephew shall surely find me, and that would be ill for all involved." "Understood," was the reply from a figure cloaked in black. The individuals within the splendid pavilion, the dark-clad figure ventured tentatively. "Let us go. My nephew's thirst for blood is insatiable. There is naught I can do." Qin Huang replied. "Then I shall. No, it is best I refrain from intervening. After tonight, the splendid pavilion may very well cease to exist. Let them reap the consequences of their folly." After uttering this, Qin Huang found herself at a loss for words. despite having warned the foolish Dai Wu to tread carefully. Her arrogance had led her to this fate. Let her perish. Chapter 76. The Winds of the North. The following morning, Qian Mingxiu, unusually, did not report to the barracks. As for the reason, well, those in the know would understand. Gazing at the rosy cheeks of the woman nestled in his embrace, Qin Heng felt a primal urge rising within him. Just then, sensing his stirring, Qian Mingxiu blinked sleepily, her eyes half-lidded, and softly implored, "Husband, I cannot bear it any longer. If this continues, I shall doze off again." Haha, am I truly that formidable? Qin Heng chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. With a playful pinch to her cheek, he reveled in his triumph. For the next half hour, Qin Heng engaged in playful antics with Qian Mingxiu before finally relenting. After all, the 300,000 Minghuang troops required her attention, especially after last night. As Qin Heng had anticipated, an hour later, Qian Mingxiu led the Minghuang army into the city. Given the commotion of the previous night, it was only natural that some desperate souls would emerge to stir trouble. With dawn breaking, their time was up. In contrast to the Tiger Guard's targeted approach of eliminating only the ringleaders, Qian Mingxiu's Minghuang army was set on a complete and thorough cleansing. The troops divided into 4 units, swiftly securing the city gates. The divine crossbows and deadly arrows were all mobilized from the barracks and brought into the city. Before the lair of the Qing Wolf gang, a squad of Minghuang soldiers had already formed ranks, arrows drawn, when suddenly a messenger from the Minghuang army galloped in, shouting, "The general commands. The Qing Wolf gang is guilty of heinous crimes. Raze it to the ground without leaving a single survivor." Without hesitation, the massive bolts of the crossbows were unleashed, shattering the gates of the Qing Wolf gang. In that moment, everyone within the gang was taken aback. After all, they were the Liu family's force in the city. How could the military strike at their doorstep? But there would be no answers for them. For the Minghuang army had already formed ranks and charged forth. Thus, before the blood of the previous night had fully dried, Jinyan City was swept into a new wave of purging. It was then that the populace realized that the 300,000 Iron Cavalry stationed outside the city were not merely there to ensure the tranquility of the Qin residents. From the very beginning, they had only been there to protect the Qin Wangfu. Initially, Qin Heng had not intended for the situation to escalate to such a degree. However, upon witnessing the financial resources brought back by Jianwei the day prior, he was spurred into action to cleanse the city. The reason was simple: they had taken too much. Thus, Qin Heng's slaughter continued unabated for 3 days. When the 4th day dawned and the gates of Jinyan City swung open once more, the longtime residents were astonished to find a cadre of martial artists clad in official robes patrolling the streets. The former extortionists had vanished without a trace. The influence of Qin Heng's forces spread rapidly, unbeknownst to him, while far to the north in Zhou, the Tang family, previously considered a thorn among the 10 great families, had firmly established their foothold. In the Tang family's assembly hall, the vice-master of Wanhua Tower, clad in a splendid robe, wore a smile as he eagerly questioned the Tang family patriarch, Tang Lian. "Master Tang, is it truly impossible to sell the rainstorm pear blossom needles from your esteemed clan? Rest assured, at Wanhua Tower, we guarantee you the highest price. And we promise to assist the Tang family in becoming the foremost power among the top 10 forces in Bizhu. I apologize, but we at Tang Sect possess very few rainstorm pear blossom needles and, regrettably, cannot offer them for sale. However, I can authorize the sale of other concealed weapons and poisons from our Tang Sect to your Wanhua Tower as a priority." "Very well then. May our collaboration be fruitful." Recognizing the futility of further negotiations, Hua Ming ultimately conceded. Although he remained uncertain whether the Tang family still possessed the means to produce more rainstorm pear blossom needles, today's inquiry suggested that such formidable weapons were indeed scarce within the Tang family. His deep understanding of the rainstorm pear blossom needles stemmed from the insights of the esteemed ancestor of Tang Sect, Tang Lianxing. Chapter 77. Tang Lianxin's Scheme. The Tianyan continent is vast. When Qin Heng initially summoned the Tang Sect, he had envisioned planting a strategic foothold amid the internal strife among the prominent families of Bizhu, such as the Ice and Snow clans, to fully establish his influence over the region. However, unbeknownst to Qin Heng, by the time Tang Lianxing and the disciples of Tang Sect, having endured countless hardships, traversed the North Sea to reach Bizhu, the remaining 9 major forces had already divided the remnants of the Ice family under the auspices of Wanhua Tower. Naturally, Bizhu was unwilling to entertain the emergence of new forces. Yet, Tang Lianxing was not one to be easily deterred. He opted for an unconventional approach, directly approaching the dominant force of Bizhu, Wanhua Tower, leveraging the Tang Sect's concealed weapons as a bargaining chip to bypass the 9 established factions and assertively secure a place among the new top 10 families of Bizhu. In stark contrast to the neutral stance of Qianbao Tower in Zhongzhou, Wanhua Tower actively engaged in the power struggles of Bizhu, even instigating conflicts among the major factions. Revealing their ambitious nature, Tang Lianxing's decision to present Tang Sect's concealed weapons to Wanhua Tower undoubtedly pleased the higher-ups there. Furthermore, they transferred control of the previously Ice family-dominated forces to Tang Sect, viewing them merely as an external influence. Confident that once Wanhua Tower replicated the Tang Sect's concealed weapons, they could easily dismiss the Tang Sect. However, months later, when the senior officials of Wanhua Tower witnessed the ineffectiveness of their imitations, identical in appearance and materials, yet yielding less than a tenth of the original's power, they were left utterly astonished. The replicas were akin to mere toys, wholly inadequate for the purpose of combat. Ultimately, they had no choice but to collaborate with Tang Sect, securing exclusive rights to the Tang Sect's concealed weapons and demanding that Tang Sect refrain from selling their weapons independently within Bizhu. This arrangement allowed them to firmly establish their roots in Bizhu. Yet, as the saying goes, a guilty person may fear a jewel. Both Tang Lianxing and Tang Lian were acutely aware of this truth. Consequently, Tang Lianxing chose to take a risk, disseminating the information regarding the methods of crafting Tang Sect's concealed weapons. Ultimately, the major forces of Bizhu responded by dispatching 3 Earth Immortals and 10 Saint-level experts to assault Tang Sect. In response, Tang Lianxing had dozens of high-ranking Tang Sect members lie in ambush with the formidable Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. In the face of this bug-level weapon capable of penetrating true energy and breaking domains, the 3 Earth Immortals and 9 Saint-level experts perished. And even the one who managed to escape met an untimely demise half a month later, succumbing to poison. Thus, the Tang Sect, now transformed into the Tang family, gained full recognition from the major forces of Bizhu. Even Wanhua Tower refrained from overly antagonizing Tang Sect. Seizing this opportunity, the Tang family vigorously developed their own strength. Acquiring various secrets of Bizhu, time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, more than half a year had swiftly passed. Today, Qin Heng finally received a message jade slip from Tang Lianxing of Tang Sect. As he perused the recent advancements achieved by Tang Sect over the past year, a Tang Sect disciple presented a transparent orb to him. "What is this?" Qin Heng queried, puzzled. "Your Highness, this is a recording orb created from the unique minerals of Bizhu, capturing images from the past year. I have brought 100 of them, as per the Lord's command." "Oh, and what is your intent?" Qin Heng inquired nonchalantly. Given that there were 100 recording orbs, it was unlikely that this disciple would claim one for himself in this setting. Upon hearing Qin Heng's question, the disciple first bowed deeply, then gradually explained, "Forgive me, Your Highness. While traversing the margin of the North Sea, I discovered that the number of demons in the North Sea has increased tenfold since our last passage. Therefore, I took the liberty of recording all the sights we encountered along the way." After this, he bowed again deeply. However, Qin Heng remained silent, gradually channeling his true energy into the recording orb. As he observed the continuously shifting images, his expression grew increasingly grave. 3 minutes later, he expressionlessly severed the flow of true energy, stowing the orb away. "Very well, rise. Seek out Chun Gong and procure sufficient resources for your cultivation to ascend to the celestial realm. You may train in the royal residence, and regarding your return to Bizhu, await my instructions." "Yes." After dismissing the messenger, Qin Heng hurriedly made his way to the rear courtyard of the royal residence. Chapter 78, The North Sea. Half an hour later, within the rear courtyard, as Bing Qingyu severed the supply of true energy, the recording orb immediately dimmed, and the projected images ceased abruptly. "What do you think? Do you recall anything? Is it as I suspected?" Qin Heng asked urgently. Although Qin Heng was anxious, Bing Qingyu slowly closed her eyes, clearly lost in thought. Witnessing this, Qin Heng restrained his emotions and seated himself beside her, his gaze fixed intently upon her face, not wanting to miss a single nuance of her expression. After a full 10 minutes, he saw Bing Qingyu gradually shake her head. "I have no recollection of any unusual occurrences in the North Sea. In my memory, this event did not transpire, and even years later, when the Northern King led his army southward, the demons of the North Sea exhibited no significant activity." However, she soon fixed a skeptical gaze upon Qin Heng and inquired, "Is your information reliable, my lord? It wouldn't happen to be a deception by some wandering sorcerers, would it? You must know, on Tianyan continent, aside from the orthodox martial and Confucian paths, there are numerous unorthodox practices." As she spoke, a teasing expression adorned Bing Qingyu's face. "You scoundrel. Go amuse yourself with the princess. I have matters to attend to." With that, Qin Heng turned and departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Qin Heng had already brought Jia Su, Li Si, and Chun Gong to the conference hall of the Qin royal residence. From the main seat, Qin Heng spoke in a measured tone. Let us hear your thoughts. Regarding the recent disturbances in the North Sea of the Abyss, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, the three individuals in the hall fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, it was Jia Su, who oversees the intelligence operations of the Jinyiwei, who spoke with a measured tone. Your Highness, concerning the North Sea of the Abyss. The Jinyiwei has made numerous arrangements following our complete control over Liaozhou in the past 6 months. However, while the creatures of this realm may bear some resemblance to our kind, they exhibit many distinguishing features that set them apart from humanity. Consequently, our infiltration efforts in that area have not proceeded smoothly, and thus we hesitate to make unfounded speculations regarding this intelligence. Indeed, this renowned strategist was known for his prudence. Nevertheless, Qin Heng held great trust in the Tang clan, and as Jia Su raised his concerns, Qin Heng gently interjected, very well, I can assure you that the matter concerning the North Sea of the Abyss is indeed authentic. Please, share the details of the intelligence with everyone. Upon this, Jia Su refrained from elaborating further and simply stated, Your Highness, while the North Sea of the Abyss is said to be the domain of the demon race, it actually serves as the dividing sea between the central continent and the northern continent. Therefore, on this defensive front, we not only contend with the Diin, but also with the Great Qin to the west and the foremost power of the central continent, the Great Zhou. Moreover, the 8 royal families of the demon race in the North Sea primarily target the Great Zhou. This is also a significant reason why the Northern King's manor of Diin has been able to suppress the demon race for millennia. However, the latest intelligence indicates that a vast army is gathering at the fringes of the 8 royal families' territories in the North Sea. It seems highly probable that a major beast tide is imminent, and I fear that a royal lineage may have already emerged among the demon race in the North Sea. At these words, the individuals present collectively inhaled sharply. Are you certain that a royal lineage has emerged among the northern demon race? You must remember that after the events concerning the Great Zhou, those creatures chose to eliminate the demon sovereign of the North Sea, who had long been in opposition to the Great Zhou's imperial lineage. How could they now allow the demon race of the North Sea to rise again? For the first time, Qin Heng found himself questioning Jia Su's assertions. Yet, unexpectedly, as he posed this inquiry, the usually astute Jia Su fell into an unusual silence. After a long pause, Jia Su let out a wry smile and replied, Your Highness, I am but a mere mortal. Furthermore, we possess not a shred of useful intelligence regarding them, so how could I possibly discern their intentions? Hearing this, both Li Si and Chun Gong nodded in agreement. Very well, you may withdraw. Let Suiyu City take action and investigate the North Sea of the Abyss. We shall await the intelligence from there before proceeding. Qin Heng stated with a calm demeanor. Half an hour later, Qin Heng found himself alone in the newly opened Qianbao building in Jinyan City. Initially, he had considered gathering information regarding the North Sea of the Abyss from the ruling powers within the establishment. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the following response. I apologize, Your Highness Qin, but our young lady has just returned. If there is anything you require, I would be more than willing to assist you. No need for that. Just have your master notify me when she returns, Qin Heng replied before departing. Since neither he nor his allied forces could address the current situation, he resolved to act decisively. System, open my personal panel. Qin Heng commanded directly. Ding. Host information is as follows. Name, Qin Heng. Age, 18. Realm, late stage of the celestial realm cultivation method. Imperial canon, beginner, martial skills, royal grade sword technique, perfected, movement technique, flickering light, perfected, spear technique, blazing 100 strikes, perfected, summon characters. Wang Sanqian, late stage of Dharma aspect. Qinglong, early stage of Earth Immortal. Bo, early stage of Earth Immortal. Suk, early stage of Earth Immortal. Su, early stage of Earth Immortal. Dianwei, mid stage of Earth Immortal. Jiasu, mid stage of Confucian Sage. Li Si, perfected Confucian Sage. Chun Gong, early stage of Confucian Sage. Lu Bu, half step to Undying. Gainya, half step to Undying. Zhang Sanfen. Li Changsheng, sealed in Undying Realm. Luo Shui, sealed in Undying Realm, by Li Dongjun, sealed in Undying Realm. Li Hanyi, sealed in Undying Realm. Sikong Changfeng, sealed in Undying Realm. Zhang Wuji, early stage of Earth Immortal. Sword 9 Emperor, half step to Undying. Tang Lingxing, perfected Earth Immortal. Tang Lian, mid stage of Earth Immortal. Zhao Yun, perfected Earth Immortal. Dongfang Bubi, half step to Undying. Meng Tian, perfected Earth Immortal. Summoned forces. Jinyiwei 10,000, Transcendent Celestial. Tiger Guard 3,000, late stage of Transcendent. Huanyan Workshop 200,000, Master Celestial. Tang Clan, 3,000 disciples. Transcendent entry to Saint Yudang. Transcendent Celestial, Suiyu City, Inloxia, Yi Ruyi, Luo Mingxian, and 30,000 disciples, Earth Immortal Grand Master, character summon count, 6 times force summon count, 2 times treasure draw opportunities, 2 times. Upon reviewing this information, Qin Heng could not help but chuckle. Ultimately, the system was his greatest trump card in this world. Furthermore, it appeared that Qin Heng had indeed made considerable progress. After he eliminated the Xiangziyu Tower and completed the task of establishing a king's authority, his summoning opportunities had increased dramatically. This, too, provided him with the confidence necessary to confront the demon race of the North Sea. Chapter 80. The Demon Race Marches South, Part 1. Ever since Qin Heng last examined his system panel, he had fallen into a profound silence. Yet, only he and a few others, including Jia Su, were aware that they were all awaiting intelligence from Suiyu City. On the 7th day of their anxious anticipation, an urgent report from Suiyu City finally arrived in Qin Heng's hands. At this moment, within the assembly hall of the Qin Huangfu, Qin Heng spoke with a grave tone. Everyone, please share your thoughts. What direction should the Qin Huangfu take next? With a grim expression, Qin Heng tossed aside the intelligence he had been holding. The first to respond was Chun Gong, who declared, Your Highness, it has been confirmed that the demon race is indeed marching south. We must prepare for troop deployments and the reception of refugees in Liaozhou. It is likely that General Meng Tian's army can no longer remain concealed. The implications of Chun Gong's words were clear. The Qin Huangfu must prepare for war. Nodding in agreement, Qin Heng then turned to Jia Su and inquired, How shall we fight, conceal our forces, and profit from this situation? He posed the most challenging questions to Jia Su, determined to curb any tendencies for self-preservation that Jia Su might exhibit by making his intentions clear from the outset. However, Jia Su merely smiled in response. In his previous life, he had indeed been cautious of death, but that was only due to his lack of means for self-defense. In this life, he had become a formidable expert, and thus, he harbored fewer reservations. After a moment of thoughtful reflection, Jia Su finally spoke, Your Highness, it would be prudent to inform His Majesty of this situation. Moreover, it is imperative to elucidate the magnitude of the demon race's incursion from the south. Secondly, we must urge Wu Dang to rally the martial experts of the realm under the banner of chivalry to join the fray. Concurrently, this strategy should be communicated to the imperial court, prompting them to amass a considerable number of warriors within the central 3 continents to engage in battle. Thirdly, the court must issue an immediate decree to the King of the North, instructing him to steadfastly defend the northern pass. Fourthly, General Liu should be prepared for deployment at any moment, while Meng Tian's 200,000 newly recruited troops must resolutely guard the southern pass to prevent the demon race from surging into Liaozhou, which serves as the very foundation of my Qin royal house. Having articulated these points, Jia Su fell silent. At that moment, however, Qin Heng spoke up. Does General Liu's 10,000 wolf riders not appear somewhat inadequate? Perhaps we should dispatch Zhao Yun's 20,000 elite troops to the north as well. Unexpectedly, as soon as his words left his lips, Jia Su, Qin Gong, and even Li Si simultaneously exclaimed, No. This left Qin Heng somewhat perplexed. He merely intended to deploy 20,000 troops, and given the current strength of the Qin royal house, it should not pose a significant issue. Yet, the 3 displayed such urgency, piquing Qin Heng's curiosity. Why do you oppose my decision to send troops so vehemently? He inquired, his expression complex. Your Highness, while deploying troops is permissible, it must exclusively be cavalry, with no infantry involved. Otherwise, it will only place the soldiers of the Qin royal house in peril. Chun Gong asserted with unwavering conviction. Qin Heng was not a fool. Recognizing the gravity of Chun Gong's statement, he understood their intent. However, he hesitated to believe that the King of the North would seek personal vengeance at such a critical juncture. He quietly posed the question. At that moment, Li Si stepped forward, his expression laden with complexity. Your Highness, the hearts of men can shift. The King of the North is no longer the same as it was a millennium ago. We cannot gamble our safety on the fickle nature of human sentiment. Furthermore, the northern territories have been too firmly under the King of the North's control. It is time for a change. The safety of your subjects is what we must prioritize. The people of the King of the North are not our concern. In that instant, it felt as though Qin Heng's mind had been struck with a sudden revelation. He had never anticipated such ruthless words would emerge not from Jia Su, the cunning strategist, but from Li Si, the foremost counselor of the ages. Nevertheless, Qin Heng was no naive idealist. The pursuit of imperial dominance invariably entails the loss of life. Since conflict was unavoidable, he resolved to sacrifice others. Just as Qin Heng and the others conferred strategies, the northern front, beyond the northern pass, was already besieged by a tide of beasts. At that moment, atop the towering city walls, Yang Gun, The foremost general under the King of the North stroked his grizzled beard, his countenance grim as he inquired, "How many demon beasts have congregated thus far? Have any of the demon race been sighted?" Upon hearing his query, the adjutant immediately replied in a hushed tone, "General, there are currently over 10 million demon beasts amassed at the northern pass, yet we have not caught sight of any figures from the demon nobility." Hiss. Hearing this, even the seasoned young gun could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Since the establishment of the Da'in, it was the first time such a vast horde of demon beasts had been witnessed at the northern pass. This time, both the pass and the entirety of the northern territories were poised for grave peril. Chapter 81. The Southern Advance of the Demon Race, Part 2, in the Northern Territories. Within the city of the North, the King of the North, Bei Ming Petion, wore a dark expression as he gazed at the reports delivered by his spies from the Spring Water Pavilion, feeling as if the heavens conspired against him. However, having reached this juncture, Bei Ming Petion had no choice but to suppress his simmering anger and turned his attention to Yin Qing, who was responsible for intelligence. He spoke slowly, "Mr. Yin, do you have any further intelligence regarding the demon race's advance to the south?" Upon hearing this, Yin Qing could only shake his head in resignation. The 8 clans of the demon race in the northern territories, apart from a few that were on friendly terms with humans or lived on the fringes of the Bei Ming Sea as half-demons, rarely ventured out. Thus, despite the Spring Water Pavilion's extensive infiltration, the true Bei Ming demon race almost never emerged from the depths of the Bei Ming Sea. In a society where bloodlines dictated all, human and half-demon bloodlines were deemed inferior, relegating them to the status of slaves or mere sustenance. The pursuit of intelligence in such circumstances was nearly impossible. This was also the reason why the human race had consistently found itself at a disadvantage along the Bei Ming Sea front. Moreover, it was not just that. The pure demon race of the Bei Ming Sea possessed not only the regenerative capabilities of transcendent beings upon reaching that realm, but also unparalleled transformation abilities. Were it not for the scant numbers of the 8 demon clans, the entire demon defense line would have been breached countless times due to the collaboration of their shape-shifting experts. Meanwhile, in the hall, Lucien furrowed his brow deeply. The inquiry posed by the King of the North, Bei Ming Petion, was hardly a favorable omen. The current situation was dire, and discussing such trivial matters signified that the King of the North seemed reluctant to engage in conflict. Indeed, just as Lucien pondered how to counsel the king, Bei Ming Petion, with a troubled expression, spoke, "The demon race's movements are alarmingly bold, and without any intelligence. Should they seize the opportunity to strike at Northern City while we mobilize our troops, they could launch a surprise attack elsewhere in the northern territories, leaving us at a disadvantage. Thus, convey my orders. Let the counties of Linhai and Suiyun near Northern City dispatch reinforcements. 1,000,000 troops stationed at the northern pass should suffice." "Your Highness, this." Lucien was taken aback. Although he had prepared himself for the possibility of rebellion upon aligning with the King of the North, relinquishing the defense of the northern border with millions of compatriots was a task he found exceedingly difficult to accept. As he was about to voice his thoughts, Yin Qing pulled him aside and deftly diverted the conversation. "Your Highness, the matter of the demon race in the north is not solely a concern for our northern territories. Should we not report this to the imperial court and request the nearby continents to send troops for support?" Upon hearing Yin Qing's words, Bei Ming Petion seemed to overlook Lu Xian's earlier actions and instead pondered deeply. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, "Then let us request aid from the court. However, we must exercise caution. The main forces of the court should not be drawn away for the time being, but the 10,000 wolf cavalry must be summoned for support." With these words, Yin Qing and Lu Xian both sensed a subtle shift in the tone of the King of the North. Nevertheless, they harbored no objections. The 10,000 wolf cavalry possessed formidable combat prowess and would indeed provide substantial assistance on the battlefield. Thus, within the span of less than half an hour, the strategic deployment concerning the demon race's southern advance had been largely finalized by the King of the North's residence. At this time, Yin Qing and Lu Xian departed together. Along the way, Lu Xian, having been interrupted earlier, could no longer contain himself and immediately questioned, "Yin Qing, why did you interrupt me and prevent me from suggesting increasing our forces at the northern pass? Do you not realize that should the demon race breach the northern pass, our northern territories would truly descend into a hell on earth?" With that, he fixed a fierce glare upon Yin Qing. In response, Yin Qing could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. "Brother Lu, it is futile. The King of the North is primarily the King of the North's residence, and only secondarily the King of the Northern Territories. You are well aware of the long-term strategy of the King of the North's residence. Do you truly believe they would expend their accumulated resources to confront the demon race at this critical juncture? Moreover, you have overestimated our standing within the Northern King's manor. To say the least, let us not dwell on past events, such as the matter of the 100,000 Spectre Legion. At the moment the prince dispatched them, were you even aware of their existence? Furthermore, let us not forget that the Northern King's Manor is also home to the Hall of Worship. They are the true decision-makers of the Northern King's Manor. With these words, Qin took his leave, his earlier warning having been issued out of respect for their many years of collaboration. Otherwise, he would not have gone out of his way to do so. Nevertheless, his remarks left Lu Xian profoundly shaken. Soon, only a trace of resignation remained on his countenance. In these tumultuous times, one could only hope that the demon race from the Northern Sea could be kept at bay beyond the Northern Pass. Chapter 82, The Southern Descent of the Demon Race, Part 3. At the northern border, at the northern city. As time wore on, General Yang Gun surveyed the vast sea of demons below, which had yet to launch a single attack, and his heart grew increasingly uneasy. A war's most terrifying moment often lies just before the clash begins. At this juncture, the northern pass was shrouded in thick clouds of demonic energy, nearly pressing down upon the towering city walls of the northern pass. General Yang Gun had already been stationed here atop this formidable stronghold for 7 days and nights. Let us speak. How many demon spawn have gathered outside the northern pass? Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the lips of the aged General Yang Gun. Reporting to the general, the current number of demons has reached 30 million, replied his son and deputy, Yang Mian, his voice trembling slightly. Send the younger members of the Yang family out of Northern City. Remember to head directly to the central continent. It seems we old fellows may not survive this time. Father enough with the titles and unnecessary words. If the Northern Pass falls, we shall be branded as traitors to the human race, so do not harbor any extraneous thoughts. Otherwise, you will face military law. Understood? Thus, on the 8th day, the demon horde amassed to 40 million. On the 9th day, it swelled to 50 million. On the 10th day, dawn broke with a thunderous roar, and the siege war of the demons commenced without warning. The Northern Sea demons, indeed a force of the ocean, are not entirely composed of marine beasts. Consequently, the first wave of assault that the Northern Pass faced came from the skies. Countless avian demon beasts, akin to arrows released from a bowstring, plummeted from 10,000 meters above, charging toward the soldiers atop the city wall who were activating the god-slaying crossbows, as well as the sorcerers employing Confucian methods to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth for long-range attacks. In that instant, significant vulnerabilities appeared in the defenses of Northern City. Even the powerful god-slaying crossbows were being relentlessly damaged by these fearless avian attackers. This siege involved multiple royal clans. Having defended this location for centuries, General Yang Gun was acutely aware that while the demon royalty possessed the ability to command demon beasts, such interspecies control was implausible. According to his knowledge, the only tribe capable of controlling such a multitude of avian demons was the sea-splitting cloud eagles of the 8 northern tribes. Yet, the tribe that had been confronting them at Northern City was the infernal demon wolves. Yang Mian, come quickly, General. Hearing his father's desperate roar at the onset of battle, Yang Mian rushed to his side immediately. Hurry, send a messenger out of the city to convey the news to the various factions of Hanzhou. The demon race has united the 8 tribes. We cannot hold the Northern Pass. They must evacuate the human race. These words were nearly bellowed by Yang Gun. Understood. Although Yang Mian did not comprehend why his father reacted so violently at the very beginning of the war, military orders were sacrosanct on the battlefield. He swiftly transmitted the command to the messenger who was already waiting beneath the Northern Pass. However, they could not have anticipated that this demonic horde was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Roar, roar, roar. As Yang Gun struggled to command the archers atop the Northern Pass to fend off the aerial demon assault, amidst the front lines of battle, the sound of deafening roars reverberated through the air. At that moment, 10 colossal beings hidden within the boundless sea of demons emerged. Chapter 83, The Fall of the Northern Pass. The abyssal demon elephants, how dare they? How dare they? Activate the city's protective formation immediately. Suddenly, a voice imbued with the power of the laws resounded across the battlefield of the Northern Pass. The owner of this voice was none other than their venerable General Yang Gun. In truth, considering the 5,000 years of lifespan attributed to terrestrial deities, Yang Gun was not yet a millennium old, and thus not particularly aged. His apparent frailty stemmed from the long years of bloodshed on the battlefield, which had drained his essence and drastically reduced his lifespan. Nevertheless, though the old general was aged, his fierce presence remained intact, and his orders were obeyed without question throughout the Northern Pass. With a wave of thousands of spirit stones cast into the immense formation of Northern City, a barrier that separated heaven and earth began to slowly materialize above the city. At that moment, another military command from Yang Gun echoed once more. Troops of the Northern Pass, Activate the sea covering formation. As his voice resonated, a towering armored warrior, sword in hand, rose from the gathered million soldiers. Reaching high into the clouds. Attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Gun's command resounded again. Though a million soldiers of the Northern Pass were elite, they were not Dao soldiers. At this moment, their ability to form a military formation stemmed from the resonance of the Northern City's great formation. Thus, he could afford no delay. Boom. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the skies. The massive sword wielded by the giant warrior cleaved down toward the demons below and the 10,000-year-old abyssal elephants that had revealed their true forms to engage in battle. The collective manifestation of the million soldiers, though not as agile as royal soldiers or Dao warriors, reached the pinnacle of power within this realm, half a step to immortality. In an instant, wherever the colossal sword passed, nearly all levels of demons exploded into clouds of blood mist, creating a vast vacuum beneath Northern City. However, just as the colossal sword was about to strike the bodies of these abyssal elephants, a transparent wave began to spread from behind the demonic ranks. At that moment, the once formidable armored warrior suddenly dissipated into thin air. Witnessing this scene, Yang Gun's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed in despair. Seal the heavens and lock the earth. Who are you? Who dares to do this? You shall pay for your transgressions. You shall perish. At this instant, Yang Gun was consumed by rage. The siege of the demons was a calamity for humanity, yet there were still those among the human race who turned traitor. His fury had been ignited to its fullest extent. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the immense form of the abyssal elephant collided with the protective formation. Boom. Crack. With but a single strike, the protective formation emitted a sharp cracking sound. 10 terrestrial deities. In merely half a day, Yang Gun had plunged into utter despair. The demonic forces had orchestrated a scheme of terrifying magnitude, rendering the million soldiers of the Northern Town Army utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming might. At this moment, he no longer wished to remain and direct the battle. With the soul-refining spear pointed towards the heavens, this legendary veteran issued his final military decree. All those above the sacred realm, follow me down to the city and blockade those beasts. If any soldiers of the Northern Army remain, from this moment forth, fight to the death. Kill. With these words, he appeared directly before a colossal abyssal elephant, thrusting his spear forward. At that instant, the massive creature transformed into a middle-aged giant clad in beastly armor, who immediately retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom. A thunderous clash resonated as the spear met the giant's fist. Thud, thud, thud. With just one strike, the unprepared demon giant was forced back nearly 100 meters. Clearly, despite being a land god, it was still inferior to the veteran Yang Gun. However, upon witnessing this, the giant let out a hearty laugh and charged forward. In this war, he was not the commander. He merely needed to ensnare this human general to claim the glory for himself. Indeed, events unfolded as he anticipated. In this battle for the Northern Pass, due to various reasons, only a single land god and a little over 100 extraordinary warriors had arrived. Faced with the vanguard of the demon forces, consisting of 10 land god-level abyssal elephants, this was akin to a drop in the ocean. Aside from the 2 opponents of the green land gods, the remaining 8 land god-level giants on the battlefield did not even transform into human form, trampling the attacking human sacred realm strongholds with their massive bodies. Thus, in this tragic bloodbath, in just half a day's time, nearly all human warriors had perished beneath the northern city. Slowly raising his head to gaze at the blood-red sky, Yang Gun seemed to hear once more the heart-wrenching cry of his son, Yang Mian, calling out father. At that moment, his already battered body, unable to heal itself, suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter. Ha ha! As this sorrowful laughter echoed throughout the battlefield, the next instant, a tremendous explosion sounded. A broken spear shaft shot forth, skewering the ground outside the northern city, which now bore a massive pit along with the remains of a shattered giant. No one could have anticipated that. In this waning moment of the human general, a precious abyssal elephant warrior would fall here. With its demise, the countless demons were urged forward by their beastly royal leaders, launching a more frenzied assault. 2 hours later, the city's defensive formation collapsed. 3 hours later, a million soldiers of the northern town lay dead. 6 hours later, the city of Northern Pass, home to millions, was reduced to ruins. The northern gateway of the great Qin lay wide open. Chapter 84. Qin Heng's Fury. Damn it. They all must die. How many millions of demons slaughtered our great Qin's coastal regions, the counties of Suiyun and Suiyu, and the billions of common folk. Reinforcements from Suiyu City were intercepted by mysterious forces. Jiniwei, Huanyanfang, investigate. I demand the heads of all who are implicated in this matter. For the first time, Qin Heng was thoroughly enraged. Within the hall of the Qin royal residence, nearly every individual wore a grim expression, silent and brooding. As Qin Heng's orders resonated, Ji Rugju and Qin Long immediately took their leave to execute his commands. After they departed, having expended his fury, Qin Heng gradually settled back down. When he enlightened us on the details of the fall of Northern Pass, Qin Heng rubbed his temples and began to speak. Your Highness, the Northern Pass battle was riddled with flaws. Firstly, the northern towns in action. Despite having 500,000 elite troops, only 100,000 were dispatched to Northern Pass. Moreover, the northern town soldiers and royal guards were absent, and even the experts from the offering hall were not deployed at the critical moment. Secondly, the forces from the cold province's martial world prioritized their own safety. Aside from the nearby counties of Linhai and Suiyun, virtually no forces arrived promptly to support Northern Pass. Thirdly, the demon forces were overwhelming, numbering nearly 50 million, with direct participation from demon royals. Fourthly, there were traitors among the human ranks, according to the latest reports. The Northern Army's formation was breached almost instantaneously, clearly not the work of demons. Coupled with news from Suiyu City, I suspect there may be their involvement as well. As he spoke, Jiasu pointed towards the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's anger flared once more. These ancient beings had lived far too long, devoid of humanity, daring to play with the lives of the masses as if they were mere pawns. In Qin Heng's eyes, they were far more despicable than the demons. At this moment, he resolved not to wait any longer, gradually rising to his feet. By my command, summon all armies and martial forces from Liaozhou to accompany me into the Cold Province. If the northern town's royal residents cannot defend Cold Province, then I shall take on the task. Furthermore, convey my decree. The remaining 8 major forces of Liaozhou must submit within 3 days or face annihilation. As for the martial world in Cold Province, once we repel the demon army, let the capable forces from Liaozhou take over. Previously, Qin Heng had hesitated to act swiftly for the sake of these transcendent forces. But their audacity to leave the northern borders of the Great Qin in ruins warranted their demise. Moreover, the northern town's lord was still calculating the support from various factions, and Qin Heng did not mind directly eliminating them. When it came to defending the northern borders, Qin Heng had better options. Your Highness, what about the divine capital? The question was posed by the usually prudent Qin Gong. However, upon hearing this, Qin Heng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No matter, from this moment forth, I must rely on my own strength for the throne. The words of Emperor Qin hold no weight, and do not forget, I too am of the Qin lineage. Hearing this, generals like Dian Wei and Lu Bu's eyes brightened. Armed with sharp weapons, they were no longer content with merely training in the military camp. Thus, under Qin Heng's formidable intervention, the war machine of the Qin royal residence finally revealed its sharp fangs towards the northern territories of the Great Qin. Chapter 85. Qin Heng's Rebellion. Within the southern gates of Liaozhou, Qin Heng, clad in a black-purple robe, sat imposingly before a table, quietly perusing a row of jade slips. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze, addressing the assembly with a somber tone. Have the 8 major forces of Liaozhou submitted? Are the troops of each faction fully under our control? Unlike his previous amiable demeanor, Qin Heng's voice now brimmed with killing intent, exuding the undeniable aura of a sovereign. However, the officials in the hall were mostly his trusted confidants, and under Qin Heng's stern tone, none hesitated to respond. Ultimately, it was Li Si who spoke up. My lord, all 8 major forces of Liaozhou have submitted, though their sincerity remains in question. However, the 7 heroes of Yudang have arrived with 2,000 disciples outside the southern gates, and have begun to select and organize various martial artists in preparation for the battle against the invading demons. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng could not help but once again marvel at the reliability of the system. This truly reflects the essence of the martial forces in his heart. However, he spoke up, saying, let us set aside the 8 great powers for now. I want someone to keep a close watch on their performance in this battle against the demon forces. Once this conflict concludes, I shall deal with them accordingly. Now, let us discuss the military forces. Upon the shift in topic to military matters, Meng Tian immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Your Highness, although all the provincial troops have arrived, their quality is alarmingly inconsistent. Only the 500,000 soldiers from Tianmu and Tianing provinces are of any use. The troops from the other provinces resemble nothing more than a rabble. The soldiers from Lechuan and Shuntian provinces are utterly inept, totaling less than 300,000. And their disarray is truly disheartening. Furthermore, even these remaining individuals are merely scions of noble families. I am confident that my newly trained Great Wall Legion, with just 10,000 men, can eliminate them all. At this, even though Qin Heng had been temperamental in recent days, he nearly overturned the table in his fury. The Tianyan continent is a realm of martial prowess, and Qin is one of the 5 nations of Central Plains. Therefore, Even provincial troops are expected to be seasoned veterans with over a decade of training, many having served for more than 50 years. Yet Meng Tian's Great Wall Legion, having been formed for barely a year, was deemed worthy of being called an army. With that thought, Qin Heng's compassion evaporated. Meng Tian, heed my command. You shall serve as the Grand Marshal of the Liao Province Army in this battle against the demons. As for the martial artists from the Jianghu, they will be managed by the Jinyiwei, responsible for deploying experts to maintain order within the army. Additionally, I entrust you with the 2,700,000 provincial troops. However, I must inform you that after this battle against the demons, your Great Wall Legion must be restored to a full strength of 300,000. And you shall be responsible for that. At these words, a chill ran through all present, nearly 2 million lives, and Qin Heng could so easily speak of abandoning them. This was the first time they recognized the other side of this once mild-mannered fifth prince. Yet, this was not the end. Qin Heng spoke again. Qin Long, you must immediately take your men to Lechuan and Shuntian provinces and announce to all factions that within 10 days, each province must dispatch an additional 200,000 martial artists to join the army, with a minimum cultivation level of late innate stage. Furthermore, you are to personally visit the Li family in Lechuan and request that they send forth 100,000 private soldiers to join the battle. Remember, these are private soldiers, not servants. His tone was exceptionally stern. However, at this moment, Qian Mingxiu, who had remained silent until now, grew anxious. Regardless of the military setting, she raised her voice. Husband, we cannot touch the Li family. It will lead to grave consequences. Seeing her distressed state, Qin Heng remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, My dear consort, why can I not touch the Li family? At this moment, Qian Mingxiu, oblivious to his smile, spoke solemnly. The Li family is untouchable. They are an ancient clan that has reached the minimum threshold recognized by the Central Plains aristocracy. If you provoke them, it will be tantamount to slapping the faces of all noble families. If you ascend to the court afterwards, it will be exceedingly difficult for you. Her words were imbued with a sense of certainty. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Heng chuckled. My dear consort, you are mistaken. It is not that all noble families will stand against me. Rather, all families aside from the Qin and Li families will do so. But have you considered how the current emperor of Da'in would perceive me if I had no incriminating evidence against me? Would he see me as a general of great esteem or as a rebel? Thus, my dear consort, it is futile to worry about such matters now. What I must do is seize this moment to eradicate the demon race and take control of Hanzhou. At that time, do you think a Da'in prince commanding an army of millions and ruling over 2 continents will be labeled a traitor? This statement stirred a tempest of emotions within Qian Mingxiu, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Could this truly be the husband she had shared a bed with for the past year? Observing her reaction, Qin Heng turned to Jia Su with a smile. Have the impeachment documents sent to the divine capital been dispatched? If so, have someone keep an eye on them. This time, I am curious to see who their master truly is. Chapter 86. The 5-colored banner enters the divine capital. Outside the divine capital, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. Shortly after, a messenger carrying the 5-colored banner, riding a swift steed, landed outside the gates of the divine capital. Without the need for a loud announcement, the crowd queued outside the city immediately parted to clear a path. The messenger, upon seeing this, did not dismount but instead spurred his horse, transforming into a streak of lightning as he galloped down the wide streets of the divine capital. Wherever he passed, citizens made way, and martial artists cleared the area. Even the ruffians who typically roamed the streets now bowed their heads in deference. At this moment, an uninformed bystander spoke up. I wonder what makes these messengers so formidable that they dare to race through the divine capital without anyone stopping them? It's rather amusing. Upon hearing his words, those around him looked at him as if he were a fool, swiftly distancing themselves from him. Just as he remained puzzled, an elderly man in simple attire spoke up. Young man, that is the military's 5-colored banner. The 3-colored and below represent military matters of the county level and below, which will not enter the divine capital. The 4-colored banner signifies provincial military matters, which may enter the divine capital to be handled by the Ministry of War. Whereas the 5-colored banner signifies matters of the state level, which can ride directly into the imperial palace to be handled by His Majesty. Along the way, they cannot be blocked, hindered, or harmed, or else the offender's entire clan will be exterminated. However, such state-level military matters are rarely seen within a century. Upon hearing the elder's initial words, the young man was indeed taken aback, but when the elder mentioned the latter part, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. He then retorted rather rudely, Old man, you say such military matters are rarely seen in a century, yet this month, I have witnessed it for the 2nd time. At his declaration, the onlookers present nodded in agreement, turning their gazes toward the elderly man. What none of the spectators realized was that the commotion they observed was merely the precursor to a monumental storm brewing within the vast expanse of the divine capital. In the residence of the first prince, Qin Heng, he had long since shed the brash demeanor of his youth, now exuding a calm and composed air. However, upon hearing the news of the five-colored military banner entering the divine capital once again, he too was taken aback. Yet, rather than shouting in excitement, he turned his gaze towards the elder beside him. Qin, Master, does this continuous stream of military matters from the Northern Territory indicate that the situation there has deteriorated significantly? In response to his inquiry, Qin chuckled and shook his head. Your Highness, you are overthinking it. This time, it is an urgent report from Liao Province, certainly not related to the demon race. The lineage of the King of the North, which has held sway in Hanzhou for 3,000 years, is not so easily toppled. They may have underestimated the demon race previously, but for the demons to completely seize Hanzhou, it is no simple task. Observing the elder's demeanor, Qin Yun offered a sheepish smile, realizing that he had indeed been hasty. Nevertheless, although the nature of the matter was unclear, the various factions within the divine capital were ablaze with activity that night, their residences illuminated brightly. At the imperial palace, before the chambers of consort Rome, Emperor Qin Long stood with an air of solemnity, fully aware of the responsibilities resting upon his shoulders. Beside him, the venerable eunuch Hong stood respectfully, awaiting further instructions. After a considerable pause, the emperor of the Yong dynasty spoke in a calm tone, "Let us depart." With that, the two turned and left, while the emperor himself retreated into the hall of military virtue. As he delicately examined the jade slip containing crucial information, a myriad of emotions flickered across his face: surprise, skepticism, inner turmoil, and an undercurrent of lethal intent. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, wordlessly presenting another jade slip to the emperor before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. It was only then that the emperor regained his composure, probing the contents within. The next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he sat down before his dragon desk, quill in hand, ready to write. Chapter 87, Stupefied. The Prince of Qin takes command. The following day, in the hall of morning assembly, noble lords and dignitaries who had spent the night in wakefulness hastened to attend the early court session. This spectacle caused even Emperor Qianlong of the Yong dynasty, seated upon his dragon throne, to momentarily pause. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the occurrence, for the capital was vast, yet small enough that news of the northern military dispatch had certainly unsettled the powerful factions. Reflecting on the contents of the previous day's report, even one as composed as he found his head throbbing with concern. As the hour approached, eunuch Hong's sharp voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Since the resignation of the left chancellor Lin Qing to live in seclusion had left a 30-year void, the right chancellor Su Lin naturally became the first to voice his concerns. With a slight bow, he resolutely stated, "Your Majesty, with the demon race having invaded Han Prefecture for over a month now, may I inquire if you have selected a commander to lead the expedition?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere within the hall grew tense, for this military campaign would involve millions of troops, inherently entwining the interests of numerous parties. Yet, in response to such a direct inquiry, Emperor Qianlong on the dragon throne replied evasively, "Chancellor Su, I ask you, if we were to mobilize millions from the capital and the other 3 territories, would the teleportation spiritual stone suffice to activate the great teleportation array?" This caught Su Lin off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Having enjoyed a century of peace, the great Yong had scarcely stockpiled such spiritual stones. Even the previous Prince of Qin had required a 6-month advance withdrawal from the Ministry of Revenue to activate the teleportation array. The atmosphere in the hall turned even more peculiar. Traditionally, the emperor chose the 3 military commanders for external campaigns, with the 6 ministries coordinating the logistics, an arrangement the emperor had never interfered with. Yet today something was amiss. Those present were seasoned courtiers, adept at navigating the treacherous waters of political intrigue, and none were foolish enough to provoke discord in such a critical moment. Their only course of action was to await the emperor's next move. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Emperor Qianlong's aura intensified, and he thundered, "I regard you all as the pillars of our great Yong. Yet, look at what you have done. Following the fall of the Northern Pass, the responsibility lies primarily with the Duke of Northern Defense. Yet, a month has passed, and not a single memorial addressing the Duke has graced my dragon desk. Where are the censors? The imperial inspectors? Have you all gone mute? Or has the Duke's influence extended into my court?" Following this outburst, his icy gaze swept across the assembled officials, causing nearly 1,000 civil and military officers to bow their heads in submission. Observing this scene, the emperor abruptly shifted his tone, proclaiming, "Yesterday, reports arrived from Liaozhou regarding the 5-colored army, stating that my 5th son, Qin Heng, has taken full control of military establishments across Liaozhou, amassing an army exceeding 500,000, preparing to march into Han Prefecture to quell the chaos. While this action defies protocol, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Thus, I hereby appoint my fifth son, Qin Heng, as the Grand Marshal of Northern Defense, commanding 500,000 troops, with all necessary resources to be arranged at his discretion. With these words, the assembly fell into a state of bewilderment. When did it become customary for a Grand Marshal to be appointed after the main commander had already gathered troops? Such an occurrence would surely allow anyone to raise an army at will. This was a veritable mockery of the stringent order that had long characterized the Great Yong court. Your Majesty, an elder statesman immediately prepared to voice his dissent. However, upon raising his head, he found that Emperor Qin had already vacated the dragon throne, and even eunuch Hong had mysteriously disappeared from the hall. At this juncture, all present were left dumbfounded. A previously obscure fifth prince had amassed 500,000 troops to march north against the demon race. Was this an act of extermination, or outright rebellion? Yet the emperor not only refrained from punishment, but elevated him to the rank of Grand Marshal. This was a blatant affront to the integrity of the Great Yong. However, now that matters had reached this point, what could they do? They had entered with high hopes, only to exit with solemn expressions. This Great Yong court assembly, aside from the incredulous Marquis of Huayan, Lu Ran, left almost no one feeling satisfied. Chapter 88. The tumultuous situation of the Great Yong. As time flowed on, in the evening hours, the head of the Huayan Marquisate, Lu Ran, sat in his study, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Beside him lay a thick stack of visiting cards from various dignitaries: Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Personnel, Marquis of Chongning, Marquis of Ling, Duke of Chongwen, Duke of Hongwen, and so forth. These prominent figures, who were typically mere acquaintances, had all delivered their cards to his residence today. It was clear that they had come in regard to his previously unremarkable nephew. Yet the issue remained, to avoid entanglement in the struggle among the princes. The Hawaiian Marquisate had provided no assistance after an initial offering of some cultivation resources through his sister, Lu Rome. But voicing this sentiment would be futile. A mere prince, independent of maternal support, had swiftly seized control of Liaozhou and forcibly gathered an army of 500,000 in just 2 to 3 years. He himself found it hard to believe. Could it be the current emperor? The thought of this left Lu Ran's heart in disarray. Consequently, by the following morning, news of the ailing Hawaiian Marquis Lu Ran, who had attained the celestial realm, quietly spread throughout the capital. This incited outrage among the officials, who could scarcely contain their exasperation. How could a celestial realm warrior fall ill? Was the transformation to the celestial realm merely a facade? However, shortly after this news broke, another revelation ignited the political arena and the martial world of the capital. Prince Qin Heng had resorted to plundering the prominent families, gangs, and sects of Liaozhou to secure military funds, even depleting the millennia-old resources of the Li family for this purpose. Furthermore, rumors circulated that Prince Qin Heng had taken a fancy to the Li family's eldest daughter, using the pretext of military financing as justification for his actions against them. In an instant, Prince Qin Heng became notorious as a lecherous brigand and a scourge to noble families. Yet, inexplicably, the appointment of the prince as commander remained unchanged. In the span of a century, the Great Yong had never witnessed such chaos, and just then, news returned from abroad, revealing that the Great Zhou and Great Qian were also facing invasions from the demon race. In fact, the Great Zhou had already mobilized an army of over 100 million demons, capturing vast territories, while Great Qian had lost half its land to the slaughter of tens of millions of demons. Now, the capital was once again engulfed in turmoil. However, with the arrival of this news, the previously hotly debated appointment of Qin Heng and the looting of the Li family were overshadowed. In the grand palace of the Great Yin, Emperor Yingxuan, Qin Long, cast a dark gaze upon the leader of the hidden dragon, kneeling before him, and solemnly inquired, "Who has disseminated the information regarding the full-scale invasion of the demon clan? Investigate it. If you cannot uncover the source, then you shall take matters into your own hands." Understood. The man in black, now wary, promptly bowed and retreated respectfully. At that moment, a somewhat mocking voice echoed through the chamber. "You disregarded the ancestral warnings and secretly spread news about the Li family. Now, look at the predicament you found yourself in." Upon hearing this, Qin Long's eyes turned icy. "You dare to investigate me?" To this, the cloaked figure merely shook his head nonchalantly. "No, nor is it necessary, for I know you well. Your desire for control is too strong. You would never heed the ancestral commands." After giving a slight nod to Qin Heng, he vanished once more. Qin Long, however, wore an even more dismal expression. He had only ascended to this position for 30 years. Was it a fault to possess a strong desire for power? Fifth brother. Is this yet another scheme of yours? But your father still reigns. You think it easy to seize this position now? Chapter 89. The Li family sends their daughter? Too late. The wheels of time rolled on, and it would be hard for anyone to believe that the illustrious Li family of Lechuan, which had stood for millennia, would find itself in such dire straits. Before the grand entrance of the Li family, a group of imperial guards, clad in embroidered spring knives and flying fish robes, stood with an air of grim determination, fixating their gaze on the family's guards, young masters, and elders. Not far from them, a multitude of martial artists from Lechuan and spies from various factions watched in astonishment as the once mighty Li family found itself besieged. This was indeed big news. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a somewhat portly man of middle age, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward. After glancing at the imperial guards, he realized he did not recognize them. Thus, he spoke coolly. Whose soldiers are you? Why do you block the gates of the Li family? Depart at once. His tone bore no hint of fear, for in Lechuan, and even across Liaozhou, no official dared to confront them. Yet this time was different. The imperial guards were not the local militia he had imagined, nor were they bound by the customary respect for the Li family. The situation grew awkward as Li Shiking, the middle-aged man, continued to speak at length, but the guard showed not the slightest change in expression. Observing this, Li Shiking's gaze turned cold. Having attained the position of the Li family patriarch, he was not a man to be trifled with. As he summoned the power of his soul, the aura of his celestial realm began to emanate. Just then, a chilling voice broke through the tension. What? Is the Li family patriarch preparing to strike against my imperial guards? As the words fell, the soul force Li Shiking had just projected was forcefully repelled. His face turned ashen, and his aura diminished significantly. You dare to extinguish my spirit, Li Shiking exclaimed, his expression darkening. Yet, as he began to speak again, King Glong's gaze turned icy. His words caught in his throat, for while the celestial transformation could restore the physical body, spiritual injuries could not be mended in the same manner. Nevertheless, understanding the precariousness of the situation, he refrained from provoking further conflict and spoke with indifference. General, may I inquire which esteemed lord commands your soldiers? Has my Li family offended you in any way? He bowed deeply towards Qinglong. However, Qinglong had no desire for pleasantries. He merely regarded his adversary with cold eyes and declared, by order of the prince, the Li family of Lechuan, as a noble house of the Great Yin, is to provide 100,000 private soldiers and recruit 200,000 warriors in Lechuan County to be placed under the command of General Meng Tian in Nanxing, awaiting deployment. Furthermore, inform the Li family patriarch that the troops required by my lord must be capable of engaging in battle, with a minimum cultivation level of late-stage acquired realm warriors. I trust the Li family patriarch will heed this instruction. Upon hearing this, Li Shiking nearly cursed aloud. What difference was there between this and a declaration of extermination? Should they comply, the Li family would be left as nothing but a hollow shell. Thus, with a quick turn of thought, he feigned a smile and said, Might there be a misunderstanding, my lord? The local militia has already accompanied Commander Cui to the front lines. How could my grandfather allow such a large contingent of soldiers to be sent from Lechuan? Moreover, gathering so many warriors on short notice is simply unattainable. Seeing that the old man was about to drag on the conversation, Qinglong decided to be more forthright. This is a direct order from my lord. Also, regarding Commander Cui, he is likely already buried beneath the walls of Nanxing. Sending those useless troops to assist was tantamount to seeking death. I hope the Li family patriarch does not follow in his folly. If there are not enough warriors, then let the lives of the Li family members serve as compensation. Do not misjudge the situation. With that, Qinglong's gaze bore down upon Li Shiking. Though his heart sank, Li Shiking still sought to salvage the situation. My lord, may I ask if your esteemed prince is the Qin Wang? We happen to have a legitimate daughter currently studying at the Heavenly Martial Academy. If His Highness does not mind, perhaps she could serve your esteemed prince? With that, the old man cheerfully pressed a storage ring into Qinglong's hand. After a millennia of history, the Li family had finally infiltrated the ranks of the noble houses of the Great Yin. Upon learning of his powerful backing, he surmised the identity of Qinglong's master and believed that as a prince, he would naturally harbor ambitions for the throne. Thus, he concluded that Qinglong would surely hesitate to offend a prominent family like the Li's, if he simply provided a way out. Surely they would not refuse to extend some courtesy to the Li family. However, contrary to his expectations, Qinglong snorted coldly, his voice frigid. Li Shiking, you overstep. My lord's entourage consists of exceptional individuals of both virtue and talent. Your Li family does not qualify. Thus, I suggest you diligently fulfill my lord's orders. Remember, you have but 5 days. If the Li family fails to meet the demands, it shall face annihilation. This final proclamation was laced with the power of the rules of the earthly deities. echoing throughout nearly the entirety of Lechuan and Changle City. Chapter 90. The Stingy Old Father. Unlike the wars of the past, the martial conflicts on the Tianyan continent often spanned years. Indeed, some wars could last for decades. Take, for instance, the events during the reign of Qin Heng's grandfather, Emperor Jing. During that time, the Demon Clan launched a southern invasion with millions of their kind. Yet, even so, that war lasted a full 20 years, nearly resulting in Emperor Jing's abdication. It was only then that the Wang family amassed 500,000 troops. Otherwise, they would have been left with a mere 300,000, akin to the other three kings. Thus, Qin Heng found himself with ample time to muster his forces. Meanwhile, he stared blankly at the jade slip in his hand, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Observing this, Qian Mingxiu quickly approached, offering a gentle smile as she pressed her hand to his head and softly inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired? Has something occurred?" Upon hearing this, Qin Heng remained silent, instead handing over the jade tablet in his possession to Qian Mingxiu with an expression of incredulity. Unperturbed, Qian Mingxiu pressed the jade tablet against her forehead. Yet in the next moment, her entire demeanor shifted dramatically. A fiery red aura began to emanate from her being. As she beheld the final scene, her previously sullen visage transformed, revealing a radiant smile. Leaning closer to Qin Heng's ear, she whispered, "Darling, shall we promote Lord Qinglong?" However, just then, a resounding slap echoed as Qin Heng's palm met the curve of her waist, followed by a sharp pang of pain, then a tingling sensation. Qin Heng's voice, laced with jest, interjected, "The harem must not meddle in politics. Do not speak nonsense." In response, Qian Mingxiu rolled her eyes dramatically. "Look at what you are saying. You are hoarding troops and secretly mobilizing forces. You might as well have rebellion written all over your face." Moreover, the audacity of it all. Qin Heng had indeed discerned her intentions. Though Qin Heng possessed a thick skin, he was not devoid of shame. Did he not care for his reputation when his wife exposed him? Nevertheless, reflecting on Qinglong's recent maneuvers, Qin Heng felt compelled to commend him. It turned out that Qinglong, upon the Li family's agreement to recruit soldiers for the Qin royal household, had been engaged in covert activities, seeking assistance from powers beyond Liaozhou. Consequently, emboldened by his newfound strength, Qinglong had, on the third day of the Li family's recruitment efforts, infiltrated their ancestral grounds and severely wounded their esteemed patriarch, a pinnacle figure of the clan. This act rendered the Li family compliant. Thus, Qin Heng embarked on the first major reorganization of his forces. As time elapsed, half a month slipped by amidst his diligent endeavors. On one particular early morning, the imperial edict from the emperor finally arrived at Nangwen. There was no semblance of a servant deceiving his master. The eunuch presenting the edict was palpably apprehensive before the prince capable of recruiting soldiers at will. Qin Heng, however, paid this little heed. Swiftly accepting the decree from the eunuch's hands, he unhurriedly unfolded it, only to smirk upon reading its contents, then fixed his gaze upon the eunuch, inquiring, "Is that all? Nothing more?" This inquiry sent the eunuch tumbling to his knees, hastily proclaiming, "That is all, Your Highness. I am merely a messenger." Witnessing this, Qin Heng could not conceal his disappointment, muttering, "No soldiers, no funds, just an empty title. Truly, my father is miserly." Chapter 91. Summoning, with abundant resolve. At Nangwen, after a ritualistic cleansing, Qin Heng retreated to his private chamber, instructing Dianwei to guard the entrance and permit no one to approach. Subsequently, he delved into a meditative state within his mind. System, how many summoning opportunities do I possess? Ding. Congratulations to the host. You currently have 7 character summoning opportunities, 2 faction summoning opportunities, 5 treasure drawing opportunities, 3 divine weapon summoning opportunities, and 1 resource summoning opportunity. So many? Have you grown generous, O dog-like system? Qin Heng queried, astonished. Ding. The host is mistaken. These are rewards from previously subjugating the 8 major factions and are unrelated to the system. Fine, Qin Heng thought, harboring no expectations of a malfunctioning system. He commanded, "System, proceed with the 7 character summons." Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Fu Hongxiu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Jimazai. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Yang Zexing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Guansheng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Ling Donglei. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Wei Zhuang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the character Yu Huishan. Despite a foreboding sense, Qin Heng's heart sank as he perused the character introductions. Character, Fu Hongxiu. Realm, late stage Earth Immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Jimazai. Realm, mid-stage Saint Realm. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Yang Zexing. Realm, late stage Earth Immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Guansheng. Realm, late-stage celestial being. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Ling Donglei. Realm, imprisoned in a mortal realm. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Wei Zhuang. Realm, perfected earth immortal. Accompanying characters, none. Character, Yu Huishan. Realm, perfected saint realm. Accompanying characters, none. Merely glancing at the system panel, Qin Heng realized that the quality of summoned characters this time paled in comparison to the last. Not to mention, the sole nuclear-level character from the immortal realm was but one, and even a mere replica of Guan Yu, Guansheng, was among them. However, it dawned on Qin Heng for the first time that the strength of summoned characters was not solely contingent upon the timing of the summon, but also on the intrinsic combat prowess of the individuals themselves. Yet, the thought of Guansheng and Guan Yu standing face to face, exchanging bewildered glances, lightened Qin Heng's mood inexplicably. Yet, upon seeing the final character, Yu Huishan, Qin Heng erupted in fury once more. Dog system, come forth. Are you certain Yu Huishan is still that eunuch? Is his saint realm strength a mere facade? I have yet to hear of any eunuch possessing a celestial being realm in the current 5 great dynasties. Ding. Rest assured, host, their cultivation techniques are unique. And even if they were to reach immortal realm or higher, there would be no possibility of restoration. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng finally exhaled in relief. Yet he pondered. System, wouldn't that be rather unfair to them? Ding. The host may also restore their abilities through the system, but it will consume one summoning opportunity. Qin Heng retorted. There is no need for that. However, to prevent his father from losing his temper entirely, he decided to pause the matter of finding guards for his mother. Not rushing to summon them forth, Qin Heng recited a few mantras in his heart before speaking again. Dog system, initiate the 2 faction summons. Chapter 92, Entering the Pass? The Northern Expedition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 million Wei Wuzhu soldiers. Faction name, Wei Wuzhu. Number, 1 million, Grandmaster to Earth Immortal. Faction leader, Wu Qi, imprisoned in a mortal realm. Legion level, Royal Soldiers, sealed. Nice. Qin Heng nearly shouted in elation. The Wei Wuzhu. Once, they had vanquished a formidable army of 500,000 from the Qin Dynasty with merely 50,000 troops. Moreover, this time, the system had even included the legendary figure Wu Qi as a bonus. It was akin to having the full configuration of the Wei Wuzhu at his disposal. Yet, a question lingered. System, why is the Wei Wuzhu Legion also sealed? Ding. When the number of a Royal Soldier Legion reaches 1 million, they gain the ability to break the rules, which, at this stage in Tianyan continent, cannot exist. Hence, the system has imposed a seal. As it turns out, this isn't a significant issue, for Qin Heng had not devised a plan for a million-strong assault this time. Ding. Does the host wish to continue summoning? Suddenly jolted by the system's prompt, Qin Heng regained his focus. Let the summoning commence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the force known as the Net of Power. Force name, Skynet. Number of forces, 1 million, Great Master to Earth Immortal. Force leader, Zhao Gao, sealed in the immortal realm. Key figures, the 6 sword slaves. Zhen Gang, late-stage Earth Immortal. Duan Shui, mid-stage Earth Immortal. Luan Shun, mid-stage Earth Immortal. Zhuan Pe, mid-stage Earth Immortal. Mia Hun, mid-stage Earth Immortal. Wang Liang, mid-stage Earth Immortal. The 6 in unity can slay those on the brink of immortality. Yen Ri, sealed in the immortal realm. Jing and I, sealed in the immortal realm. Xian Jian, sealed in the immortal realm. Sheng Qi, sealed in the immortal realm. Han Shan, half-step to immortality. Ba Ling Long, half-step to immortality. This is what one calls a bountiful harvest. With the Net and the Wei Wu troops, Qin Heng felt an unwavering confidence in annihilating the demon race and all the vermin that dared to invade the great Yin territory, firmly pinning them to the frost-covered land of Hanzhou. System, utilize all 5 treasure draw opportunities, 3 divine weapon summons, and 1 resource summon. After this round, Qin Heng anticipated that many major forces would become restless, thus he had no intention of hoarding these summoning opportunities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Rice, weakened version. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tai sword, currently sealed as a spiritual weapon. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Purple Thunder Talisman, capable of slaying half-step immortals. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Dragon Essence, can enhance 1,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Blood Bodhi, can heal all injuries below Earth Immortal. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Weapon Dragon Scale Spear. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Weapon Peacock Feather, can slay half-step immortals. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Qing Feng Sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 million Spirit Stones. This time, Qin Heng was utterly astounded, left speechless by this wave of rewards. With this bounty, he felt that his expedition was devoid of any shortcomings. Now, he could truly be regarded as a versatile warrior. With the dragon essence, the Tai sword, and the dragon scale spear, Qin Heng possessed all the necessary conditions for battlefield combat. However, considering the multitude of characters involved, he refrained from immediate summoning, as his objectives extended beyond merely repelling the demon race. 3 days later, adorned with the title of Marshal bestowed by the Emperor, Qin Heng no longer operated in secrecy. Clad in a resplendent royal armor, he ascended the city walls at the southern gate, gazing down upon the vast army below, gradually embodying the majestic aura of an unparalleled sovereign. March 4th. Yes, yes, yes. Merely uttering a response sent ripples through the very fabric of the void. Although he was the marshal of this northern expedition, Qin Heng was well aware of his own capabilities. Thus, he did not interfere with the command of the nearly 6 million northern troops. From the very beginning, he entrusted the command to Meng Tian and his own Qian Mingxiu. Thus, the magnificent army of 6 million transformed into a colossal dragon, racing towards the borders of Hanzhou. Unbeknownst to anyone, behind their ranks, a small cart quietly departed from the main force, heading in a different direction. The vast scale of the Northern Expedition Army could not remain concealed from the various forces in Hanzhou. However, they did not pay it much heed. After all, a military force assembled from the provincial troops was merely perceived as cannon fodder by the court to slow down the demon race's advance. Could they truly expect them to repel the demons? Meanwhile, within the northern town King's residence in the northern border town, Beiming Patian and his cohorts scrutinized the news of the Liao province reinforcements entering the borders. After a considerable pause, Beiming Patian calmly inquired, "Do you believe our northern town King's residence should take any action?" Upon hearing this, the eldest son of the Beiming family, Beiming Xian, was the first to step forward and proclaim loudly, "Father, the demon invasion has persisted for over 3 months. Our northern town army, along with the 100,000 soldiers who perished in the defense of Bay City, has already lost 200,000 men. Therefore, I believe the northern town King's residence should currently focus on consolidating defenses, allowing the reinforcements to exhaust the demon forces. And then we can join with the next batch of reinforcements from the court to repel the demons." "Nonsense. Get out of here." The northern town King's furious shout echoed. "Father, out." With that command, Beiming Patian unleashed his presence, forcefully expelling Beiming Xian from the room. It was only then that the expressions of several commanders present began to improve slightly. Seeing this, Beiming Patian's expression softened a bit. While the northern town King's residence commanded the northern town army, Hanzhou was the route for many of its soldiers. The northern town King's residence could use various excuses to delay the conflict, but it could not simply abandon Hanzhou. Oh, my sons, each one more foolish than the last. Chapter 93, The Chunibu Assassin Squad. Unlike Liao Province, Hanzhou, due to its location on the frontier, consists of only 5 prefectures: Shuofeng Prefecture, Liangzhou Prefecture, Zhenbei Prefecture, Hanshan Prefecture, and the now war-torn Beihai Prefecture. At this moment, atop a cliff in Shuofeng Prefecture, Qin Heng, cloaked in black, with features as sharply defined as if carved from stone, stood tall and unyielding, gazing calmly at the vast expanse of snow-covered land in the distance. In the brief span of 2 years, the once somewhat immature young prince had shed his previous naivete, now exuding an aura of authority befitting a leader. System, summon Zhao Gao and the others. As a cold wind swept through, Qin Heng calmly commanded, "Let it be done." In an instant, a dozen individuals clad in peculiar attire appeared before him. At that moment, Lao Huang, who had been roasting sweet potatoes at the foot of the mountain, paused in his actions, but quickly resumed his normal demeanor. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, Qin Heng, who had previously appeared indifferent, couldn't he help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing the attire and appearance of this assassin squad from the net. How should I put it? It felt rather overly dramatic. There was no need to mention Zhao Gao's flamboyant hat. Even the 6 sword slaves bore a striking resemblance to characters from that anime. However, Qin Heng didn't mind. After all, they were assassins. Practicality was what mattered. Yet, truth be told, upon witnessing the capabilities of the net, Qin Heng realized they were indeed significantly stronger than the Jinyiwei. Observing the group as they regained their composure, Qin Heng addressed Zhao Gao, the head of the group. With a calm demeanor, "Zhao Gao, for the time being, do not reveal your connection to me. Operate alongside the Jinyiwei, both overtly and covertly, to monitor the Great Yin on my behalf. However, your primary task remains to oversee Zhongzhou and the entirety of the Tianyan continent. I trust this is understood. For now, you may practice your skills on the sect forces of Hanzhou. They have served the northern town King's residence for far too long, and it is time they change masters. Upon hearing Qin Heng's words, Zhao Gao immediately knelt, his expression earnest yet confident as he replied, "Understood. You may go." Qin Heng instructed dismissively. Afterward, Zhao Gao respectfully led the group backward. Wait a moment. Just as they had retreated 100 meters and Zhao Gao was about to turn, the voice of Qin Heng resonated. "Your Highness, is there anything you wish to command your servant?" Zhao Gao inquired once more, bowing deeply. "Nothing of great importance. Merely a request for Jingyu to protect the princess. I fear that some of those old fellows might resort to bullying the weak," Qin Heng replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao remained silent, while Jingyu, clad in a fishing net attire, gently knelt and responded softly, "As you wish." Seeing this, Qin Heng nodded with a smile. Zhao Gao and his companions then departed from the scene. At that moment, as Qin Heng watched Zhao Gao leave, a hint of reluctance stirred within him. Do not misunderstand. Qin Heng harbored no such feelings. It was simply that Zhao Gao's diligence and competence perfectly embodied the qualities one would expect from a superior regarding their subordinates. It was no wonder he was favored by the ancestor dragon. Setting aside his ambition, in terms of personal charm, Qin Heng found him to be the most satisfactory among those he had summoned. However, the thought of the enmity between this man and Li Si left Qin Heng with a slight headache. This was also the reason Qin Heng summoned Luo Wang independently, for he knew that both were intelligent individuals who, given a little time, could resolve matters on their own. Chapter 94, Interference? An unexpected encounter. Young master, the sweet potatoes are ready. Would you care for some? As soon as they reached the carriage, the old man, his mouth smeared with ash, eagerly inquired. Without hesitation, Qin Heng accepted and began to eat. To be honest, the old man's skill in roasting sweet potatoes was quite commendable. They were crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. However, as he continued to eat, Qin Heng's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at the old man and asked, "Old Huang, to be frank, did you steal these sweet potatoes? I recall that we don't have such things in our residence." In the Tianyan continent, where spiritual energy was abundant, the human populace generally did not suffer from food shortages, and thus sweet potatoes were seldom seen on the tables of the affluent. Naturally, the kitchen of the Qin royal residence would not have them either. Hee. You can't fool your highness. Earlier, when we passed by a field, I took a few, but rest assured, I guarantee no one saw. Old Huang chuckled, scratching his head. You, a dignified half-step into immortality, and yet you resort to thievery? How shameless of you. Qin Heng rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Old Huang casually retorted, evidently taking Qin Heng's words lightly. After a while, once they finished their meal, Qin Heng returned to the carriage. At that moment, Old Huang's voice came again. Your Highness, which direction shall we head? To Jinbei City. Very well. Truth be told, this world was indeed vast. Although Han Prefecture comprised merely 5 territories, each territory was as expansive as 2 or 3 territories in Liao Prefecture. Consequently, after nearly 10 days of travel, Qin Heng and his companion finally arrived at the border between Shuangfeng Prefecture and Jinbei Prefecture. Despite the fact that their horses and carriage were capable of covering vast distances in a single day. However, upon arrival, Qin Heng's brow furrowed slightly. Just ahead, on the official road, 2 groups of individuals were confronting each other. Su Feng, what is the meaning of your interference from the Blade Saint Land? Why are you preventing the disciples of the Sword Saint Land from heading to the North Sea to exterminate the demons? A young woman, riding a magnificent white beast, exclaimed. Behind her, a throng of equally robed young men and women glared in anger. Opposite them stood a robust youth clad in blood-red robes, who grinned maliciously and said, Do not be hasty, holy maiden Lingzi. Our obstruction is for your own good. The demonic forces this time are formidable, and besides, with your beauty, should you fall into the hands of the demon clan's royal family, it would surely be perilous. Moreover, we are outsiders and must heed the commands of the Jinbei royal residence. My brother's interception is, of course, by the order of the Jinbei king, who requires you to remain in Jinbei Prefecture to bolster defenses. Furthermore, from now on, all martial forces from foreign continents and from Han Prefecture itself must obey the orders of the Jinbei royal residence and remain in Jinbei Prefecture, refraining from participating in the conflicts of the North Sea. With that, a potent aura of blade intent erupted from him, while behind him, a group of disciples from the Blade Saint Land closed in. Upon hearing this, Lingzi gritted her teeth, filled with a desire to slay these despicable individuals who were more concerned with power than righteousness. However, considering the purpose of her journey, she suppressed her fury. Su Feng, the court has already dispatched the Liao army to participate in the war in Liao Prefecture. Are you from the Blade Saint Land not afraid of the court's reckoning? Su Feng erupted into laughter at her words. Holy maiden Lingzi, have you misunderstood? Is the Jinbei royal residence not a force of the court? By obeying the orders of the royal residence, do we err? After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Lingzi's exquisite face, his greed evident. However, recognizing that the Sword Saint Land was also a powerful entity, he refrained from immediate confrontation. Thus, the two sides remained locked in a standoff. Meanwhile, Qin Heng, who had been quietly observing the exchange from the carriage, felt his gaze turn icy. The Blade Saint Land seeks death. Father, your methods are indeed a bit too lenient. Qin Heng murmured. Like Liao Prefecture, Han Prefecture was located in the northern borders, with scarce resources, hence no forces of the Saint level existed in these two regions. This was also why Qin Heng could swiftly suppress the martial forces of these two lands. As for the Blade Saint Land and the Sword Saint Land, they were indeed martial factions from the Sword Continent, yet for reasons unknown, they had intervened in the northern conflict. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Heng spoke calmly. Inform Zhao Gao to eliminate the martial forces in Han Prefecture, excluding Jinbei Prefecture, and then instruct him to relay a message to Master Zhang, commanding him to take up position at Sword Pass. Inform him that until the northern conflict concludes, no old monsters are to be allowed into the northern borders. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure slowly emerged, responding, understood. Chapter 95, Blade or Tortoise. Old Huang, keep moving. We are not here to watch a show. Qin Heng commanded directly to the driver, Old Huang. All right, Old Huang cheerfully replied. Thus, behind the two opposing factions, a carriage swayed forward. Crack, crack. The closer they approached, the louder Old Huang's raucous voice became. The commotion naturally captured the attention of both groups. Yet Old Huang merely grinned at both sides and continued to drive straight down the official road. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It wasn't until Qin Heng's carriage had reached the midpoint between the two groups that Su Feng finally shouted loudly. Halt! Foreign forces from the Jianghu are prohibited from entering Bahai Prefecture to engage in battle. Are you not aware of this? Depart at once. As Su Feng uttered these words, his visage was suffused with murderous intent. He hesitated to act against the Sword Saint's domain, yet felt no qualms about addressing the occupants of the rickety carriage before him. However, the driver, Old Huang, chuckled and replied, My lord, we are merely common folk, seeking a bit of excitement. We pose you no threat, none at all. With that, Old Huang resumed his journey, seemingly undeterred by the palpable hostility emanating from Su Feng. Seeking death, are you? How dare you underestimate the might of the dominant sword sect? Flash. With a resounding declaration, Su Feng could no longer contain himself and swung his blade toward the nearby carriage. The dominant blade's intent. Su Feng, have you lost your mind? Stop. This plea came from Lingzi, who was positioned behind Qin Heng. Yet, as Su Feng struck with sudden ferocity, her warning fell upon deaf ears. By the time she shouted, the tremendous blade aura had already descended upon Qin Heng's carriage. The dominant blade? I dare say it resembles the antics of a child playing house. Compared to that Master-S blade techniques, yours are but trifles. A mocking voice pierced the air, abruptly halting the once dominant blade aura. At the forefront of the ethereal blade, Old Huang pinched the blade between his fingers, his expression one of indifference. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the colossal blade aura shattered without warning. With a mere flick of his hand, those obstructing their path were sent reeling, spitting blood as they flew backward. A saintly being. No, you are a terrestrial immortal. This exclamation came from both the fallen Su Feng and Lingzi, who had warned Qin Heng. Meanwhile, a light voice emerged from within the carriage. Let us depart, Old Huang. We have matters to attend to. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Old Huang lost all semblance of jest. After acknowledging his master, he urged the carriage forward, transforming it into a streak of light racing ahead. Wait, elder. It was only at this moment that Lingzi, having regained her composure, shouted. But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Heng's carriage had already vanished 1,000 meters ahead. What should we do, Saintess? A young girl clad in a blue dress whispered. Follow them. Lingzi gritted her teeth and commanded. Yes, my lord. Why do we not eliminate those from the dominant sword sect? Old Huang inquired of Qin Heng. To him, anyone who dared to assault his Master-S carriage deserved a dire fate. No need. They are but insignificant pests. I wish to see how many of those sects meddling in the affairs of Hanzhou are present. Let them serve as bait. Qin Heng replied, his tone unwavering. My lord, should I take care of the pursuers behind us? Old Huang pressed further. Let them follow. It's of no consequence. Gently tapping the carriage seat, Qin Heng smiled and shook his head, dismissing Old Huang's suggestion. Meanwhile, Lingzi and the others trailing behind the carriage remained oblivious to the peril they had narrowly escaped. Chapter 96, Ruthlessness. The Imperial Army crumbles under pressure. On the other side, Meng Tian, leading an army of 600,000, moved at a pace far swifter than Qin Heng's. To avoid conflict with the northern town's royal residence, he directed his forces to bypass it. opting for a direct route to Bahai Prefecture to expedite their march. Meng Tian sought out the finest flying vessels from various factions in Liaozhou for the transport of troops and war supplies. After a month of relentless marching, the Grand Army arrived at a small pass within the southernmost reaches of the Danshan Mountains. This Danshan Mountain was akin to the Qindeashan Range in Liaozhou, merely a bandit stronghold. Naturally, upon hearing of the demon race's conquest of the northern stronghold, the bandits had long since fled. Now, this place served as the command tent for Meng Tian. Inside the tent, "Commander, our forced march has left much of the garrison discontented, and the soldiers are weary. Should we allow them to rest before continuing?" This was voiced by Lady Qian Mingxiu, the deputy commander of the northern campaign, who was deeply invested in the conflict. Upon hearing her words, the eyes of the assembled generals, including Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu, turned toward Meng Tian, the supreme commander of this campaign. In response, Meng Tian casually tossed a jade slip to the group. The generals suppressed their curiosity and probed their spiritual energy into the slip. Gradually, expressions of shock and fury spread across their faces, even causing the hot-tempered Dian Wei and Lu Bu's eyes to redden, their formidable auras threatening to erupt. Finally, Zhao Yun interjected, "Gentlemen, let us remain calm." With this, the tent fell silent once more. It was then that Bing Qingyu, standing beside Qian Mingxiu, stepped forward and asked, "Commander, is this information verified?" To be honest, they found it hard to believe the news contained within. The message was sent by His Highness, so it is undoubtedly accurate. Meng Tian replied decisively. In truth, the intelligence had indeed come from Qin Heng's faction, but not directly from him. It was delivered by Li Dongzhan, who had established Suiyu City half a year prior. Then, "Commander, should we accelerate our march? After all, the Danshan Mountains cannot hold back the vanguard of the demon race," Qian Mingxiu suggested, her battle-hardened instincts sensing the futility of defending the pass. In response, Meng Tian wore an enigmatic expression. "We must proceed, certainly. But did you not mention that some individuals wish to remain? Why not grant them that?" With that statement, Meng Tian initiated a new layer of spiritual barrier, commencing another round of war discussions amidst the perplexed gazes of the generals. Half an hour later, Qian Mingxiu and Bing Qingyu found themselves within the main camp of the Minghuang army. However, both women bore expressions tinged with unease. "Qingyu, share your thoughts. What do you make of Commander Meng's plan?" Upon hearing this, Bing Qingyu could only shake her head with a wry smile. "I can only say that Commander Meng is a true, unparalleled strategist. Indeed, while I may not lack in tactical acumen, I cannot match his decisiveness," Bing Qingyu continued, her voice trailing off as she contemplated the staggering prospect of sacrificing 200,000 troops with such direct intent, despite her own bloody past. Time passed slowly, and on the third day after Meng Tian and his forces departed Danshan Mountain, an army of over 500,000 demons stealthily approached within 100 miles of the mountain. Only now did the sentinels stationed there finally catch sight of them. Yet, at this level of warfare, 100-mile distance felt alarmingly close. Attack, accompanied by a resounding wave of spiritual energy. The entire demon race surged towards the diminutive Danshan mountain range like a formidable tide. Despite the presence of formidable experts from various factions stationed to maintain order, the sheer numbers of the demon race overwhelmed the 300,000 garrison troops, who found themselves at a disadvantage the moment the conflict commenced. Indeed, within just an hour of the battle's onset, a retreating trend started to manifest among these 300,000 soldiers. Witnessing the fragility of the great inhuman army, the onslaught from the demon race intensified with reckless abandon. This left the martial experts who had arrived to assist in a state of bewilderment. With the great imperial forces proving so vulnerable, was there still a need to intercept the demon warriors? Meanwhile, in a valley 1,000 miles away from the battlefield, Meng Tian and his companions gazed grimly at the unfolding chaos. What a bunch of incompetence. 300,000 soldiers, and they've only stationed scouts 100 miles out? The troops in the camp are merely resting, utterly devoid of vigilance. If they do not perish, who will? Roared Dian Wei in exasperation. Calm down. We have observed the vanguard. Without the direct involvement of the demon kings, we have no need to hold back. Meng Tian interjected, his tone grave. Understood, Commander. The others responded in unison. Chapter 97. The strategy for encirclement and annihilation begins. All generals, heed my orders. Lu Bu, lead your 100,000 wolf cavalry to execute a frontal ambush. Remember, your sole task is to breach the enemy's formation. Affirmative. Without hesitation, Lu Bu clasped his fists and departed. Zhao Yun, you shall command your 200,000 cavalry and the 50,000 elite troops drawn from Tingyu and Tianning to obstruct the retreat of these demons and prevent any reinforcements from arriving. Meng Tian continued to issue commands. Understood. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and left. Jianwei, you are tasked with leading 3,000 tiger guards to slay the generals and seize the banners, targeting the hidden enemies within the demon ranks. Meng Tian stated earnestly. Although intelligence suggested that no demon royalty was concealed among them, the seasoned commander had discerned that this wave of demon assaults was coordinated, rather than merely instinctual and foolish. Understood, Jianwei replied, unable to contain his eagerness. Bing Qingyu, you are to lead 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards, remaining on the fringes of the battlefield. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you are to resolve them immediately. After issuing this command, Meng Tian discreetly glanced skyward. At this, Bing Qingyu understood her orders completely. Understood. She bowed and set off. In truth, Meng Tian had harbored reservations regarding Bing Qingyu's deployment, although her primary identity was that of Qin Heng's attendant. Ever since her arrival at the estate, she had not performed any menial tasks. The princess had even entrusted her elite Blood Phoenix guards to her. Consequently, among Qin Heng's subordinates, it was widely believed that Bing Qingyu's status as the prince's consort was a foregone conclusion, and he did not wish to place her in undue danger. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxiu, who had observed the proceedings in silence, merely smiled. This girl, Bing Qingyu, may have initially remained at the prince's residence due to her connections, but as the restrictions upon her were lifted and her own strength surged, now surpassing my own, she clearly understands why she remains in the king's palace. It's simply her proud nature that prevents her from admitting it. At that moment, Meng Tian spoke once more. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. I shall lead 200,000 troops of the Great Wall in a direct assault to hone their ferocity and bloodlust. His final words were delivered with a casual lightness, seemingly dismissing the millions of demons 1,000 miles away. However, once all the generals had taken their leave, the previously silent Qian Mingxiu finally spoke. Commander Ming, it seems you have forgotten about my 30,000 Ming Phoenix Legion? The princess is mistaken. Look at the battlefield below. Those 300,000 inept soldiers are on the verge of being breached by those beasts. I have kept the 30,000 Ming Phoenix Legion at your disposal to ensure you can hold this line when the time is right. After securing it, you must swiftly assume command and decisively eliminate these demon beasts. Upon hearing this, Qian Mingxiu was profoundly impressed by Meng Tian's strategic acumen. In such a short span, his command skills were remarkably interconnected, leading her to believe that his capabilities rivaled those of her father, the king of Jingxi. Previously, she had thought herself impressive for defeating one of the renowned generals of the great Qin, Gongsun Long, but now she realized she had underestimated the world's prowess. This only deepened her sense of mystery surrounding her husband, Qin Heng. At this time, amidst the throng of demons, a snow-white fox languidly reclined on the back of a massive lion, yawning as if completely unperturbed by the circumstances. Indeed, this was the commander of the demon vanguard, one of the wisest princesses of the nine-tailed fox clan, Hulinger. Seemingly bored, the little fox retrieved a pale blue magical array from beneath her, inspecting it. This artifact, provided by their human allies, not only shielded them from the spiritual perception of powerful beings, but also suppressed the manifestation of their bloodline traits. It was tailored specifically for the demon royal lineage, allowing them to evade the human force's ambushes and foster a false sense of security among their adversaries, treating their incursions as mere beastly tides. This was a primary reason for their swift conquest of much of the North Sea prefecture. Contemplating this, Hulinger couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. These humans were so fond of infighting and were quite self-righteous. Nevertheless, she would not renounce her collaboration with them. For just recently, a similarly formidable group had approached, and it was those very allies who had repelled them. Thus, until her grand designs for the demon race were fulfilled, she resolved to remain a mere tool. No, a tool fox. As she stowed away the array and prepared to launch a decisive strike against the reinforcements from the Great Qin court, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from their rear. In the blink of an eye, Hulinger's eyes widened in shock as a torrent of iron-willed cavalry, mounted on giant wolves, surged into her vast demon army. Chapter 98. The full-scale annihilation of the demons. The demons, more accurately described as demon beasts, despite their imposing size and tough hides, possessed a lowly intelligence that rendered them incapable of cultivation. Thus, despite their vast numbers, they were sorely lacking when faced with the refined techniques and formations of the imperial elite forces. When confronted by Lu Bu's 10,000 wolf cavalry, they were utterly no match. Kill. Blood wolf formation. Follow me to slay. Lu Bu bellowed, leading the charge with ferocity. Indeed, it was the blood wolf formation. The 10,000 wolf cavalry, having undergone Lu Bu's rigorous training, had transformed from mere half-step king soldiers into true king soldiers. Although restricted from engaging with immortal beings, the half-step immortal Lu Bu was confident in his ability to hold the line against the enemy. However, at present, his human clan is merely toying with the weak. Thus, the moment the colossal blood wolf, stretching 1,000 meters, materialized, it soared above his army of wolf soldiers and commenced a rampant assault on the horde of monstrous beasts ahead. Instantly, the previously aggressive million-strong beast army attacking the human tribe of Danshan Mountain was rendered motionless, paralyzed by the overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from the giant wolf. With a single lunge and a swift bite, entire swaths of the beast army were obliterated, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. A howl erupted from the blood wolf, resonating through the air and creating ripples in the surrounding space. All the monsters present momentarily froze in shock. And it was only then that the Danshan Mountain military and the surrounding martial experts realized that the Royal Wolf Cavalry, led by General Liu Shenmo, had joined the fray. Kill! Kill! As if suddenly finding their morale restored, the soldiers rallied with renewed fervor, launching a counterattack against the monstrous beasts. This scene was witnessed clearly by Meng Tian, who was already 500 miles away. Without hesitation, he issued a decisive command. Zhao Yun, Qian Mingxiu, you two must mobilize immediately and swiftly seal off all escape routes for these beasts. General Liu is wreaking havoc, and I fear these monsters may flee to the surrounding counties. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the two immediately led an army of nearly 1,000,000 troops, rapidly advancing to execute the plan. Considering the earlier strategy, Meng Tian had brought along 300,000 elite cavalry, though they were not as refined as Liu Bu's wolf cavalry. Nevertheless, the distance of 500 miles was traversed in just half an hour. When Zhao Yun arrived at the battlefield with 700,000 elite soldiers, and Qian Mingxiu led 30,000 of the Minghuang army into the heart of the Danshan Mountain front, Meng Tian's encirclement strategy was set into motion. Kill! 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 The monstrous beasts, driven into a frenzy, clashed fiercely with the human army, their eyes bloodshot with rage. 1,900,000, 800,000. When the beast army dwindled to 500,000, the once self-satisfied fox spirit, Hu Linger, was left utterly astonished. In that moment, she disregarded the need for secrecy and unleashed the royal bloodline pressure of the demon race, attempting to rally her kin for a continued fight. Realizing that her allies were unreliable, she activated her bloodline secret technique and sought aid from the soaring members of the Liahe Cloud Eagle clan. However, her erratic movements caught Meng Tian's attention. Sensing the situation, a faint smile crept across Meng Tian's lips. Just a foolish fox. And only now does she think to call for help. It's too late. He promptly commanded, Bing Qingyu, lead your blood phoenix guards into battle. That little fox is in dire straits. I suspect those birds will soon arrive. Understood. After issuing the order, he turned to Jianwei, saying, once I lead the 200,000 Great Wall troops into the battlefield, you can deal with that creature. Otherwise, if these beasts become disordered, we'll have to expend considerable effort to manage the situation. Understood. Jianwei promptly acknowledged. As Meng Tian and Bing Qingyu rejoined the battle, a long cry of an eagle echoed from the distant sky, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Chapter 99. The Annihilation of the Demon Vanguard and the Empress's New Pet. In any race, flight remains the swiftest means of travel. Thus, from the moment Hu Linger unleashed her demon secret technique, it took only a few minutes for the Liahe Cloud Eagle clan's powerful members to arrive on the battlefield, accompanied by a legion of flying beasts. As the demon army darkened the skies, the previously high-spirited human soldiers and martial artists were suddenly overtaken by trepidation. Seeing this, Qian Mingxiu, Zhao Yun, and Meng Tian all shook their heads in disappointment. These soldiers could only fight when the odds favored them, and this included the elite troops of Tianyu and Tianning, whom Meng Tian had somewhat respected. A century of peace had dulled their fighting spirit. However, glancing at the Great Wall army he had assembled and the various generals' direct forces, Meng Tian chose not to dwell on their shortcomings. They were merely useless. Once this war concluded, his Liao province army would swiftly eliminate them. Refocusing on the demon horde, Meng Tian commanded the newly organized Great Wall army to encircle the enemy. Meanwhile, observing the arrival of the flying beast army, a cold gleam flashed in Bing Qingyu's beautiful eyes. With a flourish of her spear, she bellowed, Blood Phoenix formation. Rise. In an instant, wisps of blood mist coalesced above the heads of the 3,000 Blood Phoenix guards, and a colossal phantom of a Blood Phoenix, thousands of feet tall, manifested above them, gradually exuding an essence reminiscent of a phoenix. As the reincarnation of the Empress, Bing Qingyu's talents and abilities were exceptional. In the brief time she had taken command of the Blood Phoenix guards, her control over this army had reached, or even surpassed the level of Qian Mingxiu, its creator. Thus, while not as lifelike as Liu Bu's Blood Wolf manifestation, she was capable of basic combat. Consequently, the moment they charged into battle, the Blood Phoenix Phantom launched an assault on the aerial demon beasts, perhaps due to the inherent suppression the Blood Phoenix exerted over the flying creatures. The moment it entered the fray, the Liuhe Cloud Eagle clan's powerful member, Lu Yu, immediately lost his grip on the flying beasts. Under the dual onslaught of the ground-based Blood Phoenix guards and the aerial Blood Phoenix Phantom, this terrestrial deity found himself overwhelmed, causing the beasts behind him to fall like dumplings, lifeless upon the ground. At this point, the battlefield was wholly enveloped in Meng Tian's rhythm of combat. Amidst the chaos, his 200,000 soldiers began to coalesce into a wall-like phantom, signifying their entry into the ranks of the Soul Army. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The moment the 200,000 Soul Army soldiers ascended in power, the demon army began to scatter in panic. However, it was too late. Meng Tian's net had already tightened, and they were destined for slaughter. Seeing the tide turn, Hu Linger cast a venomous glance at the human army present, no longer concealing her identity. She transformed into her true form, the nine-tailed fox, and soared toward the Liuhe Cloud Eagle's Lu Yu, evidently seeking refuge. Aware of the precariousness of his own situation and Hu Linger's status, Lu Yu abandoned the beleaguered flying beasts and flew towards her, looking for death. Having regarded the Liuhe Cloud Eagle clan as prey for some time, Bing King Yu could hardly believe that Lu Yu would attempt to save a demon in her presence. Radiating a faint golden light, she intoned, "Ice Emperor's law body, transform." In the next moment, her aura visibly surged into the realm of a terrestrial deity, a secret technique she had developed in her past. Disregarding the fallen flying beasts, she wielded her sword. Seal the heavens. A blue beam shot from her fingertips, piercing into Lu Yu's massive form. Crack, crack. A voice of freezing intensity resonated, as the celestial being of the Skytear Cloud Eagle clan was transformed into an ice sculpture by the Ice Clear Dance, another celestial being. At that moment, the arriving fox spirit, Hu Linger, found herself utterly bewildered, not just herself, but her entire fox form. Having vanquished Lai Yu, Ice Clear Dance now cast her indifferent gaze upon the nine-tailed demon fox. After scrutinizing the 9 pristine tails, a complex hand seal gradually took form in Ice Clear Dance's grasp. Spirit binding of slaves, contract established. Subsequently, Hu Linger found herself immobilized, and an unsettling message invaded her mind. How dare you enslave me? Hu Linger's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, Ice Clear Dance, under the imposing aura of the Ice Emperor's avatar, had already begun to exude a trace of imperial might from her past life. With merely a soft hum, the fox princess of the same entry-level sage realm promptly succumbed to fear, refraining from baring her fangs any further. Meanwhile, the grand battle of epic proportions had reached its conclusion, with nearly all warriors and soldiers having fought to their heart's content. Notably, with the exception of Dian Wei, whose aspirations of seizing generals and flags perished before they could even commence. Chapter 100, Ruthless, Enigmatic. The first battle of the Demon Extermination War had finally reached a successful end, thanks to the collaboration of Qin Heng and the various generals. At this moment, within the central military tent, Meng Tian smiled as he addressed Qian Mingxiu. "My lady, is it time to calm them down?" In response, Qian Mingxiu smiled brightly and replied, "As expected, after the demise of over 1 million, these fellows have become considerably more docile. They are indeed manageable." However, Meng Tian merely shook his head with a smile. 1 million? That is insufficient. They are not genuinely submissive, merely intimidated by the valor of the generals. Given time, these seasoned soldiers, some of whom have been in service for over a decade, or even several, will revert to their old ways. Enough about them. Let's discuss the casualties among your respective armies. After all, our battle with the demon clan is far from over. With that, Lu Bu was the first to step forward, clasping his hands as he addressed Meng Tian. Reporting to the general, there were no celestial-level adversaries in this demon army. Thus my wolf cavalry corps suffered almost no casualties. After speaking, Lu Bu retreated with an air of indifference, clearly unfazed by the battle. At this moment, Zhao Yun stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Reporting to the general, my 20,000 troops from Jinchuan Prefecture suffered a loss of 10,000, yet they have coalesced into a military spirit, resulting in an increase in combat effectiveness. However, among the 50,000 elite troops, 80,000 perished. I bear responsibility. With that, Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, seeking Meng Tian's pardon. Yet Meng Tian gently waved his hand, halting Zhao Yun's action. He smiled and reassured Zhao Yun, "You are overthinking it. This initial phase was meant to filter these troops. Losing 80,000 is of little concern. Just continue training the 20,000 Jinchuan soldiers." Having said this, he turned his gaze to Qian Mingxiu, Dian Wei, and Ice Clear Dance. Observing his attention, both Dian Wei and Ice Clear Dance shook their heads with indifferent expressions, clearly indicating their own minimal losses. Finally, only Qian Mingxiu remained. Taking a deep breath, she spoke gently. In this battle, 300,000 troops perished. With 120,000 slain by the demon clan's ambush at the onset, 20,000 falling in subsequent skirmishes, and 5,000 from the Mingwang Legion. After relaying this information, the warrior princess fell silent. Hearing this figure, Meng Tian displayed no surprise. Given the issues that existed within the provincial troops, it was fortunate they had not been entirely annihilated by the demon clan. That was a testament to Qian Mingxiu's timely support and adept command. Consequently, the group tacitly refrained from discussing individual merits and instead focused on strategizing for the upcoming battles. Meanwhile, in a valley situated 10,000 miles from the battlefield, a man wielding a long spear and a woman with an oddly shaped weapon observed, calm and composed, the hundreds of black-clad, masked corpses before them, as well as several incapacitated masked men. Behind them, a group of young men and women stood ready with their weapons, clearly indicating their involvement in the fate of these fallen foes. At that moment, the masked men on the ground were howling in despair. Impossible. How can you possess such formidable strength? During the Battle of the Northern Pass, you were thwarted by the third one alone. Why are there so many experts among you this time? In response, the woman remained cold, while the man with the spear spoke with a smile. In Suiyu City, we owe you no explanations. It is time for you to depart. With a sweep of his spear, the masked men were obliterated, their souls shattered and eyes forever closed. It was evident that they were Li Hanyi and Sikong Chongfeng, two of the three city lords of Suiyu City, and their words were a reflection of the involvement of the Qin Wangfu in the earlier battle. Chapter 101, The Bustle of Jinbei City. Time flowed steadily, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Qin Heng and his servant's carriage arrived at the stronghold of Jinbei City. Young master, should I dismiss them? Old Huang's voice unexpectedly reached Qin Heng's ears. Qin Heng smiled gently. Let us proceed. We have arrived in Jinbei City. The child must seek their parents, so refrain from playing the villain. Hee. I thought young master was being protective of the delicate ones, hence safeguarding them all the way. Old Huang chuckled slyly. Get lost. I am here to accomplish great deeds, not to pursue women. Let us find a place to rest. Understood. This old Huang, ever since his previous indulgence, has grown increasingly shameless. On the carriage, Qin Heng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It wasn't that he, Qin Heng, lacked an appreciation for beauty. Rather, the current situation was too critical, leaving him no time for such distractions. Moreover, he had a reborn empress at home. Securing her would undoubtedly yield greater returns. Wouldn't it? As Qin Heng had anticipated, Lingzi and her group vanished amidst the bustling streets shortly after entering Jinbei City. However, Qin Heng held little interest in this development. Although Han Prefecture had been besieged by demons for quite some time, Jinbei City had flourished even further. With close to 500,000 troops under the protection of the Jinbei King, the citizens and wanderers continued to live their lives with composure and normalcy. The arrival of Qin Heng's carriage naturally attracted little attention. An hour later, the carriage arrived at a small courtyard, and without hesitation, Qin Heng strode inside. This servant, Zhao Gao? Greetings, Your Highness. This subordinate, Qing Long. Greetings, Your Highness. This maid, Ji Rugjiu. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon entering the courtyard, three voices rang out simultaneously in Qin Heng's ears. Rise. Qin Heng replied coolly. Zhao Gao, report on your progress. He inquired directly. In response, Your Highness. Within a month, my network has successfully taken control of the Dagzu Mountain Sword Sect, Tingxiu Horse Ranch, Bahai Pirates, Xianxiang Valley, and the millennial Yang family within Han Prefecture. Zhao Gao replied respectfully. The imperial weapon indeed lives up to its name. Qin Heng praised. In the past life, I dare not claim such honor. In this life, I am but a sword in your hand, Your Highness, willing to slay all enemies for you. Zhao Gao swiftly pledged his loyalty. Enough of the past. I hold no grievance. As long as you fulfill your duties, I shall bear no grudges. Qin Heng assured. Understood. Upon concluding their conversation, Qin Heng's gaze shifted to Qing Long and Ji Rugjiu, showing little interest in the intricacies of Zhao Gao's consolidation of various factions. As long as the means are effective, that is sufficient. The situation in Jinbei City appears rather lively. Do share your thoughts. With that, Qin Heng nonchalantly took a seat upon a stone chair, inquiring with a smile. Having consumed the dragon essence previously, Qin Heng's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Moreover, with the formidable techniques he had mastered, his spiritual awareness had become exceptionally potent. Unless faced with an immortal-level adversary, few could elude his perception. Utilizing this heightened awareness, Qin Heng discerned that Jinbei City was teeming with martial artists, extraordinary beings, celestials, saints, and even earthly immortals, of which he sensed more than one. At present, as the demon race advanced southward, The congregation of such formidable warriors in Jinbei City did not bode well in Qin Heng's mind. Chapter 102, The Anti-Demon Alliance. At this moment, upon hearing Qin Heng's direct inquiry, Qinglong exchanged glances with Ji Rugyu before taking the initiative to speak. Your Highness, it has come to our attention that the influx of martial artists into Jinbei City is due to an edict from the Jinbei Prince. The Jinbei Prince has formed alliances with the Ba Dao Sacred Land and the Wenjin Sacred Land, intending to establish an anti-demon alliance in Jinbei City to combat the demon race. Oh, the Jinbei Prince wields such influence that those sacred lands heed his command. Qin Heng questioned skeptically. Indeed, Your Highness. However, the anti-demon alliance is currently facing challenges. There are two factions, one group from the Ba Dao Sacred Land advocating for defense within Jinbei, while the other, from the Wenjin Sacred Land, proposes to strike directly into the North Sea to eliminate the demons. The two factions are presently at an impasse. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng scoffed. An impasse? It is likely a charade orchestrated by the Jinbei Prince and the leaders of Ba Dao and Wenjin to appease the martial world. They are all duplicitous individuals, masquerading as virtuous. Zhao Gao, he continued, fixing his gaze upon them. Once my affairs are settled, take the net and collaborate with the Jinyiwei and Huanyan Fong to detain them here. If they are not here to assist, there is no need to keep them. Understood. Understood. After the three departed in response, Qin Heng reclined lazily on the stone chair and softly called, Dongfang. With a swift flash, a figure donned in a striking red dress appeared before him, her gaze commanding and her features exquisitely delicate, exuding a presence that rivaled any man. Upon her arrival, she remained silent, simply observing Qin Heng. Truth be told, had he not learned through the system that this Dongfang booby was indeed a woman, he would have been engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unease. Dongfang, has General Gao arrived? How fares your sun and moon sex formation? Qin Heng inquired, suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind with a smile. Hearing his question, this haughty leader of the sect finally spoke. Your Highness, General Gao and his forces have indeed entered Jinbei City, but they are currently confined to the outskirts, as their military presence is too imposing and easily detected by the martial factions of Jinbei. As for my sun and moon sect, I can confidently say it is in excellent shape. The deputy sect leader, protectors, and all elders are now in place. As she spoke, the overwhelming aura of dominance she exuded became palpable. Oh, with such a well-equipped force, do you not require me to bring your old subordinates and family to this realm? Qin Heng jested. No need. They are too inept and self-serving to warrant your highness's concern. As for my sister, let us leave it be. This lifetime, I live solely for myself. Splendid. Qin Heng wholeheartedly praised. Gazing at the audacious young woman before him, he felt genuine happiness for her. Yet, he was also acutely aware that few, like Dongfang, had completely severed ties with their past lives. They simply refrained from bringing it up, and even if they did, Qin Heng, at present, would be powerless to assist due to his insufficient authority. A chilling northern wind gently rustled the strands of her fiery red robe. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted into Qin Heng's nostrils. Perhaps influenced by his prior absorption of dragon essence, Qin Heng felt a subtle restlessness stir within him. Shaking his head, he softly said, Dongfang, you may rest now. However, do not stray far. Remain by my side, for I may require your assistance soon. Understood, she replied, and with that, Dongfang Booby's figure vanished once more. Chapter 103, The Clownish Buffoon. Time passed swiftly, and several days later, Zhao Gao and Qinglong once again appeared before Qin Heng in the tranquil courtyard. Given that this was a desolate border region, the influence of Huanyan Fong had not flourished here, leading Qin Heng to refrain from notifying Ji Rugju. How about it? Has the news from Meng Tian reached the Jinbei Prince by now? Is our esteemed prince preparing to relocate? Qin Heng derisively taunted. Your Highness, indeed. Today, the Jinbei Prince's faction has finally received news of General Meng's monumental victory over the vanguard of the demon forces. His Jinbei forces, comprising 500,000 troops scattered throughout Jinbei and an additional 500,000 from various factions, totaling 1 million, have begun to assemble. Their direction has been confirmed. They are heading towards the Dang Tian mountain range. Zhao Gao quickly interjected. The reason the Jinbei Prince received news of Meng's triumph only now was, of course, orchestrated by Qin Heng. Nevertheless, he was pleased that the net had effectively concealed the Jinbei Prince's movements in the ironclad territory of Hanzhou. Qinglong, keep the news of Meng's victory under wraps in the northern region. I wish to limit the number of individuals involved in this matter. However, should any ancient creatures intrude, you may seek assistance from Mr. Li and Miss Luo at the Qin Wangfu to ensure their presence remains in the north. Understood. Qinglong bowed in reply. By the way, Zhao Gao, you shall personally embark on a journey to the Dang Tian mountain range in the North Sea. Inform Wu Qi to eliminate the Jinbei forces without leaving a single survivor, and ensure your net assists in this endeavor. Remember, I do not wish to hear any news implicating the Qin Wangfu in this affair. As for the reason behind the disappearance of the Jinbei forces, you shall devise a solution. As he spoke these words, a faint smile graced Qin Heng's lips. 5 million or 10 million, as long as they are not his own. Qin Heng would show no mercy whatsoever. In this world, the length of service in the military renders the subjugation of these armies unrealistic. Moreover, Qin Heng can still expend the forces within Liao province on the battlefield, let alone the Jinbei army, loyal to the Prince of Jinbei. The gentle winds of the northern frontier caressed the vast expanse of the cold land of Liao province. After over a month of negotiations, the elder Dao Ju from the Ba Dao Holy Land and elder Yun Shun from the Sword Asking Holy Land, along with the old Prince of Jinbei, Bei Minghu, finally convened within the central military tent. However, due to the prior matters involving Yun Shi and Qin Feng, neither elder had any intention of speaking, resulting in an unusually silent atmosphere within the tent. Ultimately, the old Prince of Jinbei broke the silence. Gentlemen, shall we set aside the grievances of the younger generation for now? We are all aware of your objectives. Yet to secure resources from our northern territory after that matter arises, you must both exert yourselves diligently. After all, that young scamp from Liao province has already obliterated millions of the demon tribe's vanguard. If we allow them to continue achieving victories in the northern sea, the imperial family of Da'in will inevitably intervene in our northern affairs. Upon hearing these words, Yun Shun and Dao Ju exchanged nods. Subsequently, the three began to discuss the allocation of efforts for the upcoming battle and the division of spoils. Meanwhile, in a valley 10,000 miles away, a middle-aged man clad in ancient armor and towering in stature listened intently to a report from a beardless man wearing a tall hat and possessing a shrill voice. General Wu, the Jinbei army has crossed the borders of the Jinbei prefecture and is now merely 10,000 miles from the dangers of the Sky Mountain. His Highness has commanded that not a single soldier from the Jinbei army is to be spared. However, the general's target this time is merely 10 million troops. As for the martial artists among them, my net will take care of them all. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Gao and said, "Thank you." The two then departed with a shared understanding. To eliminate millions of troops, they sought only a command and a target. How they accomplished this was their own affair. Chapter 104, Ruthlessness. Burying millions. Your Highness, why must we march to this location? Gazing at the deep red earth infused with a faint aura of bloodshed, Yun Shun furrowed his brows. In response, Bei Minghu smiled. "Do not be anxious, Brother Yun. I understand your aversion to this bloodshed aura, yet it is precisely what we need at present. We have entered the Northern Sea Province, essentially arriving at the front line of the battle against the demons. However, that young scamp from the Qin Kingdom is rather boisterous. Let us not join the fray. Once the Liao Province army is thoroughly decimated, we can claim Liao Province for ourselves. Moreover, this bloodshed aura will serve perfectly to conceal our million-strong army." With that, the old Prince of Jinbei revealed a cunning smile akin to that of a crafty fox. Hearing this, Yun Shun said nothing and turned to join the ranks of the Sword Asking Holy Land. "Humph, a bunch of hypocritical individuals, always putting on an act." Dao Ju scoffed disdainfully at Yun Shun's retreating figure before striding away himself. Meanwhile, the old Prince of Jinbei, Bei Minghu, remained silent, merely observing the two depart. Their alliance was solely for mutual benefit. He had no intention of mediating. At the same time they set up camp, Wu Qi's heavily armored infantry formation. The Wei Wu army finally arrived at the designated location. Gazing at the distant encampments of the various troops, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Wu Qi's face. He was an egoist, driven solely by the desire to showcase his abilities. The number of lives taken mattered little to him. This was precisely what set him apart from Meng Tian. Dispatch 10 armies of 100,000 each to advance simultaneously, and have them all coalesce their military spirits at the same time to completely suppress this area, burying them. Yes, as Wu Qi's command echoed, 10 figures vanished in unison. Suddenly, the ground beneath the meditating Yun Shun began to tremble violently. "What is happening?" Yun Shun shouted in anger. Had he not instructed his disciples not to disturb his cultivation? Before he could ponder further, a terrified young man in white burst into his tent, his face ashen with fear. "Elder, it's an army without end. Is it the demon tribe?" Yun Shun's eyes widened in alarm. "It seems not. It is the human army, the human army." Without waiting for the young man to finish, an anxious Yun Shun dashed outside. Upon reaching the void, he beheld 10 armies, each of a different hue, converging upon the valley of the dangers of the sky. What filled him with despair was the sight of a headless giant above each army, with breasts for eyes and a navel for a mouth, wielding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. 10 battalions of 100,000 each. Yet why did their manifestations appear identical? Could it be that a million-strong army was only found in the Great Zhou? How could it appear here? Before he could finish his thoughts, the 10 colossal figures emitted a red glow, and Yun Chun was immediately pressed to the ground. The way of the military. The divine arts of slaughter in this world. Yun Chun collapsed to the ground. An unparalleled commander. There is an unparalleled commander here. I must flee. Such a massive display of military divine arts would ensnare even the immortal. However, Wu Qi clearly had no patience to wait for him to recover. Kill. With a resounding boom, Wu Qi commanded. In the next moment, the 10 massive war gods simultaneously swung their axes. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, nearly 1,000,000 souls vanished from the battlefield. In that brief moment, the old prince of Jinbei, Bei Minghu, was also rallying his own 2 battalions of 100,000. Ice Wolf Iron Cavalry, Blood Tiger Heavy Armor, break through and charge out, wielding the Jinbei sword. The old prince was now disheveled and no longer composed. Roar. With the sounds of tiger roars and wolf howls. A towering ice wolf and a colossal blood tiger lunged at a war god's phantom, clearly attempting to carve a path for their escape. Yet, they were far too naive. Though the Wei Wu army's battalions were separated, under the command of Wu Qi, their energies and bloodlines were already interconnected. Thus, with just a single shield and an axe, the ice wolf and blood tiger manifestations were repelled. And even the giant tiger that bore the brunt of the war god's axe was left with deep fissures across its body. On the battlefield, the blood-clad, armored figure, known as the Blood Tiger, spat forth a torrent of crimson, clearly suffering from a tremendous backlash. Simultaneously, other phantoms of law were not idle, engaging in a relentless slaughter. Who are you? Who are you all? At that moment, the Northern King, Bai Minghu, roared with a voice full of fury. Yet, in the next instant, a bizarrely shaped long sword pierced through his body, shattering his very soul. Thus, the era of the Northern King came to a close. At that same time, across the battlefield, the rivers and lakes practitioners, scurrying like frightened mice, also fell victim to sudden assassination, though some among them may have come to resist the demons. Upon stepping into the Northern Army's encampment, they were merely soldiers of the Northern Army. Chapter 105. The Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Crack, crack, boom, boom. Wail after wail echoed through the air, as mountains of blood-red clouds enveloped the skies above the Danshan mountain range, unleashing crimson lightning that struck the blood-soaked earth below. A cacophony of ghostly wails and howls reverberated from all directions. Amidst this cataclysmic storm, 2 figures stood silently in the void. Captain Zhao, do you perhaps perceive this? A seemingly disjointed inquiry arose, yet upon hearing it, the other figure nodded solemnly. Is it the alteration of rules in this place? It is indeed unfortunate. This has become a forbidden ground for martial arts, likely due to the slaughter of 2 million souls here. Hearing this, Wu Qi shook his head gravely. Not quite. Part of the formation here is due to my 100,000 Wei martial soldiers. This realm has been suppressed for too long, and my force's overwhelming presence has, under my perception, pried open a sliver of this world's shackles, thus creating this cataclysmic expanse. Moreover, Captain Zhao, have you not noticed that following this battle, the suppression on us immortal realm warriors is gradually diminishing? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gao narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly, and then fully unleashed his perceptive powers. After a pause, he turned to Wu Qi and offered a slight bow. I hold deep respect for your strength, General Wu. However, with the battle at the Northern King's residence concluded, I must report this matter to His Highness. As for this cataclysmic expanse, I hope you will also keep a watchful eye. There was no hierarchical relationship between him and Wu Qi, thus Zhao spoke with utmost courtesy, entirely devoid of the domineering and cold demeanor he exhibited before others. That is only fitting. Currently, I have not received any military orders from His Highness, and thus have no authority to mobilize the 100,000 Wei martial soldiers. You should remain stationed here, but this forbidden ground is of great significance, and I hope you will report this matter. During this time, I will seal off this area for a radius of 10,000 miles. Upon hearing Wu Qi's impeccable response, Zhao Gao's eyes narrowed further. Indeed, those who had also received a second chance at life, much like himself, were certainly no fools. The emergence of this cataclysmic expanse was unknown to Qin Heng, who resided within the northern city. However, at this moment, he was far from idle. Oriental, how goes it? Has your Day and Moon Divine sect successfully infiltrated the city? Inside a small courtyard, a dashing young man clad in white stood alongside a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in red within a pavilion. Your Highness, the northern city has already lost a significant portion of its strong warriors and nearly all of the northern army, rendering it a mere shell. Our Day and Moon Divine sect has successfully laid out ambushes and placements throughout nearly all factions within the city. However, the Northern King's Palace seems to be shrouded in a formation, thus we have not dared to approach that area recklessly. With lips slightly parted. Even faced with Qin Heng's inquiry, Dongfang Bubi's response remained remarkably composed. Very well, let us draw in the net. As for the Northern King's Palace, let General Gao take action. It appears that a division of Daeris soldiers, the Kunping Division, is stationed there, composed entirely of disciples from the Beiming House, and has existed for over 2 millennia, being the foremost among the 3 Daeris divisions of the Beiming King's residence. Now, it is an opportune moment for General Gao's troops to test their mettle. And what of the others in the Northern King's Palace? Dongfang Bubi inquired with great diligence. Recognizing that a residence existing for 3,000 years would undoubtedly harbor numerous formidable warriors, given that terrestrial immortals or Confucian sages could possess lifespans of 5,000 years. You need not concern yourself with these matters, for during this visit to the palace, I also wish to stretch my limbs. Seeing Qin Heng assert this, as a subordinate, Dongfang Bubi refrained from further commentary. Your Highness, take care. With that light farewell, Dongfang Bubi's figure gradually vanished from Qin Heng's sight. Chapter 106, Uncle Wang. May you be well. Night. Silent and still. Since the Northern Army had dispatched, the Northern City had been under a curfew. However, tonight, the sound of synchronized footsteps began to disrupt the tranquility of the night. This naturally drew the attention of many residents and martial artists within the city. At this moment, within a residence near the Northern King's Palace, a woman gently shook the slumbering middle-aged man beside her while softly calling out, my lord, wake up. It seems an army is approaching. The woman's urgency stirred the middle-aged man from his sleep. What are you shouting about, woman? I just fell asleep. Have you gone mad? The awakened man responded with irritation, grumbling as he opened his eyes. My lord, there's an army. Should we not go out and take a look? The woman, still somewhat frightened, continued to explain to her husband. Hey, you foolish woman. We are near the Northern King's Palace. Isn't it normal for an army to be present? If you want to see, go ahead. But I must warn you. Marching at midnight signifies a mission, so don't get me into trouble. With his outburst, the man inadvertently calmed the woman, who timidly replied, then let's just sleep. Husband. This scene played out in many residences near the Northern King's Palace, as both common folk and martial artists, like the earlier man, chose to observe in silence. At midnight, before the gates of the Northern King's Palace, Qin Heng had already arrived with a young man donned in a blue robe, holding a feather fan. Kong Ming. Let us begin. Without a moment's delay, Qin Heng spoke directly. This young man was Zhuge Liang, a great sage summoned in recent days, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the known Confucian Tao in this realm. Your Highness, rest assured, Liang will ensure that no commotion escapes this place. 8 trigram formation. Rise. With a gentle command, a mystical and ethereal scroll floated above Zhuge Liang's head, ascending into the night sky over the Northern King's Palace. Instantly, a series of transparent ripples enveloped the entire palace. Gunya, Wei Zhuang, you may proceed. Since those old bastards chose to slumber during the demon invasion, let them never awaken again. Understood. Following Zhuge Liang's subtle opening of a passage, 4 figures swiftly surged into a corner of the Northern King's Palace. With the web of fate in hand, Qin Heng could discern nearly 80% of the secrets harbored by the Prince of the North's residence, and he was well aware of the slumbering places of those old geezers. He then cast a glance at the soldiers of the assault camp behind him and calmly instructed, enter. Do not keep our guests waiting. Meanwhile, within the Prince of the North's estate, the brooding figure of Bei Ming Petion, clad in a python robe, emerged from his secluded retreat. However, before he could unleash his wrath, the 2 waiting figures, Yin Qing and Lu Xian, were already in a state of alarm, exclaiming, my lord, it's dire. A mysterious great formation has sealed off our estate. We cannot escape. As fellow practitioners of Confucianism and Taoism, their sensitivity to formation surpassed that of Bei Ming Petion, who was merely a martial artist. Given that Zhuge Liang's great formation had been hastily arranged, it was no surprise they detected it. What's the fuss? This is the Prince of the North's residence. After scolding the 2, Bei Ming Petion then shouted into the void, which friend dares to disturb the Prince of the North's abode? What brings you here? Though he voiced his inquiry, he held little hope for a response. His intent was merely to rouse the powerful and the ancestors within the estate. Yet, the next moment, an ethereal voice echoed back. Uncle Wang, I trust you are well. Before Bei Ming Petion's astonished gaze, a faint phantom gradually solidified. It is you. Chapter 107. The Assassination of the Prince of the North. Gazing upon the youthful figure, resplendent and graceful, even Bei Ming Petion, despite his formidable inner strength, could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. However, being the current steward of the Prince of the North's estate. He quickly donned a warm smile and welcomed Qin Heng. "Ah, it is my dear nephew, the Prince Qin. Yet, why did you not send word ahead? I could have arranged for someone to greet you." As contemporaries, the Prince of the North and Qin Heng's father, Qin Long, shared a bond that justified such familiarity. Nevertheless, observing the other's overly enthusiastic demeanor, Qin Heng playfully remarked, "Greet me, you say? Should I send 100,000 soldiers for a welcome? That seems unnecessary. After all, it's your estate's foundation at stake. Losing one unit is one too many, and surely Uncle Wong would mourn their loss." The conversation had reached a breaking point, and the cordiality was stripped away. Bei Ming Petion's demeanor shifted to a cold glare, fixating intently on Qin Heng, his words dripping with menace. "Does the Prince Qin believe he lives too comfortably? Shall I escort you on your final journey?" In response, Qin Heng's countenance hardened, and he retorted icily. "Bei Ming Petion, how foolish of you as the king of the cold continent, sitting idly by while your people are slaughtered by the demon race. Instead of preserving your strength, you entertain ulterior motives. Tell me, do you not deserve death?" To his surprise, Bei Ming Petion erupted into laughter, proclaiming loudly, "Arrogant. To accuse me of treason, even if your father Qin Long were here, I would not be afraid. You are but a mere child. I stand before you. If you dare, come forth." His brazen words and domineering presence radiated an aura of supremacy. "Is that so?" Qin Heng replied with a peculiar smile. 100 strikes of the scorching dawn, 50 thrusts. In that instant, the dragon scale spear in his hand flashed, and he unleashed his true aura. The essence of the perfected saint revealed itself unmistakably. The perfected saint realm, how is this possible? Bei Ming Petion's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful aura emanated from him as he countered, declaring, "Such talent cannot be permitted to live." The Kunpeng's sky-splitting palm. With a series of dull thuds, Qin Heng's spear techniques shattered upon contact with Bei Ming Petion's colossal palm. Though the current Prince of the North was the same age as Qin Long, he had nearly reached a century in age. So Qin Heng was not surprised by his ability to ascend to the earthly, immortal realm. Seeing his own attack thwarted, Bei Ming Petion pressed his advantage. Rules of water. Seal. With a low shout, a massive fish-like creature's tail swung, and Qin Heng felt as if he were submerged in a vast, deep sea. Discomfort coursing through him. Die. With fingers clawed, Bei Ming Petion lunged toward Qin Heng. However, just as he approached, 20 needles. Boom. Boom. The explosive sounds rang out as the colossal fish conjured by Bei Ming Petion disintegrated. What? Breaking the rules. How can this be? There is nothing impossible. It's merely the earthly immortal realm. If I wished, I could have stepped into it long ago, and I would not regard your pitiful rules with any respect. Qin Heng's words rang true. Dragon essence was a genuine treasure of heaven and earth, capable of propelling one's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Were it not for his desire to forge the finest imperial rules, he would have broken through long ago. However, having tempered his realm, he did not squander that energy, but instead augmented his physical form. Thus, he could easily withstand the typical forces of rule. Yet, since the Prince of the North had delivered himself to his doorstep, Qin Heng would not be courteous. 100 strikes of the scorching dawn, 30 needles. In that moment, with the complete technique unleashed, Qin Heng's combat strength surged exponentially. With piercing strikes, the fiery red spear pierced through vital points, causing Bei Ming Petion's momentum to plummet. My lord! My lord! At that moment, with two startled cries, Yinqing and Lu Xian rushed forward. Gentlemen, it would be better if you remained back. Do not interfere in this battle. Though the voice was ethereal, as it fell, Yinqing and Lu Xian found themselves suspended in midair. Words manifest the law. Sage realm. They exclaimed in unison. Sage indeed. Zhuge gently waved his feather fan, speaking softly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Prince of the North, Bei Ming Petion was already drenched in blood, his long hair disheveled. Listening to the cries around him and the sounds of battle from various corners of the estate, he shouted, Qin Wang, do you truly intend to be so heartless as to annihilate my entire lineage? Do not forget, my estate commands millions of troops. Oh, is that so? If you refer to the Northern Sea's troops, I believe you shall be disappointed. They are surely awaiting you in the underworld. The icy tone struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Bei Ming Petion utterly stunned. Then, bursting into laughter, he declared, Qin Wang, you have slaughtered millions of souls. I curse you to a death without peace. His voice echoed like the wails of tormented spirits, but the next moment, a fiery spear shadow broke through Bei Ming Petion's defenses, pinning him in the void. Annihilate both body and soul. Chapter 108. The Annihilation of the Prince of the North's Residence. Heh, Uncle Wang, you jest. I fear not the living, let alone the dead. With that, Qin Heng's figure moved to stand before Zhuge Liang. Truth be told, unleashing his full might for the first time, channeling immense power into himself, was truly exhilarating. With a glance, Zhuge was pinned in the air, his gaze vacant alongside two others. Qin Heng spoke nonchalantly, "Let us eliminate them. We have matters to attend to." The vast population of the Dayan dynasty ensured an abundance of talent. Thus Qin Heng held little interest in the captives from opposing factions. He directed his gaze toward a particular direction and urged, "Come, Kong Ming, let us observe the spectacle." In the royal residence, on a training ground, two forces stood in confrontation. Above them loomed a colossal manifestation of a giant fish on one side, while the other was enveloped by a blood-red grinding mill adorned with crimson patterns. As the battle fervor of the 800 warriors surged, this sanguine mill began to rotate slowly. With each turn, wisps of crimson energy were extracted from the giant fish's manifestation, gradually being crushed. 800 manifestations. 800 royal soldiers. At this moment, Bai Ming Fengtian wore a grim expression. After the Northern Army was reassigned, to bolster the defenses of the royal residence, 100,000 Kunpeng Dao soldiers had been stationed there. As the chosen commander of these elite troops, he was currently exploring the path of transforming the great Qin into a royal soldier. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable opponents. "Charge! To the death!" Gao Shun bellowed fiercely. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Following this rallying cry, the 800 warriors charged fiercely toward the 100,000-strong army. "Nonsense! You seek death. Surround and annihilate them, Kunpeng soldiers." Instantly, the two sides clashed violently. "Your Highness, should we assist? This contingent of 100,000 Kunpeng soldiers has reached the pinnacle of their power, while General Gao commands only 800. No need. Gao Shun's 800 are no ordinary soldiers. Just watch. Form up. Giant shield defense. Four-man ambush formation." With another resounding command from Gao Shun, the 800 warriors, previously engulfed in the ranks of the 100,000, began to execute small-scale encirclements in groups of 4 against the Kunpeng army. An array within an array. How is this possible? Bai Ming Fengtian felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. It was a common consensus that whether royal or Dao soldiers, they could only coalesce into a single formation to summon a manifestation. Yet these 800, under the aura of their own manifestation, could actively deploy a new battle formation. Were they even human? Furthermore, as the Kunpeng troops suffered heavy casualties, their blood energy was gradually absorbed by the grinding mill, integrating into the soldiers of the ambush unit, thus extending their endurance and preventing the early collapse of their royal soldier manifestation despite their numerical disadvantage. They were practically hexagonal warriors. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the remaining Kunpeng soldiers could no longer sustain the immense energy consumption of the giant manifestation, causing it to shatter instantly. At that moment, the grinding mill above the ambush unit transformed into a mountain, descending upon the remaining Kunpeng forces. "No!" A heart-wrenching cry escaped Bai Ming Fengtian's lips as the space was instantly obliterated, including even the immortal of the land, Bai Ming Fengtian himself. At that instant, a powerful explosion erupted from another location within the Bai Ming royal residence, followed by Zhuge Liang's calm voice resonating in Qin Heng's ears. "Let us depart, Your Highness. The Bai Ming royal residence has been resolved." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng paused momentarily, then chuckled and scolded. "Ah, you clever Kong Ming. You are here to keep me from joining those old geezers on the battlefield." To this, Zhuge Liang shook his head with a smile, replying, "Your Highness, I am also considering your safety. Those ancient figures have had centuries to prepare their trump cards. A noble son must not dwell in the hall of danger. My Qin royal residence cannot allow any harm to befall you." Recognizing Zhuge Liang's earnest concern, Qin Heng replied solemnly, "I understand. I will not take unnecessary risks." Hearing this, the ancient prime minister let out a long sigh of relief. "Let us go. With the destruction of the Bai Ming royal residence, it would be inappropriate for me, as a royal prince of the court, to remain here any longer. We shall depart." Understood. Chapter 109, Closing the Net. Purging Liao and Han territories. Gai Nye, Wei Zhuang. Yinri, Xianjian, are you for alright? In a small courtyard, observing the pale faces of the four, Qin Heng felt a twinge of concern. "We are fine. It was merely an old foe, half a foot in the grave, who self-destruct and triggered the array explosion there. We sustained some injuries due to the suppression of this realm," the silver-haired Wei Zhuang said with a cool demeanor. Qin Heng could only roll his eyes silently. "Come on. Buddy, you're injured, and yet you're still trying to act tough. You four should rest now. There are many tasks ahead that will require your efforts." Ignoring the prideful one, Qin Heng promptly allowed the four to retire for rest. In the hall, only Qin Heng, Zhuge Liang, and Dongfang Bubi remained. "Dongfang, your mission for the Sun and Moon sect is singular. to replace the role of the Beiming royal residence and fully command the Jianghu of Han territory. As for those factions controlled by the Net of Heaven, I will entrust them to you. My only demand is that the voice of the Qin royal residence resonates throughout the entire Jianghu of Liao territory, and only my voice shall be heard. A resonant and imposing voice echoed, prompting Dongfang Bubi to nod gracefully before her crimson attire shimmered, and her enchanting figure vanished from sight. Your Highness, are you preparing to close the net? Zhuge Liang's voice suddenly resonated in Qin Heng's ears. Indeed, the invasion of the demon race is riddled with uncertainties. Hence I must hasten my actions. Qin Heng, naturally, did not conceal anything from Zhuge Liang, immediately laying out his plans. Then, with a smile, he turned to Zhuge Liang and inquired, Kongming, what do you think of Wenyi's plan? It disturbs the balance of heaven and harmony. Zhuge Liang began slowly. As long as it does not harm Wenyi, that suffices. Qin Heng countered directly. He was Qin Heng, not Liu Bei. He sought not the hearts of the people, but absolute submission, complete subjugation. Though he recognized Zhuge Liang as a timeless strategist devoted to his cause, in this game, he stood with Jiasu. Very well, as long as it pleases your highness. Zhuge Liang ultimately acquiesced. Observing this, Qin Heng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without needing to consider Zhuge Liang's sentiments, Qin Heng's demeanor shifted immediately, and he coldly commanded, summon the men. The 8 Linglong of the Net of Heaven pays respects to His Highness the Qin King. Although the individuals before him appeared somewhat unrefined, Qin Heng spoke nonetheless. You are to visit General Meng Tian's camp and ensure that those individuals remain in the cold winds of the northern frontier. Understood. In truth, Jiasu had been aware of the demon invasion from the very outset. However, to facilitate the rapid advancement of the Qin royal residence's influence in Han territory, he had discreetly instructed Suiyu City to conceal its strength. Although Qin Heng, in a fit of anger, had initially overlooked this, Jiasu soon conveyed his plan to Qin Heng. It was to seize upon the demon invasion to directly intervene in Han territory and occupy parts of it during this tumultuous time. Though this action would likely transform the borderlands of the Northern Sea Prefecture into a veritable hell on earth, Qin Heng nonetheless acquiesced. However, none anticipated that the Northern Town King's manor would prove so inept as to abandon the conflict against the demon race entirely, leading to Qin Heng's decisive action to obliterate both the Northern Town Army and the Northern Town King's manor. Nevertheless, with the majority of the task accomplished, Qin Heng intended to cast his net and conclude matters. As for the 8 great powers of Liaozhou, to be candid, Qin Heng had no intention of allowing them to survive. For someone of high standing to sincerely submit, Qin Heng possessed the capability, yet he harbored no such desire. Retaining high-ranking officials and abundant resources to nurture his loyal vassals would be far more advantageous. Chapter 110, Strange. Qin Mingxiu, observing the desolate village devoid of any human presence within the snowy clouds of the Northern Sea Prefecture, voiced her perplexity. The martial artists had marched with astonishing speed, traversing numerous regions of Hanzhou, yet they were baffled by the absence of any inhabitants, whether in cities or villages. Even the bloodstains were few and far between. While it was not surprising that demon beasts devoured humans, the utter lack of any remnants was indeed perplexing. Sister Mingxiu, do you reckon the demon race has abducted the populace here? The words of Bing Qingyu emerged with an involuntary hint of hesitation. In her previous life, though she had been an empress, her time was largely consumed by cultivation, thus leaving her with scant counsel to offer in such circumstances. We should first report this to General Meng. Ultimately, Qin Mingxiu's decision was resolute. In the afternoon, the 2 women, weary from their journey, finally arrived at the camp of the army. Upon entering the tent, they immediately spotted General Meng Tian, who was silently absorbed in a jade tablet. Observing this, the 2 women settled into silence. Half an hour passed before Meng Tian finally set down the jade tablet. Your Highness, I have been awaiting your report. As Meng Tian paused, Bing Qingyu began to relay their discoveries. However, before she could finish, Meng Tian interrupted, Princess, General Bing, do not rush. We have received military news from the prince. Perhaps you should take a look. As he spoke, the jade tablet he had previously held was placed before the 2 women. With a sense of curiosity, they delved into its contents. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions underwent a dramatic transformation. The Northern Town Army and the Northern Town King's manor had been annihilated. Thus, they need not harbor any further concerns. Bing Qingyu was rendered speechless. Qin Mingxiu stood in a daze. The purpose of Bing Qingyu's earlier presence had been to investigate the changes occurring in this lifetime of Tianyuan continent and ascertain whether they bore any relation to the enigmatic Qin Wang manor. Now, witnessing the once mighty Northern Town King's manor vanish before their eyes, she felt an increased sense of mystery surrounding the man she had cohabited with for nearly 2 years. Simultaneously, her curiosity deepened. Yet, unbeknownst to her, when a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it heralds peril. On the other hand, as the confidant of the Qin king, Qin Minxu's emotions were far more complex than those of Bing King Yu. The northern town king, akin to her own father, was one of the 4 kings guarding the borders. And the northern town king's manor had thrived in Hanzhou for millennia. Yet, before her husband, who was merely 2 years her junior, it was as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished at his whim. At that moment, Qin Minxu found herself at a loss. In a brief span, her husband's domineering and iron-willed nature had become unmistakably clear, and she genuinely feared that in the not-too-distant future, he would lead an army southward to clash with his father, sister, and kin upon the battlefield. Merit. More merit. Strive to secure greater influence within the increasingly formidable Qin Wang manor, so that I might possess sufficient leverage to personally address the issues between both sides. As for acting cute and playful in front of Qin Heng, Qin Minxu admitted she could never master such an art. Eventually, it was Meng Tian's gentle cough that roused the 2 women from their reverie. Princess, General Bing, please share your findings. Did you uncover something of significance? Initially, the 2 women had been utterly astonished by their discoveries. Yet after perusing the military report provided by Qin Heng, their shock had somewhat diminished. However, with Meng Tian now inquiring, they recounted their findings. As they spoke, Meng Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. This development naturally piqued the curiosity of both women. General, have you uncovered something? Qin Minxu inquired directly. Not quite. However, the matters you both described are nearly identical to the reports from Generals Lu and Zhao, which signifies a grave issue. Then, Bing Qingyu began to interject, but Meng Tian's piercing gaze silenced her as he stated, this situation is rife with anomalies, all pointing towards one entity, the demon race. With the prince's plans now set in motion, we need not concern ourselves further. Moreover, 400,000 against 40 million, advantage lies with us. With these words, the seemingly youthful commander exuded a powerful and confident aura, effectively stifling any objections the women were about to voice. Chapter 111. A duel with the demon race. The commander has gone mad. What? Advancing towards Linhai County to confront the demon race? Has the general lost his senses? Early the following morning, as the soldiers of the northern expedition prepared to scour the desolate regions for resources as they had routinely done, they were abruptly informed of an immediate relocation of the camp, directing them straight towards the demon race. They felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. Although they had previously engaged in battle against the demons and achieved notable victories, the reality was that most of them enlisted merely for the sake of resources. Recently, they had unearthed considerable wealth through their scavenging efforts, and thus their fervor for military exploits had long since cooled. Now, faced with the prospect of battling against millions of demons once more, discontent began to brew among them. Consequently, within the vast camp, dissenting voices questioning and even cursing Meng Tian echoed throughout. Unbeknownst to them, as they vented their frustrations, a pair of eyes covertly observed their every action, leading them to squander their only chance of survival. In the command tent, after several months, the generals reconvened for a brief meeting. General, are we to engage in battle once more? This time, you must allow me, old Dian, to fight fiercely. The last time nearly drove me mad. The boisterous Dian Wei was the first to voice his eagerness for battle, seemingly fearful that others might vie for the chance. As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards Bing Qingyu, clearly blaming her for stealing his glory. Humph! A disdainful snort resonated, as Bing Qingyu paid him no mind. In response, Dian Wei could only helplessly scratch his head, realizing he was no match for her. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, standing at the front, smiled and reminded them, General Dian, do not be anxious. This time, the vanguard is neither you nor the generals present, but rather the soldiers of Liaozhou and the masters of the Jianghu. What? Those feeble fools. To have them serve as the vanguard, are they not merely fodder for the demon race? Dian Wei was instantly incensed. To him, apart from Zhao Yun's subordinates, the rest of the Liaozhou soldiers hardly warranted being called an army. Sending them to charge into the demon horde would be akin to delivering delicacies to the enemy. Yet before he could voice his grievances again, a jade slip descended upon them. Subsequently, a plethora of names materialized before their eyes. What does the marshal intend? Just as they were about to speak, Meng Tian interjected. The list of the vanguard army is a splendid gift I shall present to the demon race. Hiss. Even though they had known these individuals were doomed before embarking, the moment had arrived to launch 1,000,000 men into battle, and everyone present was profoundly shaken. They cast solemn glances at Meng Tian. After all, the last time there were over 1,000,000 casualties, and the prospect of such premeditated losses was enough to disturb anyone. Do not look at me. This is all part of Jia Nianshin's scheme. It bears no relation to me. Meng Tian quickly shifted the blame. Jia Su, A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Under military command, over 4 million troops immediately abandoned all towns, racing like arrows towards the North Sea. Meanwhile, atop a grand snow-capped mountain in Linhai County, a magnificent city had gathered numerous Jianghu figures wielding various weapons, alongside disciples of Suiyu City clad in embroidered white garments. As a newly ascendant force in the cold region, Suiyu City had swiftly subdued the 5 major factions of Hanzhou within just a year. Its 3 city lords were truly remarkable figures, and rumors circulated that the former city lord still lived. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down the spines of all factions in Hanzhou. Yet, after establishing the city, they remained uncontentious, allowing it to naturally become a haven for wandering martial artists. Especially now, with Hanzhou having fallen into the hands of the demon race. A large number of warriors had congregated here. Unbeknownst to them, however, their days of tranquility were about to draw to an abrupt conclusion. At this moment, within the Lord's mansion of Suiyu City, the 3 great leaders, Bailey Dongjun, Li Hanyi, and Sikong Chongfeng, sat in contemplation, gazing blankly at the military report in their hands. Just a few terse words: counterattack the demon race. Behind this lay the loss of countless lives. Yet, regarding the order from that esteemed individual, all they could do was comply. After gulping down a large swig of wine, Bailey Dongjun rose to speak. I shall go. For the future stability of Hanzhou, we cannot leave any uncertainties unaddressed. Upon hearing this, even the typically aloof Li Hanyi and the usually whimsical Sikong Chongfeng silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 112. A War Unrecorded. The commotion caused by Meng Tian and Suiyu City could not escape the notice of the demon army. At this time, on an island along the Linhai coast, the 4 demon emperors from various races, the split sky cloud eagle, abyss giant elephant, nine-tailed demon fox, and purgatory demon wolf, sat together, engaged in fervent discussion regarding the impending battle. The demon race and human race shared similar cultivation realms. However, upon reaching the celestial realm and transforming, their ranks acquired different titles: Celestial Realm, Demon General; Entry into the Sacred Realm, Demon King; Land Immortal Realm, Demon Emperor; and Immortal Realm, Demon Emperor. Yet, this time, leading them were only these 4 semi-demon emperors, thus making them the leaders of millions of demons. At this moment, the abyss giant elephant, transformed into a hulking figure, rubbed his bald head, and spoke in a gruff tone. Fellow leaders, the task assigned to me by the 8 royal clans has been accomplished, and the human army is now approaching. Shall we fight or retreat? A voice chimed in. We cannot withdraw, for our princess remains in the hands of the Hanzhou humans. Thus, we must hold our ground. The speaker was a strikingly proportioned middle-aged woman, who, after delivering her words, bowed slightly, causing a ripple of reaction among the group. We also cannot abandon this place. Our warriors have gained almost nothing from this expedition, and I am certain you all find the prospect of these 400,000 human warriors no less appealing than the millions we previously plundered, do you not? This was stated by a stooped elder whose gray-white eyes occasionally glimmered with calculating intent. However, the orders from that clan at this point. A youth with a shadowy gaze and sharp features hesitated. Humph, after all these years, they claim to be of royal blood, yet are merely remnants from that singular incident. They assert they can transcend that realm, but do not forget, he is not what he once was. Were it not for those old geezers, the elder of the Purgatory Demon Wolf tribe scoffed derisively. Tread carefully. A thunderous voice interrupted the elder, as the bald giant's expression darkened, declaring, Then let us go to war. Clearly, he too was reluctant to back down. The moment he spoke, a glimmer of enigmatic amusement flashed within the depths of the Purgatory Demon Wolf elder's eyes. The Grand Hanzhou borders are adjacent to the territories of my Purgatory Demon Wolf tribe. How could I not take this opportunity to weaken the human forces? Thus, a group of scheming demons united once more. Meanwhile, within the Northern Expedition Army, Meng Tian scrutinized 2 pieces of intelligence, pondering deeply. After a long while, he set down the reports with a sigh. It is fate. It seems you are destined to face this calamity. 3 days later, at the boundless shores of the North Sea, 2 great armies stood in opposition. One side comprised over 400,000 armored human soldiers, while the other boasted 40 million diverse demon beasts. Vanguard troops, charge. The main army, advance. With 2 swift commands, Meng Tian did not summon a single general. For this battle, he could only resort to a head-on confrontation. On this vast coastline, there was no opportunity for strategy or cunning. Kill, kill, kill. Despite the vanguard troops trembling in fear, propelled by the elite forces behind them, they had no choice but to surge forward. Roar, roar, roar. As the diminutive human race charged forth, the 40 million demon soldiers surged forward in response. At that moment, neither side had the chance to position their troops. The most primal battle between the 2 races had commenced. With a snap, a colossal demon wolf bit off a soldier's head, preparing to howl. However, at that moment, another commander, armed with a weapon, pierced its skull with a single thrust. Meanwhile, on another front, a young man clad in sect robes had just cleaved the head off a demon python. Beside him, a woman in white was suddenly struck down by a claw that descended from the heavens, shattering her skull. Junior sister. A series of hoarse and desperate roars erupted, immediately engulfing his figure in the cacophony of furious cries. Blood stained the earth, tainted the sky, and even colored the entire expanse of the North Sea crimson. The carnage had driven him to the brink of madness, an unyielding frenzy of slaughter. Even the majestic manifestations of Lu Bu's martial prowess, the ethereal presence of Bing King Yu, and the formidable essence of Dian Wei were overwhelmed by the pervasive miasma of blood and the relentless tide of beasts. The sky-rending cloud eagle, the abyssal giant elephant, the infernal demon wolf, and the nine-tailed fox, all were taken aback by the sheer ferocity exhibited by this human commander and his legion of warriors. In mere moments, the battlefield spiraled into utter chaos. As they revealed their true forms, they all joined the fray. Thus commenced a war defined solely by the word slaughter. A conflict too grand to be captured by mere words, unfolding with great fervor in this borderland between humanity and the demon race. Chapter 113. The Restoration Summon of the Heavenly Defiance System. Ding. Detection indicates the mass death of the Wolf Cavalry and Tiger Guard troops. Along with disciples of Yudang under the command of the host, the Legion Restoration Order summon is hereby activated. Legion Restoration Order, Special Summon Type. Effect, allows for a singular restoration summon directed at the legions or factions summoned by the system. Upon summoning, the deceased personnel within the legion will be resurrected within 3 days. Usage rules. The first restoration summon requires the expenditure of 1 restoration point, the second, 2 points, the third, 4 points, and so forth. Restoration points. 1. The host earns 1 restoration point for every 10 million ordinary legion troops, or 100,000 Deist legion troops slain, or for every king-level soldier defeated, quantity unlimited. 2. The host earns 1 point for annihilating an immortal faction, with immortal powerhouses present, and 2 points for destroying a Dominion-level faction, which controls a continent and boasts over 10 immortal beings. The host earns 4 points for obliterating a holy-level faction, which contains martial saints above the immortal level and occupies a continent, and so on. At this moment, within the confines of North Town, having just cleared the area and preparing to embark on a carriage to the demon battlefield, Qin Heng was jolted by the notification from the system. The extermination campaign, led by Meng Tian, had commenced. Gazing towards the direction of the North Sea Prefecture, Qin Heng murmured to himself, "Young master, what is it? Are we to depart?" Outside the carriage, old Huang's voice inquired. "No need, turn around. We return to the Qin Wangfu," Qin Heng commanded, retracting his gaze. Young master understood. Though taken aback, old Huang harbored no doubts about Qin Heng's decision. With a swift turn, he guided the carriage, having traversed millions of miles across the lands of Liao and Liang, back on their journey. After issuing his orders to old Huang, Qin Heng immersed himself once more in the system interface. Damn system, didn't you previously state that realms above immortal could not be displayed? What then is this martial saint? Qin Heng inquired with a hint of frustration. Following the large-scale invasion of the demon race into the Central Plains, the suppression of heaven and earth will weaken. Thus, the realms above immortals can now be displayed for the host's viewing. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Show me the classifications of the immortal realm and those beyond. Ding. Immortal realm. Warriors at this level can manifest immortal essence and undergo 3 transformations. Hence, the immortal realm is divided into 3 sub-realms. Immortal human realm, where the physical body becomes immortal. Immortal earth realm, where true energy becomes immortal. And immortal heaven realm, where the soul becomes immortal. Above the immortal realm lie the martial saint realm, martial emperor realm, longevity realm, etc. Each further subdivided into multiple sub-realms. The host is encouraged to strive onward. Damn system, is Zhang Sanfan not a martial saint? Qin Heng seized the opportunity to inquire directly. Ding. In the Tianyan continent, indeed. Qin Heng was momentarily taken aback, questioning the validity of the response. Damn system. Clarify, Zhang Sanfan is not a martial saint, but a martial emperor? The system fell silent, prompting Qin Heng to relent. In the current Tianyan continent, even immortals could not wield their full strength. Many of his immortal subordinates were akin to terrestrial deities. Thus, he chose not to rush. Considering the system had mentioned the possibility of upgrades, perhaps there were limitations that were yet undisclosed. Now that the extermination campaign had concluded, he could not indefinitely seal off the lands of Liao and Liang. He anticipated facing the court and various immortal and dominion-level factions. However, after such arduous efforts to seize these 2 continents, Relinquishing them was not an option. Even my own father, Qin Long, shall not take advantage of my endeavors. With this thought, he commanded, send word to Meng Tian to commence construction. This territory of Hanzhou is entrusted to him. Understood. A voice echoed from the void, soon whisked away by the howling winds. Chapter 114. Establishing the demon-repelling town. Though Qin Heng did not partake in Meng Tian's extermination campaign, it certainly did not imply that the battle was devoid of challenges. For a full 10 days, the vast expanse along the North Sea had been devoid of day and night. Only the ever-mounting piles of corpses remained, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of meters high, transforming this battlefield by the sea into a colossal mountain, not formed of earth, but rather layers upon layers of lifeless bodies. The demon kings and human powerhouses had all become the very foundation of this grim edifice. A resounding boom echoed from the heavens. As Lu Bu relinquished the beast-bone weapon in his grasp, the sky-rending Cloud Eagle royal family, having retreated miles from the battlefield, was obliterated like fireworks in the vast emptiness. Simultaneously, Dianwei wielded two colossal tusks stretching hundreds of meters long, while beneath him lay the gigantic carcass of a beast spanning thousands of meters. Meanwhile, on Bing Qingyu's side, a massive ice crystal hand was gripping a gigantic pink fox. With a slight exertion, amid the terrified gaze of a small white fox, a sharp crack rang out as the ice hand dissipated, and the enormous fox crashed heavily to the ground. In the ears of Fox Spirit Linger, a commanding and icy voice resonated. Remember, I spare you for your potential utility, but you are not yet worthy of requesting my assistance. With that, ignoring the now dumbfounded Fox Spirit Linger, Bing Qingyu plunged back into the tumult of battle. With 3 of the 4 royal families decimated, the infernal demon wolf had been thoroughly frightened. Yet, observing the encircling formations of the surrounding armies, his gaze fell upon the battlefield where Qian Mingxiu, possessing only the perfected heavenly human realm, fought valiantly. Activating his shadow clone technique, a massive wolf claw surged forth from among a throng of low-tier demon beasts, fiercely targeting Qian Mingxiu, who was engaged in fierce combat with the Minghuang army. General, be careful. A warning rang out as soldiers of the Minghuang army rushed to shield Qian Mingxiu. However, facing the formidable attack from the infernal demon wolf clan, these warriors, lacking the strength of manifestation, could scarcely offer any resistance. It was only at this juncture that Qian Mingxiu, regaining her senses, realized a hulking black-red demon wolf was barreling towards her. In that critical moment, a strangely designed long sword suddenly shot forth from the void. A long fissure cleaved through the fabric of space, and at that moment, the cunning eyes of the hellish demon wolf widened in astonishment. Before Qian Mingxiu, the colossal corpse of the wolf demon disintegrated into a fine powder, scattering across the heavens, leaving not a single drop of blood in its wake. As ripples danced in the air, Qian Mingxiu beheld a graceful woman clad in a netted dress, who glided through the void and knelt before her with utmost reverence. Addressing her with a melodic yet slightly distant voice, "Greetings, princess. I am Jingyu, sent by the prince to ensure your safety." In her previous life, she had truly grown up in the depths of hell, and in this life, aside from Qin Heng, her loyalty would not be pledged to anyone else, not even to the prince himself. However, she paid no heed to Jingyu's demeanor, for she understood that within the vast Qin palace, aside from her enigmatic husband, none of the sudden formidable beings harbored any thoughts of submission. She, too, was not exempt from this. "Rise. Since you have revealed yourself, remain by my side for companionship." This command resonated with the understanding that Jingyu, being her subordinate, would not wish to cause her any discomfort. Thus she bowed her head and acquiesced. With Jingyu's vigilant presence, Qian Mingxiu's Minghuang army surged forth once more, relentlessly slaying the demon race. 5 days later, a gruesome encampment arose. Yet curiously, aside from a handful of patrolling soldiers, there was an eerie silence devoid of any military activity. This state of affairs persisted for an entire week. On the 8th day, as the dawn broke with the sound of horns, the seemingly lifeless encampment sprang back to life with cries of men and the whinnying of horses. Squads of soldiers armed with weapons began to clear away the immense mountain of corpses that lay not far from them. In the heart of the camp, within a grand tent, a weary assembly of individuals gathered, their faces pale and fatigued. "Speak. What are the casualties from this battle?" Meng Tian's voice, though weary, resonated with authority. Reporting to the marshal, "My Bingzhou wolf cavalry suffered 8,000 fatalities and 10,000 injuries." Lu Bu was the first to speak. "My Tiger Guard lost 500 men and sustained 800 injuries." Dianwei followed suit. Reporting to the marshal, "My Blood Phoenix Guard suffered 800 deaths and 1,000 injuries." Bing Qingyu added, casting a guilt-laden glance towards her close friend Qian Mingxiu. Yet, Qian Mingxiu merely shook her head slightly. Reporting to the marshal, The Mingwang Legion endured 80,000 deaths and 200,000 injuries. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Finally, Zhao Yun stepped forward. Marshal, esteemed generals, a comprehensive tally reveals that thus far, the 200,000 Great Wall Legion has lost 800,000 men. While over 1 million provincial soldiers have perished, and more than 80% of the supporting forces from Liaozhou have been decimated, our Northern Expeditionary Army has been severely crippled. The magnitude of the casualties weighed heavily upon the shoulders of the once invincible general. Silence enveloped the grand tent. A profound stillness that seemed to amplify the gravity of their losses. At last, Meng Tian spoke. Let us forge a city, on the corpses of these myriad demons. Upon the shores where millions have been laid to rest, let us construct a demon-suppressing city that will endure for 10,000 years. Upon uttering these words, disbelief washed over the faces of the summoned generals, as well as Qian Mingxiu and Bing Qingyu. Marshal, constructing a city here will surely invite relentless attacks from the demons of the Northern Sea. Are you truly prepared to undertake such a perilous endeavor? Bing Qingyu exclaimed, her desperation palpable. The thought of establishing such a bold and audacious stronghold filled her with dread, especially when considering the potential wrath of the demon lord upon its emergence. Why not have the foolish generals attack the demons and seize the endless resources of the sea? With me here, the demon-suppressing city shall not fall. Meng Tian's words rang with conviction. He had ample strategies against the foreign foes. General, much of the Northern Sea, particularly Suiyun and the coastal prefectures, has been ensnared by the demons and remains uninhabited. The construction of the demon-suppressing city will likely face insurmountable challenges. Qian Mingxiu interjected, highlighting the foremost obstacle to their grand design. At this, the eyes of those present turned once more towards Meng Tian, who bore a peculiar smirk as he replied, let us commence the construction. The populace is already on its way. Simultaneously, on an island situated countless miles away from the conflict, countless humans watched in trepidation as enormous, menacing beasts traversed among them. Within this vast prison, warriors deemed near death by the demons were periodically dragged out and taken to various tents. Eventually, 9 burly men entered a grand tent at the island's center, their fury palpable as they chastised Nine-Tailed Fox, Hellish Demon Wolf, and Sky-Rending Cloud Eagle. Do not overstep your bounds. Your elders have already gone to hunt for blood sacrifices, and this batch of warriors destined for the Demon Emperor is scarce. Yet you continue to consume them in secret. If the millions of humans delivered are merely ordinary folk, how will you 3 tribes account for it? The other powerful beings, who had previously lounged lazily within the tent, felt a twinge of embarrassment, secretly cursing the brutish deep abyss giants for their foolish loyalty. Being of the same demon race, such fervent loyalty is of no consequence. It would be far better to indulge in the delectable human flesh, they mused. Nevertheless, acknowledging the stature of the royal family, they begrudgingly responded, understood, before dismissing the hulking brutes. Unbeknownst to them, on an island beyond their sight, 3 formidable figures observed the gathering of cloaked individuals at their feet with cold indifference. One of them speaking, is this the location where all the humans are imprisoned? Indeed. All the captured humans are held here. We initially sent word through the demon's beasts, came the reply. With this, the leader gestured, proceed. Han Yi, Changfeng. These people are no longer necessary to keep alive. At this command, the dozens of figures present shouted in protest. No, I surrender. I am a terrestrial immortal. I can serve you. I am a master of formations. I can devise strategies for you. I am half immortal, an elder of a hidden sect. My clan possesses slumbering immortals. You cannot kill me. Accustomed to their lofty status, coupled with their lengthy lifespans, they face death with less fortitude than even lower-grade warriors. The disheveled so-called strong individuals were met with scorn from Si Kong Changfeng, who derided, you are unworthy of your identities and status, stained with blood. You hold no value in my eyes, so perish. In a fleeting moment, the shadow of the gun flickered, this time, confronted by Si Kong Changfeng, who could now wield a portion of his immortal prowess. All their schemes and hidden cards proved utterly ineffectual. With a single, straightforward shot, they were extinguished of all vitality. Let us proceed, Changfeng, Han Yi, gather the troops and fulfill the final battle. Marshal Meng and the others are awaiting our return with the common folk, smiled Lord Bailey Dongjun. As their actions commenced, the remaining warriors of Hanzhou eventually arrived on the battlefield, clashing with the millions of demon tribes stationed on the distant islands. This marked the final, resounding ode of the martial factions of Liaozhou and Hanzhou from bygone years. Chapter 116. The Northern Sovereign, King Qin. The heavens have collapsed in the Northern Realm. The great Qin Empire has crumbled. Within a mere half-year, the Northern Sovereign, the King of Jinbei, who had dominated Hanzhou for 3 millennia and commanded millions of troops, thus suppressing the martial world of Hanzhou for thousands of years, has fallen. The royal manor has been obliterated, countless kin slaughtered, and millions of soldiers slain throughout Hanzhou. Every city is draped in mourning, echoing with lamentations. The source of their anguish was none other than the annihilated Jinbei royal manor. No one had anticipated that the guardian deity of the northern realm, the king of Jinbei, would secretly conspire with the demon tribes, laying ambush to all their armies within the Tianshan Mountains. His intention was to sacrifice the entirety of Hanzhou's populace, thus pledging his allegiance to the demons. Ultimately, these treacherous plans were unveiled by Prince Qin, the fifth prince of the Great Qin, who, having endured countless perilous trials, nearly exhausted all his capable subordinates before vanquishing the Jinbei lineage. Consequently, Prince Qin's renown soared throughout Hanzhou, extending his influence to the surrounding continents. Soon after, the news of the Qin Manor's blood-soaked battle against the demon tribes of Hanzhou spread, especially when certain warriors ventured to the under-construction Demon Suppression Pass and beheld the mountainous piles of colossal demon corpses. Henceforth, Prince Qin became the celebrated hero of the human race across the two continents of Hanzhou and Liaozhou, eclipsing the Great Qin court's influence in these lands. Naturally, these achievements were orchestrated by Qin Heng's underlings, the Jiniwei, Huanyanfeng, and Luoyang. While these deeds only garnered the trust of the common folk, Qin Heng understood that compelling the populace of Liaozhou and Hanzhou to believe in him was sufficient. Qin Heng harbored no illusions that anyone in the two continents would dare oppose him during this tumultuous period. Utilizing this momentum, he systematically replaced all court factions within the 15 prefectures of Liaozhou and Hanzhou, citing the remnants of the Jinbei royal manor as justification. 3 months later, within the secluded estate of Qin Heng, he exclaimed, swallowing a grape expertly peeled by the stunning beauty King Yun, as he comfortably shut his eyes. After 2 years in the Northern Territory, he finally enjoyed the leisurely life of a prince he had envisioned in his previous life, wielding the life and death of millions, commanding an army of millions, with chivalrous heroines and devilish enchantresses at his disposal, all at the mere utterance of his command. However, his desire for comfort was abruptly interrupted. "Your Highness, we have just received an imperial edict from the court, demanding your prompt return to the capital." King Yun spoke softly, gently massaging his temples while feeding him fruit. "I shall not go. I am injured from the battlefield against the demon tribes and cannot travel." Qin Heng dismissed her with his eyes still closed. He was not naive. He knew that the substantial commotion he had stirred in Hanzhou and Liaozhou could not have gone unnoticed by the major powers and the Great Qin court. Thus, under the guise of injury, he had rejected all summons from the capital for the past 3 months to maintain his grip on both continents. Seeing his obstinate demeanor, King Yin could only smile wryly before cautiously continuing. "Your Highness, this time His Majesty wishes to celebrate the 36th birthday of Consort Rome with great pomp, and thus requires Your Highness to arrive in the capital within a month. I truly cannot refuse this request." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng's eyes flew open. A grand celebration for Consort Rome's 36th birthday, one of the 12 concubines. This was an opportunity for his father to flaunt his influence, almost as if he were throwing it in his face. It was utterly shameless. However, considering that he had seized control over 2 of the 13 continents of the Great Qin, he found solace in the thought. Moreover, he surmised that the court was likely in uproar over his audacity. His father must be struggling to cope, and his unorthodox approach had likely unsettled all the border kings, including his own father-in-law. The capital must have transformed into a powder keg by now. Chapter 117. The journey begins. "Your Highness, do you truly not require my company?" In the grand hall of the Qin Manor, the ever-composed old fox Jia Su inquired once more. "No need. The recent victories in Liaozhou and Hanzhou must be entrusted to others, as I have my reservations. You should continue to bear the burden." Qin Heng replied resolutely. "This journey is merely to honor my mother, and I shall return shortly. Then, Your Highness, it would be prudent to recall the million Wei Wu soldiers back to Liaozhou, to apply some pressure on those old geezers in the court." Observing Qin Heng's firm stance, Jia Su was compelled to seek a compromise, ensuring Qin Heng's safety. Agreed. This time, Qin Heng did not refuse. He was not venturing forth to be disrespected. Some cards must remain up his sleeve. "And the guards?" Jia Su inquired further. "Let it be Dian Wei's Tiger Guards, and have Gunye and Wei Zhuang accompany us as well. The rest shall remain in the northern territories." After a brief assessment of the tasks at hand, Qin Heng decided against overextending his manpower. What about bringing along the second city lord of Suiyu City, Li Hanyi? Some of those long-acting old fogies may not adhere to proper etiquette. Jia Su suggested, adding more personnel to Qin Heng's entourage. "That shall suffice." Qin Heng did not oppose having another beautiful companion by his side. Moreover, he was no longer the inconspicuous 5th prince of 2 years ago. It was necessary to be prepared for any eventuality. Thus, the two spent the morning in the hall, and Qin Heng successfully delegated most of the northern matters. After summoning a maid to freshen up, he made his way to the courtyard of Qian Mingxiu. Still in this attire? Upon seeing Qian Mingxiu clad in her alluring silver armor, Qin Heng felt a twinge of displeasure. What is it? I typically wear this, do I not? Qian Mingxiu shot him an irritated glance, aware of the fervent glint in his eyes when he first saw her. Well, considering the carriage we shall be taking, my lady, do you not think that wearing this armor is rather impractical? Qin Heng began to find excuses, as no man would relish the thought of his beloved being gazed upon by others. Is that so? Then, your highness, what if I choose not to ride in the carriage? Qian Mingxiu, captivated by Qin Heng's increasingly handsome features, cheekily provoked him. Simple. I shall ensure that my lady lacks the strength to ride a horse. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Heng's figure vanished from Qian Mingxiu's sight. In the next instant, Qian Mingxiu felt her body lighten, and she found herself enveloped in a sturdy embrace. The air was fragrant, and as she drew closer, a pair of delicate, smooth arms encircled Qin Heng's neck. With a shrill scream, Qin Heng had already arrived within the main courtyard of the Wangfu. With a resounding bang, he forcefully kicked open the bedroom door. In a flash, he found himself pressing down upon Qian Mingxiu's increasingly alluring figure. Ah, Qin Heng, you scoundrel. It's daytime. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qin Heng observed Lao Huang arriving outside the gates of the Qin Wangfu with a grand carriage. At that moment, he accompanied the increasingly radiant Qian Mingxiu onto the carriage. As for horseback riding, both Qin Heng and Qian Mingxiu chose to sidestep the topic. However, as the carriage approached the city gates and met up with Dian Wei's tiger guards, two more figures appeared aboard the carriage. Bing Qingyu, aren't you supposed to be training your Blood Phoenix guards? Why are you heading to the capital? Qin Heng addressed Bing Qingyu with an air of displeasure. I am merely residing here temporarily. I have not joined your ranks. Those matters have been delegated to my deputy, and I am accompanying Sister Mingxiu this time. You have no say in it. Now at the level of an Earth Immortal, Bing Qingyu felt quite capable. Upon seeing that the carriage had already traveled over 1,000 miles outside the city, Qin Heng decided not to be polite any longer. Honey, teach her a lesson. He lazily commanded. With a flash of white light, droplets of blood began to slowly surface along Bing Qingyu's fair neck. She raised her hand, stunned, as she felt the blood on her neck. This time, Bing Qingyu finally erupted. Ah, Qin Heng, you dare to harm me? I will fight you to the end. Half an hour later, Qin Heng helplessly adjusted his attire and hair, while Bing Qingyu was busy complaining to Qian Mingxiu about Qin Heng's behavior. Such childish antics further led Qin Heng to ponder whether this girl truly had been reborn or merely possessed memories of her past life. After all, what powerful individual would resort to tugging at clothing and hair? Nevertheless, recognizing his own fault in the previous incident, he decided not to dwell on it. With a complex expression, Qin Heng approached the instigator, Li Hanyi. At that moment, Li Hanyi, adorned with a mask, stood before him. From Qin Heng's vantage point, he could only see her tranquil and beautiful eyes. He was unable to discern any other expressions. Li Hanyi, remember to be gentler when reprimanding others next time, he suggested. Qin Heng intended to offer further counsel, but upon meeting her starry gaze, he found himself unable to speak. Forget it. Do as you wish, he finally said before departing. Indeed, I am still inept at handling matters between women, Qin Heng mused as he walked away. Yet, he could not help his predicament. In his previous life, he had been a solitary figure for over 2 decades. This time, given the small number of subordinates under Qin Heng's command, their march proceeded at a significantly faster pace. After more than 20 days, Qin Heng gazed upon the familiar, yet strange colossal city that lay before him. Lao Huang, return to the Wangfu. Since they are not in a hurry, neither shall I be. With that, Qin Heng once again settled into the carriage. Then, under the watchful eyes of many at the gates of the capital, a bloodthirsty army, shrouded in a menacing aura, escorted a single carriage into the city. While caution was indeed prudent, the fact that they had not encountered a single assassination attempt during the long journey left Qin Heng, who had prepared to teach those unscrupulous individuals a lesson, feeling somewhat disheartened. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his carriage entered the capital, news of the Qin Wang's return spread like wildfire throughout the city. Within the grand palace of the Dynasty, Qin Long listened calmly as Gong Gong Hong presented the news of the Qin Wang's return. So, the 5th son has returned to the capital with merely 3,000 guards and 3 women? After a long pause, Qin Long asked, his voice heavy. Your Majesty, indeed. Moreover, the Qin Wang's carriage has already reached the Qin Wangfu. Gong Gong Hong immediately relayed every detail he knew to the emperor. Very well, you may leave. After hearing this, Qin Long dismissed him directly. Have someone keep an eye on the Qin Wangfu and observe what this northern border king intends to do next. Understood. After issuing these orders, Qin Long felt a sense of unease within him. He could hardly believe that a son raised in the imperial city for over a decade would undergo such a tremendous transformation after only 2 years away. As a father, he naturally admired his son's achievements, but he was, after all, an emperor. Conversely, Qin Heng had completely cast such concerns aside. For several consecutive days, he did not appear within the Wangfu, instead taking the women on leisurely excursions around the city. His actions left those who had prepared to accuse him of ambition and rebellion utterly dumbfounded. One morning, as Qin Heng was ready to continue enjoying life with the women, a decree from the palace finally interrupted his leisurely existence. "Your Majesty summons you to the palace?" Uncertain about the presence of other princes, Qin Heng discreetly slipped a storage ring to the elderly eunuch and inquired quietly, "Is His Majesty gathering the other princes?" "Indeed, there are no other princes beside His Majesty. This time, only you have been summoned." Since this matter was not of great significance, Gong Gong Hong was more than willing to grant the fifth prince a favor, but only to a point. "Then let us be off." Qin Heng, understanding the situation, followed Gong Gong Hong out of the Wangfu. However, as they reached the entrance, Li Hanyi, holding her iron horse and ice river, silently trailed behind him. Although Gong Gong Hong noticed this and felt a twinge of displeasure, he ultimately chose not to comment. Half an hour later, at the Daiyin Grand Palace, Qin Heng gazed with a complex expression at the two figures within the hall. Observing this, Gong Gong Hong was about to ascend and report Qin Heng's arrival when a commanding voice echoed from within. "Let Xiao Wu wait a moment. I have urgent matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Gong Gong Hong could only cast an apologetic glance at Qin Heng. "Your Highness, I." But before he could finish, Qin Heng smiled and shook his head, taking the initiative to speak. "Gong Gong, since His Majesty has matters to attend to, I shall visit my mother first. Please inform the Emperor when you have the chance." With that, Qin Heng turned and left without a backward glance. Showing not a trace of reluctance, Lord Hong felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Indeed, the Emperor had mentioned being busy, and this gentleman took it to heart. Even he, an aged eunuch, could discern the Emperor's intentions. He found it hard to believe that Prince Qin Heng remained oblivious. Naturally, Qin Heng was well aware of the old man's attempt to intimidate him. He had no habit of exposing himself to such threats. After all, what had he worked diligently for over the past 2 years? Moreover, there were still numerous elder statesmen within the Daiyin imperial family. Given his current influence and the legitimacy of his royal lineage, as long as he remained loyal to the country, those old-timers would likely not dare to act against him. Thus, he had little to fear. In a buoyant mood, Qin Heng hummed a merry tune as he approached the entrance of Consort Rong's chamber. "Mother, your son has returned." With that exclamation, he heard the unmistakable sound of something falling in the grand hall, followed by hurried footsteps. In the next moment, a familiar face, tearful yet gentle, rushed towards him. Qin Heng found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Ahem, mother, I am married now, not a child anymore. Perhaps you could let me go?" he whispered, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Why, have you grown so big that your mother cannot embrace you anymore? Is it only your wife who can?" she teased. "By the way, why did you come alone? Where is Ming Shui?" Ignoring the first part of Lu Rong's statement, Qin Heng quietly explained, "Mother, this time it was father who summoned me to the palace alone." As he was led into the grand hall by his mother, he recounted the recent events to her. Initially, Qin Heng had thought his mother might persuade him not to oppose his father. However, to his surprise, she responded, "Your matters with your father are not for me to involve myself in. Although your father is not old, he has spent little time on matters of the harem in recent years, primarily focusing on cultivating his power. Since you were conferred your title and began to make a name for yourself in Liaozhou, many adult princes and princesses aspired to the same. Yet, your father has rejected them all and even compelled your brothers, who had long remained unmarried, to take wives from the scholarly families. It can be said that the imperial authority in both the capital and Daiyin is now firmly grasped by your father." Hearing this, Qin Heng's gaze grew complex. It seemed that his sudden rise had thoroughly obstructed his brother's paths to power. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on his father's faults and instead began to encourage his mother to cultivate martial arts, while Lu Rong took the opportunity to urge him to have a child soon. Thus, the grand hall was filled once more with the sounds of laughter and joy. An hour later, Qin Heng was summoned to Changwen Hall by Emperor Yun. Unfazed, he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, your son has arrived. Please command me." "Will our Prince Qin heed my commands?" The emperor replied in a calm tone. "All under heaven is the king's land, and all soldiers are the king's subjects." Qin Heng responded, maintaining his composure. Before the emperor could speak again, Qin Heng cheekily interjected, "Besides, you are my father." Though uttering such words in this setting was somewhat inappropriate, the effect was remarkably positive. Originally engrossed in reviewing memorials, the emperor's attention shifted immediately to his fifth son, whom he had not often regarded. After a long pause, he remarked, "Your royal brothers and I are not your equals." This statement was sincere. Qin Heng's ambition was laid bare, even in the presence of the emperor himself, revealing both confidence and strength. "Speak, where do your troops and followers originate?" The emperor directly escalated the topic. "Your Majesty, they admire my wisdom and have come to ally with me to benefit the people. Surely, you are already aware of this?" Qin Heng replied with unusual calmness, as the system had bestowed identities upon these individuals, rendering them untraceable. The emperor, upon hearing this, did not press further. "Let us leave that aside. However, your recent actions have directly shattered the 3,000-year balance between the four kings of Da'in and the imperial court. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the chaos you have incited? Had I not restrained you due to your mother's approaching birthday, you would likely have faced severe retribution from the factions you antagonized." As he spoke, the emperor rubbed his forehead. "Father, they are mistaken. Those factions fell on the battlefield against the demon forces. As for the Northern Duke's residents, it was their collusion with the demons that led to their demise. With the assistance of numerous righteous heroes of the Jiangyu. What wrong have I committed?" Qin Heng retorted. "Scoundrel, do not deceive me. Do you think that without my secret guards, your actions would go unnoticed? Save your words for those old foxes." At this, Qin Heng's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. "Father, if someone dares to provoke you, I happen to know a killer organization called the Web, which has influence throughout Zhongzhou. If you are willing to pay their price." Stop, you rebellious son. They are my loyal ministers. How could you suggest such indiscriminate killing?" Qin Heng nearly scoffed. If he truly believed that, he would be a fool. At this moment, the emperor shifted the conversation. "Little 5. Your actions have disrupted the 3,000-year balance between the four kings and the Da'in court. Do you have a solution?" "Father, this is a minor issue. Currently, I am marrying Ming Shui, and with the Northern Duke's residence destroyed, the Four Kings alliance has long been a mere formality. Moreover, after Mother's birthday, I plan to visit my father-in-law. At that time, all issues will be resolved." Qin Heng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, is it truly that simple?" the emperor inquired. Though Qin Heng wished to assert that it was far from simple, he refrained from saying so. Thus, the father and son engaged in dialogue for 3 full hours within the grand hall. Eventually, he was dismissed from the palace. At that moment, a figure in black reappeared beside the emperor. "Speak, what are your thoughts on this fifth prince of mine?" Small in stature but sharp-minded and meticulous, with a thick skin, the figure offered a comprehensive assessment without hesitation. "Ha ha." At last, the emperor laughed heartily. Yet, after his laughter subsided, he spoke with a grave expression. "What you have described are precisely the attributes a ruler should possess." Upon hearing this, the figure in black's gaze sharpened. "You intend to take action against him?" The emperor countered. "Will you assist me?" "No. In fact, I will prevent you." The figure replied without hesitation. After a moment, seemingly concerned about his authority, he added, "Moreover, they will also stand in your way." This time, the gaze of Emperor Yin was tinged with a hint of coldness. However, he swiftly masked it. "By the way, how much longer until that matter is resolved?" the emperor suddenly inquired. The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before responding. Originally, it was set for 5 years hence. But now it seems influenced by some unforeseen force, rendering them unable to perceive clearly. Aren't these merely their tricks? How could such a problem arise? The emperor was perplexed. It appears that the grand formation has been swayed by the will of this realm, slipping from their grasp. Furthermore, based on my deductions, the recent events concerning the demon race are also a probe from them against us. At this moment, even this sovereign, the emperor who rules over countless lives, felt a profound sense of helplessness. A war spanning 3 nations, claiming billions of lives, was merely a test for them. They truly regard all beings as mere pawns. Chapter 121, The Witch's Little Brother-in-Law. What's wrong, honey? Is there an issue? Upon swiftly arriving outside the palace gates, Qin Heng was about to board the carriage when he noticed Li Han, her gaze fixated unwaveringly on a certain direction deep within the palace. Observing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Qin Heng's mouth, though he quickly regained his composure. "Let us go, Han. Those old fogies want to show themselves. We must be on our way." Li Han was truly a sword fanatic, seeing the battle intent in her eyes moments ago. He could hardly misunderstand what this icy maiden was contemplating. Yet, bearing the surname Qin, he couldn't possibly allow Li Han to confront his ancestral lineage, which spanned countless generations. With a sense of resignation, Qin Heng could only offer words of consolation. However, at the very instant he spoke, whoosh, a white figure zipped past, and Qin Heng realized that the girl had already boarded the carriage alone. Shaking his head and chuckling at this proud girl, he too took a seat. "Let us be off. Drive." Inside the carriage, "Honey, shall we take a stroll?" Gazing at the bustling scenery outside, Qin Heng suggested with a smile. "No need. This place is not conducive to my honing of the sword path." Li Han promptly rejected him. Among all the summoned individuals, she was undoubtedly the sole female warrior indifferent to his handsome appearance. Yet, sitting so close to the anime goddess of his past life, Qin Heng could hardly remain unmoved. Thus, within the carriage, Qin Heng's voice echoed, but Li Han merely responded with a few non-committal affirmations, not uttering another word. Outside the carriage, the old coachman Huang was about to break into a grin, but in the next moment, an icy sword intent enveloped him entirely. The young ladies of today truly possess such a fiery temper. He sighed, urging the horses to hasten their pace. Time flew by, and soon Qin Heng arrived before the gates of the Qin Wangfu. Your Highness, we have arrived. The voice of old Huang rang out from outside the carriage. Subsequently, the servants of the Wangfu observed the usually amiable Qin Wang, now with a face clouded in darkness, striding out alone without uttering a word to anyone, making his way directly into the manor. Unbeknownst to him, as the delicate hands behind him opened the carriage door, they revealed a complex expression directed at the figure ahead. What she did not realize was that this expression, unnoticed by the irate Qin Heng, the smiling old Huang, or the bowing servants, was clearly seen by a pair of fox-like eyes. Originally, Qin Heng intended to rest due to his foul mood, but considering that his mother's birthday was approaching in a few days, he redirected his steps towards the rear courtyard of the Wangfu. However, before he could reach the courtyard of the esteemed Wangfei Qian Mingxiu, he was already hearing sounds that ignited a desire for action within him. Sister, you truly want to return to the Jingxi Wangfu? Do you know what I just saw? The owner of this voice was a girl unknown to Qin Heng. Yet, the next voice was all too familiar. What did you see? Without needing to look, Qin Heng recognized the voice of Wangfei Qian Mingxiu. A girl, a remarkably beautiful girl. Was taken back by your lord. I saw her crying. The voice escalated in pitch as she spoke. Nonsense. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Qian Mingxiu interrupted the girl's words sharply. Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally graced Qin Heng's lips. But in the next moment, sister, don't deny your own feelings. And moreover, you don't know that Lin Feng has recently returned from the Sword Palace and is now a sword son there. More importantly, upon hearing that you were forced to marry that lecherous scoundrel, he has come to the capital. So, sister, why not return to Liangzhou with me? Sister, will you? Qin Heng then heard a sweet and affectionate tone, but before he could fully digest the situation, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Slap. Have you lost your mind? Speak. Did you get into trouble again? What is going on? At this moment, Qian Mingxiu's previously indulgent demeanor towards her sister vanished, replaced by a blaze of fury. Seeing this scene, Qian Liling was immediately startled. Reluctantly, she began to explain. Father said he would marry me off to that dandy second son of the Zhendong Wangfu, and upon overhearing this, I fled from the manor and asked Brother Lin to bring me to find you. The young girl explained hesitantly. Nonsense. How could Lin Feng bring you this far to the capital? Speak. Qian Mingxiu knew her sister all too well. Observing the frantic movement of her eyes, she discerned that this little rascal was not being truthful. As expected, in the next second, I was just saying that the Qin Wang does not treat sister well. With a plethora of women around him. Upon hearing that the Qin Wang's mother was celebrating a grand birthday, Brother Lin brought me here. You. Qian Mingxiu nearly choked with rage. Speak. Where did you bring him? Just to our residence in the capital. Phew. Upon hearing this, Qian Mingxiu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this little rascal was not beyond redemption. Qian Ti brought him here. Otherwise, if the forces keeping an eye on the Qin Wangfu got wind of it, she could hardly imagine what would transpire next. You shall immediately take him to the inn or the Sword Palace's residence, then return here at once and apologize to your brother-in-law. Otherwise, you needn't return to Jingxi Wangfu. Qian Mingxiu declared through gritted teeth. Really? Then I want to have to marry that waste. Qian Liling nearly leapt with excitement. Indeed. For I shall break your legs and keep you by my side for eternity. Chapter 122. Mingxiu takes the blame. However, just as the two young ladies in the courtyard were processing the unfolding drama, a languid voice drifted over. Wangfei, why did you not inform me of the guest's arrival? Before the words even faded, Qin Heng, holding a folding fan and clad in splendid attire, sauntered over. Wang Yi, you've returned. Quickly taking a few steps, Qian Mingxiu, who had just been infuriated by her sister, immediately approached Qin Heng and performed a respectful greeting. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Heng promptly extended his hand to assist. Yet a fleeting, profound smile flickered in his eyes before vanishing entirely. Princess, there is no need for formalities. We are husband and wife. Within the confines of the Wangfu. Such gestures are unnecessary. However, I have been here for quite some time now. Might you introduce me to the charming personage at your side? Qin Heng inquired, still wearing a smile. It is my fault. This is my sister, Luo Ling. She heard that our mother is celebrating a grand birthday and sneaked out. I was just about to reprimand her, Qin Mingxiu explained. In that case, let Han Yi take her aside to refine her temperament. You know how amiable she is. Dear Princess, Qin Heng declared, not waiting for Qin Mingxiu to respond. Honey, please escort the young lady Linger for a stroll. And do teach her how to discern expressions. She claims that upon seeing this king, she was moved to tears, a notion I find hard to believe. Yes. In the next moment, the trio's courtyard was graced by a figure emanating a chilling aura, as if the very air had cooled several degrees with her appearance. The sight sent Qian Luling into a state of shock. This woman exuded formidable strength, and the iciness of her gaze left her fearing for her life. Sister, I don't want to. Before she could finish, she realized she had lost her voice, her body frozen in place. In her despair, she was lifted effortlessly, as one might carry a small chick. Your Highness, Princess, surely you do not believe that you are without fault? Observing Qin Mingxiu's lingering concern for her sister, Qin Heng swiftly turned and lifted her into his arms. Your Highness, you, silence. With a gentle swish of fabric, within the confines of the princess's chamber, the two figures became entangled. It was unclear if it was due to his displeasure, but Qin Heng seemed intent on exploring every position that Qin Mingxiu had previously resisted. Her relentless defiance only heightened his amusement. From dawn till dusk, Qian Luling remained blissfully unaware of the trials her sister endured on her behalf. The following morning, as Qin Mingxiu arose, her complexion flushed, she found Qin Heng already clad in a sleek black ensemble, his face adorned with a smile directed at her. Awake at last? Come, let us dine, and afterwards, we shall select gifts for mother. The sun is already high. Qin Heng teased. All your fault. Qin Mingxiu retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Fault? Shouldn't the blame lie with my father-in-law and my dear sister-in-law? Qin Heng replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. You know. Qin Mingxiu's voice wavered slightly, knowing well the domineering nature of this little man. Regarding your father, I implore you to spare him. As for Luo Ling, I shall discipline her. Spare them? I have never held any grievances against them. It is only you, my dear princess, for whom I harbor concerns, he remarked, his eyes glinting mischievously. In an instant, Qin Mingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 123, A Gift Delivered? I require none. After playful banter, the couple finally prepared to depart for the selection of gifts for Rongfei. Just then, the guards of the Wangfu hurriedly announced the arrival of the owner of Kainbao Tower. Huangfu Qingyu, a name that Qin Heng had nearly forgotten, elicited a peculiar smile to grace his lips. Observing this, Qin Mingxiu felt a twinge of discontent. Your Highness, you attend to your matters. I shall go seek my sister. Without awaiting Qin Heng's response, she elegantly strode away. Luo Ling is no child. Besides, we have a guest. As the matron of the Wangfu, why hide? She insisted, guiding Qin Mingxiu to a nearby chair. A few minutes later, when Huangfu Qingyu once again entered the grand hall of the Wangfu, she found Qin Heng and Princess Qin Mingxiu engaged in light-hearted conversation, devoid of the curiosity and jest she had previously encountered. After a moment of contemplation, her ears caught the familiar query. Owner Huangfu, what brings you here? At this, Huangfu Qingyu tightened her grip slightly. Your Highness, I have come to deliver a birthday gift for Her Highness Rongfei. Oh, dear owner Huangfu, you are mistaken. Rongfei's birthday is still a few days off. Furthermore, gifts from Kainbao Tower should be delivered directly to the Ministry of Rights, as a vassal king. I am not involved in such matters. His tone was devoid of the previous jest. Very well, I understand. However, there is one more matter. Within Kainbao Tower, we are organizing an exchange event for young talents, noble sons and daughters. Might your Highness and the princess be interested in attending? I have already reserved a private room. That will not be necessary. Both the princess and I are quite busy of late. As for my martial and literary skills, they are rather mediocre. It is best I remain a turtle in my shell, Qin Heng remarked, resuming his tea. Then I shall take my leave. With a cold apology, Huangfu Qingyu turned and exited, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Once outside the Wangfu, Qin Mingxiu could no longer contain her irritation. You, who once seemed so fond of beautiful women, why are you so heartless today? Things were well before. Before, she was a friend. Now, she is not, Qin Heng replied. Here, no matter the purpose or reason for anyone approaching me, I offer them a single opportunity to become my friend, and only once. She squandered that chance. Thus, no matter her reasons or grievances, I shall not accept her again. In my heart, love and indifference are distinctly defined. In this lifetime, with the system at his disposal, Qin Heng yearned to live freely, unencumbered by the need for others. Friendship was of little concern to him, and Kainbao Tower was no exception. On the other side, Huangfu Qingyu remained silent as she exited the gates of the Wangfu. Only upon entering a carriage did her companion, the elegant Qin Yi, break the silence. Miss, did the Qin Wang express anger? Did he not select a gift for you? In response to her inquiry, Huangfu Qingyu, already seated in the carriage, maintained a serene demeanor. Return home. From now on, Kainbao Tower shall be your responsibility. Profit or loss, handle it as you see fit. I shall enter seclusion for cultivation, and furthermore, close the Kainbao Tower in Jinshuan. It is no longer needed. Miss, Master, begone. With that, an aura of profound power erupted from her, a testament to her newfound strength. In a mere half-year, Huangfu Qingyu had come to recognize the significance of strength. Without it, beauty and wealth were merely tokens in the hands of others. At this moment, she resolved to live for herself. Chapter 124, The Holy Sun. The Holy Maiden. I have yet to kill one. After a series of twists and turns, Qin Heng, Qian Mingxiu, Bing Qingyu, Qian Luling, and Li Hanyi finally emerged from the Wangfu. Why on earth would you think of picking out gifts for my mother? With a teasing smile, Qin Heng remarked as he noticed Bing Qingyu unexpectedly appear beside Qian Mingxiu. Humph, I am now a general of the Qin Wangfu. Is it wrong to present gifts to concubine Rome? Bing Qingyu replied, her tone imbued with righteous indignation. Very well, you have a point, but do you possess the means? Qin Heng countered playfully. I may lack funds, yet I have gifts indeed. I am merely here to procure a brocade box for the presents, she declared with confidence. Meanwhile, observing their banter, the young girl Qian Luling could no longer contain herself. Her little fox-like eyes rolled as she prepared to speak, but in the next moment, ah, sister, please don't twist my ear. I haven't done anything wrong. Qian Mingxiu, however, paid her no heed and proceeded to give her a thorough reprimand. There was no escape. This mischievous girl would ultimately face the consequences of her antics. Thus, the group continued their playful bickering as they made their way to the street. Perhaps it was the recent defeat of the demon clan or the need to prepare for concubine Rome's birthday, but a festive atmosphere permeated the capital. Consequently, their spirits were particularly buoyant until, Luo Ling, Mingxiu, what are you doing here? A clear male voice rang out, causing the expressions of Qian Mingxiu and Qian Luling to shift dramatically. Especially for Qian Luling, at that moment, she wished she could shrink into the cracks of the ground. Simultaneously, her heart screamed, it's over. I've caused trouble. My life is at stake. The image of that cold woman, wielding her sword with a chilling intent, made her legs tremble. Recognizing they were in a public space, Qian Mingxiu quickly interjected, Brother Lin Feng, it's been a while since we last met. Since we've crossed paths, why not join the prince and me for a private gathering? These words were unmistakably aimed at clarifying their relationship in front of the public. Yet, one can never awaken a person feigning sleep. The approaching man, upon hearing this, exhibited no change in expression and strode directly before the two sisters. As he ruffled Qian Luling's hair, he addressed Qian Mingxiu. Why such formality, Mingxiu? We three grew up together. I was quite worried when Luling here disappeared after abandoning me at the town West Prince's residence. Seemingly to corroborate his words, several elegantly dressed men and women arrived. Chiming in, indeed. Lin Jianzi speaks the truth. He has been frantic searching for his sister today. Young lady, you ought to sincerely thank him. Upon hearing this, Qian Luling adeptly evaded the hand that was reaching for her and hid behind her sister. Though she was young, she was not foolish. The moment she sensed the atmosphere, she understood she had landed in hot water. Just then, a light chuckle interrupted their flattery. As they turned, they found Qin Heng, his face flushed from suppressing laughter. Ha ha. Noticing their gazes, Qin Heng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He added, you all carry on. I simply cannot help but laugh. At this point, the others were ignited with curiosity. How dare you laugh? Are you seeking death? They exclaimed in unison, even Lin Feng furrowing his brow in discontent. How dare you speak such words? What qualifications do you possess? Do you hold an official title or academic accolades? You mere wanderers of the Jianghu. What right have you to speak so? Qin Heng's voice turned cold, refusing to tolerate their insolence. Titles? What are those? We are all from the great Yin sacred land, the holy sons and daughters of the revered sect. Why should we not speak freely? And I reiterate, what will you do about it? The first to step forward was a cold-faced swordsman, unleashing his oppressive aura upon Qin Heng. Saintly garments, saintly maidens, this king seems not to have killed any, but it appears that now might be the right time. With a swift sound of a sword, a crimson line appeared across the young man's neck. You, thud. Before the shocked crowd, the young man's head rolled away, blood spurting from his severed neck. Only then did Qin Heng's voice drift lazily through the air. It seems different. The blood of holy sons and daughters splatters higher and faster. However, this was not the end. Qin Heng's gaze slowly settled on those before him as he spoke. Kill them all. If holy sons and daughters cannot withstand a single sword strike, I suspect they are mere fakes. Next, each of you shall give them a sword strike. If they can withstand it, then they must be genuine. A laugh escaped from Qin Mingxiu. With Li Hanyi's sword, I doubt even their ancestors could withstand it. Chapter 125, Sword Palace? Let them come and seek this king. Wait, Your Highness Qin Wang, these individuals are my friends. And they are all holy sons of the major sacred lands of the Great Yin. I implore you to reconsider. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer bother with cozying up to the Qin sisters. This Qin Wang was a madman, killing in the streets. He feared that if he did not step forward, these noble individuals would also fall victim to this lunatic. Oh, reconsider? As Qin Heng uttered these words, he elongated the final syllable. Yushi Huachen. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated without warning after Qin Heng spoke those words. Then, petals began to fall from the sky as if snowflakes, blanketing the street where many had gathered. How beautiful! At this moment, everyone present was utterly captivated by the sublime scene. Yet, a series of anguished screams abruptly pulled everyone back to reality. Turning to look, they were all stunned. The once gentle and elegant petals that had fallen upon them now caused the group, not far from Lin Feng, to contort their faces in agony, screaming in horror. Yet their bodies remained motionless amidst the sea of blossoms. Gradually, their skin and bodies began to visibly decay at an alarming rate. In this shocking tableau, the onlookers were astonished to find that the individuals remained conscious throughout the entire ordeal. Gulp. It was unclear who first swallowed hard, but the sound triggered a chain reaction throughout the street. Gulp. Gulp. The sound echoed repeatedly, causing a wave of unease to wash over the crowd. At this moment, Qin Heng's demonic whisper echoed through the now silent street. Reconsider? My time for contemplation has ended, yet it seems their lives are rather short, don't you think? Young Lord Lin? Speaking of Lin Feng, Qin Heng felt compelled to chastise his overly lenient father-in-law. Lin Feng was the youngest son of a general from the former Town West Prince's residence, but that general had perished in battle against the great Qian. And the Town West Prince, Qianzhan, had taken him in to raise as his own. However, the current Town West Prince's residence had no legitimate daughters. From a young age, Lin Feng had taken up residence within the royal manor, endowed with extraordinary talent and a benevolent disposition. Gradually, many within the manor and even the Town West army began to refer to him in hushed tones as Little Prince. He often affectionately regarded Qin Mingxiu and Qin Luling as his younger sisters, seemingly embracing the role of the manor's heir. However, upon overhearing Qin Heng's candid admission of his ambitions, a flicker of coldness betrayed Lin Feng's typically gentle gaze. Yet, being a disciple of the Sword Palace, he was not so naive as to be led by Qin Heng's whims. Suppressing the murderous intent that brewed within him, Lin Feng stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Qin Heng, and spoke. Your Highness, you jest. I merely consider Mingxiu and Luling as my sisters. How could I presume to be called Little Prince? However, I must express my genuine concern for Sister Mingxiu in light of your recent bloodshed. Concern? As those words left his lips, Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of an elderly man before him. Before he could utter a word, the old man was sent flying as if tossed from a burlap sack. Almost immediately, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. And then he beheld an arm gripping a long sword fall before him. Strangely, the sword bore a resemblance to his own Xiao Shui Ling Jian. Just as his thoughts wandered in this direction, a wave of despairing agony surged through his shoulder. Ah, ah, ah. The pitiful screams echoed, distorting Lin Feng's features, rendering his complexion pale, and causing beads of cold sweat to spring forth from his brow. No trace of the dashing young master, the carefree heir of the Sword Palace, remained. Observing Lin Feng's plight, Qin Heng could not suppress a cruel smile. What are you? Merely a dog, and yet you express concern for me? Moreover, this is to Yin, not to Zhou. Sword Palace, let them come to find me. I shall be waiting in Yin. With that declaration, Qin Heng departed, accompanied by the two sisters of the Qian family, their expressions laced with complexity, under Lin Feng's piercing gaze. Chapter 126, Renowned Far and Wide. Still thinking of your dear brother? Qin Heng teased, playfully tapping the heads of the two girls who walked with their heads bowed. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingxiu shot her gaze up, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Qin Heng, while the little one, Qin Luling, made comical faces in his direction. Sensing the drama unfolding, Bing Qingyu perked up, hastily pulling Qin Luling and the stoic Li Hanyi aside to avoid disrupting Qin Mingxiu's performance. Qin Heng, however, ultimately, bolstered by the eager onlookers, Qin Mingxiu spoke up, fulfilling everyone's expectations. Qin Heng, are you planning to take action against my Town West Manor? As soon as her words left her lips, a wave of energy emanated from Li Hanyi, enveloping the two of them. Gradually, passers-by on the street seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, unknowingly beginning to forget the two, as though they had never existed. This scene, witnessed by Bing Qingyu, stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Yet another formidable figure had emerged, She had grown somewhat accustomed to the continuous rise of strong individuals from the Qin royal household. But seeing this power manifest before her left her utterly astounded. Could it be that this individual had discovered a hidden realm and tamed it? Such a radical thought crossed Bing Qingyu's mind. Yet, even in her past life as the Ice Empress, she had never possessed such abilities. On sensing Li Hanyi's intervention, Qin Heng did not shy away from the matter, locking his gaze onto Qian Mingxiu. If the Town West King remains in power, I shall refrain from interfering with Town West Manor, but I will reclaim the military authority of the manor. Should Lin Feng ascend to the throne, then Town West Manor shall be left in ruins. This statement represented Qin Heng's long-considered bottom line regarding Town West Manor. As her intimate partner, he openly articulated his stance today. He cherished his beloved, yet he would not allow any woman to obstruct his path forward. This served as a warning to the Town West King and his manor, a significant concession from Qin Heng in light of their marital bond. Thank you. A gentle voice reached Qin Heng's ears, and at that moment, a pair of soft, jade-like hands slipped into his grasp. Sharing a knowing smile, the five-member group reassembled. And thus, it came to a close. Bing Qingyu, with a hint of reluctance, murmured to the approaching pair. Meanwhile, Qian Luling had transformed into a whirlwind, darting toward Qian Mingxiu to begin chattering excitedly. As for Li Hanyi, Qin Heng initially overlooked her, but in the next moment, he caught a glimpse of a fleeting evasion in her cold, shadowy eyes, prompting a smile to break across his face. It seemed that people were indeed capable of change. With that, the five resumed their explorations. Although they did not enter Qianba Tower, Qian Mingxiu and her companions managed to acquire the longevity gifts they desired. For this was the capital of Da'in, where treasures abounded. Throughout the excursion, Qin Heng remained passive, having already prepared his own longevity gift. Eventually, the group returned to the royal manor without further delays. Little did they know, the events that transpired on the bustling streets that day would, through the whispers of the keen-eyed, stir an enormous uproar throughout Da'in and beyond. In a certain tea house within the capital, a burly man whispered to his companion, "Brother, have you heard? His Royal Highness, the Qin King, took decisive action today, slaying several individuals who attempted to flirt with the Qin princess." "Cut it out. What nonsense are you spouting?" It was merely that the Qin King, upon seeing his princess conversing with the Town West King's adopted son, became jealous and unleashed a massacre. As soon as this claim surfaced, several astute martial artists nearby leaned in, chiming in, "Wasn't it the beautiful petals that did away with those people? How could it be the Qin King? Are you foolish? Those were the Qin King's subordinates. And it is said that one of them is quite the beauty herself. Heh, the Qin King is truly fortunate." Thus, what began as a mere conflict transformed into a scandalous tale, painting the Qin King as a ravenous lecheair. Rumors even circulated that Qin Heng had taken a liking to the Qian sisters, with Lin Feng, as the elder brother, unwilling to acquiesce, leading to his brutal assault in the streets. However, when this matter finally reached the ears of the Emperor of Yin, he merely responded with a nonchalant, "Understood. You may go." Chapter 127. The Longevity Feast begins. At last, amidst the lively atmosphere of the capital, the grand birthday celebration orchestrated by the Emperor of Yin arrived. In the early morning, while Qin Heng was still catching up on sleep in Qian Mingxiu's chamber, a maid hurried in to announce that someone from the palace had come to summon the Qin King. Though it was indeed a celebration for his mother, Qin Heng sensed that this old man had ulterior motives. Thus, he felt quite exasperated with his biological father, Qin Long, and his superficial gestures. Moreover, he harbored an unsettling feeling that the old man was concealing something from him. Nevertheless, as a son, Qin Heng did not wish to cause his mother any distress. Reluctantly, he pulled himself out of bed. At this very moment, Princess Qian Mingxiu entered, donned in athletic attire, her cheeks slightly flushed, evidently having engaged in training outdoors. Although the benefits of her diligence would ultimately accrue to herself, who wouldn't desire a fragrant and tender consort first thing in the morning? Thus, with a swift movement, the two of them vanished to the bathing area of the Wang residence amidst Qian Mingxiu's startled cries. Half an hour later, after an anxious wait outside, the esteemed gentleman finally emerged. Clattering down the bustling streets of the day, Qin Heng found his spirits remarkably lifted. After all, the scene of the public blessings bestowed upon his mother was, in essence, a reflection of his own prior efforts. Were it not for his own hard work, how could the emperor, along with the empress, the noble consort, and countless other concubines, have gone to such lengths for a mere roan consort? However, his mood soured instantly upon reaching the imperial palace, for he beheld not the emperor presiding over the grand banquet, but rather the aged Right Chancellor, Su Lin. While it was true that, as the father-in-law of the crown prince and a Right Chancellor, this venerable man commanded considerable esteem, he was not the crown prince himself, and the banquet had been orchestrated by Qin Long. Yet here was this opportunistic old man, and Qin Heng could feel an inexplicable surge of indignation rising within him. "Take me to see father," he commanded, his complexion dark as storm clouds. Unexpectedly, with a resounding thud, a nameless young eunuch knelt before him. A quiver in his voice as he implored, "Your Highness, spare me. His Majesty is currently engaged in discussions with emissaries from 4 nations, and no one is permitted to interrupt." Upon hearing this, Qin Heng cast a meaningful glance at the young eunuch, whose head was now bruised from bowing, and muttered, "I will remember you." He then strode purposefully towards Lu Rong's quarters. After his departure, the young eunuch, who had been timidly bowing, gradually lifted his head. His eyes, now devoid of fear, replaced instead with unmistakable joy, for he knew he had made the right bet. Meanwhile, upon arriving at his mother's chamber, Qin Heng discovered a considerable gathering present. The empress, the noble consort, and numerous other concubines filled the room. He counted dozens of them. The once tranquil atmosphere of the Rome consort's palace was now more lively than the court itself. From a distance, he could hear the various tones of flattery, congratulations, and attempts at flattery echoing amongst them. Clearing his throat softly, he dispersed the crowd before approaching Lu Rong, uninterested in the machinations of these women. He simply wished to offer his mother some comfort, especially given his father's excessive behavior, which had become embarrassingly blatant. "Mother, the banquet has commenced," but Qin Heng began, determined to speak the truth. Yet, before he could continue, Lu Rong, adorned in splendid attire, cast him a pointed glare. "Enough. Your father is who he is, and I am well aware. To have the opportunity to see you under the guise of a birthday banquet is enough for me. I have no desire for more." Saying this, she affectionately ruffled Qin Heng's hair, understanding the challenges her son had faced along his journey. She would not allow him to reignite any discord with the emperor over such trivialities. Seeing his mother in this light, Qin Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, she had chosen to let go of these matters. Yet, he himself was unwilling to relinquish them. Casting a glance at the sealed hall, a cold scoff escaping his lips. "Just wait. It won't be long before I personally step into that place." With that, a smile returned to his face. Chapter 128. Infiltration. The hostage, respectfully presenting a rejuvenation pill extracted from the system to the officials overseeing the ceremony, Qin Heng, following the formalities, took his seat beside Qian Mingxiu amidst the throng of noble consorts, esteemed ladies, and princesses. However, he soon perceived something awry in the demeanor of the enchanting lady beside him. Her eyes were laden with deep, melancholic resentment. Could it be? Glancing around at the gazes of the surrounding women, realization struck him. It was indeed the rejuvenation pill that had caused this turmoil. "Mingxiu, I'll bring you one when we return home." Unable to bear it any longer, the valiant female general displayed this expression, prompting Qin Heng to hastily make a promise. At last, he realized that his general wife had returned to her former self. However, he also became acutely aware of the terrifying power of the rejuvenation pill. Contemplating the 9 remaining in his possession, a smirk crept upon his lips. This batch, extracted from the northern king's residence, did not seem so useless after all. For women, it was indeed a formidable weapon. Though the emperor had not graced them with his presence throughout the event, he had not been stingy with the glory bestowed upon the Rome consort, as various rare treasures were brought into the Ronghua palace in large crates. Meanwhile, the officials and all those of standing presented their well wishes, creating an atmosphere of mutual delight. During this time, the previously pouting Qian Mingxiu obediently presented a pair of precious, everlasting warm jade bracelets, which she had prepared. The Rome consort, showing her appreciation, immediately donned the gift on her wrist, clearly satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Thus, after a lively day, Qin Heng finally returned to the Wang residence with Qian Mingxiu and the ice-cold Wu Qingyu, led by his younger sister, Qian Luling. "Bring it here," he exclaimed, facing the 3 outstretched jade hands before him, a pang of annoyance striking him. "Luling, you're still young. You needn't take this one. Your brother-in-law will get you something else." He attempted to negotiate. "No way. I'll keep it for later. Otherwise, you will. Take it, take it. Hurry and get rid of it." Qin Heng, truly at his wits' end with his unfiltered younger sister, quickly produced a jade vial to appease her. At that moment, Qian Mingxiu, with a cheeky glint in her eye, asked her mother for a pill as well. Witnessing this scene, Qin Heng resigned himself, handing another pill to Wu Qingyu and the placid Li Hanyi standing nearby, before retreating to his study without a backward glance. Having too many women was, in truth, quite troublesome, which was Qin Heng's most genuine thought. In the study of the Wang residence, Qin Heng, seated in the main position, had shed any semblance of his earlier levity, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. "Qinglong, do you acknowledge your mistakes?" For the first time, Qin Heng addressed his summoned figure. "I acknowledge my errors." Qinglong offered no defense, immediately kneeling in a deep bow. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng remained silent, turning his gaze to Zhao Gao beside him. Although the divine guards were under his command, he had little faith in Zhao Gao's integrity. Indeed, as soon as Qin Heng's eyes fell upon him, Zhao Gao bowed deeply and then spoke, "My lord, according to reports from our spies, the emissaries from the 4 nations have come not only to celebrate the birthday, but also to facilitate an alliance among the 5 nations. And they intend to exchange hostages as part of this accord." Hearing this, Qin Heng couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the so-called Tianluo Dian, a network so thorough it left no gaps. Even while the emperor's negotiations were still ongoing, their discussions had already reached Qin Heng's ears. However, hostages? Upon a sudden realization, Qin Heng smiled faintly and gestured for Zhao Gao to continue. "Your Highness, the selection of the 4 hostages is still under debate. Aside from the 4 established princes, it appears that the other princes are reluctant to let this opportunity slip by. The supporters among the ministers deliberating are practically in a frenzy." Hearing this, Qin Heng chuckled. "It seems my brothers are also unwilling to remain ordinary." Neither Zhao Gao nor Qin Long responded to this jest, as it pertained to Qin Heng's family affairs. In truth, Qin Heng harbored no doubts regarding the ongoing contention over hostages. In the realm of the High Martial Continent, nations are quite lenient towards hostages, making it less of a guarded affair. In fact, many hostages thrive in other nations, amassing considerable resources and even vying for the throne. Moreover, while he was unaware of the circumstances in other nations, in the Great Qin, due to his prodigious rise, the other princes following him would find it nearly impossible to flourish domestically. After all, with him as a cautionary tale, the Emperor of Qin would not dare bestow titles upon the princes, lest the clans, sacred places, and feudal lords rise in revolt. But would becoming a hostage truly present an opportunity? Qin Heng was skeptical. With his future expansion rate, it was likely that before his brothers could establish themselves, they would find themselves as idle lords of the Great Qin. After all, within their own nation, the concept of hostages simply did not exist. Chapter 129. The Fish is Hooked. Has Luo Ling departed? On a certain loft within the royal palace, Qin Heng gazed at the bustling city of the divine capital and quietly inquired. "She left early this morning, summoned by the Wangfu of the West." The response came not from Dian Wei or a maid, but from Qian Mingxiu, who today had oddly refrained from her martial training. It had been over 2 years since their marriage, yet opportunities for them to be alone together were scarce. "All right, do not fret. I shall not forget my promise to you." From Qian Mingxiu's demeanor, Qin Heng discerned that his consort was troubled by matters of the heart. The source of her distress was likely his unpredictable father, the king of the West. "Are you not angry?" she unexpectedly asked. However, when Qin Heng turned his gaze upon her, she immediately averted her eyes. Observing this, Qin Heng chuckled and remarked, "I am not sorrowful. It is you, my dear consort, who seems troubled." "You?" Qian Mingxiu's eyes widened in indignation. Subsequently, she chose to ignore Qin Heng and gracefully turned to leave. It was only after she had distanced herself that Qin Heng found himself laughing alone. "Ah, my father-in-law." He remained somewhat unwilling to relent. "However, your actions may cause the naive Mingxiu to remain heartbroken for quite some time." With the departure of this little enchantress, the royal palace suddenly felt tranquil. During this period, inquiries were made to interview him, the previously inconspicuous newcomer of the Great Qin. Yet, Qin Heng found little interest in such matters. Thus, the day of his departure drew ever closer. However, on the eve of his departure, an unexpected visitor arrived at the palace. "Your Highness, are we truly ceasing our dealings with the Qinbao Tower?" Upon entering, Huangfu Qingyu's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Heng, evidently seeking a definitive answer. "Surely you jest. Master Huangfu, when did I ever state that I would halt transactions with the Qinbao Tower? Have you perhaps misunderstood?" This left Huangfu Qingyu somewhat perplexed. "Your Highness, but previously you were not in agreement with the Qinbao Tower. I am the Prince of Qin. It is the individuals responsible for the royal palace with whom you ought to negotiate. Why seek me?" You, realizing his intent, Huangfu Qingyu understood that he was reluctant to forge an alliance with the Qinbao Tower while simultaneously not rejecting its treasures. However, given the prevailing circumstances, she found herself at a loss. After the discussion, the palace attendants escorted Huangfu Qingyu to discuss collaboration. While a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Qin Heng's lips, he was no longer the destitute prince of Qin who had once wandered the divine capital. Now, he aimed to claim the entirety of the Qinbao Tower. Otherwise, he would not have offered them this concession. Time flew, and the next day, outside the gates of the divine capital, Qin Heng, Qian Mingxiu, and others once again boarded the carriage for their return. The divine capital had become a quagmire, and he had no desire to engage in tedious schemes with the old-timers. "Let us wait a while longer, once my strength increases again," I shall return to reclaim the realm of the great Qin. How much more exhilarating that would be. Furthermore, I wish to witness the expressions of those old-timers when they realize I have encroached upon their stronghold. Just as he was lost in thought, Dian Wei's voice reached him. Your Highness, should we head directly to the Tianjing of Shenzhou to utilize the teleportation array back to Liaozhou? Upon hearing this, the three women in the carriage turned their attention toward him, clearly curious about the upcoming plans. No need, let us take our time. Shenzhou and Jianzhou are so vibrant. Now that we have the time, I wish to take my consort for a leisurely stroll. Hee, as you wish, Your Highness. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, Qin Heng was inviting the three women to partake in the beast meat that Dian Wei had brought back. Suddenly, Li Hanyi, who had been reluctantly accepting the beast meat from Qin Heng, suddenly felt a chill in her gaze, and her weapon, the iron horse of Ice River, seemed to leap half its length in her grip. Do not rush, the fish has just taken the bait. Let us wait a moment longer. As he spoke, Qin Heng's hand gently rested upon Li Hanyi's cool hand, noticing that her weapon had once again emerged half an inch from its sheath. Chapter 130. Why are they all old men? Under Li Hanyi's fierce gaze, Qin Heng sheepishly withdrew his hand. He then turned, adopting a commanding tone. Everyone, come forth and reveal yourselves. Do not hide. If you continue to do so, I will truly be unable to proceed. It was uncertain whether Qin Heng's words had offended these skilled individuals, but in the next instant, a group of masked figures abruptly materialized beside the fire where Qin Heng stood. Oh, quite professional, wearing masks and dark attire. Not bad. You do have a hint of the assassin's aura. However, now that night has fallen, is it truly necessary to wear masks? The assassins exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unable to comprehend Qin Heng's remarks. Buzzing sounds filled the previously tranquil air, followed by a series of muffled thuds. One by one, the masks adorning the faces of the assassins shattered. Yet in the next moment, Qin Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a congregation of elderly men and women. While they lacked the decayed aura typical of the elderly, the deep wrinkles etched upon their faces and their snow-white hair constantly reminded him that he was confronted by a cadre of elderly assassins. Qin Heng was taken aback. The disparity between his expectations of beautiful mentors and handsome guardians and the reality before him was indeed stark. In an instant, Qin Heng lost all interest. Just kill them. Remember to send the corpses of these old fellows back to the Star Pavilion, the Heaven Sword Mountain, the New Moon Sect, the Broken Void Mountain, the Nine Deaths Gate, and the Blood Dragon Pool. Let these old geezers return to their roots. Oh, and to spare them from loneliness on their journey, be sure to send all their friends, sect members, and relatives along as well. I believe they would appreciate that. Boom. At that moment, the heads of this group of temporary assassins seemed ready to explode. While they tried to conceal their intentions, others had already uncovered their every secret. You scoundrel! How can you be so cruel, sparing neither wife nor child? In this world, human warriors enjoy long lifespans. Hence, the concept of punishing 9 clans does not exist. Yet, Qin Heng's actions instilled in them a palpable fear of such retribution. Old folks, what are you thinking? I have worked so hard just to lure you here. If I let them go, wouldn't I be at a loss? Moreover, this is how you treat someone you need help from. Enough of this. They are just a bunch of old geezers nearing their graves. Living is so tiresome, it's better for them to descend quickly. Qin Heng spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet, this seemingly light remark delivered their final verdict. The moment Qin Heng finished speaking and turned towards the carriage, a tiny crack appeared at the center of their brows, and those still in shock, the assassins, widened their eyes, devoid of life. Powerful. Too powerful. This was Qin Heng's most authentic feeling regarding Li Hanyi, who was currently sheathing his half-drawn sword. Simultaneously, he realized just how much face he had given those fellows by allowing them to perish under the ethereal bloom of the moonlit flowers last time. Just then, Dian Wei finally arrived with a group of tiger guards. It was necessary. If those tiger guards had accompanied him, Qin Heng feared the assassins would not dare to act. Hence, he had to deploy these killing gods away. It was somewhat amusing to think that he might be the first to fear his own strength, seeking to relieve pressure on the assassins so they could attempt to assassinate him. However, there was no remedy for it. One could only blame the enemy for being too weak. Your Highness, should we dispose of these immediately? Aware of his role in cleaning up the battlefield, Dian Wei directly inquired about the handling of the pile of corpses on the ground. No, you handle these corpses well. I still have great use for them. With that, Qin Heng suddenly let out a low, mischievous chuckle. Chapter 131. Qin Heng's mischievous maneuver. Still laughing. They are merely guardians on the brink of the grave. Is it truly that amusing? Inside the carriage, observing Qin Heng with his wicked grin, Bing King couldn't help but chide him. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. This time, however, Qin Heng retorted with such a reply before closing his eyes to rest. Playing tricks. Although curious about Qin Heng's plans, Bing Qingyu remained defiant. Meanwhile, Qian Mingxiu, the war fanatic, took this opportunity to pull out some military texts and battle records. Clearly accustomed to such scenes. A day later, outside the carriage, a cacophony of argument reached Qin Heng's ears. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto his lips. The show was about to begin. Hey, brother, why are there so many corpses tied to the front of the army? On the official road to the Divine Continent. A young man hastily whispered to a fellow wanderer as he observed the bodies hanging from the army's large flags. Not sure. Seems like they're dealing with some assassins or something, targeting a prince. The person being questioned replied somewhat ambiguously. What? That's Prince Qin. There are assassins after him. They're looking for the enemy's accomplices. This statement came from a somewhat handsome young man. Shut up. Xiao Hao. Is that something you should be discussing? Hurry back home. Don't come out again. The one chastising the youth was an elderly man with one arm. He understood that whether it was Prince Qin or those daring enough to assassinate him, they were not to be trifled with. However, humans possess a rebellious nature. Seeing the elder silencing his descendant only fueled the discussions among others. At that moment, a bold warrior stepped forward. Everyone I know? It seems the leading soldier mentioned they are bringing these corpses to find someone from each sect, a holy land. They intend to hang these people on the flagpoles. As soon as these words were uttered, a clever one spoke up. Brother, you must be joking. Hanging people so brazenly like that, which faction would acknowledge it? I doubt Prince Qin will gain anything from this. Exactly. Once this was said, many voices joined in agreement. Observing this scene, the warrior who initially spoke the truth smiled, casting a scornful glance at the others before slowly saying, You don't think the troops of the Qin prince are mere decorations, do you? They are looking for trouble with us wanderers. When have they needed evidence? At this, silence fell along the official road, but news of Prince Qin's corpse-hanging search for the murderer quickly spread across the entire Divine Continent. Furthermore, the stories grew increasingly exaggerated. Some even speculated that this was a precursor to the court declaring war on the wanderers. In an instant, the entire central three continents, whether common folk or wanderers, and even the court, began to grow anxious. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true mastermind, Qin Heng, was merely reaping the rewards. At this moment, within an official post in the Divine Continent, a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes was anxiously explaining while clutching several storage rings. My lord, I truly had no knowledge of this matter in Donglan Mountain. I and all my disciples were within the mountain gate. Moreover, upon hearing of your assassination, I was quite worried. Hence, I have brought half of Donglan Mountain's resources to calm your fears. I implore you to spare me. Saying this, the esteemed sect leader immediately knelt. Seeing this, Qin Heng scolded with displeasure. Sect leader Liu, what are you doing? I merely had my suspicions. Why are you so anxious? Furthermore, bringing these items, are you not inviting others to say I am extorting you using my title? Quickly, return your treasures to Donglan Mountain. With that, Qin Heng closed his eyes. What? Lu Tao felt a bit perplexed. Had he erred in his gift-giving? However, after ruminating over Qin Heng's words, he suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Your Highness, I remembered incorrectly. These are the valuables taken by the assassins. I fortuitously found them on my way here and have come to return them to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao suddenly felt the oppressive aura that had weighed upon him since arriving dissipate. Moreover, Qin Heng, who had been keeping his eyes shut, now opened them. Sect leader Liu has voluntarily returned my belongings. Clearly, you are not in league with the assassins. In that case, I shall not trouble your esteemed sect any further. I hope for your understanding. Qin Heng offered a slight bow of apology to Lu Tao. No need, my lord. Your pursuit of the murderer is of utmost importance. I shall not disturb you. At this moment, Lu Tao's back was drenched in sweat. If Prince Qin was leaving, he could not be more grateful. In just a few fleeting minutes within this inn, the suspicion surrounding Shun Zhou's proximity to the assassination site of Qin Heng at the East Forest Mountain was swiftly alleviated. However, in the adjacent room, both Qian Mingxiu and Bing Qingyu were utterly astonished by Qin Heng's audacious maneuvers. In their minds, Qin Heng had transformed from merely being tyrannical and enigmatic to embodying yet another persona, that of unabashed audacity. Chapter 132, Retribution. Hey, are you truly not going to ride in the carriage? Qin Heng called out loudly to the two women mounted on their steeds along the official road. At his words, Bing Qingyu and Qian Mingxiu promptly distanced themselves from Qin Heng, making their intentions unmistakably clear. They wished to distance themselves from the unscrupulous deeds he had committed. In response, Qin Heng merely chuckled nonchalantly. If the two women chose not to ride in the carriage, it would only serve to facilitate his elimination of suspects. With this thought in mind, Qin Heng turned to the coachman, Old Huang, and said with a smile, Old Huang, which unfortunate faction shall we target this time? Your Highness, we are nearing the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple? What connection does it have with the true Buddha Zen temple? Qin Heng harbored little fondness for the monks of this world, given that their hands were stained with the blood of his former self. Your Highness, the White Horse Temple is the largest subsidiary of the true Buddha Zen temple in the Great Qin Dynasty, established for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years. In such a prosperous region as the Central Three Continents, one could only imagine the wealth and donations they must have amassed. With this thought, Qin Heng's spirit soared. Let us proceed directly to the White Horse Temple. I demand an explanation. Understood, Your Highness. Abbot, this is grave. A battalion has surrounded the White Horse Temple, demanding the surrender of the assassin. Early in the morning, a group of monks was performing their morning prayers within the Great Hero Hall when a sudden shout from outside pierced through the tranquility. All the monks instantly ceased their activities and turned their gazes toward the entrance. Meanwhile, the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Hong Shan, continued to recite the scriptures. Having served as abbot for 500 years, what storms had he not weathered? In his eyes, the scriptures were of far greater importance than the imperial court. Besides, his temple had never wronged the Great Qin Dynasty. Could the soldiers truly overstep the authority of the court? Little did he know, this time, he had miscalculated. At this moment, beneath the mountain gate, Dianwei grinned broadly at the monks standing before him, brandishing a Buddhist staff. What were they here for? They were searching for assassins. The White Horse Temple obstructing him only meant they were accomplices of the assassin. Did this not imply he could indulge in a delightful battle once more? Hurry, form the formation, and storm the mountain. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the monks and martial artists alike, a massive blood-red tiger, towering to great heights, materialized above the heads of the 3,000 heavily armored soldiers. As it appeared, a colossal paw swiftly struck toward the temple's structures. Stop! Just then, a stream of light entered the fray, and upon witnessing the descending paw, a monk clad in gray shouted and immediately retaliated with a punch. Bang! Thud! Ah! Hearing this cacophony of sounds, Dianwei impatiently rubbed his ears. This fool was even more reckless than he. The formation of the Tiger Guard was something he himself would not dare confront head-on. Yet this monk dared to block with bare hands. What else could await him but destruction? Meanwhile, atop the White Horse Temple, observing the fallen gray-clad monk who wailed in agony beneath the swiftly descending tiger paw, Abbot Hong Shan joined his palms together, his expression shifting to one of fierce determination as he bellowed, 8,000 martial monks, form the Arhat formation to protect our mountain gate. Ha! 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 As Hong Shan's voice, imbued with the power of the lion's roar, echoed through the temple, radiant Buddhist light suddenly enveloped the heads of the monks, coalescing into a colossal phantom of Buddha that stood before the great tiger. Now this was more like it. At this moment, Dianwei, perched upon his steed, finally opened his eyes. He then swiftly darted into the ranks of the Tiger Guard. Tiger Guard, launch the assault. Storm the mountain. Kill. With Dianwei's command, the blood tiger seemed to come alive, letting out a resounding roar that left the martial monks utterly dumbfounded. In a single pounce, the tiger shattered half of the Buddha form that the monks had painstakingly conjured. Now, with the formation disrupted, the awe-inspiring image of Buddha in the hearts of the martial monks crumbled. Amipa! A melodious voice echoed, and Abbot Hong Shan, the venerable leader of 5 centuries, lost the calm demeanor of a seasoned master of the Jianghu. After uttering this chant, he unleashed the lion's roar once more, bowing deeply toward the mountain gate. Your Excellency, may I inquire what transgression my White Horse Temple has committed to warrant such an assault upon us, mere outsiders? What transgression? You harbor assassins and refuse to cooperate with the investigation. Tell me, should I not deploy my forces against you? As this authoritative voice resonated, a carriage approached the standoff between the two parties with an air of calm. Upon witnessing this, Hong Shan's gaze sharpened. Realizing he did not recognize the newcomer, he immediately inquired, Your Highness, who is this assassin you speak of? I am unaware. Unaware? Bring forth the culprits. Qin Heng commanded with a smile. Clop, clop, clop. In an instant, much to the abbot's chagrin and the bewilderment of the martial artists outside, a group of corpses bound to flagpoles was presented before them. You. Instantly, several monks within the temple flushed with anger, ready to berate Qin Heng, but were halted by Hong Shan. He then lowered his voice and addressed Qin Heng. Ba, Your Highness must be mistaken. These are all martial artists from the Jianghu, with long hair. How could they be my temple's disciples? Upon hearing this, Qin Heng stepped down from the carriage with a playful smile, remarking, Old monk, they should be your secular disciples from the White Horse Temple. Besides, with the transformation of heaven and humanity, who can say they did not temporarily grow their hair? What say you, Abbot? Hong Shan, the monks, the Jianghu figures. Chapter 133. Madman. Madman. Amipa. Your Highness, how may we ensure the safety of my White Horse Temple? Recognizing that the other party had clearly come prepared, Hong Shan understood that today's events could not be easily resolved. Thus, he ceased his arguments with Qin Heng and directly requested terms for negotiation. How to spare you? Only when the situation becomes dire do you seek an escape. How could it be so simple? Enough idle chatter. Whatever issues arise, my men shall investigate first. Now step aside. A mere old monk at the Earth Immortal realm held no interest for Qin Heng. He found it all too troublesome. Moreover, since this White Horse Temple was indeed a branch of the true Buddha Zen Temple and had now encountered his own grievances, failing to utilize them as an example would be a disservice to their prior cooperation. Dian Wei, lead the search of the mountain. If you face any resistance, do not hesitate to fight to the death. Any issues that arise, I shall bear the burden. Yes, Tiger Guard, scour the mountain thoroughly. Search every corner of the White Horse Temple. With that, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Dian Wei's face. He was ready to head up the mountain when he suddenly paused. Wait, Dian Wei, remember to bring down evidence and contraband. Qin Heng added another remark. Agreed. The crowd responded, Shaolin monks. Form ranks. Drink, drink, drink. Upon witnessing the imperial court's intention to search the mountains, before the abbot Hong Shan could utter a word, several fiery-tempered heads of the precepts and demon-fighting halls from the Bema Temple could no longer contain their agitation. Instantly, they rallied the dispersed Buddhist monks once more, conjuring a formidable Buddha manifestation to stand before Dian Wei. Seeking death, are we? With Qin Heng's previous command in mind, Dian Wei felt completely liberated. With a mighty roar, he tore off his battle armor, brandishing two short daggers, and charged bare-chested towards the Buddha manifestation, seemingly intent on challenging the 8,000 monks of Bema Temple single-handedly. The audacity of Dian Wei left everyone astounded, but even more astonishing was that the towering Buddha manifestation began to crack under the force of his strike, while Dian Wei merely staggered back a few steps. The Buddha formation, compared to my military formation, feels like a mere tickling sensation. Shaking his somewhat numb arms, Dian Wei hurled a taunt at the group of monks whose blood surged in response to his display. You seek death. At this, several bald-headed monks ceased their chants and erupted into curses. Curse me? I welcome your curses. Gripping his dagger tightly, a blood-red small dagger materialized in Dian Wei's hand. And in the next moment, his muscles tensed as he hurled the dagger with a furious shout. Bang! Without granting the opponents any chance to react, the small dagger obliterated those who had spoken out. Ignoring the other senior monks, Dian Wei unleashed a flurry of daggers, striking relentlessly at the Buddha manifestation. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated throughout Bema Temple. Stop, stop. At this point, the old monk Hong Shan could no longer remain composed and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Observing this, Qin Heng cast a glance at the elder Huang beside him. Understood, Your Highness. After a reluctant reply, Huang removed the sword box he had been clutching. In an instant, 9 glimmering swords appeared before Qin Heng. Marvelous swords. Qin Heng couldn't help but exclaim softly. He then noticed the old man pause, his hand on the sword box, looking at Qin Heng with a wary expression. Hurry, those broken swords are not of interest to me. Qin Heng shot a glare at the old man. Sword 1. With a slight adjustment of his right hand, the foremost long sword in the box vanished. Just then, as Hong Shan prepared to fly over to intervene, he froze midair. Following the curious gazes of the onlookers, the old monk shouted in a furious voice, Great Buddha palm. A massive palm imprint surged towards the void before him. Yet, at the moment of his strike, a long sword was pressed against his brow. Uffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, causing the palm imprint to dissipate and Hong Shan's body to crash into the main hall behind him. Subsequently, the hall would bury his Buddha statue within its confines. At this moment, the crowd, captivated by Dian Wei's ferocious combat, redirected their attention back to the scene. The martial artists around them stood like statues, their gazes towards Qin Heng now infused with palpable fear. Another formidable powerhouse, and a mere stableman at that. Just how powerful is the Qin Wangfu? Doubts enveloped everyone. The battle raged on, while the other elders of Bema Temple dug through the debris in search of their abbot. However, before they could locate Hong Shan, they were astounded to find that the previously chaotic battlefield had fallen eerily silent. Could it be? One elder's face brightened. But before he could rejoice, the sight beneath the crimson mist left them all dumbfounded. In that brief span, the 8,000 monks, now devoid of leadership, had all been reduced to incomplete corpses, and atop their remains, Dian Wei was panting heavily while erupting into manic laughter. Ha ha, splendid, madman, lunatic. Witnessing this hellish scene and the man resembling a demon god, all the monks of Bema Temple instinctively entertained that thought. Yet, observing his bloodthirsty visage, they found themselves retreating involuntarily. Chapter 134, The Emptying. Wei Zhuang, Gainya, go forth. From this day forth, Bema Temple need only keep a few junior monks for tidying up. You shall deal with the older monks in the back mountain and those residing in the pavilions. No longer reciting scriptures, they have merely hidden away to practice martial arts, thinking themselves as ancestors. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground and the fate of the old abbot hanging in the balance, Qin Heng understood that the display of strength today was sufficient. Yet, having a vendetta with the true Buddha Zen temple, Qin Heng contemplated allowing the older monks of Bema Temple to meet a silent end. As soon as his words fell, a voice filled with a chilling aura reverberated from the distant void. Understood. As for the back mountain, it could be overlooked for now. At that moment, the old monk Hongshan was finally unearthed by several monks. However, he bore none of the dignified presence of a high Buddhist monk. His robe was torn, his aura feeble, and his body marred by spiderweb-like fissures, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was too tragic. Old Huang, did you strike too harshly? Qin Heng inquired, a twinge of discomfort evident in his voice. Impossible. This was merely Sword 1. Previously, I would usually employ Sword 8 against those old fellows. Hearing this, Qin Heng nearly cursed. Did he not understand the concept of system enhancement? Moreover, this was but an old monk. They were all among the pinnacle figures of the martial world. Was there truly any comparison? However, at this point, Qin Heng was too weary to argue. Dian Wei, go and collect their belongings. The number of high monks at Bema Temple is insufficient. You shall take those texts back to the Qin Wangfu for safekeeping. Should Bema Temple require them in the future, they may return to retrieve them. Upon finishing, Qin Heng shot a glare at Dian Wei, who remained fixated on the proceedings. Hee, I shall do so at once. You, cough, cough, cough. Let them go. With several masters and ancestors present, they cannot take away anything of value. Hongshan, somewhat strained, interjected as he noticed a monk attempting to halt them. Bema Temple has flourished for millennia, yet this time, it has suffered grievous injuries. Those ancestors who usually rely on offerings should now contribute some effort. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. The treasure halls, scripture halls, elixir halls, and miscellaneous storage rooms were being stripped bare before the eyes of the heads of various courtyards by armored soldiers, yet there was no sound of battle to be heard. Let us depart. The assassins allied with Bema Temple have been eliminated. As mere mortals, we should hasten our exit from this sacred Buddhist ground. Upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of the monks, Qin Heng could hardly suppress a laugh. Thus, as soon as the treasure was in his grasp, he hastily uttered a brief remark and made his escape, fearing that he would burst into laughter. Qin Heng departed, leaving behind a scene of carnage and the shattered mountain gate for the monks of Bema Temple. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the area. However, at that moment, another piece of grim news arrived. The venerable ancestors who had been stationed in the hidden realm had completely vanished. Upon hearing this, the elderly monk Hongshan, who had just managed to hold on, could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mouthful of blood before gradually collapsing. Half an hour later, while those in the martial world who had gathered to witness the events at Bema Temple were still lamenting, news broke that the abbot of Bema Temple, the esteemed monk Hongshan, had passed away and that Bema Temple would be closing its gates. At that instant, the news of the Qin King's assault on Bema Temple reverberated throughout the entire martial realm of Shenzhou. Chapter 135, Dominant Forces. Arrangements. Time flew by. Inside the carriage, Qin Heng gazed at the ever-increasing number of storage rings in his possession, growing more exhilarated with each glance. Ever since he had dealt with Bema Temple, his hunt for the culprits across Shenzhou had proceeded with remarkable ease. Almost every location and sect he visited yielded a plethora of evidence and stolen goods from the various martial factions. Presently, Qin Heng's storage rings had been collected into a single box, for there was simply too much for him to wear simultaneously. Observing his excitement, Bing Qingwu could not help but speak up. Qin Heng, do we truly need to scour all of Shenzhou and Sword Continent? Bear in mind, we are traversing two realms, and should we complete this journey, we will have antagonized far too many factions. In response to her words, Qin Heng rolled his eyes in annoyance. What nonsense! Shenzhou is the heart of Dayan, where the martial factions are relatively benign, but Sword Continent is a different matter altogether. It is a paradise for the martial forces of Dayan, and the court's reach there is limited. As for you, Bing Qingwu actually wanted to ask, are you still willing to court disaster? Yet she refrained from voicing it. However, having spent so much time together, Qin Heng could read the subtlety in her demeanor. This time, he chose not to engage in a verbal sparring match, but instead cryptically stated, there is no need to concern ourselves with Sword Continent. I have delivered them a forebear. System. Open the system panel and check the detailed information of the Shushan Sword Sect. Ding. Summoning forces. The detailed introduction of Shushan Sword Sect is as follows. Faction name. Shushan Sword Sect. Faction leader. Su Changqing, Immortal Realm. Key figures: Qingwei, Immortal Realm. Kang, Immortal Realm. Jingming, Immortal Realm. Yuxuan, Immortal Realm. Hiang, Immortal Realm. Zixuan. 3,000 disciples, transcendent to earthly immortal. Indeed, this was the primary reason for Qin Heng's wanderings throughout Shenzhou, to summon powerful factions. The outcome was most gratifying. Not only did he summon the sword-wielding ancestors of Shushan Sword Sect, but he also acquired a transcendent individual, Zixuan, the descendant of Nuwa. This, too, served as a grand gift from Qin Heng to Sword Continent. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each displaying their own beauty, on a high mountain in Sword Continent. 5 venerable sword-wielding elders gazed with complex expressions at the sight of a man and woman standing hand in hand before them. Ahem, Changqing. Although we are in a different realm, we do not oppose your union, yet isn't this a bit inappropriate? The speaker was Qingwei, the current leader of Shushan. However, the 2 in front of him chose to ignore his remark entirely. Upon their summoning, Master Qin Heng had already granted them permission to be together. Thus the couple felt no need to waste words on the stubborn elders. Forget it, let us not dwell on that. What about the tasks from our master? The conversation shifted as the old man ceased his futile attempts at lecturing and redirected the discourse. Zixuan and I will head to Tianjin Mountain. The 5 elders shall lead the disciples to Xingqian Pavilion, New Moon Sect, Duankong Mountain, Zhizi Gate, and Swalong Pond. From now on, Tianjin Mountain will be the new stronghold of Shushan Sword Sect. As the sect leader, Su Changqing was no longer burdened by reservations. In his previous life, he had acted for the sake of all living beings. In this life, he would dedicate himself to repaying Qin Heng and protecting the foolish girl he had missed for 3 lifetimes. Let us go. Gently pulling his beloved by the hand, a massive sword appeared beneath their feet. With a flash of white light, only an empty cliff remained. Shouldn't we try to dissuade them? At that moment, Kangwu approached Qingwei and inquired. Hearing this, the elder indeed shook his head. Never mind, let him live a little easier in this life. Chapter 136, The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. Shushan Sword Sect. On Sword Continent, at Tianjin Mountain, a superpower with a lineage spanning over 20,000 years. The appearance of a man and woman today caused this ancient sect to become tense. At this moment, on the plaza before the mountain gate, Jinshan, the leader of Tianjin Mountain, along with several elders, wore grim expressions as they stared at the approaching duo. Might I inquire why you have slain our Tianjin disciples and elders? This is Tianjin Mountain. Should you not provide us with an explanation? Explanation? None. Repeating Jinshan's words, Su Changqing smiled and shook his head. Then, just as Jinshan was about to speak, a sudden chill gripped his neck, interrupting his words. He then felt his body slowly separating from himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. An explanation? This will suffice. This was the last phrase Jinshan heard before descending into darkness. Only at this moment did the people of Tianjin Mountain realize their leader, Jinshan, had been ruthlessly slain. Leader, you shall pay for this. Kill. Avenge our leader. The elders erupted, and thousands of disciples were likewise incensed, filling the entire Tianjin Mountain with the sound of swords clashing and furious roars. Xian'er, seal this place. Tianjin Mountain must not fall. It is suitable for Shushan Sword Sect. Ignoring the surrounding uproar, Su Changqing merely smiled and instructed Zixuan. In the midst of the lockdown, countless sword shadows appeared unexpectedly in the minds of the Tianjin elders and disciples. Unlike other martial artists, Su Changqing, having perfected the Shushan sword art, commanded the sword with his heart, rendering his blades visible yet utterly unavoidable to the people of Tianjin Mountain. Bang, 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 as a series of sounds echoed. The vitality of the Tianjin disciples was severed one by one. There was no bloodshed, no cries of anguish. At this moment, Tianjin Mountain resembled a slumbering entity. Stop! Are you out of your mind? The strong of Tianjin Continent cannot engage in large-scale slaughter of lower-tier martial artists. You madman, they will not forgive you. Observing the approaching elders, Su Changqing paused his actions upon hearing their words. Have you encountered them before? With a twist of his sword, Su Changqing approached the group, pointing his long sword at them. Speak. At this juncture, the elders felt a chill run down their spines. Only a single word, and the body they had painstakingly nurtured nearly shattered. This individual, however, surpassed even the earthly immortals. Simultaneously, they unleashed a torrent of invectives upon those in charge of Tianjin Mountain, blaming them for provoking such a formidable adversary, which in turn brought calamity upon themselves. Yet, when it came to addressing the matter concerning this powerhouse, the elders of Tianjin Mountain dared not utter a word. Thus, under the icy gaze of Su Changqing, the elders all closed their eyes in resignation. If you refuse to speak, I shall utilize the tens of thousands of disciples from Tianjin Mountain to draw them out. Jinner, Observe them closely. The master has decreed that these scoundrels must witness the annihilation of their sect. In this manner, on the battlefield, Zixuan led the elders of Tianjin Mountain as they silently witnessed the gradual obliteration of their own sect. At the same time, the Starry Pavilion, Crescent Sword Sect, Nine Deaths Gate, Broken Sky Mountain, and Blood Dragon Pool among the 18 sacred powers of the Sword Continent were besieged by a cadre of sword cultivators wielding long swords. However, in stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of Tianjin Mountain, the disciples of Shushan unleashed a thunderous Shushan sword array that resonated for thousands of miles. Not only that, but the disciples of Shushan, riding their flying swords, swiftly overwhelmed these factions. This revitalized the once stagnant martial world of the Sword Continent. During this period, the name of the 5 elders of Shushan resounded through the ears of all the powers, great and small, of the Sword Continent. Thus, a day later, Tianjin Mountain lay still, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of its tens of thousands of disciples, while the elders stood silently, devoid of vitality. Until his last breath, Su Chongqing did not manage to extract any information about those individuals. Chongqing, let us tidy up. We cannot linger here. They will inevitably emerge, and do not forget, we have His Highness behind us. In contrast to Su Chongqing's rigidity, Zixuan, who often traversed the mortal realm, understood the need for adaptability. Subsequently, the two ceased their discourse and began to employ their respective methods to reshape the area. Thus, a month later, the establishment of the Shushan Sword Sect as the new overlord of Tianjin Mountain was officially confirmed. It was only then that everyone realized that the once mighty sword power of Tianjin Mountain had been eradicated by the Shushan Sword Sect. However, the smaller factions of the Sword Continent were perplexed. Despite the Shushan Sword Sect's ostentatious actions, other factions remained utterly unmoved. Qin Heng was unconcerned about the development of the Shushan Sword Sect. Given its strength, he believed no faction could pose a threat before the onset of significant upheaval. At this moment, what truly occupied Qin Heng's thoughts was the reward bestowed by the system following the destruction of those factions. Chapter 137, Mastering the Sword Gate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for annihilating 6 major factions, earning 6 opportunities for treasure draws. Outside Tianjin City, Qin Heng was tallying his gains when a sudden notification echoed in his mind. The Shushan Sword Sect is formidable. However, the commotion they have stirred is considerable enough. I shall refrain from becoming entangled in the affairs of the Sword Continent. After contemplating this, Qin Heng conveyed his intent to return to Liaozhou to Old Huang. As for the treasure draw opportunities, Qin Heng decided to wait. The current era of martial artists on Tianjin Continent rendered those advanced treasures useless. Indeed, he couldn't even cultivate the spiritual rice previously provided by the system. Thus, it seemed prudent to leave these treasures within the system for the time being. While Qin Heng orchestrated his plans in the Sword Continent and reaped the harvest in the Divine Continent, the self-contained and well-structured Liaozhou and Hanzhou did not disappoint him either. At this moment, within the Sword Gate's garrison, the Treading Cloud Legion commanded by Duke Treading Cloud, Duan Tinyun, glowered at a plainly dressed, composed middle-aged scholar before him. Are you inciting rebellion? This accusation slipped through Duan Tinyun's gritted teeth, fueled by his anger at the audacity of the man's demands. Yet, observing Duan Tinyun on the brink of explosion, Chun Gong displayed no sign of trepidation. Setting down his teacup, he chuckled lightly. If it is rebellion, then my army at the Qin Wangfu has slain millions of demon clans. Can your 200,000 Treading Cloud Legion withstand that? This statement nearly amounted to an indictment of the Treading Cloud Legion's inadequacies. However, the truth was unavoidable. For years, his legion had been suppressed by the Northern Defense Army, achieving little. Faced with the Qin Wangfu, which could simultaneously annihilate both the Northern Defense and Demon armies, he found himself at a loss for retort. Nonetheless, Duan Tianyun would never belittle himself in front of outsiders. I possess the Sword Gate's natural defenses, supported by the forces of the Sword Continent. The Imperial family is also aligned with me. Do you believe the Qin Wangfu can contend against the entirety of the Great Yin with just 2 continents? With this declaration, Duan Tianyun raised his head once more, his aura concealed yet palpable. The forces of the Sword Continent. General, you are still lost in a dream. Can your Treading Cloud Legion mobilize in Sword Continent? Besides, my lord is a legitimate prince. This conflict is, after all, a royal affair of the Great Yin. The Imperial ancestors are unperturbed, so why are you in a rush? In the span of just a few sentences, the momentum Duan Tianyun had momentarily gathered deflated. However, he was equally reluctant to align himself directly with the Qin Wangfu. Behind him stood millions of soldiers and the entirety of the Treading Cloud Duke's estate, and any misstep could render him a historical villain. Thus, he fell silent. This scene did not escape Qin Gong's notice. At that moment, he recognized the opportune moment had arrived. In the next instant, The faint smile vanished from Qin Gong's visage, and he stood up, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping Duan Tianyun. Simultaneously, a chilling voice pierced through to Duan Tianyun's ears. General Duan, do not miscalculate. It is not difficult for my Qin Huangfu to eradicate you and your family. The act of silencing you, General, is not as challenging as you might think. As these words fell, Duan Tianyun felt as though the world had turned against him. His perfected divine soul, corporeal form, and true energy were all sealed in that instant, rendering him as ordinary as any commoner. Earthly immortal, Duan Tianyun gritted his teeth, growling. No, I am a scholar, not a martial artist. Yet, as he spoke, the immobilized Duan Tianyun was even more astonished. To possess such ease in subduing him without being an earthly immortal meant this individual must be a saint. Reflecting on this, Duan Tianyun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The Qin Huangfu truly regarded him highly. General, have you come to a decision? After a brief moment of pressure, Qin Gong gracefully resumed his seat, his tone returning to tranquility. Do I have any choice left? A bitter smile crossed Duan Tianyun's face, and in that moment, he appeared aged beyond his years. Qin Gong, however, remained unfazed and instructed, General Duan, do not worry. The Qin Huangfu simply wishes to assign you a deputy. You will still be the commander of the Treading Cloud Legion. However, from now on, the training of the Treading Cloud Legion will be overseen by General Zhang. With this, Qin Gong stood and called out to the door, General Wenyuan, come and meet Duke Duan. From now on, the sword gate will be entrusted to you. Understood, sir. With a response, Duan Tianyun witnessed yet another young general clad in armor entering the grand hall. General, you must strive diligently. The southern gate of the northern frontier is now in your hands. After speaking, he gently patted Zhang Liao on the shoulder and nodded towards Duan Tianyun beside him before drifting away effortlessly. Duan Tian found himself momentarily dazed. The other party had orchestrated everything with such clarity that his previous maneuvers felt akin to those of a jester. Moreover, the individual was not even the true leader of the Qin Huangfu. The implications of that made the Qin Huangfu all the more formidable. Chapter 138, The Tides of Heaven and Earth. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had slipped by. At this moment, the Qin Huangfu enjoyed an unusual tranquility, particularly after Qin Heng learned that Jia Su and Qin Gong had clandestinely seized control of the Sword Pass. Consequently, Qin Heng became increasingly devoted to indulging in the pleasures of life. Each day was spent either wandering aimlessly or playfully teasing the enchanting Binking Yu and the captivating Li Hanyi, who had been forcefully retained by him. Life was indeed rather carefree. Yet while Qin Heng was reveling in leisure, those under his command were far from idle. One day, within a certain pavilion of the Huangfu, Qin Heng cast a dubious glance at Jia Su, who had obstructed his path, sensing that the man likely harbored some ulterior motive. Your Highness, might it be time to make a move against the other two kings? In an instant, Qin Heng narrowed his eyes. What confidence do you possess? He set aside his previous nonchalance, adopting a serious tone. The King of the East can currently only suppress. It appears that there are forces encroaching upon the eastern coastline. Are they targeting my esteemed father-in-law? Without allowing Jia Su to continue, Qin Heng shot him an exasperated look. Ahem, Your Highness, not long ago, our intelligence network received a confidential report indicating that the Deqian, who had suffered defeats at the hands of the princess and the Jingzi army a few years back, has re-emerged with a cadre of elite troops following the war against the demon race. They have now arrived in the western borders of Da'in, seemingly intent on avenging their previous grievances. Jia Su relayed the information in detail. How much time do you estimate before a major conflict erupts? Qin Heng inquired, stroking his chin as he gazed at Jia Su. At most 3 months. The Daqian Emperor seems to be experiencing health issues. Yet Crown Prince Yuxuan lacks the authority to suppress the court. Therefore, the current Daqian Crown Prince requires a decisive victory to firmly establish his position. However, given Daqian's geographical predicament, with the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains to the south, the dominant Zhou dynasty to the west, and the recently victorious Northern Sea Demon race to the north, Daqian can only make a move against Da'in. Jia Su's tone was remarkably assured. My dear father-in-law, all I can say is, I'm sorry. After absorbing Jia Su's analysis, Qin Heng could only utter this sentiment. Then, with a resigned expression, he turned to Jia Su and asked, what do you think about the princess? However, before he could finish, Jia Su slightly cupped his hands and, looking anxious, interjected. Your Highness, I have just received important intelligence. I must take my leave to attend to urgent matters. Sighing, Qin Heng thought to himself, you rascal. But before he could finish, Jia Su had already slipped out of the pavilion. Well, I suppose I should have a word with Mingxiu and see the stance of the Jingzi Huangfu. Finding himself a reason, Qin Heng followed suit, heading towards the back courtyard where Qian Mingxiu resided. At this moment, In the back courtyard of the Wangfu, Qian Mingxiu, Bingyu, and Li Hanyi were engaged in a hushed conversation. King Yu, Hanyi, have you truly given no thought to my sister's suggestion? Upon hearing Qian Mingxiu's words, Bing Yu shot her a disapproving glance. Mingxiu, do you truly think I would consider such a rogue? She retorted, offering Qian Mingxiu a haughty expression of disdain. Speak honestly. Qian Mingxiu admonished, giving her a playful tap on her shapely figure. Mingxiu, I just feel he shouldn't be allowed to benefit so easily. Bing Yu murmured softly. Enough. With your current strength, where can't you go? Since you are here with this scoundrel, you must have made a choice. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone at the Qin Wangfu, you are already recognized. Whether or not you marry him is merely a matter of your own words. Now, speak candidly. I am willing. Oh, willing for what? Suddenly, a large face intruded upon their conversation, startling the three women. You see, you disrupt things at critical moments. Qian Mingxiu was exasperated by Qin Heng's interruption, but in the next instant, Qin Heng swept her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Perhaps due to their prolonged association, Qian Mingxiu could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Qin Heng's demeanor today. Consequently, she turned to gaze into the eyes of the man before her. Speak. Have you done something to wrong me? A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Heng's heart, as her intuition had struck true. Thus, he steeled himself to offer an explanation. Your Highness. Thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, the heavens seemed to collapse, dark clouds rolled in, and the world was filled with the wails of tormented souls. At that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had descended upon reality. Qin Heng was startled, and he immediately turned to look at Bing Yu. Yet, she stood there, dazed and stunned. Upon noticing Qin Heng's gaze, Bing Yu finally managed to speak, albeit with great difficulty. The tides of heaven and earth have begun to shift. A great transformation is upon us. Chapter 139, The Great Chaos. As evening descended, the calamity that had persisted for half the day finally subsided. Qin Heng meticulously reviewed the information he had gleaned from Bing Yu regarding the imminent upheaval. The forces capable of manipulating this continent proved far more formidable than the royal families of the Five Nations or the martial factions. However, since you have emerged ahead of schedule, I too wish to engage with you in earnest. Standing alone in the back courtyard of the Wangfu, enveloped in the warm glow of the setting sun, Qin Heng gazed at the encroaching darkness on the horizon, silently declaring war within the depths of his heart. The following day, upon witnessing the disheveled Jia Su, who had been brimming with confidence yesterday yet now appeared utterly defeated, Qin Heng couldn't help but smirk. Did you truly tackle some pressing issue yesterday? What has left you in such a state? At these words, Jia Su's face flushed with embarrassment. Yesterday, he had merely attempted to slip away, only to find himself entangled in unforeseen troubles. Now, faced with Qin Heng's teasing, even his exceptional intellect left him at a loss for words. Seeing the old fellow in such disarray brought a smile to Qin Heng's face. Yet recognizing that matters of significance awaited them, he refrained from further mocking him. Kong Ming, Shen Gong, Li Si, you three discussed the recent upheaval. I want to hear about the situations in Liao and Han, though unsure of the specifics. The sight of the three men mirroring Jia Su's disheveled appearance signaled to Qin Heng that the current predicament was indeed grave. As anticipated, Your Highness, our reconnaissance yesterday revealed that the shackles of heaven and earth have shattered significantly, and the laws governing them have become clearer. Moreover, following yesterday's events, numerous martial artists have begun to break through on a large scale. In Liao and Han, there have also been numerous incidents of chaos due to martial disruptions. Zhuge Liang, now somewhat fatigued, remarked that the world was vast, filled with countless martial artists. Despite having endured great wars, Liao and Han still boasted many survivors. Then let us strike. In the previous two wars, I merely regarded these loose cultivators with disdain, but now that they are behaving so recklessly, I shall ensure they understand that regardless of how the world transforms, they shall remain under my governance. Qin Heng possessed little patience, since the problem had arisen. They simply needed to bear the consequences. At this moment, Li Si spoke up from the side. Your Highness, I believe it is imperative to re-establish the laws governing martial artists. In chaotic times, stringent measures must be employed. These wandering martial artists should live under the constant threat of a blade. Upon hearing these words, the others present exchanged glances of surprise. Li Si's proposal was undeniably ruthless. After considering Li Si's counsel, Qin Heng promptly made his decision. Your Highness, relying solely on the Jiniwei may not suffice. Chen Gong interjected. After all, the number of ignorant martial artists in the world is simply overwhelming. Chen Gong, known for his straightforwardness, spoke candidly. Yet this was indeed a pressing concern. Chen Gong, enlighten us. Regarding the turmoil in the Liao and Han regions, as the steward of the Wangfu, you are well aware of the situation, Qin Heng said. fixing his gaze on Qin Gong after a moment of contemplation. Your Highness, currently, countless structures belonging to the common folk have been destroyed, and many martial artists are taking advantage of the chaos to commit heinous acts. In Jinchuan Prefecture alone, numerous affluent households have been plundered, and many martial artists have engaged in criminal activities. Some villainous practitioners have even launched a series of massacre incidents, and according to the intelligence I have received, several new factions have emerged overnight, beginning to carve out their territories. In short, the situation in the martial world of the two regions, after nearly a year of governance, has descended into chaos. With an eloquent discourse, Qin Gong relayed everything he understood to Qin Heng. The more Qin Heng listened, the more his brow furrowed. Qin Long, speak. Is what Qin Gong has stated the truth? At this, Qin Long shuddered and hastily responded. What Qin Gong has said is but a fraction of the reality. The turmoil in the two regions has spiraled out of control. Foolishness, Qin Long. You Jiniwei were the first to follow me, yet after all this time, you still cannot manage the martial world of the two regions. What use are you? Qin Heng's anger flared. The Jiniwei, once a sharp weapon in his hand, had lost its edge, and he could not contain his fury, provide an explanation, or prepare for disbandment. Qin Heng rubbed his forehead, yet ultimately granted them a chance to clarify. Your Highness, the reputation of the Jiniwei among those martial artists is rather poor. Consequently, few are willing to join our ranks, and the vastness of the two regions leaves us understaffed, came the reply. Rise. At this point, Qin Heng recognized the underlying issue. Similar to Huanyan Workshop, the Jiniwei also lacked truly formidable figures. This was evident from how swiftly the Luo network could suppress both factions. However, given the current state of turmoil, Qin Heng would not allow them to remain idle. Qin Long, Ji Rugju, you will temporarily follow Jiasu. Your task is to gather intelligence and find evidence of wrongdoing among the martial artists. How to deal with them will not be your concern. Your Highness. Qin Gong attempted to inquire further, but Qin Heng interrupted with a chilling smile. Notify Generals Lu Bu, Wu Qi, Gao Shun, Ming Shui, Qing Wu, and Zhao Yun to mobilize their troops. As these words left his lips, all present were taken aback. They had expected the prince to instruct the subdued martial factions to take action. They were unprepared for Qin Heng to directly mobilize troops. Your Highness, once the troops are mobilized, the two regions will descend into chaos. Qin Gong ventured to counsel again. Let it be chaotic, we shall shatter and rebuild. The Dain lacks manpower, but I require martial artists, and my blade can strike not only against foreign foes, but also against those who defy my decree. Upon hearing this, Qin Gong fell silent. Yet Zhuge and Jiasu's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. In their view, a monarch must possess the audacity and ruthlessness to burn bridges behind them. As for benevolence and just governance, those were matters for the future generations to consider. In this world, they held little hope for the latter, as Qin Heng's strength and influence were yet to see their successors rise. After arranging matters, Qin Heng finally returned to his chambers. Noticing that Qian Mingxiu was absent, he spoke directly. Zhao Gao? As soon as he called, Zhao Gao appeared before him. Report on the situation in the other regions, as well as the newly emerged factions. Without any superfluous words, Qin Heng sought to ascertain the enemy's direct strength. Your Highness, at present, aside from the Liao and Han regions, various factions have sprung up across the 13 regions of Da'in. In fact, in several counties and towns, they have already gained control, severely impacting the local powers. Strangely, however, no faction has managed to occupy an entire prefecture, and it seems the imperial court has tacitly accepted this situation. Yet, after tracking several of these suddenly appearing factions, I discovered they seem to have emerged from certain forbidden areas and mountains, places protected by formidable arrays. While the Liao and Han regions are somewhat manageable, the mysterious locales in other regions are not easily accessible, likely due to some immortal means. Zhao Gao disclosed everything without reservation. Are you implying the existence of the heavenly secret realm? Qin Heng's eyes narrowed. Yes, but not entirely. Some factions' hidden territories are accessible to me. Merely certain spirit-rich lands under the cover of formidable arrays, lacking the laws of heaven and earth. However, this is merely the initial eruption of the celestial tide, and I cannot ascertain whether further secret realms will emerge. Zhao Gao answered with great caution. And what of my father-in-law? Qin Heng couldn't help but inquire. Your Highness, this celestial tide originates from Tianyan continent. It is not exclusive to Da'in. The martial forces of Daqian are far more ancient and troublesome than ours. As for Wu Xian, he has long since taken control of the Daqian imperial palace. After all, the Daqian emperor's constitution cannot withstand the sneak attacks of martial artists. At this remark, Qin Heng chuckled. The Daqian emperor's insatiable thirst for power had rendered him a mere figurehead, unable to summon capable leaders to quell the storm. The night deepened, yet the Liao and Han regions could find no peace. Meng Tian held the northern sea, and the 300,000 troops of the Great Wall remained immobile. However, at this moment, Lu Bu's 100,000 wolf cavalry, Dian Wei's 3,000 tiger guards, Bing Qingyu's 3,000 blood phoenix guards, Zhao Yun's 200,000 Liao region dragon martial army, Gao Shun's 800 trap troops, Wu Qi's 100,000 Wei martial soldiers, and Qian Mingxiu's 300,000 Ming phoenix army were all in motion. With no specific objectives, they wielded their blades to slaughter indiscriminately across cities, counties, towns, and villages. Once a name appeared within the army's camp, it signified the impending doom of those martial artists, sect members, and reclusive factions. At this moment, in a valley 1,000 miles from Jinyun City in Jinchuan Prefecture of Dian, a group of martial artists clad in blood-red robes ruthlessly assaulted a disparate group of injured martial artists from the Jianghu, who were struggling to move heavy stones. Suddenly, a young man, unable to bear the torment any longer, erupted in anger. "You members of the blood-robe sect are cruelly slaughtering our Jianghu brethren. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Qin royal court?" Upon hearing this, the leading blood-robed youth laughed heartily. "Huh, are you fools? In this time of great upheaval, you still cling to the delusion of the Qin royal court? I see you wandering martial artists are nothing but a bunch of simpletons." Laughter erupted among the blood-robed individuals. Yet, just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. As they cast their gaze once more towards the mouth of the valley, an overwhelming sense of astonishment engulfed them. A formidable battalion of cavalry clad in blood-red armor had firmly obstructed their path. The Blood Phoenix Guard had received orders, and the Blood Garment sect, in defiance of the king's command, had obliterated their mountain gate, severed their lineage, and annihilated their clan. With this proclamation, before the astonished eyes of all present martial artists, wave after wave of cavalry surged forth, assaulting the mountain directly. Subsequently, the events unfolded with alarming simplicity. The slaughter commenced, and the thunderous gallop of hooves echoed ominously. In mere moments, this newly emerged power in Liaozhou was extinguished beneath the blades of the Qin royal court. Naturally, all of this transpired under the watchful eyes of those martial artists who had been plundered. Yet, the iron cavalry of the royal court paid them no heed whatsoever. Thus, news of the Qin royal court once again trampling over the martial world spread rapidly. Nevertheless, in the ensuing days, the Qin royal court conveyed to the entire martial realm of Dayan a chilling message. This time, their actions were far beyond mere trampling. Chapter 141. The North is not lacking warriors. Alas, brother, what do you suppose the Qin king means by this? Just as prosperity dawns, he strikes against the martial world. Doesn't that seem excessively brutal? Observing another squad of the ironclad army passing through the streets, a dapper man clad in loose attire, nursing a drink, lamented with a furrowed brow. However, as soon as his words left his lips, the previously bustling tavern fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Many patrons, who had been engaged in lively conversation, abruptly snapped to attention, hastily tossed down their coins, and fled through the doors. Meanwhile, the two companions seated beside the man suddenly turned ashen. Everyone, my brother here is not in his right mind. We should depart immediately." What had begun as a simple apology took the two of them an eternity to articulate, trembling as they spoke. Without further ado, they seized an arm of the man and swiftly escorted him out. They departed without gathering their belongings, fleeing the city like the wind. Such terror among the martial practitioners was not without cause. In recent times, the blood of the northern warriors had nearly run dry. On the second day following the conclusion of the celestial tides, the north was unexpectedly sealed off by troops summoned by the Qin king. Subsequently, countless soldiers mobilized, their military spirit, formations, and the clang of iron resonating as the army's blades claimed lives indiscriminately. During this tumult, the northern Jiniwei went mad as well. Those who spoke ill, resisted, or even merely discussed the Qin royal court found their names inscribed on the army's execution list. The army then broke down doors to seize and slay individuals. Moreover, the Qin royal court's methods were ruthless. If a martial artist committed an offense, all associated with him would be executed. Unlike the previous guards, the Qin royal army allowed no room for infiltration. Consequently, many only realized they were under scrutiny when the army broke down their doors. Thus, during this purge, nearly all factions discovered that their former connections were utterly ineffective. From villages to manor houses, the Qin royal army treated the north as a training ground for cavalry. In the span of a mere month, people observed that the once boisterous martial artists began to exhibit courtesy and even paid for their meals. How disheartening! Stretching his limbs in frustration, Qin Heng lamented that he had yet to seize the momentum of the celestial tides to transcend into the realm of terrestrial immortals. It was not due to the feebleness of his cultivated principles. Rather, the strength of his principles was overwhelming. rendering his body incapable of perfectly embodying them. This was the very reason for his inability to break through to the realm of green immortals. Well, let us venture out. I cannot remain merely a bystander. Smiling and shaking his head, Qin Heng finally concluded a month of seclusion. Hey, what brings you here instead of immersing yourself in cultivation? As soon as he stepped outside, Qin Heng noticed the conflicted expression of Bing Qingyu waiting at the entrance of his seclusion chamber. With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth having revived, he had assumed she was off seeking her own fortune, yet she remained at the royal court. I. Faced with his inquiry, this woman, who typically relished in sparring words with him, found herself at a loss for words this time. Speak up. No need to feign. I shall not mock you. Initially, he had nurtured her to uncover the secrets of this world, but given his current standing, she had become akin to a cherished pet. Nevertheless, Qin Heng found amusement in toying with her. I wish to kill some people. Contrary to his expectations of her outburst, Bing Qingyu simply stated this with an unexpected calmness. Many? Qin Heng inquired, suspecting that if the number were not substantial, she would not be so troubled. Indeed, many. Very well, enough of this. I am rather protective of my own. The North lacks not in warriors, and neither does my Qin royal court. If you are foolish enough to embark on this, then go ahead. Should you find it beyond your capabilities, summon Hani. She can assist you. Without awaiting her response regarding the identities of her targets, Qin Heng provided her with a decisive answer. All right, I understand. I shall cultivate diligently. With that, Bing Qingyu promptly turned to leave. However, just as she did, the corners of her eyes glistened with an unbidden hint of crimson. Chapter 142, Registration and Documentation, a Masterstroke by Li Si. After sending off the perplexingly returned Bing Qingyu, Qin Heng finally arrived at the administrative offices of the royal court. However, upon entering and witnessing the bustling activity within, he was left in a state of confusion. Hadn't he dispatched various armies already? Why was the Qin royal court still so busy? While he pondered whether to enter, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Your Highness, the individuals inside are currently engaged in registration and documentation. Our royal court's deliberative space has been relocated elsewhere. Oh, Qin Heng's interest was piqued. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, he appeared in a vacant pavilion within the royal court, alongside Jiasu. Do enlighten me. What intriguing events have transpired in the north over the past month? Qin Heng inquired with a smile. Intriguing? Your Highness is overestimating the situation. Your methods have likely drawn scorn upon the Qin royal court. Those matters you witnessed earlier have placed our court squarely in the eye of the storm. Jiasu remarked with a wry smile. What were those matters, then? Qin Heng, more intrigued by the events than the criticism, pressed on. Those were the personnel responsible for registration and documentation, and that area has now become the busiest in the royal court. This registration is yet another ruthless stratagem devised by Li Si, targeting all martial artists? Qin Heng queried thoughtfully. Indeed, all warriors in the north, including those so-called hidden factions. Jiasu affirmed directly. Did they not resist? Qin Heng could hardly believe that those individuals would willingly don such a shackle. Of course they did. Li Si's maneuver is indeed a ruthless one. Presently, this old fellow is nearly assassinated daily. This is precisely why he moved the registration to the deliberative hall. After all, sometimes a cornered dog will leap over a wall. Yet, despite his words, Jiasu's tone bore a hint of disdain. In the face of overwhelming forces, such petty actions ultimately yield little effect. However, Qin Heng lacked the exquisite composure of Jiasu. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qin Heng spoke. Inform Li Si to dispatch these registered officials to the major military camps, where the soldiers shall wield their blades to ensure their registration. Oftentimes, these martial men of the Jianghu prefer such methods. Upon hearing this, Jiasu chuckled. He understood that as long as they expressed their opinions, their prince would frequently grant them an opportunity. Indeed, as Qin Heng anticipated, when the army confronted these warriors, faced with the choice between sword and pen, they promptly opted to comply with registration. Just as everything was progressing steadily, a figure suddenly appeared before Qin Heng. At this moment, within the rear courtyard of the Qin Wangfu, Zhao Gao inquired, Your Highness, what has transpired that brings you here in such haste? Qin Heng was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Gao's sudden appearance. Your Highness, a crisis has arisen. Not long ago, the Great Zhou's martial emperor city erupted into an immortal battle, after which the Four Extremes Pavilion of the Tianyan continent promptly announced the lifting of the immortal prohibition. The royal families of various nations are likely to face significant troubles. Chapter 143, The Celestial Being, Zhang Jinren. Are you suggesting that Emperor Yin is prepared to compromise? Qin Heng's tone remained calm, revealing no trace of emotion. The situation is dire. The great Yin cannot withstand it. Although a eunuch, Zhao Gao had cultivated a keen political acumen from his proximity to the ancestor dragon. Ah, my father. Truly unfortunate in fortune. At this moment, Qin Heng felt a tinge of sympathy for his somewhat ineffectual father. Strength, means, schemes, and ambition. His father possessed them all, yet luck seemed to elude him. Given the current circumstances, even if the founding ancestor of the great Qin were to arrive, it would likely be of no avail. Your Highness, what if those factions choose to intervene in our northern territories? Zhao Gao tentatively queried. Intervene? What do they intend to intervene with? We already have the Jianghu forces in the north. Moreover, I am merely the Prince of Qin, not the Lord of the North. Why would they seek to partition the northern territories with me? Though his words were somewhat dismissive, Zhao Gao's eyes brightened upon hearing them. Qin Heng's meaning was unmistakable. He intended to leave Jianghu matters to those Jianghu forces. The mere thought of the individual atop Liudang Mountain caused a sinister smile to creep across Zhao Gao's face. In the depths of the great Qin's royal mausoleum, the Emperor Qin, clad in a golden dragon robe, had stood there for a considerable time. Yet, ultimately, he heard no sounds emanating from within. Unbeknownst to him, his clenched fists within the expansive robe tightened. However, observing the attitudes of the ancestors present, he eventually had no choice but to relax his grip and exit without a backward glance. Long after his departure, in that desolate place, voices of spiritual communication began to resonate. Ancestor, must we truly yield? Our great Qin has accumulated a considerable arsenal of royal weapons, if worse comes to worst. Enough, Zhonger. Royal weapons are not omnipotent. Moreover, recent news indicates that the young fellow named Qin Heng possesses a weapon known as Dianwei, who single-handedly shattered the ranks of those bald monks 8,000 warriors, and he is but an earthly immortal. Consider those ancient beings. They have inherited their legacy for countless generations and cannot possibly lack formidable entities. Furthermore, have you contemplated why the great Zhou, having endured for so long, would also choose to compromise? It is not due to their declining national strength, but rather their awareness of the deeper intricacies of those involved. Upon uttering these words, the conversation ceased abruptly. Yet, at that moment, an unwilling voice emerged once more. Ancestor, what of those in the ancestral lands? But before he could finish his sentence, the earlier voice echoed again. What difference do they have from those others? Thereafter, the discussions within the secret chamber gradually faded away. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Emperor Qin isolated himself within his chamber for an entire day. During this time, aside from the terrifying pressure that erupted from within, no one knew what transpired inside. The following day, a decree was presented by Gong Gong Hong in the absence of the emperor. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the great Qin is blessed with abundant spiritual energy, indeed a manifestation of divine favor. However, the path of cultivation is complex and arduous. Therefore, the great Qin city invites the esteemed martial practitioners of our human race to establish temples and educate the masses. No government on any continent shall obstruct this. Thus decreed. Upon finishing, the elderly official hastily exited the court, neglecting to even announce the end of the audience, leaving the court officials in a state of varied thoughts. On the other hand, when Qin Heng received this information, he merely smiled nonchalantly. His father likely hoped that these court officials would stir up trouble. The decree was written in an exceedingly careless manner, devoid of mention of power or fiefdom, practically emblazoning a message of unwelcomeness. Thus, Qin Heng prepared to play the dutiful son and assist his ineffectual father. A day later, atop a green stone on Liudang Mountain, the silver-haired, ethereal Zhang Sanfen suddenly opened his eyes and spoke with a smile. Qing Shu, it appears someone seeks the old Daoist. Return to master, indeed. A letter from the Prince of Qin, personally delivered by the Jinyiwei, replied a handsome young man, though a sense of worldly weariness lingered on his face. Foolish child, bring it forth. With a gentle sigh, Zhang Sanfen spoke softly. Without further words, the old man and the youth stood together at the mountain's peak. Half an hour later, Zhang Sanfen suddenly burst into laughter, and with it, a tremor shook the Jinyu Great Hall as an ancient Jinyu sword soared into the sky. Standing atop the mountain, Song Qing Shu heard the words, Qing Shu, inform your father that Liudang is entrusted to him. The old Daoist is descending the mountain. Following this, as a white rainbow flashed across Liudang Mountain, all disciples were treated to a chorus of unrestrained laughter. In this world, Zhang Sanfen's fifth and third disciples were present. Thus, this incarnation of Zhang Sanfen harbored far fewer regrets.